The Perfect Supreme Chapter 39-38 to Chapter 40-22. Evil Intentions. In the ancient dragon wasteland, everyone already knew that the God-Slayer Alliance had a leader behind the scenes. This leader was extremely powerful and had gathered countless experts to sweep through the ancient dragon wasteland. He had turned the God-Slayer Alliance from a small existence into a great overlord step by step. Therefore, everyone was curious as to what kind of person had such an ability, and now, all the mysteries had been solved. It was Lin Ling. This guy is the great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance? Endless ripples arose in the unrestrained sword martial god's heart. Clearly, he did not expect that the young man he met in Plentiful City back then was actually so terrifying, and now, in terms of status, Lin Ling wasn't inferior to anyone who could compete with him in terms of background. This moment was clearly Lin Ling's glorious moment. How can this guy have so many golden fleece flower? Compared to everyone else's shock, the seventh prince was undoubtedly the one who was truly astounded. This was because only he knew the terrifying value of the treasure that Lin Ling brought, the divine weapon category, the divine category, and more than half of the wondrous treasure category. He had even bought the first category of divine legacy treasures. The amount of golden fleece flowers required for this was something that could not be obtained without over 100 million golden fleece flowers. Previously, he had been arrogant in front of Lin Ling. At this moment, he felt as if he had given himself a ruthless slap. Liar, this is fake. While everyone was still in disbelief, the seventh prince suddenly let out a loud roar and interrupted everyone's shock. That's right, it's definitely fake. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to use fake things to trick people. Duan Wuhan also pointed at Lin Ling and let out a sharp cry, because he also couldn't accept the reality in front of him. After all, he knew Lin Ling's background better than anyone else. Lin Ling was just a student of the Snow Wind Academy and was born in the Qing province. How could he have the ability to summon the God-Slaying Alliance? Moreover, he believed that if Lin Ling could do it, then he could do it too. If all of this is true, how about you eat feces again? Lin Ling also looked at Duan Wuhan and Duan Wuhan. He naturally knew that these two would definitely not admit to it. However, no matter how they quibbled, in front of the powerful facts, they would only embarrass themselves. Do you dare? Lin Ling's aura was aggressive. Duan Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he didn't dare to speak. Young master, don't be afraid of him, we believe in you. However, the powerhouses of the Duan family, who didn't know the truth, actually supported Duan Wuhan. Not only that, but they were also fiercely glaring at Lin Ling. This made Duan Wuhan almost curse out loud. If you have the ability, go eat feces. Although he was tough with Lin Ling, in reality, he was also a little afraid of Lin Ling. Do you dare? Next, Lin Ling looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince's eyes were as cold as a sword. He was different from Duan Wuhan. He had never been in contact with Lin Ling, so he had strong confidence in himself. I was born in the Purple Qi since I was a child. Since I was a child, I have known the great Tao of the universe, I know the principles of fate, and I know the cause and effect of heaven and earth. So I know that your treasures are fake. He said each word with incomparable confidence, because he really didn't believe that Lin Ling would have 300 million golden fleece flowers, and because he was very clear that the number of golden fleece flowers in the entire ancient dragon wasteland was definitely not 300 million. At best, it was only 100 million. This was what another trial taker had told him, and it was also something that the god had inadvertently revealed. He believed the words of the god 10,000 times. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the ancient dragon wasteland really didn't have 300 million golden fleece flowers, but Lin Ling bought them at half price. This meant that he only spent 100 million golden fleece flowers, but bought 300 million treasures. Bullshit. At this moment, Lin Ling also shouted at the seventh prince. His words made the seventh prince furious. This Lin Ling actually dared to scold him? Seventh prince, these treasures are all real. At this moment, a large number of elders in the immortal temple had already flown out to check the treasures. Following that, they shouted in disbelief. Moreover, some of the old monsters around also flew out to check, and their faces turned serious. This made the seventh prince's body tremble. His eyes widened, unable to believe this result. How could this be? How could this be? He kept shaking his head in his heart. Weren't you born in the purple chi since you were a child? I think you grew up in a cesspool. Also, didn't you know the great Tao of the universe since you were a child? You know the principles of fate, and you know the principles of karma? In my opinion, you're just a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory. While the seventh prince was still in shock, Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. Every word was like a sword that stabbed into the seventh prince's heart, deeply humiliating him. As for Duan Wuhan, his face was ashen, and his eyes were gloomy. Lin Ling, there are a lot of treasures. Today, Lin Ling must not be allowed to escape again. Moreover, he must snatch all the treasures, because with Lin Ling's treasures, even the immortal temple saintess divine fetus body would not be needed. No, he should snatch all of it. The more Duan Wuhan thought about it, the more his eyes burned. He quietly notified the others. Following his notification, a large number of experts arrived from a distant place. There were more of them than the God Slayer Alliance. This change was also noticed by the people in the ancient city. Their faces changed greatly, and then they looked around. Suddenly, their eyes fell on Duan Wuhan. Could this be Duan Wuhan's idea? It's the Heaven Alliance. Some experts narrowed their eyes. It seems that the Heaven Alliance is not going to abide by the rules. They're using tyrannical means to seize everything. The Heaven Alliance is the strongest. They have 3 million people. The God Slayer Alliance can't compare at all. Many people had guessed Duan Wuhan's intention. 3 million experts had arrived. This meant that the God Slayer Alliance's treasures would be difficult to protect. Even the saintess of the immortal temple would be snatched away. This guy, the great elder of the immortal temple, was naturally not a fool. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. That guy was too shameless. He couldn't compete with others, so he used such despicable means. Quickly tell him to leave. Take all the treasures and leave. Subconsciously, the great elder of the immortal temple transmitted his voice to Anuer. Anuer's beautiful eyes stared at the distant sky, but she had obviously guessed something. She hurried to Lin Ling's side, held Lin Ling's hand, and was just about to remind him. It's okay. They're just a bunch of clowns. However, before Anuer could speak, Lin Ling had already replied indifferently. His words were full of confidence. But he's already harboring evil intentions. Anuer was still very worried. Believe me. Lin Ling turned his head and glanced at Anuer. Those clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well without ripples. In the end, Anuer nodded gently because she and Lin Ling had grown up together. She knew that Lin Ling had already seen such a big scene. In the wind and rain, Lin Ling did not know how many times he had broken through. Lin Ling, there are so many treasures. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the Sky Alliance had arrived. Yes, are you not convinced? Lin Ling replied with a smile. However, with your knowledge and experience, this should be the first time you've seen so many treasures in your life. Hee, look at these treasures now. It's good to broaden your horizons. You can brag about it when you go home. Duan Wuhan could hear that Lin Ling was mocking him for his insignificance. He nodded his head heavily and stopped talking because he was going to shock Lin Ling and even make him regret it, using treasures to suppress Duan Wuhan. These treasures would all belong to the Sky Alliance. Eh? Could it be that this guy hasn't realized it yet? The seventh prince's eyes flickered slightly because he found that Lin Ling didn't run away. Instead, he had the leisure to reprimand Duan Wuhan. Could it be that he didn't realize that the people of the Sky Alliance had come with bad intentions? Regarding this, the seventh prince naturally wouldn't remind him. He was happy to see it and even looked forward to seeing Lin Ling regret and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had been in contact with Duan Wuhan for so many times. How could he not know what Duan Wuhan was thinking? Lin Ling even had a countermeasure for this. The leader of the God Slayer Alliance, I've heard so much about you. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Before the experts of the Sky Alliance arrived, a middle-aged man suddenly walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. It's the Zizai Martial God. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. Senior Martial God, I've heard so much about you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, but he immediately understood the intention of the Zizai Martial God. He immediately cupped his hands and bowed. He knew that the Zizai Martial God wanted to support the God Slayer Alliance and fight against the Sky Alliance together. The leader of the God-Slayer Alliance is so charming. Many people also noticed the intention and said in amazement. Duan Wuhan was stunned and then gritted his teeth. That old man, Zizai Sword, is courting death? Isn't he going against the Sky Alliance openly? Then, he sneered and looked forward to it even more. Even though the alliance was powerful, it was an alliance of the Duan clan, the new heavenly court, and Miaoshen's true lineage. Why would they be afraid of the alliance? However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a clear voice rang out. The reason it was clear was because this voice was very refreshing and carried the vigor of a young man. I didn't expect that the great leader of the God-Slayer Alliance would be so young. He's really young and promising. He's so much better than those trash who rely on their families. Following this, a young man wearing a clean white robe and holding a long spear in his hand slowly walked toward them from the ancient city. The young man did not look old. Moreover, he was full of energy. As he walked, he gave off a fierce aura. As for his strength, it was extremely ferocious. He was actually a martial god. The most important thing was the spear in his hand. It was a silver spear with red tassels on it. It was as divine as a dragon. That's the 100 Victories spear. Could he be? Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. The seventh prince's face turned ugly. He looked at the white-robed young man angrily and said, Wu Yue Haonan, what is the meaning of this? Hehe, seventh prince, don't think that you're so powerful. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Wu Yue Haonan, am not. The young man smiled faintly. Although his words seemed casual, they carried a boundless aura of sharpness. He had said that he was not afraid of the seventh prince in front of so many people. In the current ancient dragon wasteland, other than Lin Ling, he was the second person to do so. Moreover, both of them were so young. The young man walked toward Lin Ling step by step. Then, he cupped his hands at Lin Ling. This is. Lin Ling was also surprised. This was because he realized that the young man was extremely powerful. Most importantly, he looked as young as himself. This person has a divine fetus. The giant ghost beside him quietly transmitted his voice. This caused Lin Ling's heart to rumble. An expert, it seemed that he was still a frog in a well. He had thought that his strength and age were at the top of the world. However, the young man in front of him was not much weaker than him. Wu Yue Haonan. The white-robed young man smiled at Lin Ling and said, the great leader of the Tiandi League. The moment he said this, the ancient city exploded. The only remaining overlords in the ancient dragon wasteland were the Heaven Alliance, the Immortal Demon Alliance, the Seventh Emperor Alliance, the Unrestrained Sword Alliance, the God-Slayer Alliance, and the equally mysterious Tiandi League. These alliances had gone through the baptism of wind and rain. All of them were extremely powerful, and their great leaders were dragons among men. However, today, the Tiandi League, which was as mysterious as the God-Slayer Alliance, had also surfaced. Moreover, their great leader was also so young. This was obviously a rising star that was as terrifying as the God-Slayer Alliance. Everything was as the great leader had said. Among the remaining overlords, the only great leaders who had started from scratch were him and Lin Ling. They could not compare to Duan Wuhan and the seventh prince. This was because their alliance was the strongest overlord from the beginning. They did not need to put in any effort at all. It's an honor to meet you at last. Lin Ling was shocked again. He immediately bowed and looked at him inquisitively. Lin Ling was also very polite to this overlord. The main reason was that the other party was very polite to him. With Lin Ling's temperament, he naturally would not neglect the other party. However, what made Lin Ling suspicious was why the other party had come out. Hehe, I don't get along with the new heavenly court. Therefore, I'm on your side. Wu Yue Haonan smiled and stated his purpose for coming. Ah? Could it be that the Tiandi League has also joined the God-Slayer Alliance? This means that the God-Slayer Alliance, the Unrestrained Sword Alliance, and the Tiandi League have become allies? Seeing this, everyone held their breaths, 3 overlords joining forces. This was an extremely rare thing. Moreover, they had joined forces for Lin Ling alone. This Lin Ling's charm was too great. Compared to everyone's surprise, Duan Wuhan had already sensed it. This was because the Heaven Alliance and the Tiandi League had actually clashed many times in the ancient dragon wasteland. They could be considered old rivals. However, it had to be said that although the Tiandi League did not have many members, each of them was an elite. This had led to them not being able to bite down on this tough bone until now. Now, the Tiandi League and the God Slayer Alliance had joined forces. Both of them were thorns that gave the Heaven Alliance headaches. It was obviously not as easy for the Heaven Alliance to destroy the other party. Obviously, he did not expect things to take so many twists and turns. At the same time, 3 million experts had arrived. There were experts from the Duan family, the New Heavenly Court, and the Boundary Masters from Miaoshen's True Teachings. They surrounded the ancient city. A strong murderous aura quietly filled the air. Lin Ling, long time no see. Second wind under the heavens. It doesn't matter if I see a slut like you or not. Lin Ling also sneered and looked at those enemies. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, 3 million experts were truly terrifying, the reason being that the weakest among them was a peak martial progenitor, and most of them were half-martial God realm experts. To be able to mobilize such a large number of experts, only the 3 great alliances could do so. Murderous aura quietly filled the ancient city. A great battle was about to break out. If that's the case, then let's stand on this side. At this moment, the Immortal Demon Alliance also made a decision. Of course, most of them were from the Immortal Temple. The old demon from the Great Devil sect changed his expression and left coldly, walking towards the 7th Emperor Alliance. It was obvious that the Great Devil sect and Lin Ling had a grudge against each other. On top of that, the Great Devil sect didn't think highly of the God-slaying alliance. Naturally, they wouldn't stand on the same side as them. For a time, the two powerful forces were divided into 2 sides. One side was led by the 7th Prince, and behind him were 3 million experts. The other side was led by Lin Ling. On his left stood the white-robed youth, on his right stood the unfettered sword martial god, and not far behind him was the Immortal Temple. His aura was not weak at all. Many people in the distance swallowed their saliva. They never thought that things would turn out like this. Looks like the ancient dragon desolate body has split the world into 2. Right at this moment, the 7th Prince's voice drifted out silently, and it actually carried a wisp of excitement, because the world was indeed divided into 2. Great leader of the God Slayer Alliance, this wedding ceremony isn't over yet. I admit that you've won in the talent selection, and I admit that you've won in the treasure selection. However, I've won in the identity selection, and I've won twice as much as you. Therefore, we'll end things in a tie. The 7th Prince looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. His words were undoubtedly twisting words and forcing logic. This was because Lin Ling had won 2 out of the 3 rounds. How could he, the 7th Prince, have the face to say that it was a tie? Oh? Lin Ling smiled, revealing a suspicious look. The 7th Prince chuckled softly when he saw Lin Ling's expression. His smile seemed to contain a sense of relief. However, his last sentence suddenly turned solemn. Let me tell you, my status is not something you can compare to, because I am a trial taker. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if endless light was blooming from his body at the same time. Behind him, it was as if the blessings of the gods and Buddhas had appeared, and the power of the gods filled the air. Challenger. Ripples quietly appeared in the entire city. Many people's pupils immediately trembled. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of this identity. As for the others, they already knew the identity of the 7th Prince. Some of them sighed, while others sneered. Many people knew that the 7th Prince had won from the very beginning. In the ancient dragon desolate land, no one dared to provoke him. Even if they defeated him, they would not dare to kill him, because killing him was tantamount to provoking a god. How could a mortal oppose a god? Aren't you surprised? The 7th Prince enjoyed the respectful gazes of the crowd. He also looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, he almost looked up to the sky and roared, as if he wanted to vent the grievances in his heart. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded. However, he already knew the origin of the 7th Prince, so in reality, he was not surprised at all. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? 7th Prince, let's work together to eliminate him. Seeing that today was the best opportunity, Duan Wuhan immediately shouted coldly. He was afraid that things would change if he delayed. Moreover, this was the first time he had summoned 3 million elite experts. This made him excited, as if he had become the god who summoned the 9 states. Lin Ling, let's see how you escape. Today. Then, he looked at Lin Ling mockingly. 3 million people besieged Lin Ling. Lin Ling would definitely be killed until not even his bones were left. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, he finally could not help but look up to the sky and laugh. It was as if the entire battle was under his control. As for the seventh prince, he had already released most of his depression by announcing his origin. At this moment, seeing that he was about to make a move, he could not help but laugh, because if they killed this group of people in front of them, then all the treasures would belong to them. Including the divine embryo body. No, there should also be the god's legacy treasure. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I really should thank you. When the seventh prince thought of the endless treasures, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows in an instant. Thank me for what? Thank you for your treasures, because I really couldn't get so many golden fleece flower. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to buy those treasures. You tell me, shouldn't I thank you? The seventh prince touched his chin and smiled. After saying this, he and Duan Wuhan looked at each other because these treasures were to be divided equally. Speaking of treasures, Duan Wuhan was also excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After getting Lin Ling's treasures, not only did his strength increase greatly, but his reputation in the Duan family also increased greatly, because he had finally gained face for the Duan family once. You should thank me, you should thank me. Duan Wuhan immediately cupped his hands to Lin Ling. Their actions of thanking were obviously more of sarcasm. Ha ha ha. The 3 million people in the sky also reacted, and then they all laughed. That laughter went straight to the ninth heaven. Duan Wuhan, these treasures, I want 60%. Okay, but the divine embryo body belongs to me, and the god's legacy belongs to me, and the rest belongs to you, how about it? In your dreams, the divine embryo body and the god's legacy, the one who gets the divine embryo body gets 60%, and the one who gets the god's legacy gets 40%, how about it? Next, the seventh prince and Duan Wuhan had already begun to divide the treasures. Seeing this, the carefree sword martial god, Wu Yue, Haonan, and the great elder of the immortal temple had already condensed their boundary essence and were ready to fight to the death. At this point, they had no choice but to fight, because even if they retreated, the other party would destroy them. The other party obviously wanted to unify the ancient dragon wasteland. As for the Heaven Alliance and the Seventh Imperial Alliance, they obviously also had enmity. Otherwise, they would not have stood out to support Lin Ling. 3 million people, I'm afraid that this battle will make my hands go numb. Wu Yue Haonan said word by word. The carefree sword martial god nodded. Although no one there was a match for him, the other party had too many people, and their strength was not weak. He could indeed kill until his hands went numb. If you really want to kill, let's do it next time. Today is my wedding day, and it's not good to see blood. But at this moment, Lin Ling also said with a smile, his expression calm. These words also made the carefree sword martial god's pupils constrict. Kill next time? Now, do they have a choice? Unless they kneel down and admit their mistakes and submit to the other party would not let them go at all. Lin Ling, have you seen this situation clearly? The great elder could not help but ask. I have seen it clearly. I don't know what those two clowns are talking about. As for the 3 million people, they are here to celebrate for me. People from the Kurishin. This. The great elder was completely speechless. 3 million people to celebrate, only Lin Ling could think of such a thing, and Lin Ling's words were also heard by Duan Wuhan and the others who were still chatting. Their eyes turned and fell on Lin Ling. Then, they couldn't help but laugh wantonly, because until now, Lin Ling was still naive enough to think that he could escape. It was even more ironic that the 3 million elites were here to celebrate. This is the biggest joke I've heard in my life. The seventh prince was extremely arrogant, his laughter soaring to the sky. However, when he looked up, there was a sudden change. In his eyes, above the sky, two figures slowly walked down, and their faces were full of smiles. Lin Ling, I heard that today is the day of your wedding. Sorry, we're late. These two people walked down step by step, directly ignoring the crowd, and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Looking at their appearance, they were very young, and both of them were wearing cotton clothes. Those who didn't know would think that they were farmers. Where did these two idiots come from? Duan Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he almost cursed out loud. Didn't these two farmers know that this was a critical moment? Who gave them the courage to come and make trouble? The 300 elites were also cursing. Wearing cotton clothes? Could it be that they are farmers and herders? Really, two blind people, can't they see that there are 3 million experts here? Wedding, my ass. I've been in the 9 regions for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such stupid people. Don't talk nonsense with them, let's kill them directly. Obviously, no one put the two people in their eyes. After all, they were wearing cotton clothes. This explained everything. Which true powerhouse didn't wear a divine armor that was awe-inspiring? Just like the 7th prince and the others who were so domineering. Two brothers, you're not late. You're giving me, Lin Ling, face by coming here. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. He did not pay any attention to the surrounding voices. Instead, he cupped his hands and bowed towards the two people in the sky. Hee, Lin Ling, you're giving us too much face. We just received your message, so we didn't prepare any gifts. However, you're here today to welcome the bride, not to get married. We'll make up for everything on the day you get married. One of the two said politely, ignoring the angry voices in the surroundings. When the time comes, you only need to inform us. Even if we are in another world, we will rush over. The other person also laughed. At this moment, even the unrestrained sword martial god and the others were flabbergasted. Speaking of which, are these two idiots? The unfettered sword martial god had also noticed that the two of them were only martial gods. Although it was indeed remarkable for them to possess such strength at such a young age, how could they be compared to 3 million elites no matter how strong they were? 3 million, this was not 300, not 3,000, and certainly not 30,000. Most importantly, when facing 3 million elites, the two of them did not even look at them. Were they blind? There's no need for gifts. It's enough that they are here. At this moment, Lin Ling also replied politely. The conversation between the three of them was simply ignoring the millions of experts. The great elder of the immortal temple even thought that the three of them were crazy. You two peasants, that's enough. Of course, there was a limit to the crowd's patience. Therefore, a furious roar finally interrupted the conversation between Lin Ling and the other two. It was the 7th prince, because he could not hold it in any longer. If the two of them did not know what was going on at the beginning, it would be pardonable if they came recklessly. However, the 3 million people had already scolded them, but the two of them acted as if they did not hear it. They were undoubtedly ignoring and looking down on them. Peasants? The two people in the sky finally turned around and looked at the 7th prince. Speaking of which, there was a group of flies buzzing nonstop before. We just ignored them. However, these despicable flies are endless. Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see what they look like? One of them frowned and seemed to be unhappy. Flies, despicable. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 million elite experts were all stunned, because the two of them were wearing ordinary clothes and looked more like lowly servants. Now, they actually had the nerve to call them despicable flies. Moreover, they even used a dissatisfied and disdainful tone to say it. He really couldn't see through himself. The two of you can cut your own throats. I can't be bothered to do anything. The 7th prince's eyes were cold, and his tone was full of murderous intent. If I do, not even your bones will be left. Haha. Seeing this, the two of them laughed. There was a helpless smile on their faces. It was as if they did not plan to do anything, but now they had no choice but to do so. Bang, in the next moment, one of them made a move. He instantly disappeared in the sky and arrived in front of the 7th prince at the speed of 5,000 worlds. Then, he grabbed the 7th prince's neck and smashed him into the ground. Rumble. With this smash, the entire city collapsed. It was terrifying. He subdued the 7th prince with one move. His strength was unbelievable. Everyone looked at the ground and saw the 7th prince being stepped on by one of the farmers. The straw sandal was on the 7th prince's face. It was a hilarious sight. How dare you? Many people in the 7th Imperial Alliance shouted coldly. Their great leader had actually been stepped on, and by a straw sandal at that? How could he humiliate their great leader? After all, their great leader was a trial taker. Let me go. Do you know who I am? The seventh prince's heart was pounding. He realized that he could not resist this farmer at all. His opponent's strength was unfathomable. He could not fight against him at all, and this was the farmer he was talking about? I don't know. Tell me. The man on the seventh prince's face with his straw sandal. Then, he asked flatly. I'm a trial taker. Do you know that? How dare you step on me? Do you know how to write the word death? The seventh prince's heart was about to explode. His eyes were red as he roared. He believed that this sentence was enough to shock this trashy farmer. Unfortunately, the man's expression did not change at all. Instead, he said as if nothing had happened. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm also a trial taker and I'm with the Cultivation. More importantly, the ancient dragon wasteland was opened because of our trial mission. So, you're basking in our glory. Let's take a step back and say that you're mocking us for wearing ordinary clothes. But you might not know this, but everyone on the Cultivation side is dressed like this. Ah. His words were like a bolt from the blue. The seventh prince's mouth was wide open. You're in my territory. You're eating our food and using our things. How dare you mock us? If the Cultivation knows about this, I wonder if the Cultivation will do anything to you. The man said again. Ah. The seventh prince's mouth was wide open. Setting off for the Dead Sea. Ah. The seventh prince's mouth could fit 3 eggs at the same time. The Cultivation, these two were actually from the Cultivation, and from the looks of it, it was very likely that these two people were trial takers. And you, do you have anything to say? Then, the man looked at Duan Wuhan and the rest. At this moment, Duan Wuhan and the rest's foreheads were full of cold sweat, and it was pouring down like rain. 3 million people were sweating at the same time. The scene was spectacular. It turned out to be the challengers. Someone immediately laughed along. This was a joke. This was under the eyes of the Cultivation. If the Cultivation were angry, not to mention 3 million people, even 10 million elite masters would not be enough to kill them. These two seniors are handsome and handsome. Especially that set of clothes, it's simply a work of art. When you wear it, the sun and moon lose their light, and the flowers lose their color. No wonder I've always felt that these two seniors were extremely mysterious. It turns out that these two seniors are diamonds in a pile of stones. No matter how ordinary they are, they can't hide their dazzling brilliance. They're like gold in a latrine. Although they're yellow, they're unique. Can you speak? Get lost. Let me say it. The two senior straw sandals, TSK, are rare in the world. I'm afraid they were worn by gods. That pair of straw sandals are warm in winter and cool in summer. Even the toes won't be abused. It's really a rare thing in the world. The 3 million powerhouses were all laughing along. They were as humble as slaves, however, soon, a straw sandal was immediately thrown over and hit the face of a powerhouse. The powerhouse did not dare to block it at all. He just let the straw sandal hit him. Get lost. My straw sandals are very ordinary straw sandals. You're too good at bragging. Now, kneel down and apologize to me. The two men then shouted angrily. It was as if the heavens were angry. Clatter, the 3 million powerhouses all knelt down. The scene was incomparably spectacular, and they also showed a smile that was uglier than crying, because if they knew that the trial takers would come, then they wouldn't have come, and they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. However, who would have thought that a dignified trial taker would wear straw sandals and plain clothes? Could it be that he was so poor that he didn't have any clothes to wear, or, are they messing with us on purpose? Let's go. At this time, Lin Ling also saw that the situation was settled, so he held Yuer's hand and walked forward as if nothing had happened. This was because Lin Ling was the one who had notified these two challengers. They were also people whom Lin Ling had met in the Dead Sea. Therefore, he wasn't surprised by what was happening before his eyes. As for the great elder of the Immortal Temple and the others, they were still in shock. However, they quickly followed Lin Ling and the others. They looked at the sky and the ground, where the martial artists were kneeling. Soon after, they all began to laugh loudly, because they didn't expect things to turn out like this. 3 million people came to kill them, but in the end, all 3 million people were defeated. Thank you, everyone. I'm flattered by everyone's love. Lin Ling said lightly as he walked forward. This word of thanks was undoubtedly said to Duan Wuhan and the others. This was because they didn't dare to move at all. Instead, they were celebrating Lin Ling, kneeling there to congratulate him. How ironic. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling let out a maniacal laugh. He was extremely dashing and heroic. The 3 million people were all trembling with anger. Endless anger was spreading. If they could kill, their anger would have already killed Lin Ling 1,000,000 times over. Laugh, all of you laugh for me. However, the two people shouted coldly at them, forcing them to laugh. The most depressing thing in life was this: they could kill, but they didn't dare to. Instead, they had to laugh. This kind of humiliation was the first in life. Lin Ling and the others walked further and further away. The entire city was celebrating, and Yuer was held by Lin Ling. Her mouth revealed an excited smile. Her beautiful eyes were moist. She knew that her man was omnipotent. Moreover, this wedding was the happiest moment in her life. Bastard! Duan Wuhan and the 7th prince's eyes were full of resentment. Unfortunately, they could only watch Lin Ling leave proudly. After Lin Ling and the others left the ancient city, they continued to move forward. The leader of the Tiandi League smiled excitedly and then left. However, before he left, he told Lin Ling that if he wanted to destroy the new heavenly court, he must call him. It could be seen that this Wu Hanan also had an irreconcilable hatred with the new heavenly court. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally nodded. Then, the Freedom Sword Alliance also left. The Freedom Sword Martial God and Lin Ling exchanged a few words and finally left with complicated thoughts. This was because he had a feeling that this blue-robed youth was also a trial taker. Otherwise, how could he get the help of the two trial takers? Moreover, the blue-robed youth's status among the trial takers was probably not low. Next, Lin Ling also dispersed the God-Slayer Alliance. Then, he took in Yuer and walked in the direction of the Dead Sea. Leader. Looking at Lin Ling's carefree departure, the 80,000 members of the God-Slayer Alliance felt their blood boil. This was because they did not expect Lin Ling to be so carefree and leave just like that. They knew that this alliance was only second to the ancient dragon wasteland. Once they left, all of the alliances would disappear. However, when they thought of the glorious days in the ancient dragon wasteland, their eyes were filled with nostalgia. Many of them did not know each other, but because of this alliance, they came together and fought side by side. Even when the Great Alliance attacked, under the leadership of their leader, they escaped danger after danger. In the end, they slowly became stronger and became overlords. The years and pride of these battles couldn't be erased no matter what. In their hearts, their leader was deeply engraved in their hearts. We will have a chance to meet again. Although we are disbanded, I am still a member of the God-Slayer Alliance. In the future, in the final world, with a command, thousands of troops will come to meet me. The leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance laughed and raised their fists as if they were swearing an oath. Leader, you will always be our leader. The people of the God-Slayer Alliance looked at the leaders and said. Their eyes were filled with brotherly love. It was a pity that Lin Ling did not know all of this. In his opinion, he had gathered the experts to form the God-Slayer Alliance to fight against the Great 100 Alliance. Now that everything in the ancient dragon wasteland had ended, he did not plan to let the God-Slayer Alliance stay. He knew that he could not control these experts alone. In the past, they had obeyed his orders because of the golden fleece flower. Unfortunately, he did not know that he had wrongly blamed this group of experts. Now, it was time to complete the last mission, which was to deliver the letter. Lin Ling, I did not expect you to be so powerful. And Yuer, whose hand was tightly held by Lin Ling, said with a smile. Now that she had recovered her memories, she cherished everything that she had. Moreover, she did not want to leave Lin Ling ever again. I was just lucky. Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Yuer's fairy-like face and smiled faintly. You lied to me. On the other side of the Kaiyuan River, she clearly knew that although Lin Ling made it sound simple, the entire process was definitely not easy. In fact, a scene had even appeared in her mind. In the wasteland of the Kaiyuan River, a man had left his home with a large sword on his back and traveled alone. After finding out where his wife was, he continued to work hard and struggle. He fought against the heavens and finally became a formidable person step by step, and this formidable person's ambition was not to dominate the world, but to bring back his wife. "Senior sister you're so beautiful." "Yes." Lin Ling did not dwell on that topic. Instead, he looked at Anuer's neck that was as fair as jade and thought of Anuer's divine embryo body. His heart began to burn. Annoying. Yes. Being stared at by Lin Ling, Anuer's face suddenly flushed red. That shy look undoubtedly attracted Lin Ling's attention, however, there was a platinum evil spirit with a strange smile following behind him. There was even a ferocious giant ghost beside him. In the end, Lin Ling cursed silently and gave up on the idea of swallowing Anuer. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, a golden ocean appeared in front of them. The golden light was resplendent. It was the Dead Sea that had been burned by the flame of the human monarch. "After handing over the letter, we can return." "Yes." Looking at the boundless ocean, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Then, he held Anuer's hand and leaped onto the golden ocean. Splash, the golden ocean had been burned by the flame of the human monarch. Therefore, it immediately transformed into a huge golden ship that slowly moved forward. Around the golden ship, a large number of desolate trees appeared and guarded it. Because these desolate trees were all golden, they had clearly been assimilated by the flame of the human monarch and had completely submitted to it. As time passed, the ancient golden ship moved deeper and deeper, like an adventurer exploring the end of the world. "Lin Ling, where is this?" "Yes." Anuer was standing on the bow of the ship. She was dressed in a white dress and looked into the distance with curiosity. As the golden ship continued to move forward, the surrounding sea was no longer golden. Instead, it quietly returned to the black Dead Sea. Moreover, this place was extremely quiet, giving people a feeling of desolation and loneliness. The edge of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling stared into the distance and said with a faint smile. He knew that below this ancient ship formed from flames, there was another ancient ship that was also moving, carrying this golden ancient ship. However, the ancient ship below the golden ship was a bit extraordinary, because it was a precious divine ship. Its defensive power was extremely terrifying, and there was the power of divine symbols around the ship, able to crush all the desolate trees that approached the ancient ship. Just like that, the ancient ship continued to move forward. Crash! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from above. Looking up, there was a bright blue light above his head. Waves of light surged, as if the sea had appeared above his head. From time to time, there would be whirlpools rolling and spinning. The scene was extremely shocking. Under this sea, Lin Ling's group felt as if the sea would pressure down at any moment, releasing an endless pressure of the heavens and earth. At this moment, even the giant ghost was shocked. From afar, the ancient ship seemed to be in the middle of two seas. Below was the sea, above was the sea, and above was the sea. On the horizon, there was an ancient ship moving forward. Under the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling murmured to himself. He knew that he was crossing under the Kaiyuan River. Beautiful, isn't it? Lin Ling suddenly turned to look at Anuer and said. Anuer's black hair was blown by the sea breeze. She looked at the blue sky and couldn't help but nod with a smile. Her hand that held Lin Ling's hand tightened. Accompanying the person she loved to travel to the ends of the earth was her greatest wish in life. And now, this wish was being realized. The ancient ship moved forward slowly, moving further and further away, gradually disappearing above the horizon. A day later, at the edge of the Dead Sea, they finally saw an ancient continent. This continent was even more majestic. The mountains reached into the clouds, like giants standing on the earth. When one stood on this continent, they would immediately feel insignificant. "We're here." Lin Ling's eyes were filled with excitement. Was this the other side of the Kaiyuan River? "Let's go down." Then, Lin Ling leaped down with Anuer and stepped on this ancient land. This was probably the first time a human had stepped on this land in tens of millions of years. Looking up, all he could see were ancient mountains that looked like the work of the gods. Even the trees were as huge as mountains. Green and lush, but also full of vitality. "Lin Ling, how do we find the dragon tribe?" Anuer turned to look at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then, he remembered what the Kirishin had said. He stepped forward and jumped up. In midair, the dragon god's bloodline was revealed. The great solar calamity destroying bow appeared in his hand. Then, he fiercely shot an arrow into the sky. Rumble. The arrow pierced through the sky and reached the clouds. This ancient continent was extremely quiet. However, after the arrow from the dragon bow, the silence was broken. Lin Ling also jumped down and smiled at Anuer. Just wait, the dragon tribe will be here soon. Anuer frowned. Lin Ling still had this kind of method. While the two of them were waiting, Lin Ling suddenly asked Anuer what kind of divine embryo body she had obtained. Mysterious fairy frozen dream body. Anuer blinked her eyes and said with a hint of playfulness. Mysterious fairy frozen dream body? Yes. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He had never heard of this kind of divine embryo body. Yes. Yes. Anuer nodded. This is the divine embryo body of the God Realm's Frozen Dream Palace. Unfortunately, during the era of gods, the Frozen Dream Palace fell. Yes. Oh? There are many mysterious fairies like you? Yes. Lin Ling immediately became curious. Yes, the Frozen Dream Temple was an extremely famous temple during the era of gods because their mysterious maiden could dual cultivate with others. Moreover, there was a certain chance that the other party would obtain a godly embryo body. As for what kind of godly embryo body it was, it depended on fate. However, the women of the Frozen Dream Temple were all pure as ice and pure as jade. They only had one man in their lives, and if the man died, they would also die with him. Yes. After obtaining the divine embryo body, Anuer seemed to be very familiar with the Frozen Dream Palace. However, there was a trace of sorrow in her voice. It was sorrow for the mysterious fairy Frozen Dream Palace. The matters of the era of gods are not something we can change. Therefore, senior sister Yuer, don't take it to heart. Moreover, doesn't the Frozen Dream Palace still have you as its successor? At least the bloodline hasn't been severed, right? Lin Ling immediately smiled. Anuer nodded and looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Naturally, she knew that Lin Ling was comforting her. She was very touched by this. However, not long after Anuer was moved, Lin Ling said with a smile, however, speaking of this, I am still curious about your divine embryo body. Will it help me obtain a divine embryo body? You always talk about this. Rain of dragon corpses. Anuer quickly lowered her head as Lin Ling looked at her lecherously. She whispered, let's talk about it after we leave this place. At that time, you can do whatever you want. All right. Lin Ling immediately roared, full of fighting spirit. Anuer was speechless for a while. Just how thirsty was this guy? Rumble. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Lin Ling and Anuer looked at each other and frowned. Lin Ling, could it be that he's from the dragon race? I don't know. Let's go and take a look. Shaking his head, Lin Ling held Anuer's hand and flew off into the distance. Rumble. As they moved forward, the rumbling became even more intense. At the foot of the ancient mountain, a scene that shocked Lin Ling and the others appeared. Because it was raining, it was a rain of corpses. Of course, just the rain of corpses was not enough to shock Lin Ling. The most terrifying thing was that it was a rain of dragon corpses. The ancient desiccated corpse of a dragon was enormous and wriggling, and a vast amount of dragon bones were raining down. Moreover, these were all true dragon corpses, possessing the purest dragon god bloodline. Lin Ling, what happened? Anuer also looked at the rain of dragon corpses that filled the sky, and her pretty face became more and more solemn. She felt like her horizons had been broadened. Lin Ling shook his head, but his eyes were fixed on those dragon corpses. He saw an old man with long hair fluttering in the wind. His arms were hugging the sky as he looked at the rain of dragon corpses falling from the sky. He was laughing like a madman. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to encounter so many dragon corpses. This is great. The old man's voice was filled with endless excitement. Suddenly, he looked in Lin Ling's direction and sneered, why are you still hiding? I already saw you. Lin Ling, get out here. What was surprising was that this person actually knew Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had no impression of him at all. However, the other party had already named him, so he smiled and let Anuer and the others out. However, he also noticed that the old man's strength was terrifying, and he wasn't much weaker than the Nine Lanterns fish, Senior Lu Chen, and the others. Old man, I didn't expect you to recognize me. However, this seems to be the first time we've met. After walking out of the mountain, Lin Ling said with a smile. Humph, this is indeed the first time we've met, but I hate you to the core. Do you know who I am? The old man looked at Lin Ling coldly. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Then, he said word by word, I am the #1 Gu King in the land of eternal rest. Gu King? Lin Ling's face finally changed slightly. In the ancient dragon wasteland, this elder was also one of the overlords. However, he was later attacked by the Heavenly Alliance, so he escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland early. However, Lin Ling didn't expect this old man to come here. Let me ask you, did you kill Wanyan Shiji? The old man looked at Lin Ling and asked. Isn't that an idiot's question? Hearing this, Lin Ling retorted with a sarcastic smile. You're courting death. You killed Wanyan Shiji, yet you're still so arrogant. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Let me tell you, I'll kill you like killing a dog. In my eyes, you can only end up as my Gu. The old man immediately roared. From the looks of it, he was quite angry. This was because he thought that Lin Ling should have been quite frightened after meeting him. He should have even knelt down and begged for mercy. If that didn't work, he should have run away. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. Of course, if he hadn't escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland earlier and seen the scene of the marriage ceremony, he would have been even more careful with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he had already escaped from the ancient dragon wasteland. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, he completely treated Lin Ling as a junior. I'll kill you later. Following that, the old man looked at the dragon corpses that were constantly falling from the sky. His gaze became heated again. It was obvious that compared to killing Lin Ling, he was more concerned about the dragon corpses in the sky. This was because these dragon corpses all had a history of millions or even tens of millions of years. It was to the point that he had never encountered such a good corpse in the entire 9 prefectures. Ha ha ha, I've worn out my iron shoes in vain, only to find it without any effort. The old man roared in excitement. Rays of light shot out from his body in an attempt to plant goo in the dragon corpses and control them. This also stunned Lin Ling. Speaking of which, the king of venomous worms was too confident. He actually ignored Lin Ling. A ray of light shot out. It was a strange green color and landed on a huge dragon corpse. The ray of light swam along the corpse, attempting to enter the dragon corpse and completely plant goo in it. This ray of light was the king of venomous worms technique. Bang! However, at this moment, a sword light slashed over, causing the ray of light to dim. It was Lin Ling's sword. The old man was stunned. He turned around and instantly became furious. This was because he had almost succeeded. However, who knew that the damned ant would dare to interrupt him? If he had known, he would have killed Lin Ling first. Hee hee, my hands were itchy just now, so I'm sorry. You can continue now. When the old man stared at Lin Ling spread his hands as if it had nothing to do with him. Die. The old man roared and unleashed a powerful attack towards Lin Ling. His attack was a huge silkworm with a large number of eyes on its body. At this moment, it condensed a fatal ray of light and shot towards Lin Ling. In response, he looked at the sky again and unleashed his ray of light to search for new dragon corpses. Bang! However, just as his stream of light landed on a dragon corpse, another sword slashed over. That stream of light was immediately slashed until it dimmed, and he failed again. Hee hee, there's no need to guess. It's still me. Just as the king of venomous worms was dumbfounded, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from afar again. The king of venomous worms turned around in disbelief. Then, he realized that Lin Ling was safe and sound at the foot of the mountain. He was even holding the hand of a little beauty and looking at him with a smile, and around Lin Ling's body, a large number of divine artifacts floated about. Some of them had cracks on them, while others remained unscathed. Obviously, it was those artifacts that had blocked the king of venomous worms' previous attack. You're indeed quite capable. The king of venomous worms finally looked at Lin Ling. In the past, when he knew that Wanyan Shiji had died in Lin Ling's hands, he thought that Wanyan Shiji had failed miserably. However, now he finally knew that Lin Ling could kill Wanyan Shiji. He was indeed not to be underestimated. 12 Silkworm Mansions. A complicated expression appeared on the king of venomous worms' face, causing him to turn gloomy. Smoke exploded around him and the sound was continuous. Then, 12 huge golden silkworms appeared. These golden silkworms were as huge as mountains and their bodies were filled with eyes. Then, they spat out light, terrifying light bullets immediately shot towards Lin Ling. The power of these light bullets could easily kill a martial god. Let's see how you'll die. The king of venomous worms cursed angrily. In fact, if he did not want to poison the dragon corpse, he would want to torture a junior like Lin Ling to death slowly. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Dragon Emperor's Corpse. Hehe, Divine Gate Escape Card. However, in the face of the golden silkworm's attack, Lin Ling chuckled. His right hand was still holding in Yuer's hand while his left hand waved gracefully. 12 bamboo cards suddenly floated out and exuded the aura of a deity. The bamboos continued to expand until they were as large as the surrounding hills and shrouded the sky. Next, a strange world force field appeared. Everything within the 12 bamboo tablets seemed to be frozen. Time, space, everything was unable to escape. The light bullets that the golden silkworm spat out were also slowed down by 30%. Boom. Boom. Although the speed was still fast, it was within the range that Lin Ling could withstand. He held in Yuer's hand and flew across the mountain. I'll dodge again. Boom. Boom, boom. The mountain exploded and was destroyed by the terrifying light bullets. However, Lin Ling was safe and sound. He had dodged all the light bullets. Old man, I think we should shake hands and make peace. Then, we can sit down and drink some tea and talk about life. After dodging the light bullets, Lin Ling said with a smile. It felt as though he was toying with the Goo King. Without any suspense, the Goo King was dumbfounded. Why was this kid so strange? One had to know that he was the #1 expert in the land of eternal rest. A mere junior actually managed to survive in his hands. Moreover, that fellow had treated him with a carefree attitude from the beginning to the end, which made him feel very displeased. Don't think that I can't kill you. The Goo King was even more furious. Don't think that I can't kill you either. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. In fact, he knew that King of Venomous Worms was very strong. With his own means, he was no match for King of Venomous Worms. Fortunately, he had bought most of the treasures in Shop of Gods. With those treasures, Lin Ling was not afraid of King of Venomous Worms. Let's try. The Goo King was furious. However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky and a huge dragon head suddenly appeared. The dragon head was as big as the eyes of an emperor god, let alone the entire dragon body. Roar. Next, the dragon swam out continuously. Its size could only be described as boundless. The huge dragon god's eyes were pitch black. After it swam out, it immediately pounced on the old man. Good timing. The old man was energized. Not only was he not afraid, he shouted excitedly. This was because he knew that if he could poison the dragon emperor, his strength would increase greatly. It was possible that he could catch up with the 10 martial gods of the 9 states. For this reason, he abandoned Lin Ling and fought the dragon god. His entire body exploded, turning into countless tiny bugs that rushed into the sky. This time, the sky was filled with insects. It was a ghastly sight. The dragon's corpse? Why are there so many dragon's corpses here? In addition, the battle here was so intense, but the dragon race still hadn't appeared. This matter was probably a little strange. However, Lin Ling quickly shook his head. The most important thing now was to pay attention to the Goo King. This was because he also knew that the Goo King was very powerful. Even though Lin Ling was now full of treasures, he still had to be careful when facing this old monster. That old monster wants to use goo on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. We have to stop him. He knew very well that if Goo King succeeded, it would be even more troublesome for Lin Ling to deal with him. He won't succeed. At this time, the giant ghost fiercely said, its words causing Lin Ling to be stunned. Take a closer look at those dragon corpses. You'll notice that something's not right. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling, look, the eyes of those dragon corpses are all black. And Yuer's eyes were sharp as she pointed ahead and said. This allowed Lin Ling to clearly see that all the dragon corpses had black pupils. It was extremely strange. Be careful. At this time, the giant ghost shouted in a low voice. In the sky, more dragon corpses fell, causing Lin Ling to shout, Platinum Evil Spirit, protect Yuer. Lin Ling, no need. However, Lin Ling had obviously underestimated Yuer's strength. With Yuer's current strength, if Lin Ling did not go all out, he would not be able to defeat her at all. Whoosh, sword light flashed and a huge ice pillar spewed out, freezing a dragon corpse in the sky, causing Lin Ling to gasp. Then, they jumped down from the other side and looked at the Goop King again. At this moment, the Goop King seemed to have lost his mind. He was so excited that he lost his mind. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he continuously used goo on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. The huge dragon corpse also let out a terrifying cry. It seemed that the Goop King was about to succeed. Lin Ling frowned immediately, but he also carefully stared at the Dragon Emperor's corpse. As the giant ghost said that there was something wrong with the dragon corpse, he believed that the giant ghost was not joking. Could it be? Then, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. The will of the world. He said word by word. His heart was thunderous because the will of the world had invaded the dragon corpse. One had to know that he had seen the will of the world invading martial artists. Those martial artists' strength had increased greatly, and the result of entering the Dragon Emperor's corpse was imaginable. Haha, old man, you're going to fail. However, Lin Ling did not think much about it. Instead, he laughed and shouted. Shut up. Among the countless goo worms, the Goop King appeared and immediately scolded. If it was not for the urgent situation, he would have killed that sharp-tongued brat. If I shut up, you'll succeed? Old man, stop dreaming. Let me tell you, you'll definitely fail. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Not only did Lin Ling not shut up, he even gloated over the Goop King's misfortune. Bet my ass. Don't harass me. Go as far as you can. The Goop King was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he did not want to miss out on the Dragon Emperor's corpse. This feeling of being stuck between the top and bottom was tormenting him. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything else. He just watched with a smile on his face. Rumble, almost at the same time, when all the goo worms of the Goop King rushed into the body of the Dragon Emperor's corpse, the Goop King also saw the dawn of victory. That was because he was going to have a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor next. He turned his head excitedly and looked at Lin Ling proudly, as if saying, Did you see that? Did you see that? Piak piak piak. However, just as he turned his head, before he could even say anything, the Dragon Emperor's corpse shook and all the goo worms were thrown out. Then, all the goo worms exploded. On the contrary, the Dragon Emperor's corpse looked at Lin Ling coldly. Ah, why did it turn out like this? The Goop King had gone mad. He spat out a large amount of blood and roared with bloodshot eyes. That was because he clearly sensed that he had succeeded. However, at the critical moment, all his goo worms died, causing him to suffer a backlash that cost him thousands of years of cultivation. A mysterious voice. I've already said that you won't succeed. However, Lin Ling said as if it had nothing to do with him. This sentence was undoubtedly hitting him when he was down. After all, Goop King had spent a lot of effort and almost succeeded. But in the end, he failed. He was dispirited and disappointed. However, not only did the others not comfort him, they stepped on him ruthlessly instead. Goop King lifted his head instantly and stared at Lin Ling. Idiot, that's the will of the world. With your goo, can you clash with the will of the world? Lin Ling smiled again. Holding Yuer's hand, he walked out of the mountain. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Will of the world? Goop King felt like he was struck by lightning because he also knew what the will of the world was. In that case, he had wasted all his effort previously. The most despicable thing was that Lin Ling knew that it was the will of the world but did not remind him. He only told him the answer after he had spent a lot of effort. Lin Ling, don't run. He hurriedly stood up and tried to catch up to Lin Ling. However, how could the Dragon Emperor's corpse in the sky let him escape? It tangled with Goop King in an instant. It did not look like a corpse at all but more like it had a spirit. Why are you chasing me? Let me go. Get lost, get lost. In the mountain, Goop King's terrified voice kept ringing. However, the area within 1,000 miles was already filled with dragon corpses at this moment. In the distance, Lin Ling led Anuer and the rest to escape. However, Lin Ling's expression was also very solemn because he realized that the sky in front was also raining corpses. The sky was filled with corpses. After those dragon corpses landed on the ground, they immediately surrounded Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling, be careful. Anuer also realized that things were a little troublesome. At this moment, a dragon corpse in front spat out black water waves. The speed was also incomparably fast. Break! Anuer shouted when she saw that. She slashed out with her sword and also slashed out an enormous icicle. However, when the icicle collided with the black-colored water, the black-colored water actually swam along the icicle. The icicle started to turn into a black-colored pillar. Furthermore, its speed did not stop as it chased after Anuer. To the side, Lin Ling's pupil shrank. His right hand viciously swatted at Anuer, sending her flying. However, just as he swatted away Anuer, the black water submerged Lin Ling. What surprised Lin Ling was that after being hit by the black water, Lin Ling did not feel any impact. The only change was that Lin Ling felt that the entire world had disappeared. Instead, he appeared alone in the dark sky. A sharp willpower rushed into Lin Ling's mind like an awl, and then crazily devoured everything. Huan Yu is filthy, only destruction awaits. A brilliant voice with heavenly might also rang out. This made Lin Ling instantly realize that the world's will was invading him, and he was also about to become someone controlled by the world's will. Lin Ling, use the human monarch's flame to assimilate it. This black energy is a willpower and is not afraid of ordinary attacks. However, the human monarch's flame is the will of the human monarch. It can resist it. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice suddenly rang out in Lin Ling's mind. Okay. Lin Ling immediately acted as if he was drowning and saw a life-saving straw. He hurriedly controlled the human monarch's flame to burn it out. Sure enough, when the black energy encountered the human monarch's flame, it immediately retreated like darkness meeting dawn. Get lost. Seeing that it was effective, Lin Ling's aura also rose steadily, as if the human monarch had descended. The darkness was like a defeated army, retreating in defeat. However, it was extremely tenacious, constantly twisting and even emitting a will to resist. This is my body, I am the master. Get lost. Lin Ling naturally could not let the world's will rise from the ashes. He burned all the world's will in his body clean. Interesting. However, when the last bit of the world's will was destroyed, a voice suddenly rang out in Lin Ling's mind. Who is it? Lin Ling's heart changed. He hurriedly checked his body, but found that there was no more world's will. Then, he opened his eyes and found that the dragon corpses around him were lying on the ground, motionless. Anuer stood beside him, crying and shaking him. Senior sister I'm fine. Lin Ling took the lead to report his safety to Anuer, then looked around cautiously. Interesting, I didn't expect that a mere brat would actually have the human monarch's flame. The human monarch, the elite monarch of the human world, no wonder his willpower is so terrifying. However, the real world's will has yet to awaken. Otherwise, the human monarch would not be able to compete with it. The voice rang out again, drifting around. Lin Ling frowned instantly, but he also sneered and said, Your Excellency's tone is quite big, but your way of doing things is also sneaky. Hee, kid, you're trying to provoke me? Unfortunately, I, the demon monarch, am not fooled. The voice rang out again. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. What a mess of a name, the demon monarch, Yuan Rong. Don't you think this name is very unpleasant? What a cunning kid. After provoking me, you're trying to provoke me and make me show myself. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. The voice also laughed, but it did not care and said, but it's fine. I haven't spoken to a human for so many years. Although the old man from before had some skills, he was too stupid. I, the demon monarch, disdained to talk to him. You are more like it. Demon. Lord, I don't think I have anything to say to you. After all, your world's will can't be underestimated. I don't want to be controlled by someone else unknowingly. After all, this is the territory of the dragon tribe and they even dare to control the dragon corpse. I can't let my guard down against such means. Lin Ling shrugged. It seemed like a casual sentence, but in fact, he was also testing the waters. Humph, it's just the dragon clan. If it weren't for them. The voice was indeed angry, but it did not say much. Instead, it continued, compared to this, I, the demon monarch, find you more interesting. Moreover, I didn't attack you. You barged in here yourself, so you really can't blame me. What surprised Lin Ling was that the voice was very polite to him from the beginning. No matter how Lin Ling provoked it, the other party did not seem to be angry. However, Lin Ling did not find out any information. At least he knew that there was indeed a dragon clan here. Moreover, it seemed that this guy called the demon monarch, Yuan Rong, was somewhat afraid of the dragon clan. Senior, you can't blame me. After all, you don't have a sign that says no one is allowed to enter. We warriors have traveled extensively and are used to being free and unfettered. Since there is no sign that says no one is allowed to enter, we must be wandering around. Moreover, among the human warriors, I'm the one who can walk the most. There's no lack of wandering around in this place. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Entrust. Oh, then what does Senior need me to do? Lin Ling didn't ask for a reward. Instead, he asked what the other party wanted him to do. The voice obviously knew that Lin Ling was not an ordinary person, so it did not mention the reward. It said faintly, help me suppress the seal. Seal? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. That's right. This is related to a very ancient story from the era of gods. In the distant era of gods, an ES god descended. He was a powerful superior god, and he caused a storm of blood, causing chaos between the human world and the divine world. In the end, all the gods of the divine world joined forces to suppress him. In the end, they sealed this ES god and split him into 7 pieces, suppressing him in 7 different directions. In the past few years, that ES god has become restless again, as if he wants to revive. Therefore, I want you to help me. Furthermore, if you can seal ES god again, it will be a great contribution. There will only be benefits for you. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes sparkled again. ES god from the era of gods? Very strong? Also, why didn't those gods kill it? I can't kill him. Gods won't die so easily. I can only seal him into 7 pieces. Because 7 is a sharp number, it has a chaotic sharpness of the great Tao. So, are you willing to help me? Asked the voice. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't agree, but he didn't reject either. This was because he felt that Demon Emperor Yuan Rong's words were pleasant to hear, but there were too many mysteries hidden within. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the voice spoke again. By sealing the ES god here, not only have you saved the people of the world, I can also reward you with the divine embryo body. Furthermore, you can obtain the ES god's inheritance after you seal him. Inheritance, this was obviously a huge temptation. After all, how could such a legacy be weak if it was suppressed by countless gods? To be honest, what's sealed here is the right arm of ES god. Seeing that Lin Ling was still silent, the voice continued, if you obtain his right arm, then you will have the right arm of a god. This right arm is even stronger than an ordinary divine fetus because it is the right arm of a superior god. Why don't you seal it? Also, why do you think I can seal it? At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. When the voice heard Lin Ling's question, it seemed to be a little happy. It smiled and said, first, I can't seal it. As you can see, I can't resist the world will at all. I'm even partially controlled by the world will. However, I have my own thoughts and am not completely controlled. From what it said, it was not sincerely controlled by the will of the world. In fact, it seemed to want to break free from the will of the world. Of course, towards these words, Lin Ling was non-committal. Second, you can resist the will of the world. You just need to follow the path ahead and come to a valley. Then, tear down a divine talisman. The entire process is extremely simple. After you complete it, you will be able to reach the heavens in a single step. After all, after you are completely sealed, I can also help you refine the right arm of a god. Senior, what you said makes me very tempted. However, I keep feeling that there are too many tricks in this, so I have to be careful. Moreover, since you said that it's so powerful, why don't you let me try refining some dragon bones? Otherwise, if you can't even do this, I really can't believe that you have this power. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said, "A piece of cake." The voice clearly knew that the young man in front of it was not a fool, so it immediately controlled a dragon corpse to swim over and said indifferently, "Refine it as soon as possible. I'll suppress the will of the world for you. Now, you should believe me?" "Of course, I believe you." Lin Ling was shocked and quickly nodded with a smile. That was because it was a real dragon corpse. "In fact, if not for your strength being too weak, I could even suppress the Dragon Emperor's corpse for you and let you refine it. However, after you complete the seal and obtain the right arm of a god, your strength will increase greatly. Then, you can also refine the Dragon Emperor's corpse." "Then I'll thank you first, Senior." Lin Ling hurriedly dissected the dragon corpse and put it into his cosmos bag. He naturally did not have time to refine it at the moment, but even dissecting the corpse would take a lot of time. After all, these dragon corpses were the corpses of the dragon god race and were much more precious than the dragon bones of the sky dragon back then. While dissecting the corpse, Lin Ling also asked faintly, "Senior, is that god very powerful? Why hasn't he died yet?" "More than powerful." The voice was also impatient, so there was a hint of nostalgia in its tone. Back then, that god was an all-powerful existence, fighting until the sky and earth turned dark. If not for those experts, that god would not have been sealed. Also, let me tell you, there are a total of 9 such gods. They are immortal, and their strength is monstrous. Even if one of them is killed, they will reincarnate and make a comeback in the next year. They have always been waiting for that day, to purify the world. The voice spoke more and more, but Lin Ling listened as if it had nothing to do with him. However, in reality, he was already secretly conversing with the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost could not tell the origin of the other party. He only knew that there were many tricks in this matter. Lin Ling naturally knew this. He was pretending to be ignorant now to get the treasure first. After that, regardless of whether he escaped or what, he, Lin Ling, would not lose out. "Giant ghost, the thing that you're going to seal can't be the same as Xiaoluan, right?" Suddenly, Lin Ling's imagination ran wild. However, this casual sentence shocked the giant ghost. Then, it said solemnly, "There is such a possibility. Because in my memory, in the ancient era of the gods, there were a total of 9 hosts of the world will. Moreover, they are indeed immortal. For example, Xiaoluan is also a host of the world will. She died once, but she still reincarnated. The other hosts may not reincarnate, but they are immortal. In that case, the dragon race has always been on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. They are not living in seclusion but suppressing the seal here?" Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. "That's possible. And this mysterious voice said that the seal seems to have loosened a little, so it wants you to seal it. If the thing sealed is really the host body of the world's will, I think you really need to seal it." The giant ghost continued, "After all, if the host of the world will is revived, there is probably no one in the universe who can stop it, not even the 4 gods." Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded. However, he still felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. "Kid, are you done?" At this moment, the voice sounded again, with a hint of excitement and anticipation. "Done. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Divine Grindstone. Follow me." Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the voice became more urgent and immediately guided Lin Ling forward. Lin Ling and Anuer looked at each other and then followed. Although they felt that something was amiss, it was better not to make any rash decisions before they found out what was wrong. Walking along the mountain path, Lin Ling soon returned to the place where the Gu King was fighting. At a glance, the Gu King was still fighting with the dragons. The scene was extremely spectacular. It was an eye-opener for Lin Ling. That old man's strength was truly extraordinary. He was still alive even now. "Lin Ling, why are you still alive?" The Gu King soon noticed Lin Ling in the distance and immediately shouted. At that moment, his long hair was messy and his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. How could he not be angry when he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound? "To be honest, it's still too early for me to die. You, on the other hand, look like you're almost there." In the distance, Lin Ling smiled and walked past the ancient mountain with Anuer as if he was shopping. "Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Just wait to be torn apart." the Goo King snorted. He knew that if Lin Ling was discovered by the dragon corpses, he would not be able to escape death. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. However, just as he was gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune, he saw Lin Ling walk past the ancient mountain. The surrounding dragon corpses acted as if they didn't see Lin Ling. He's there. He's there. Go and kill him. Are you all blind? Why are you chasing after me? The Goo King was naturally unhappy. He pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. He tried to get the dragon corpses to kill Lin Ling. However, it was to no avail. The Goo King even saw that a few dragon corpses were staring at Lin Ling. However, they did not attack Lin Ling. This Goo King was completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that with the protection of the sound, the surrounding dragon corpses would not touch Lin Ling at all? Looking at Lin Ling again, he continued to follow the direction of the voice, moving forward along the ancient mountain. Gradually, 8 towering mountains appeared in front of him. These mountains seemed to be even more orderly. Rather than mountains, they were more like stone tablets. Most importantly, these stone tablets were larger than the mountains and exuded an ancient majesty. Ancient divine barrier formation. Lin Ling immediately shouted in shock. Moreover, he discovered that the ancient formation of the barrier of gods was actually an integration of 8 large formations. Its complexity had greatly exceeded Lin Ling's understanding. He had a feeling that the 8 stone steels were barriers carved with the blood of gods. They had supreme divine power. This made Lin Ling even more curious. What exactly were the 8 stone steels suppressing? We're here, hurry up. At this moment, the voice suddenly urged. Senior sister you stay here. Lin Ling could not help but look to the side and say. And Yuer knew that she could not help much, so she immediately nodded and stayed in the same place with the golden white evil spirit. Lin Ling and the giant evil spirit walked toward the huge stone monument. However, to their surprise, the stone monument seemed to be near, but in fact, it was extremely far away. Moreover, there was a strange force around it that forced them to walk. They could not fly at all and their speed was greatly reduced. Lin Ling had no choice but to walk step by step. However, after walking for a full hour, Lin Ling looked up and immediately realized that the sky was blocked. A huge stone monument towered in front of him as if an ancient giant was looking down at him. Most importantly, Lin Ling felt a sense of resistance from the stone monument. Hurry up, hurry up. At this moment, the voice was heard again, this time with a hint of anger. Lin Ling had no choice but to cross the huge stone monument. After spending the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he finally entered the 8 stone monuments. Then, Lin Ling looked up and was immediately shocked to find that the space within the 8 stone monuments was incomparably huge, as if it was a mysterious world. He looked up at the sky again and saw a huge stone mill hanging there. The stone mill was so big that it was even more majestic than the stone monument. There were mottled ancient runes carved on it that made one's heart palpitate, rumble. At that moment, there was a sudden roar, causing Lin Ling's eardrums to hurt. He hurriedly looked over and realized that the huge divine grindstone was actually rotating. It was just that it was moving at a very, very slow speed. However, every time it rotated, a large amount of blood flowed out from the side of the divine mill. It was as if the divine mill was suppressing the blood of gods and demons. Splash, even a drop of blood from the huge divine mill would be as huge as a lake when it fell to the ground. Not to mention that the divine mill didn't only have 1 drop of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to imagine who the divine grindstone was grinding. Moreover, after so many years, the person sealed in the divine grindstone was constantly being ground down. Rumble, the divine mill was huge, but it finally stopped rotating. In fact, it wasn't that the divine mill had stopped rotating. It was just that it was moving very slowly, so it was difficult to detect. Over here. At this moment, the voice sounded again. Lin Ling immediately followed the voice and saw a large amount of black clouds floating in front of him. However, when they saw Lin Ling approaching, the black clouds immediately dispersed. Lin Ling knew that the black clouds were the will of the world. Originally, when the will of the world encountered Lin Ling, they should have invaded Lin Ling. However, it seemed that the owner of the voice had stopped the will of the world. After passing through a large number of will of the world, it wasn't long before an arm appeared under an ancient rock. The arm was suppressed by the ancient rock, causing blood to flow out continuously. The rock looked ordinary, but there was a yellowish talisman on it. Boy, stick the talisman under the rock. This way, you'll be considered to have succeeded in sealing it. It'll be a great merit. The treasures I promised you will all belong to you. At this moment, the voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded and moved forward with the giant ghost. Just as they approached the rock, an ancient power surged like a storm. The seemingly ordinary rock actually had its own willpower, and it wasn't weak. However, it was stimulated by the rock's willpower. The human monarch's flame immediately appeared in Lin Ling's body and fought against the rock's willpower. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't feel the pressure and moved forward again. As expected, as expected. The voice sounded excited. It was obviously not surprised by this scene. It was as if it already knew that Lin Ling could resist the rock's willpower. Seal it. Then, the voice almost roared, seal. This meant that if the talisman was stuck on the rock, there wouldn't be any problem on the surface. However, for some reason, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he stuck the talisman on the rock, it wouldn't be a seal, but a seal would be broken. Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the giant divine mill in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The dragon god had arrived. Once the talisman was stuck on the rock, it would be tore off the talisman from the divine grindstone. The talisman would fall to the ground, greatly reducing the power of the divine grindstone. What are you doing? Hurry up. Don't you want the divine embryo body? Don't you want the divine right arm? Hurry up and seal it. Seeing that Lin Ling was not moving, the voice seemed to be angered. However, Lin Ling ignored it, and his frown deepened. Finally, he moved. The voice was delighted. Just as it was anticipating something, it was enraged. Lin Ling not only did not seal the talisman into the rock, he even removed the talisman. As for the rocks without talismans on them, they suddenly began to shine brightly, rumble. At this moment, the divine grindstone in the sky was also spinning a little faster. Ah? You, who told you to remove the talisman? You idiot, do you know that you are removing the seal? Hurry up and put the talisman back. The voice became pained, and then it cursed angrily. This, senior, I saw that the person in the millstone was very pitiful, so I didn't want to seal him. I wanted to let him go, so I removed the talisman. Hearing this, Lin Ling said innocently. The voice was speechless. It hurriedly shouted, yes, it's very pitiful. It's been trapped here for countless years. Every day, it has to go through the grinding of the divine mill. So, it's right that you want to help it. However, you'd better stick the talisman on the rock. Because, to tell you the truth, that's the real release of it. I lied to you before. Now, you'd better quickly put the talisman on the rock. It's best if you give it to that arm. Senior, didn't you say that sticking the talisman on the rock is the seal? Why is it liberating now? This is hard to explain. Now, you should put the talisman on the rock. Please, because the person in the divine grindstone is very pitiful. If you don't save him, I don't know if he can hold on any longer. Senior, I suddenly don't want to save it. Although it's pitiful, it's definitely a person who has done all kinds of bad things to be trapped here. Therefore, I can't release that demon for my own selfish reasons and harm the people of the world. Brat, you're playing me. After a round of bargaining, the voice was completely enraged. He felt that Lin Ling was playing with him. One moment he said he wanted to save him, and the next moment he said he didn't. Did he take him for a fool? Haha, so you've shown your true colors? At this time, Lin Ling finally smiled faintly and waved the talisman in his hand. I feel that you really need this. This talisman is actually not used for sealing. If I'm not wrong, it's actually a key to opening the divine grindstone. So, if you want to get it, and the only way to get it is to put the talisman on the rock. That way, you can also get the arm under the rock. Little bastard, you're courting death. Hearing this, the voice was even more furious. Let me guess again. You should be the person in the divine grindstone. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You were tortured by the divine grindstone every day until you were covered in blood, but you were still alive and escaped here. You even wanted to catch me as an idiot to open this cage for you. Unfortunately, you're an idiot, but that doesn't mean I'm an idiot. Lin Ling shrugged and said nonchalantly, let me guess again. You should be ES God from the era of gods, and others also call you the world will host. You're immortal, so you've been sealed here all this time. The dragon race's mission is to watch over you, right? Bastard, 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 who are you? Why do you even know about the world will host? I found the wrong person, I found the wrong person. There was no doubt that the voice was about to go crazy. He had finally found a chance to escape, but it had been ruined by Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he would have rather believed in the idiotic old man outside the mountain. The idiot old man in his heart was naturally the Goo King. Unfortunately, although the Goo King was powerful, he could not get close to this place without a strong will protecting him. So, he could only think about it. Of course, no matter how he thought about it, he knew that he had missed one point. Lin Ling knew about the world will host and guessed his origin. Brat, remember, I won't let you off. When I come out, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. The voice became venomous. Thank you for thinking about me so much. But before that, I'll inform the dragon race to seal you again. Now, goodbye. Oh, right, thank you for your dragon corpse. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Holding the talisman, he strode away from the rock. I won't let you off. The resentful voice sounded from behind Lin Ling. Unfortunately, these words were neither painful nor itchy to Lin Ling, who had experienced countless things. Lin Ling looked calm on the surface, but in fact, he was extremely nervous. Step by step, he walked out of the world filled with black clouds. However, when he arrived outside the 8 stone tablets, he realized that a large number of azure dragons had gathered outside the stone tablets. These azure dragons were alive. They hovered in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Looking at the countless dragon gods, Yuer was looking at Lin Ling worriedly. Human, what are you doing here? A deep voice rang out as a terrifying dragon's breath surged over, causing Lin Ling to lose his footing and nearly be sent flying backward. A real dragon god was indeed terrifying. Let her go. Lin Ling could not care about himself anymore. Looking at Yuer, his eyes turned cold. What are you doing here? However, the model dragon god from before roared again. Looking at that gaze, it seemed like it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. Wait. But at that moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the sky, causing all the dragon gods to stop and look at the sky. The divine grindstone has begun to rotate. The world's will did not succeed. The voice in the sky sounded again, causing all the dragon gods to be stunned. Then, they finally relaxed. It was obvious that they had appeared here because they were afraid that the taboo of the gods and demons would escape. Fortunately, things did not exceed their expectations. Get lost, what did you do to my wife? However, Lin Ling ignored them and immediately rushed toward Yuer. You're courting death. The leading dragon god shouted majestically and wanted to devour Lin Ling. Don't touch him, he's the one who sealed the world's will. At that moment, the voice in the sky sounded again, causing the attitude of all the dragon gods to change. Rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling, who was in midair, had arrived. Unknowingly, he had already fused with his talent. A terrifying palm arrived and directly smashed the leading dragon god into the ground. Boom. The ground split open, and the dragon god hovering in midair sank deep into the ground. Dragon Valley, roar. Almost at the same time, the dragon god that had been smashed to the ground earlier rushed up again. It glared fiercely at Lin Ling, but it did not act rashly. Boom. However, just as it got up, Lin Ling stomped down again, landing on the dragon god's head and stomping it back to the ground. All the dragon gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this kid crazy? One had to know that when ordinary people saw the dragon race, they would only be respectful and reverent. However, this kid was good. He was beating them up like crazy, as if he did not put the dragon god in his eyes at all. Little friend, we were wrong before. We did not investigate everything and wronged you. Don't worry, your little girlfriend is fine. At this moment, the ancient voice in the sky sounded again. The voice also made the beaten dragon god not dare to flare up. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived beside Yuer. Only then did he realize that Yuer had been imprisoned by a powerful force. This made him look at the sky with red eyes. Get lost. All the dragon gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only did this guy beat up the dragon gods, he even dared to scold the dragon emperor. Hee hee, alright, it's my fault. The ancient voice in the sky carried a bitter smile. Come to the Dragon Valley. After Linling's anger, he realized that Anuer was fine after all. Only then did he vent his anger and say, lead the way. All the dragon gods were helpless, but they also knew that the dragon emperor was very easy to talk to this human, so they did not dare to do anything to Linling. Come on up. The leader of the dragon gods also let out a bitter laugh. Humph. Unfortunately, Linling ignored it and flew towards another dragon god with Anuer. After landing on the dragon god, he said indifferently, let's go. And this arrogant appearance made all the dragon gods shake their heads. They obviously didn't expect this tiny human to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Linling had been extremely worried about Anuer. In addition, he had helped the dragon clan seal the seal and even came from afar to deliver the message. Not only did the dragon clan not thank him, they even almost wanted to kill him. If it was anyone else, their mood wouldn't be any better. Countless dragon gods soared in the sky at an incomparably fast speed. Standing on the dragon gods, Linling could also see the entire continent. At this moment, the anger in his heart finally subsided a little. He looked at the ancient land and felt a little heroic. The dragon race was one of the most mysterious and ancient races in the universe. Today, not only did he see it, he even stepped on the dragon god and roamed the sky. If this matter were to spread back to the Snow Wind Academy, it would make countless people jealous. Moreover, Linling found that these dragon gods were exactly the same as the dragons he knew when he was a child. They had snake body, lizard legs, eagle claws, snake tail, antlers, fish scales, whiskers at the corners of their mouths, and pearls under their foreheads. He never dreamed that the mythical stories he heard when he was a child were actually true. At least, he was really standing on a dragon god. Dragon Pearl. Then, Linling looked not far away and found that the flying dragons were all holding mysterious pearls in their claws. Some were holding 2 pearls, and some were holding 1. However, compared to the dragon pearls Linling had seen before, these were hundreds of times larger. Moreover, all the dragon gods had dragon pearls. This made Linling think of the dragons he saw outside. Not many of them had dragon pearls. We're here. A moment later, the dragon god under his feet spat out human words. Looking around, an incomparably vast valley appeared in front of him. The valley was colorful and filled with divine aura. Looking from the sky, one could find that the valley was filled with birds and flowers, as if it was a paradise. Moreover, on the ground, many dragon gods were hovering there, swallowing the clouds and riding the mist. It was extremely magical. Moreover, those countless dragon gods also noticed the arrival of Linling in the sky and revealed a curious expression. Looking from afar, countless dragon gods looked up. The scene was incomparably spectacular, as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. Even Linling was shocked. In his life, this was the first time he had encountered so many dragon gods. Moreover, if these dragon gods went to the final world, what 10 great martial gods of the 9 regions, they were simply farts. Just as he was lost in thought, the dragon gods beneath his feet had already landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Linling, who was holding Anuer's hand, also floated down. Only now did he realize that the Dragon Valley was even grander than he had imagined. Its massive entrance was even wider than any city gate. However, at this moment, Linling suddenly noticed that the dragon pearls on his body were jumping. It was those dragon demons. The dragon demons seemed to be very excited because they had arrived at the home of the dragons. Although most of these dragon demons were human and had been transformed by the ghost dragon god using evil techniques, it was undeniable that they more or less had the bloodline of a dragon in their bodies. Therefore, they more or less had a sense of belonging to the dragon race. Come out. Linling immediately released all the dragon demons. After those tall dragon demons appeared, they immediately knelt down to the Dragon Valley. Looking at the dragon gods around Linling, they were used to it and were full of arrogance. This was because they had long been used to this scene. They also knew that in the universe, there were many dragons with impure bloodlines. Therefore, in front of these dragons with impure bloodlines, they were naturally superior. Of course, this kind of arrogance was obviously useless against Linling. Moreover, in the hearts of all the dragon gods, Lin Ling was an anomaly. Go in. The leader of the dragon gods couldn't be arrogant in front of Lin Ling and said kindly. Lin Ling immediately nodded and entered while holding Inuer's hand. However, the dragon demons were not allowed to enter the Dragon Valley and could only kneel outside the valley. This obviously made Lin Ling a little unhappy, but he also realized that even if they could enter, those dragon demons wouldn't dare to. This was why he didn't flare up in the end. The dragon cleansing pool is very suitable for them. At this moment, the leader of the dragon gods said faintly. The so-called dragon cleansing pool was the place where the dragon gods bathed. Although it didn't sound like much, to the dragon demons, it was a place where they were reborn. If they could be contaminated with more dragon chi, they could also transform again. Dragons also have 3 horns and 9 ranks. The dragon that crosses the dragon cleansing pool is also a dragon, but not a dragon god. Those who have dragon blood are also dragons, but not dragon gods. The true dragon gods have the purest bloodline passed down from generation to generation. Even the Dragon Valley has strict orders that the dragon gods are not allowed to marry outsiders. This is to preserve the bloodline of the dragon gods. The leader of the dragon gods led Lin Ling in. After entering, Lin Ling realized that the spiritual energy in the valley was extremely rich, causing the huge vortex in his dantian to spin wildly. This was the effect of the demigod divine pill. Let's go see the Dragon Emperor. Then, the dragon god said to Lin Ling nodded and walked along the Dragon Valley. Wherever they passed, Lin Ling could also see a large number of dragon gods looking at them, making Lin Ling feel like he had come to a land of giants. How magical! To meet the Dragon Emperor, the main road of the Dragon Valley was also very wide. Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen looked around as they walked. Not long after, a cave appeared in front of them. What surprised Lin Ling was that the cave was not big. Instead, it looked more like a cultivation cave for martial artists. Pacing back and forth outside the cave, Lin Ling pondered whether or not he should enter. Little friend, come in. However, at this moment, a kind voice came from the cave. Lin Ling and Inuer looked at each other, then strode into the cave. Inside the cave, there was an ancient fragrance, and there were many calligraphy and paintings hanging from the walls. It was extremely elegant. An old man wearing a loose robe, holding a brush in his hand, was writing something in front of a desk. This is the Dragon Emperor? Seeing this, Lin Ling and Inuer were both shocked, because no matter how one looked at him, the Dragon Emperor looked like a very ordinary old man. Although our dragon clan is blessed by the heavens, we can't compare to you humans when it comes to being refined and refined. At this time, the old man slowly turned around. He had a slender beard, pure white and flawless, and his eyebrows were extremely long. He looked extremely amiable, and Lin Ling had a strange thought. He really wanted to pull out those beards, because those seemed to be precious dragon beards. Of course, this was just a thought. Other than his beard and eyebrows, the other aspects of this old man were ordinary. If there was anything special about him, it would be his eyes. This was because the old man's eyes were half closed, as if he was still sleeping. Thank you for helping us seal the will of the world. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, previously, our dragon cave was disturbed by someone, so our eyes all fell on the dragon cave. Who knew that this was the cunning method of the world will? It used a diversion method to attract all the dragon gods to the dragon cave, and the so-called dragon cave is the place where the past dragon gods fell. There are a large number of dragon corpses there. Our attention was attracted, and the will of the world attempted to break the seal, but in the end, it was interrupted by you by a stroke of luck. It's nothing. Hearing this, Lin Ling roughly guessed what was going on and smiled. This is a great contribution because our dragon clan has been suppressing the seal here for a long time. If we let the seal escape, then we will have failed to live up to the trust of others. The old man smiled kindly. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Entrust? Could it be that such a powerful dragon had been entrusted to someone else? As if sensing Lin Ling's curiosity, the old man smiled and said, Boy, Huanyu is much more complicated than you think. Although our dragon god is powerful, there are people above us who are even more powerful than us. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Could it be that those powerful people were superior gods? Well, you have helped our dragon clan, and we will not treat you unfairly. we will reward you with a dragon god battle armor. This battle armor was made by the 28th generation Dragon Emperor. It took him 9,999 years to collect divine iron and dragon scales from outside Huanyu to make it. Its greatest function is to heal injuries. The old man continued. As he spoke, he flipped his hands and held a set of azure blue battle armor. The surface of this battle armor was covered with dragon scales and was extremely exquisite. Lin Ling was delighted. Battle armor made by the Dragon Emperor? Be careful, this battle armor has a dragon's soul, but it can't take a beating. The old man said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Wasn't the battle armor used for defense? Why couldn't it take a beating? Seeing Lin Ling's strange look, the old man couldn't help but laugh. That half-asleep look seemed to have woken up a little. This set of battle armor is used for healing, but this kind of healing is targeted at the dragon god. If a human wears it, it won't be healing, but it will continue to improve your dragon god bloodline. In other words, it will improve your dragon god talent and eventually become a dragon god. As for why it is like this? Because when our dragon god is injured, its dragon chi will be greatly reduced, and it needs the battle armor to strengthen its foundation. This kind of strengthening foundation and strengthening of the foundation for humans is to improve their dragon chi, dragon blood, and from another point of view, it is to improve their talent. In addition, this battle armor is very heavy and has the power of 100,000 worlds. Hearing this, Lin Ling's mouth opened wide. Currently, he only has the power of 30,000 worlds. Not to mention the other aspects of this battle armor, just its weight alone can crush him to death. But don't worry, in its initial state, the Dragon God battle armor has the power of 10,000 worlds. It will slowly increase the power of the world as the owner's strength increases. This process is actually to improve your physical strength. The old man laughed, making Lin Ling come to a realization. Alright, I'll put it on for you first. Then, the old man raised his hands and a large number of dragon talismans appeared. They were sparkling and resplendent and landed on the battle armor, and the battle armor immediately opened up. Looking carefully, how is this battle armor? It is simply a huge dragon skin. However, after the dragon talismans floated over, the dragon skin began to change and wrapped Lin Ling. Then, a set of azure majestic armor appeared on Lin Ling's body. This armor is covered in dragon light, and the crown is made of phoenix feathers, causing Lin Ling's entire temperament to change, as if he is a dragon general. So beautiful. At the side, and Yuer's beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. The current Lin Ling is indeed much more impressive. She reckons that when Lin Ling shows this Shenwei battle armor in the final world, many women will be moved. Not bad, this battle armor is very comfortable. Lin Ling stroked the battle armor and nodded in satisfaction. This is just the beginning. But at this time, the old man said with a smile. He controlled the dragon talismans and landed them on Lin Ling's battle armor. A huge dragon talisman appeared on his legs, arms, and crown in all 5 directions before disappearing into it. Bang! The ground where Lin Ling is standing on instantly sank by a lot, and Lin Ling also felt as if he is carrying 10,000 worlds. Initial strength, the strength of 10,000 worlds. This battle armor. Lin Ling's face changed immediately. Don't remove the dragon talismans so easily. Although the moment you remove them, your strength will instantly increase, but you will have to start from the beginning again. This is because the Dragon God battle armor strength is slowly increasing. If it is interrupted, it will naturally return to its original state. The old man hurriedly said. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Could it be that he will have to carry this set of battle armor all the time? But then he realized that the double Dragon God talent in his body was slowly increasing. Moreover, his physical strength was also slowly increasing under the stimulation of external objects. Most importantly, this kind of increase has no side effects because the battle armor is also constantly repairing Lin Ling's injured body. This battle armor is precious. How is it? Seeing that Lin Ling is sensing the Dragon God battle armor, the old man suddenly asked. Senior, this battle armor is indeed not used for battle, but it is also used to assist in cultivation. Now, I feel very good. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said. After all, the weight on his body is too huge, but he believes that it won't be long before he gets used to it. That's good. Leave, Lin Ling didn't expect the Dragon Emperor to have guessed it. He immediately took out the letter that Lei Gong had given him and handed it to the Dragon Emperor. Seeing the Dragon Emperor accept it with both hands, Lin Ling immediately felt relieved because he had finally completed the last mission in Kaiyuan River. This also meant that the second mission of the Trial of God had been completed. Of course, at this point, he knew how difficult the Trial of God was. No wonder so many people wanted to become trial takers, but each god only had 10 trial takers. Then, Lin Ling saw the Dragon Emperor frowning as he read the letter in his hand. He didn't want to disturb him, so he left the cave with Xianxia. Outside the cave, there were still birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Warm sunlight shone down from the sky. It was unknown whether it was the sunlight from Huanyu or the sunlight from the Kaiyuan River. Bang, however, it was extremely difficult for Lin Ling to walk. Every step left a footprint, and he was drenched in sweat. Lin Ling, do you need my help? And Xianxia naturally knew that this was the effect of the Dragon God battle armor. No need, I can hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and smiled, nodding resolutely. Seeing Lin Ling being so stubborn, and Xianxia shook her head helplessly. However, she also knew Lin Ling's character. Once he decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. Therefore, she didn't stop Lin Ling. Let's go and find a place to sit. Lin Ling, on the other hand, wore his battle armor and walked forward step by step. However, looking at his appearance, it was extremely comical. He couldn't even walk steadily, like a child who had just learned to walk. Roar, roar, roar. There were many dragon gods not far away, and when they saw this scene, they could not help but let out strange laughter. So noisy, it's none of your business. Seeing those dragon gods, Lin Ling cursed angrily, but in exchange, there were even more laughter, and Xianxia, on the other hand, curled her lips. She reckoned that among humans, Lin Ling was probably the only one who dared to scold the dragon gods like this. Bang! Finally, under a huge ancient tree, Lin Ling couldn't take it anymore and sat down weakly. Then, he looked at the majestic battle armor and thought of those dragon gods who were laughing at him. So, he gritted his teeth, took out another blue robe, and covered the surface of the battle armor. This blue robe was clearly not an ordinary item. It was bought from God's shop and had the power to block one's aura. Under the cover of the robe, Lin Ling also returned to his former appearance. At least he didn't have to be a thorn in the side of others. After resting like this for a long time, when Lin Ling felt that he was gradually adapting, the Dragon Emperor came again. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Congratulations, you've helped the dragon race seal the world's will, so Lei Gong has decided that you've become a 3-star trial taker. You only need to complete 1 more mission, then you can step into 4-star. That's great." Hearing this, Lin Ling was delighted. This was because only he knew how difficult the trial missions were. Some trial takers even spent thousands of years to complete a mission, and they might not succeed. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had completed 2 missions at the same time. This also meant that Lin Ling could make 2 requests of the old woman when he returned. Also, your Lei Gong wants you to return as soon as possible. The old man said again. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and stood up. He looked into the distance because this trip to the Kaiyuan River had taken up a lot of his time. Calculating the time, the 3-year promise was coming soon. During this period of time, Lin Ling's strength had also increased greatly. Perhaps only he knew the bitterness in his heart. Longyang had Wentian martial god's special training, while Lin Ling could only rely on himself. However, Lin Ling was confident that everything he had received was not much worse than Longyang. I've sent the letter, found my wife, and my brothers are safe and sound. It's time to leave. At this moment, Lin Ling realized that the dragon god's armor on his body seemed to have become much lighter. Hee, it's not easy for you to come all the way here. However, you've gained as much as you've sacrificed. The old man said with a smile as he looked at Lin Ling. Through his conversation with Lei Gong, he knew what kind of person this kid in front of him was. He also thought highly of Lin Ling. Then, Senior, I'll take my leave. Lin Ling bowed slightly to the Dragon Emperor. He held Xianxia's hand and walked along the main road of the Dragon Valley with large strides. However, this time, he did not walk in a wretched manner. Instead, he walked with confidence and composure. The old man looked at the spirited young man and nodded. he said calmly, "Send him back." When the order was given, the surrounding dragon gods immediately let out a low roar. Lin Ling arrived outside the Dragon Valley and took the platinum evil spirit and the giant ghost away. Then, he went to check on the dragon demons. In a huge ancient pool filled with mist, a large number of huge figures were faintly discernible in the mist. They were also letting out deafening dragon roars. When Lin Ling approached, he was surprised to find that the dragon demon's strength had greatly increased. Many of the dragon demons had broken through to the martial god realm. Their bloodlines had also become purer. Furthermore, they no longer looked like dragon demons. At least a portion of them had regained their human appearance. "My lord." After seeing Lin Ling, the dragon demons said gratefully. They knew that if it were not for Lin Ling, they would never have been able to come to the Dragon Valley in their entire lives. They were very grateful to Lin Ling for this. "Everyone, your strength has increased greatly. Do you plan to leave or continue to follow me?" Lin Ling was happy for these dragon demons. "Of course we're following you, my lord. Because in my lord's Dragon Ball, there is also our home." One of the dragon demons laughed. Lin Ling suddenly remembered that the dragon pearl seemed to lead to another world. It was no wonder that these dragon demons were not bored in it. Then, Lin Ling put them back into the dragon pearl and planned to leave. However, at this moment, a dragon god flew over and told Lin Ling that it was under the dragon emperor's orders to send Lin Ling out of the Kaiyuan River. Lin Ling naturally would not refuse. He leaped onto the dragon god with an yuer and the dragon god flew into the sky. This time, it did not fly in the direction of the ocean of death, but toward the sky. "Don't tell me this guy wants to fly over the Kaiyuan River." Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. His evaluation of the dragon god in his heart involuntarily went up a notch. Rumble. The sound of water was everywhere as the dragon god rushed into the Kaiyuan River. However, Lin Ling and an yuer, who were above the dragon god, did not feel any pressure. Instead, they enjoyed the beautiful scenery around them. To humans, they could be considered as one of the few people who could fly over the Kaiyuan River. Red Bodhi Scripture Celestial Venerable Shu, 6 Paths of Myriad Wind and Cloud Manipulation. Lin Ling appreciated it for a moment, then began to cultivate. What he cultivated was the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique. When Lin Ling cultivated this divine technique, he could see the wind and clouds roiling in the sky. The wind and clouds were flowing, but they carried with them an extremely mysterious melody. Lin Ling was like a gust of wind, a cloud, moving with the wind and clouds, flowing through the 9 provinces and arriving at the era of the gods. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the Legend of the Dragon God. Finally, when he reached the stage of fullness, the soul force in his mind began to hurt. This made Lin Ling realize that he had to let it go. If he continued to cultivate, he would not be able to achieve anything. Looking at his soul force again, it had reached 23,500. This speed of improvement could be said to be terrifying. "Huanyu, we're almost there." "Yes." At this moment, the dragon god also made a sound, which made Lin Ling's mind jolt. Then, he looked at the Kaiyuan River reluctantly. Through the rolling river, he seemed to see the demonic forest under the river, the Guyuan mountain range, and the ancient dragon wasteland. He believed that even after thousands of years, the legend of Lin Ling would still be passed down there. The void of Huanyu was quiet and distant. In the distance, the stars were bright, like eyes looking at the whole world. Whoosh. However, in this dark void, there was a huge river rolling. From afar, it looked like the Milky Way. If one looked closer, the river was magnificent, as if it could drown anything in the universe, and this river seemed to have no end, dividing the dark void. It was extremely magical. Looking at the side of the rolling river, pieces of broken continents were scattered there. If one got closer, one could even see martial artists passing through the continents, and those continents were the banks of the river. As for that Milky Way, it was the Kaiyuan River. The Kaiyuan River, one of the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 states. Legend has it that this is another universe, but it hasn't taken shape yet. However, the battles inside are extremely fierce, and only gods can enter. In the distance of the Kaiyuan River, an old man with a large number of young people was floating there, and his eyes were dignified as he spoke. "This time, I'm only taking you to see the Kaiyuan River from afar. When you've mastered your skills in the future, you can try to explore by yourself. Remember, the road is under your feet. Walk more, then you can see further, but you have to do everything according to your ability. The old man exhorted again. Grandmaster Lien, this Kaiyuan River is so big. Where do those powerful warriors wander around? A young man asked curiously. Under the river. The old man smiled and suddenly pointed at the Kaiyuan River. Wow! Everyone cried out in surprise. They never thought that the Kaiyuan River would be under the Great River. Your teacher, I, was quite lucky back then. I had once roamed that place with experts. There were Demon Yuan Forest, Ancient Yuan Mountain Range, and even Ancient Dragon Desolate Land. After that, the old man looked at the young men with a proud expression. The eyes of the young men all flashed as they listened with anticipation. They were here to observe the Kaiyuan River, but that didn't stop them from yearning for it. In the future, they would definitely enter this magical place. Master Lien, you're amazing. A young girl suddenly said with adoration. This young girl was very good-looking, pure and cute. After she spoke, the surrounding youths more or less stared at her with a strange light in their eyes. You flatter me. Although I've been to those places, I've been with the Alliance. It's impossible for me to go there alone. Of course, I haven't been to the entire Kaiyuan River. After all, there are rumors that at the end of the Kaiyuan River, there's an endless Dead Sea. There are countless terrifying monsters there. If you cross the Dead Sea, you'll reach the other side of the Kaiyuan River. As the old man spoke, a look of nostalgia appeared in his eyes as he recalled the battles of the past. The other side of the Kaiyuan River? What's that? Everyone held their breaths and became even more curious. The old man smiled mysteriously. According to the rumors, there's an ancient continent on the other side, and that's also the hometown of the Dragon Clan. Boom, as soon as he said that, there was no doubt that the hearts of these hot-blooded young men exploded. The Dragon Clan, they had heard of this legend before. It was said that the Dragon Clan was the noblest of all. They were left behind during the era of the gods, and all the dragons in the 9 states were their descendants. I wonder what the legendary dragon god looks like. The cute young girl who spoke before said with a yearning look. Hee, so far, I haven't heard of anyone reaching the other side of the Kaiyuan River. As for the Dragon Clan, just think about it, because no human is qualified to meet the dragon god. The old man was very satisfied with the expressions of the young men, because curiosity was one of the factors that motivated a warrior to become stronger. Perhaps in the future, these little guys would continue to become stronger because they wanted to meet the dragon god. Of course, he also knew that this was just wishful thinking. The Dragon Clan wasn't that easy to meet. Master Lien, has no one ever seen the dragon god? The young girl from before asked again. Of course, unless it's a god. Due to the pride of the Dragon Clan, they disdain to appear in front of humans. The old man nodded slightly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Kaiyuan River in front of them exploded. The turbulent river water turned into a huge whirlpool and rushed into the void. From afar, it looked like a dragon sucking in water. Then, under the Kaiyuan River, a huge figure rushed out. It was huge and winding, and it was majestic. It was a dragon god. Everyone was tongue-tied. They pointed forward and couldn't say a word. The old man even pulled out a few strands of his beard because he was also shocked. What a mighty dragon god. This is a real dragon. Its aura is so strong. Look, there's someone above the dragon god. Muwan, are you kidding? The Dragon Clan is the most arrogant. How can there be someone above the dragon god? The young men's voices were trembling, and their eyes were full of worship. I'm not lying. Look. The cute young girl from before said stubbornly. Her little hand was also pointing into the distance. However, this time, even Master Lien shook his head. He thought to himself, is this little girl Muwan scared out of her wits? He wanted to persuade Muwan to calm down and not be frightened by the dragon god's aura. However, before he could say anything, Master Lien's eyes also trembled. That was because the huge dragon god in front of them stopped flying. Then, 2 figures floated down. It was a man and a woman. The woman was as beautiful as a fairy and breathtaking. The man was dressed in a blue robe and was handsome and otherworldly. So beautiful. Looking at the immortal couple, all the young men's hearts trembled. Master Lien pulled out a few strands of his beard. Then, he was even more excited than the young men, damn it, who said that the dragon god was arrogant. Now, it was being ridden by someone. Thank you. I'll visit your Dragon Valley when I'm free. At this time, the young man in the blue robe in front of them said with a smile. Alright, go ahead. Our Dragon Valley will always welcome you. Now that I've sent you here, I can complete my mission perfectly. Goodbye. The mighty dragon god spoke in human language. He circled around the void and finally rushed into the Kaiyuan River, stirring up the river water and causing it to shoot up into the sky. As for the couple, they too flew into the distance and gradually disappeared into the void. Isn't the dragon god the most arrogant? I think it's easy to talk to him. They had arrived at Qingzhou. Today's trip was not in vain. When I go back, I can also brag to others. After the two of them left, all the youths started to laugh in high spirits. Master Lien, what's wrong? However, the girl named Mu Wan was observant and noticed that there was something wrong with the old man beside her. With this shout, everyone looked at the highly respected and knowledgeable Master Lien. Then, they realized that this senior's mouth was agape and he was frozen in place. Master Lien. Someone hurriedly flew over. After a moment of investigation, he said in shock, Master, he fainted from fright. Ah. Everyone was petrified. Was this still the knowledgeable Master Lien? It was just a dragon god. Although it was very surprising, it was not to the extent of fainting from fright. How could they know that in the millions of years of history of the 9 regions, no one had ever seen the dragon god, let alone someone riding the dragon god? Therefore, to Master Lien, today's scene was no different from an old sow climbing a tree. Even a salted fish could turn over a new leaf. At this moment, on the other side of the universe, Lin Ling held An Yuer's hand and strode forward. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very happy. He laughed as he walked. Why are you smiling so happily? By the way, when we came out earlier, it seems like many people saw us from afar. An Yuer rolled her eyes and said. Who cares? Lin Ling didn't care. Then, he looked at An Yuer with a smile and said, most importantly, I brought my wife back. Ha ha ha. An Yuer was shocked. She didn't expect the usually calm Lin Ling to be laughing so foolishly because of her. She was instantly moved and held Lin Ling's hand even tighter. I can have my wedding night. However, Lin Ling's next sentence also made An Yuer curse. So this guy was happy because of this. She flung Lin Ling's hand away, picked up her skirt, and left first. You're always thinking about that. She left behind a sentence with a hint of displeasure. However, Lin Ling did not care at all. Instead, he looked at An Yuer's long legs that were occasionally exposed under her long dress. Her skin was as smooth as jade. If he touched it, it would feel really good. Sister Yuer, sister. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixated on the scenery by An Yuer's skirt. He quickly chased after her. Let's go to Qingzhou first. Grandfather and mother have been worried about you for a long time. Let's go and tell them that you're safe. He show translation is Wu show translation. Show. Translation show translation. It had show translation. Show translation. An Yuer nodded when she thought of Patriarch Taiyan and Auntie Imo Nianchen. Then let's speed up. Watch me. Lin Ling caught up with An Yuer and waved his right hand. A ray of light flew out from his sleeve and turned into a palm-sized wooden gourd in front of Lin Ling. What's this? An Yuer's curiosity was piqued. I bought all the treasures in the shop of gods. This is the flying flower gourd. It's very fast. It only takes 2 hours to reach Qingzhou from here. Lin Ling said as if he was presenting a treasure. It's that powerful? An Yuer's eyes flickered with curiosity. Lin Ling didn't explain. He held An Yuer's hand and jumped down. The gourd suddenly became as big as a boat. Lin Ling carried An Yuer and sat in the gourd. Then, the gourd's butt faced forward while its mouth faced backward. A large number of flower petals sprayed out from the mouth of the gourd. Whoosh, under the urging of the flower petals, the gourd flew into the distance like a meteor. Behind the gourd were 2 evil spirits, one big and one small. At this moment, they were cursing Lin Ling for not being a brother and leaving them behind. Looking back, the sky was filled with flowers. It was extremely beautiful. Is it beautiful? Lin Ling chuckled on the gourd. Beautiful. And Yuer nodded heavily. Then, she realized that Lin Ling's hand had landed on her thigh. This made her instantly understand why this fellow had gotten a gourd-shaped mount. It turned out that he wanted to take advantage of her. After all, if he had gotten a palace-like mount, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stick so close to her. You're too dirty. Thinking of this, and Yuer curled her lips. However, her words made Lin Ling smile. Not only did his hands not stop, but he also slowly explored her smooth, jade-like thighs. If someone was here at this moment, they would definitely be extremely shocked, because in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Ling was cold and handsome, but now he was laughing non-stop. And Yuer was even more exaggerated. She could be called an ice beauty. However, in front of Lin Ling, she was like an ordinary girl. Even she was more talkative. Perhaps they would only show that kind of innocence in front of each other. 2 hours later, Xianxia appeared in front of them. This ancient continent was full of vitality. In the sky, there were figures passing through from time to time. It seemed that they were not weak. Lin Ling and an Yuer stopped in the sky and looked down. Lin Ling, in particular, had a nostalgic look in his eyes. This was because he hadn't been back for many years. More importantly, this was the first divine prefecture that he had ventured into after coming to the martial god realm. I wonder if Grandpa and the others are doing well. And Yuer suddenly said to Yu. Don't worry. I've already asked people to protect this place. Unless those guys don't want to live, they definitely won't dare to disturb this place. Lin Ling said with a smile. He brought in Yuer and rushed towards Xianxia. Lin Ling was naturally not worried about Xianxia. This was because Lei Gong had promised him to protect Xianxia. After reaching the ground, Lin Ling looked into the distance. It was as if the entire Xianxia was in his eyes. The martial god barracks, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the Five-Ring City, the 3 great academies, and so on all had Lin Ling's memories. Something's not right. Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. This was because he heard some strange sounds with his ear of chaos. Moreover, he also sensed a different aura with his soul power. He was naturally very familiar with that aura. It was the Goo King from the place of eternal rest. That guy had actually escaped the Dragon Corpse's pursuit. The Dragon Emperor must have suddenly recalled the Dragon Corpse. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. However, Lin Ling did not expect that the first place that guy came to after escaping was Xianxia. Although Lin Ling did not know why the old man was here, he knew that he was definitely not here as a guest. This old man is really stubborn. He didn't dare to come openly, but he actually secretly attacked. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Because the Goo King was good at secretly attacking people, even though Lei Gong had asked people to guard this place, they did not notice anything strange in the short term. Follow me. Third Princess's disciple. Next, Lin Ling led an Yuer forward towards the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Along the way, Lin Ling had been secretly investigating. Moreover, the Goo King was extremely powerful, so Lin Ling did not even dare to release the evil ghost jellyfish. However, Lin Ling's soul force had been greatly improved. Relying on his soul force, he was able to find out the truth. Moreover, a bronze mirror appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the Guanyang mirror. As long as one's soul force entered it, everything that one's soul force detected would be reflected in the mirror. This mirror was naturally a divine artifact bought from God's shop. He saw an old man sitting cross-legged in a dark room. His face was pale, and he would occasionally let out some crazy cries. Moreover, every time he cried out, it seemed as if he was venting something, and he would continuously vomit blood. This old ghost is injured, and his injuries are not light. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. And Yuer also leaned over to the side. After seeing the scene in the mirror, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling roughly looked for a while and immediately put away the mirror. Then, he said to an Yuer, "Senior sister Yuer, you're too beautiful. When we enter the city, I'm afraid there will be a sensation." "That's easy." Hearing this, an Yuer smiled and took out a veil to cover her beautiful face. Although she was still a devastatingly beautiful woman, she was no longer as stunning as before. "That's great. Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. Holding Yuer's hand, he was about to quicken his pace. Big brother, wait. However, right at that moment, a shout suddenly sounded from afar. Then, a young man flew over. This person's strength was ordinary. Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to him. However, he saw that the other party was wearing a set of armor, and that armor was from the Martial God Battalion. Martial God Battalion, speaking of which, he, Lin Ling, was currently the Grand Marshal of the 6 divisions. Do you know? Which way is the Great Azure Divine Dynasty? After the young man arrived, he smiled and explained, I just came to the Martial God realm not long ago. This is the first time I'm going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, so I'm not familiar with the place. This was the same as Lin Ling in the past. He had also served in the Martial God camp before going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. It just so happens that we are going to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Let's go together. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. This young man was from the Martial Gods Battalion, so Lin Ling decided to bring him along. Thank you, big brother. The young man was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. However, when he looked at Yuer, he was clearly shocked. Because although Yuer was wearing a veil, her temperament was indifferent. He felt that she was definitely a rare beauty, however, he still abided by the rules. He only took a glance and didn't dare to look again. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Through their conversation, Lin Ling found out that this young man was called Li Hu, and he was indeed from the Martial Gods Battalion. Big brother, where did you guys come from? Li Hu was very polite to Lin Ling. We just came back from the outside. Lin Ling said with a smile. The outside? Could it be the other divine lands? Oh my god, you've left Qingzhou? Qingzhou is so big. I haven't even finished exploring it, but big brother, you went to the other divine lands. How enviable. The young man was undoubtedly shocked, but he comforted himself and said, Big brother, the outside you're talking about should be the myriad realms. Then, when he saw that Lin Ling didn't say anything, he immediately confirmed his thoughts. I heard that Qingzhou is the weakest among the 9 prefectures. The other divine lands are the scary ones. I really hope to have the chance to go to the other divine lands in this life. He walked side by side with Lin Ling, but he also talked non-stop like a chatterbox. However, Lin Ling didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he seemed to see himself in the young man, who had anticipation and curiosity about the outside world. After a long time, they finally arrived at Qingzhou. The ancient imperial city stood there like a cauldron, and it was still divided into 5 rings. The imperial city was bustling with noise and excitement. On the surface, the cultivators in Qingzhou were much stronger than before. Those cultivators walked along the street and talked excitedly. They talked about who was more powerful in Qingzhou, how the Azure Emperor was, and so on. When Lin Ling heard that the 3rd princess was still the Azure Emperor and was safe and sound, he was relieved. As for who was more powerful in Qingzhou, he didn't have time to care. With his current strength, only the cultivators of the final world could catch his attention. It's Miss Yunyan. At this moment, the street was suddenly in an uproar. The people around suddenly stretched their necks and looked into the distance. It seemed that their eyes were excited and they were drooling exaggeratedly. This surprised Lin Ling and he looked at those drooling people with disdain. Miss Yunyan. Next to Lin Ling, Li Hu was also shocked. You know her too? Lin Ling frowned. Wasn't this guy's first time in the Great Azure God Dynasty? How could he know this so-called Miss Yunyan? Hee, I've seen her before, but not in the Great Azure God Dynasty. She's in the Martial God Barracks because she's the Azure Emperor's disciple. The Azure Emperor has a good relationship with the Martial God Barracks, so the Martial God Barracks can occasionally see her. Li Hu immediately said. Lin Ling suddenly understood. They're here. At this moment, someone shouted, then, several figures slowly walked over from the front of the street. The girl in the lead looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She was indeed very beautiful. She wore a white dress and a white belt that fluttered in the wind, as if she was otherworldly. When they saw Miss Yunyan, the street instantly quieted down. Countless people stared at the girl and even their breath stopped. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shook his head. Although Miss Yunyan was quite pretty, she still paled in comparison to An Yuer, who stood beside him. If An Yuer removed her veil, everyone's gazes would probably betray Miss Yunyan. Of course, Lin Ling was also looking at Miss Yunyan because she was the third princess disciple. Furthermore, he saw two people walking side by side beside Miss Yunyan. These two people were not weak. One of them was at the middle stage martial ancestor realm while the other was at the half-step to martial god realm. This kind of strength was not to be underestimated in Qingzhou. Of course, the two people had attracted Lin Ling's attention mainly because Lin Ling sensed the aura of the slumbering heroic spirits from them. Could it be that the slumbering heroic spirits wanted to use Miss Yunyan to get close to the third princess and control Qingzhou? However, with the king of venomous worms' strength, he should not be interested in Qingzhou. Therefore, the king of venomous worms must have other motives. The street was silent. Lin Ling was deep in thought. Perhaps the platinum evil spirit behind him was too tall and had attracted Miss Yunyan's attention. This was because her gaze had passed through the platinum evil spirit and quietly landed on An Yuer. Although An Yuer was wearing a veil, for some reason, Miss Yunyan felt that the elder sister in the white dress was not as simple as she seemed. When she looked, her beautiful eyes were as clear as autumn water. Li Hu, who was next to Lin Ling, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He cried out in surprise, "Beautiful, so beautiful. And Miss Yunyan is looking at me." Whoosh! He named them. His voice was like thunder in the silent street, causing everyone to look over. When they saw Li Hu drooling, they couldn't help but laugh. Beside him, Lin Ling's old face also turned red. This Li Hu was too disappointing, because he realized that Lin Ling was also included in the disdainful gazes of the people. As for Miss Yunyan, she wasn't looking at Li Hu at all. That was why she had a look of disgust on her face. She also gave Lin Ling, who was standing next to Li Hu, a look of disdain. Although Lin Ling was much more handsome than Li Hu, she saw that Lin Ling was also staring at her. Naturally, she thought that Lin Ling was attracted by her beauty. She was truly a person who only looked good on the outside but was actually rotten on the inside. Hee, this Qingzhou is really a gathering place for mediocre people. They only know how to look at beauties all day long. No wonder their strength is so weak. At this moment, the old man and the young man beside Miss Yunyan also stared at Li Hu. The young man said indifferently, his tone filled with disdain. His gaze was filled with disdain as well. Of course, with his strength, he naturally had the qualifications to look down on Li Hu. However, as Li Hu was from the martial god battalion, he had a strong backbone. Not only was he not afraid, he even glared back fiercely. "Looks like you're not convinced." The young man immediately sneered. Originally, he felt that it was beneath him to make a move against an ant like Li Hu. However, this ant was looking at Miss Yunyan with perverted eyes. This was an insult to him. In his eyes, Miss Yunyan was already his woman. "I'll play with you." He wanted to show off in front of the beauty, so he walked out and waved his hand. "Young Master Zhou, you can't." Beside him, Miss Yunyan's expression changed and she immediately tried to stop him. This was because she knew that this young Master Zhou's background was not simple. It was said that he came from an academy in a certain world, and his strength was monstrous. Not long ago, when he came to Qingzhou, her master, Princess Tian, was also very afraid of him. She even told her that this person should not be provoked. That was why she treated young Master Zhou as the host. As for why he had come to Qingzhou, she wasn't too sure. "Don't worry, Miss Yunyan. I'm just playing with him. I won't hurt him. After all, I'm still a guest." Young Master Zhou revealed a smile that he thought was dashing. He indeed came from the final world and was an expert from the 36th Academy. Originally, he shouldn't have appeared in Qing province, but he was someone from the place of eternal rest. He also received orders from the leader to investigate this place and approach Emperor Qing. It would be best if he could find some people from her mouth. Therefore, he and his father had appeared here. Furthermore, as time passed, his relationship with Emperor Qing had improved. He should be able to find those people through Emperor Qing. As for where those people came from, he didn't know. However, the leader told him that those people were related to Lin Ling. Beside him, Miss Yunyan frowned. She wanted to stop them, but she was afraid that Master Zhou would be unhappy. However, if she didn't stop them, the young man from before would be in trouble. Then, she hurriedly looked at Li Hu and wanted him to apologize. She wanted to turn this into a small matter. Hee, although Qing province is a small place, it's not a place that pigs and dogs can provoke. If you want to play, I'll play with you. However, before Miss Xianxia could speak, the young man in blue beside Li Hu spoke. Miss Xianxia was so angry that she almost stomped her feet. She wanted to turn this into a small matter, but the young man couldn't see through her and took the initiative to provoke them. Hee, young Master Zhou, the martial artists of Qing province are a little arrogant. However, they don't have bad intentions, so don't take it to heart. Perhaps they're not talking about you. Then, Miss Xianxia smiled at young Master Zhou. Pigs and dogs, in fact, they're talking about him. However, Lin Ling spoke again. Miss Xianxia was fuming with anger. This person was too arrogant. He was looking for trouble. She glared fiercely at Lin Ling and kept trying to signal him with her eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Ling acted as if he didn't see it. In fact, he was indeed looking for trouble. That was because he wanted to use these two people to bring the Gu King to the surface. Brother Tai, are you saying that I'm a pig and a dog? At that moment, young Master Zhou was also looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about you. Lin Ling nodded honestly. As if he was afraid that young Master Zhou wouldn't believe him, he pointed at him. This action not only angered Miss Xianxia, but also made Li Hu's eyes twitch. It seemed that this guy named Lin Ling had a bad temper too. Previously, although he had a strong backbone, he only dared to stare at him. He didn't dare to speak. However, not only did Lin Ling speak, he even pointed out his name. Interesting. Then let's see who's the pig and dog. Young Master Zhou laughed. His realm essence was activated, causing the great Qing dynasty to be in an uproar. Everyone on the street was shocked. From the aura, they knew how powerful this person was. Even in the depths of the great Qing dynasty's palace, a group of powerful cultivators frowned. This was because they sensed a powerful aura shooting up into the sky. This aura was so terrifying that no one in Qingzhou was a match for it. Take a blow from me and I'll spare your life. Almost at the same time, young Master Zhou attacked. His speed was incomparably fast. His realm essence was so terrifying that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It directly drowned the great Qing dynasty. In the sky of the great Qing dynasty, countless cranes cried and Qingzhou was shaken. So powerful. Miss Xianxia's expression changed. Although she already knew that young Master Zhou was very powerful, she didn't expect him to be so powerful. Could this be the strength of a cultivator from the outside world? Then, she stared at Lin Ling with hatred. It was that kid who spoke without thinking that caused young Master Zhou to be angry. Now, there was a game to be played. She only hoped that young Master Zhou could suppress his anger in time and not implicate the innocent people of Qingzhou. Of course, she was also prepared to help the blue-robed youth who spoke without thinking. After all, they were all from Qingzhou. She couldn't bear to see them die here. This bit of strength is really not enough. However, Lin Ling also walked out. As he walked, he shook his head and said, "Ask your lord to come out. He has some qualifications." Hearing this, young Master Zhou's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He couldn't be bothered to say anything. However, when his palm arrived in front of Lin Ling, he and Lin Ling looked at each other. However, he realized that Lin Ling's gaze was very calm. It was as calm as the sea. Moreover, within the calmness, there was a hint of mockery. It was as if he was saying, "Is this all you've got?" Young Master Zhou was furious. The terrifying palm directly hit Lin Ling. Not only did it contain the realm essence of the martial ancestor realm, it also contained 30% of the ancestor's realm essence. Boom! The power of this palm was so terrifying that the first wall of the city collapsed. The ground also continued to crack open. The onlookers all opened their mouths wide. What a powerful force! I didn't know that this person was so powerful. Previously, the blue-robed youth offended him. The difference in strength between the two of them is too great. I previously thought that the blue-robed youth was very powerful. In the end, he was easily defeated by a single attack. How disappointing. This is the price of acting tough. In order to get Miss Xianxia's attention, he forced himself to act tough. However, in the end, he failed. Chapter 37:18 Lin Ling, you're back. Even Lady Yunyan shook her head helplessly. as she too assumed that Lin Ling was only trying to act tough. She was extremely disappointed in Lin Ling. She had assumed that even if Lin Ling could not win the battle, he should at least be able to resist the attack. However, he had been defeated before he could even unleash a single attack. At that instant, a series of exclamations could be heard from the street. Lady Yunyan raised her head and her eyes glistened as her body shuddered. The blue-robed young man was still standing on the street. Not only was he perfectly unharmed, he did not even take a step backward. He managed to resist the attack? Li Hu opened his mouth wide, as if his eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. Meanwhile, on the street, Lin Ling ignored the crowd's astonishment. He glanced at Mr. Zhou and said, "Only 30% of your progenitor force, how weak." With his current strength, even a half-martial god would not be able to harm him, let alone Mr. Zhou. How is this possible? Mr. Zhou stared at Lin Ling and shook his head continuously. He was a 6th-layer martial progenitor realm expert with 30% of his progenitor force. How could he fail to defeat this blue-robed young man with his full strength? Since when did the Qingzhou continent have such an expert? Everyone knew that there was no such expert even in the 9 continents. Nothing is impossible in this world. Lin Ling looked down at Mr. Zhou as if he had grown taller. Following this, he threw out a punch. "Try taking a punch from me too." The punch seemed slow, but it contained an indescribable mystery, causing Mr. Zhou's face to turn pale. He instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. His arm was covered in a glow, a sign that he had accumulated a powerful realm force. However, as soon as the two attacks collided, a crisp sound could be heard, which was the sound of bones breaking. In the eyes of the crowd, the bones in Mr. Zhou's right arm protruded from his shoulder. This was the result of resisting Lin Ling's punch. How terrifying! Stomp, stomp, stomp! That young Master Zhou screamed and retreated. However, he was supported by a middle-aged man. It was young Master Zhou's father, Zhou Zheng. This man had not spoken before, giving off a gloomy feeling. At this moment, he looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, "You are not from Qingzhou." He was very clear that his son had jade zombie goo in his body, which was the ultimate 6th-grade desolate physique. Its defense was extremely strong and ordinary people could not harm him, but now, his right arm was broken with a single move. This meant that his opponent was not simple at all. "Who said that I'm not from Qingzhou?" "You guys are the ones who are not from Qingzhou. What are you doing here? And where is your Gu King?" Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. "Gu King?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, but he still shook his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I know how to fight, you know that." Lin Ling was still smiling, but he was already walking towards the middle-aged man step by step. The middle-aged man was a half-step to martial god realm expert, but he was extremely cautious. He looked at Miss Yunyan and said, "Isn't your master Emperor Qing? Why is Qingzhou not doing anything when this person is behaving atrociously here?" Hearing this, Miss Yunyan opened her mouth but did not speak. Because she also knew that she couldn't afford to provoke any of the experts from either side. Of course, the one that surprised her the most was the blue-robed young man. After all, she had always thought that he was just a hedonistic young master. "The way you treat your guests is disappointing." Seeing that Miss Yunyan did not speak, the middle-aged man did not continue his act. Instead, he chose to attack Lin Ling. "Forget it. Since you've forced me to attack, you'll only end up dead. Moreover, although I don't know who you are, there are some people that you can't fight against." A golden silkworm appeared behind the middle-aged man. It was the golden silkworm Gu from the land of eternal rest. As soon as the golden silkworm appeared, a fatal light bullet appeared. It could easily destroy the entire Qingzhou. Lin Ling stared at the huge golden silkworm and suddenly thought of the few experts that he had met at the Kaiyuan River. They also had golden silkworms. At that time, Lin Ling had to fight them with all his might, but now, bang, Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot out like a cannonball. Almost at the same time, the golden silkworm spat out a fatal light bullet that could cause a violent explosion. Rumble, however, with a punch from Lin Ling, the light bomb was directly blown apart, and a terrifying blast wave swept out. "This guy is courting death." The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he saw this. This was the first time that he had seen someone resist his attack with their physical body. However, he did not have time to be shocked because a figure rushed out from the blast wave. It was Lin Ling. What? The middle-aged man's heart instantly exploded. However, Lin Ling did not attack him. Instead, he pounced on the golden silkworm behind him. Then, he threw a punch that was as powerful as a storm. Bang, bang, bang. The huge golden silkworm was immediately sent flying into the sky by Lin Ling. Punch after punch, the golden silkworm was finally blown apart under countless shocked gazes. Countless amounts of energy scattered on the ground like meteors. Among those dazzling meteors, a figure slowly floated down. On the ground, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked dispirited. His goo was blown apart by Lin Ling and he was obviously seriously injured. Miss Yunyan, this person is doing whatever he wants in Qingzhou. He even attacked your guests. Shouldn't you do something about it? Then, the middle-aged man looked at Miss Yunyan anxiously. Until now, he was still pretending to be a guest because he was afraid that Emperor Qing would discover his purpose. Miss Yunyan was suddenly put in a difficult position. Although Emperor Qing had entrusted her to take good care of these guests and not become enemies with them, these guests were very powerful. If they were displeased, they would very likely behave atrociously in Qingzhou. However, the blue-robed young man in the sky was not weak either. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a large number of experts flew over from Qingzhou's sky. That's Senior Huang Fuidao. Lord Qi Yuhu. Li Hu's sharp eyes noticed that the expert behind the martial god battalion had arrived. Oh my god, isn't that Emperor Qing? Everyone was shocked. All the experts in Qingzhou had arrived. Then, those who did not know the situation looked at the blue-robed young man, thinking that he was in trouble. Even Miss Yunyan thought so. However, she was so panicked that she did not realize that with the blue-robed young man's strength, even if Emperor Qing and the others came, it would be useless. After the large number of experts arrived, they first flew over and then slowly walked. Their gazes were solemn at first, but when they saw the blue-robed young man floating in the sky, they became excited. They walked towards the blue-robed young man in an orderly manner. As for Lin Ling, he nodded slightly at these people. Lin Ling, you're back. Master. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The king of venomous worms had arrived. Master. Without a doubt, Miss Yunyan bit down hard on her lips. She didn't even notice that her lips were bleeding from the bite. Master's master, could he be the legendary man, the real Emperor Qing of Qingzhou? Lin Ling, boom. Everyone in the great Qing divine dynasty felt their hearts explode. The legend of Lin Ling was known to everyone in Qingzhou. Perhaps many people couldn't recognize Lin Ling after so many years. However, the name Lin Ling represented the entire Qingzhou. Emperor Qing. Then, countless people on the street knelt down. They knew that although Qingzhou looked peaceful, it was actually the hard work of the Emperor Qing behind the scenes. Everyone knelt down, which caused the great Azure divine dynasty to be incomparably silent. The only people standing were Yu and Li Hu, who was beside her. Li Hu was still standing because he felt like he was dreaming, because a random passerby he met was the King Emperor Qing. God, are you kidding me? Big sister, is he the Emperor Qing? While he was in disbelief, he turned to Enuer and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, Enuer said coldly, didn't you see it for yourself? Enuer had always been cold to outsiders, unless she was facing Lin Ling. Li Hu finally reacted and knelt down. He felt that with his luck, he would be shot even if he didn't do anything. No, he would win the lottery. He's the Emperor Qing? At that moment, the middle-aged man frowned and looked at the sky. Father, the Emperor Qing of Qingzhou seems to be Lin Ling. Beside him, young Master Zhou thought for a while and his expression changed drastically. Lin, he's back? And he found us. The middle-aged man immediately guessed something. Lin Ling attacked them for no reason, which explained everything. You too, how long are you going to pretend? At that moment, Lin Ling looked at them. The two of them gritted their teeth. Then, young Master Zhou shouted, Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. Let me tell you, the leader of the Land of Eternal Rest is in Qingzhou. He has been waiting for your return. Land of Eternal Rest? Hearing that, some older warriors immediately panicked because they knew that it was the 10 evils of the 9 states. The 10 evils of the 9 states was an extremely ancient force. They were like the parasites of the 9 states. Wherever they appeared, there would be a bloodbath. Over the years, there were people who wanted to get rid of them, but no one had the power to do so. Leader? What leader? In the past, there was an elder who came to Qingzhou in this place of eternal rest. At that time, the entire Qingzhou was poisoned by him. It was Emperor Qing, Lin Ling, who saved us. Now, he is no longer an elder, but a leader? The leader's strength is definitely stronger than the elder's. Everyone in the surroundings started to panic. Haha, let me tell you. He's the Gu King of the Land of Eternal Rest. He's the #1 Gu King, the leader of everyone. Seeing that everyone was afraid, young Master Zhou suddenly laughed. He was not surprised that people were afraid of the Land of Eternal Rest. Almost at the same time, the ground exploded. In the distance, a huge mass of meat ran along the ground. This mass of meat looked like a worm, but it was extremely large. Its skin was translucent, and one could roughly see the scene inside. There seemed to be many people imprisoned inside, however, upon closer inspection, they did not look like people. Instead, they looked like poisonous worms. Whoosh, the tentacles of the worm spewed out large amounts of smoke, covering the entire sky of Qingzhou. Haha, you're all finished. The leader is here. He's going to poison the entire Qingzhou. Those clouds are the spore goo poison. Even if you don't breathe, it will enter your body through your skin. Then, unknowingly, you will become the leader's goo poison. Seeing the colorful smoke in the sky, young Master Zhou was undoubtedly very excited. This caused people to panic even more. Master. The third princess and the others looked anxiously at Lin Ling. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed in front of him, but he waved his hand casually. If the Gu King was in his prime, Lin Ling would have to be careful. However, the Gu King was highly valued, so Lin Ling did not think much of him. Seeing Lin Ling's gentle movements, the third princess and the others were shocked. One should know that the Gu King was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Was Lin Ling not afraid? Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, after destroying countless houses, the worm stopped far away from Lin Ling. Haha, old man, what are you doing? You've been bitten by the dragon corpse a few times, and now you've turned into a big fat worm. However, you look disgusting enough. Why didn't the dragon corpse tear you apart? Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled lightly. You. The worm's body trembled. After hearing Lin Ling's words, he also remembered what happened in the dragon's continent. At that time, he was in a miserable state. He was beaten up by the dragon corpse until he vomited blood. If not for the worm, he would have been torn apart. Of course, in the face of countless dragon corpses, it was normal for him to end up like this. However, why was Lin Ling unscathed? He had seen Lin Ling walk past the dragon corpse with his own eyes, but he was safe and sound. He still could not forget such unfair treatment to this day. You're dead, you're dead. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you didn't expect this, right? Not only did I not die, after I escaped, I immediately came to find you for revenge. After being angry, the worm suddenly laughed. These are your people, right? Let me tell you, I want all of them to be my worms, all of them to be my worms. Your family, your friends, your wife, you'll regret it. When he said this, the Gu King was obviously very excited. He also controlled the multicolored clouds in the sky, and they rolled down to cover the sky. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, hand over the treasures on your body, and perhaps I'll spare your life. As for your people, if you agree to be my worms, I'll spare their lives. How about it? Did you expect this day to come? Let me tell you, no matter how monstrous you are, you're nothing in front of old monsters like me. The worm kept shouting, each sentence more excited than the last. It was as if he could see Lin Ling's regretful face and kneel down to beg for mercy. However, before he finished his last sentence, he fell silent. That was because Lin Ling, who was in the sky, had a strange horn in his hand. The horn was red and emitted a terrifying aura. At a closer look, the horn looked like a coxcomb. Lin Ling blew at the coxcomb, then threw out the horn. Next, the smoke in the sky turned into a whirlpool and was sucked in by the horn. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Even the worm almost clapped his hands. To be able to see such a scene in his life, this trip was not in vain. Flaunting treasures. That's the comb of the Li Chao divine chicken. Heavens, why do you have such a thing? Following that, he let out a trembling voice. Regardless of what kind of goo it was afraid of one thing, and that was chickens. That was because, be it centipedes or spiders, all of them had a natural enemy, and that was the chicken. Of course, this chicken was not an ordinary chicken. It had to be a divine chicken, and there were many types of divine chickens. However, it was undeniable that they were a branch of the phoenix bloodline, and the horn that appeared in Lin Ling's hand was made from the comb of the Li Chao divine chicken. It could produce a sound wave attack similar to a chicken's cry. Other than that, it was the bane of the Goo King's goo poison. He, the Goo King, was like a huge meat worm that was being targeted by a rooster, and what angered him the most was that Lin Ling suddenly threw up his hands and said, "Of course I bought this horn." You. The meatworm was so angry that its entire body trembled. Looking at your wretched state, you seem to have been injured by the dragon aura. And I happen to have the Grandi's Poria pill here. It can cure all kinds of strange powers. If you consume it, you can probably recover 60% of your strength. At this moment, a pill appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He waved it and said with a smile, "Grandi's Poria pill." The meatworm trembled once again. He had heard of such a pill before. In fact, such a pill was not used to cure poison, but to suppress all kinds of strange powers. For example, if a warrior was entangled by lightning, his entire body would be paralyzed, and such a pill could relieve the paralysis. Or if one was frostbitten by the ice elemental ultimate desolate physique, this pill could also defrost it. As for the Goo King, he had been pursued by the dragon corpses in the Kaiyuan River. He had a large amount of dragon aura that required him to constantly release it. After all, he did not have Lin Ling's dragon god talent. However, releasing it took a lot of time. It would probably take at least 100 years. However, the pill was able to completely digest the dragon chi in his body. To him, this kind of medicinal pill was undoubtedly an existence akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. Other than that, I also have a corpse fruit. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. A black fruit appeared in his hand. This fruit looked a little terrifying. Its surface was actually full of skeletons, and it was quietly wriggling. Corpse fruit, according to legend, it was a place where millions of corpses gathered. It was a fruit formed by the good fortune of heaven and earth. It contained a large amount of nether chi and corpse chi. It was suitable for some martial artists who cultivated the nether attribute. For example, the Goo King could use this fruit to plant goo. If he used it on the dragon god, his success rate would increase by 70%. If he had such a fruit back at the Kaiyuan River, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. "Give it to me." The king of venomous worms shouted anxiously. As the king of venomous worms, how could he not be tempted by such a treasure? I also have a bottle of acupuncture point sealing blood flower. It said that when a martial god breaks through to the martial god realm and faces the divine tribulation, it can increase the chances of passing the divine tribulation by 30%. This is because this flower has the power to seal acupuncture points, seal blood, and seal the world, preventing the divine tribulation from finding the cultivator. By the way, I have a corpse emperor's finger bone here. I don't know which god it belongs to, but it seems to be very suitable for you. Lin Ling floated in the sky and continued to speak. His intention was naturally to anger the king of venomous worms. The truth was indeed so. Every time the king of venomous worms heard Lin Ling's words, his body trembled. If he had transformed into a human, his eyes would have turned red. This brat actually had so many precious treasures. Where did he get them? In the ancient dragon wilderness, as he had left in advance, he didn't know about the wedding banquet. Are you surprised? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled. Let me tell you, these are all bought in the store of God. Sigh, I bought too many. I don't even know which treasure to use first. Moreover, there are too many of them. I'm afraid I won't be able to use them all in my lifetime. Therefore, I can only throw away the useless treasures. After speaking, he took out a set of red and green divine armor and handed it to the third princess. Take it, this is for you. The set of divine armor made the king of venomous worms jealous again. This was because he also came from the ancient dragon wilderness and had a jade token in his hand. He was very familiar with the treasures in the store of God. Naturally, he knew about the set of divine armor. The divine armor was called Fire Descending Glaze. It was an innate divine weapon that had reached the 3rd grade. Wearing this armor, if one activated their realm essence, they would be able to form a fire glaze around their body. Not only was their attack powerful, but their defense was also extremely good. Although this set of armor wasn't very fatal to him, he knew that such a treasure armor would be priceless in the final world. However, this brat actually gave away such a treasure so casually. You bought so many treasures." The king of venomous worms' body continued to tremble. His heart was bleeding. This was too unfair. So many treasures were taken away by this brat. If these treasures belonged to him, his life would be wonderful. Good. As the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. However, you keep showing off your treasures in front of me. It seems like I have no choice but to take action. The king of venomous worms said word by word. His voice was filled with excitement and greed. "Leader, you have to get those treasures." On the ground, young Master Zhou also shouted. The treasures that Lin Ling took out previously made him extremely jealous. "Don't worry, I will definitely get them. You will also be rewarded." The king of venomous worms nodded excitedly. His words made young Master Zhou and the rest overjoyed. "Lin Ling, why don't you surrender? Maybe the leader will spare your life on account of your treasures." Young Master Zhou looked at Lin Ling arrogantly and said after he was overjoyed. Right now, he was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. With the leader around, if he was still afraid of Lin Ling, he would not be able to learn martial arts. "The treasures are with me. Whether you can get them or not depends on your ability." Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything else. He took a step in the sky and the entire void exploded. Then, Lin Ling shot towards the king of venomous worms like a cannonball. Seeing that Lin Ling took the initiative to attack, young Master Zhou and the rest on the ground were stunned. They pointed at Lin Ling and laughed dumbfoundedly. Was that brat a retard? Although Lin Ling had defeated them previously, they all agreed that no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would never be a match for the king of venomous worms. The strength of the leader of the resting ground of heroic spirits was not to be underestimated. Even the king of venomous worms was stunned. He thought that Lin Ling was a little crazy. However, he immediately sneered. The originally huge flesh worm expanded like a balloon at this moment. "Come, my body is full of venomous worms. If you touch me, you are dead meat." The king of venomous worms snorted at the same time. He could even imagine that when Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he would be drowned by his flesh. That guy would probably scream in pain. However, Lin Ling was a little cunning. He had to prevent him from escaping. Sparks and lightning flashed all the way. However, what shocked the Goo King once again was that Lin Ling did not seem to have any intention of running away in the face of the flesh worm he had transformed into. Instead, he was getting closer and closer. Moreover, Lin Ling only used one punch, a seemingly weak punch. Such a fist, perhaps his physical body would be able to swallow it in one gulp. Whoosh, Lin Ling's speed was not fast, but it was still as fast as a shooting star. When Lin Ling crashed into the mountain of flesh, Goo King's heart finally changed. This was because his body had actually caved in from the impact. The people in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air because they could see that the huge mountain of flesh in front of them was being knocked back by Emperor Qing Lin Ling. What kind of power is this? Goo King roared. How could he have known that Lin Ling was wearing the Dragon God battle armor? Although he had sacrificed speed, his gravity had long since reached 40,000 worlds worth of power. Even though the king of venomous worms was one of the best in the martial god realm, he could not resist the force of 40,000 worlds. Boom. Then, the giant flesh worm flew out like a cannonball and smashed into the great Azure God dynasty. However, Qingzhou was silent. The third princess and the others all had their jaws dropped. Lin Ling had actually sent that meat worm flying with a single punch. Heavens, how much strength was needed to do that? How is this possible? That's the chief. He was sent flying with a single punch. As for young Master Zhou, he was dumbfounded. He even thought that he had met a fake leader. Otherwise, how could he be so weak? Lin Ling. In the distance, the flesh worm was still rolling on the ground, looking very funny. Obviously, it was confused by Lin Ling's punch. Flesh worm, I don't care what you're doing in Azure Province, but this is my territory. I won't allow you to behave atrociously here. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the ground with a large number of divine weapons floating around him. Above his head was the true inheritance dark sword. Then, he reached behind him with his right hand, and when the tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, he immediately galloped on the ground. Bang bang bang, the earth trembled from his stomp, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. This was also the might of the dragon god armor. Lin Ling's speed was still not fast, but at this moment, he was like a giant, rushing forward. Come on, let's see who can hurt who. In front of him, the meat worm crawled up and roared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Gu King was infuriated. If he was not severely injured, Lin Ling could kill Gu King with just one finger, but now, he, one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils, had been sent flying. It was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. Be my Gu. After that, Gu King did not dare to confront Lin Ling head-on because that was not his strong suit. The giant flesh worm's tentacles once again spewed out a large amount of smoke, but this time it wasn't multicolored, it was green, and all of them were flying towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, those were not smoke, but green goo worms as thick as hair. Ding ding dang. Dang, however, these goo worms could not get close to Lin Ling at all. It was as if they had hit an iron plate, making crisp sounds. On the other hand, Lin Ling rushed past the goo worms and was getting closer to the flesh worm. What? You still have so many divine armors. The Goo King was shocked at first, but he immediately saw dozens of divine armors appear around Lin Ling's body. They shone brightly. It was those divine armors that blocked the invasion of the goo worms. Gu King also knew that Lin Ling could not unleash the full power of the divine armors. However, Lin Ling had so many sets of divine armors that he did not need to unleash the full power of the divine armors. He only needed to unleash 30% of the power of each set of divine armors, and that was enough. Of course, this was also a prodigal. This brat is too fierce. As the saying goes, the young and strong fear the fist. I am severely injured now, and it is not suitable for me to fight him head-on. Seeing Lin Ling getting closer and closer, Gu King could not help but feel a sense of fear. He was frightened by Lin Ling's aura. Let's avoid him first. Gu King planned to avoid him first. However, as soon as he moved, he realized that he had slowed down a lot. Moreover, there was a mysterious power shrouding his body, which made Gu King, who was already weak, even weaker. My speed. Gu King was shocked. His speed had been reduced by 50%. And my defense. His defense had also been reduced by 50%. In fact, even his attack had been reduced by 50%. This prompted Gu King to check his surroundings immediately. Suddenly, he realized that bamboo slices of different colors and an incense burner had appeared around him. Some of the bamboo slices were huge, while some were as big as a palm. However, when they floated in the sky, they emitted a mysterious melody. As for the incense burner, it was burning with incense, which also looked magical. Gu King instantly knew that those treasures had suppressed his power. However, what the hell were those treasures that could suppress the power of a martial god realm expert? I bought these treasures from the store of God. As if he had noticed Gu King's shock, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from the front. The store of God again? Gu King was furious. Could that guy have emptied the store of God? At that moment, he suddenly regretted it. He should not have appeared when Lin Ling was at his peak and fought with him head-on. Sword, come. At that moment, a cold voice was heard. Around Lin Ling's body, the dark sword of the true inheritance kept dancing and gradually merged. These swords moved along with Lin Ling's running. In the end, when the 18th dark sword of the true inheritance disappeared from Lin Ling's hand, a 2-meter-long divine sword appeared. Bang! Lin Ling suddenly held the sword tightly and crossed the two swords. The realm essence of the 6 major dantians was activated. All of his physical strength was also activated. One must know that Lin Ling's current talent had greatly increased, and his physical strength was also on a whole new level. Moreover, this was under the suppression of the Dragon God battle armor. If he were to remove the Dragon God battle armor, even Lin Ling himself didn't know the limits of his physical strength. All of his strength in addition to the tyrannical song sword's peak ancestral power and the dark sword of the true inheritance was terrifying. Crack! 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 The two swords slashed along the ground. The ground was burned and a bottomless sword mark appeared. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. A figure holding two swords charged towards the huge mountain of flesh in front of him, leaving behind sparks and lightning. Impossible, he's courting death. In the silence, Sir Zhou gritted his teeth. He still did not believe that Lin Ling was a match for the leader. However, Gu King trembled and cursed angrily. Lin Ling was too shameless. Not only did he take advantage of the fact that he was severely injured, he even released a large number of treasures to seal him. He was like a pig being slaughtered. On the other hand, Lin Ling was armed to the teeth with treasures. He could not attack at all. It was too unfair. Lin Ling, wait. Gu King roared at the critical moment. Unfortunately, Lin Ling would not wait at all. He even quickened his pace. Crack, crack. Like-minded, clang, almost as soon as Lin Ling passed by the mountain of flesh, he finally came to a stop. He slowly put away his swords and carried the mountain of flesh on his back. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Boom, in the next moment, the enormous flesh mountain exploded, and countless stinky venom sprayed out. Looking from afar, the flesh worm that was bigger than a mountain had been cut in half. Ah! Young Master Zhou and his father opened their mouths wide and almost fainted. The leader of the resting grounds of heroic spirits had been defeated. After all, he was a prominent figure in the martial god realm, and he was only inferior to the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. In their hearts, their leader was invincible. However, the leader was not defeated by a famous expert, nor was he defeated by some old monster. Instead, he was defeated by a rising star. Lin Ling, I'll remember this. When the flesh worm exploded, there were also many goo worms flying around and emitting malicious words. These goo worms were transformed from the Gu King. Although this old ghost was highly valued, it was also extremely difficult to kill. Even though it was cut in half by Lin Ling, it was still alive. It was just that its originally heavily injured body had become even more serious now. You don't want my treasure anymore? Lin Ling did not continue the chase. He knew that he should not pursue a cornered enemy when facing the Gu King because the old man's methods were strange. He knew that it would be easy to fall into his trap if he forced himself to chase. Furthermore, Lin Ling's original intention was to chase the Gu King away and let him know that he had to pay the price if he wanted to behave atrociously in Qingzhou. Now, the Gu King should have known the price. The next time he wanted to do this, he would think twice. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the Gu King was obviously stunned. Then, he seemed to have gone mad. F***ck, 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 F***ck. He didn't know what to say. All he could do was curse and curse. This was because he finally knew why Lin Ling wanted to show off the treasure. It was so that he, the Gu King, could see it but not touch it. This was the most depressing thing in life. If he was at his peak, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. If he wasn't valued, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, there were no ifs in this world. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that the Gu King had run away like a madman. Although he looked relaxed earlier, he had actually gone all out. After all, many of his techniques were suppressed by the Dragon God armor and the Demigod Divine Pill. Naturally, he was reluctant to break these seals for the Gu King. However, he had already prepared 2 deadly divine weapons. If the Gu King wanted to fight with his life on the line, he would give up 1 or 2 treasures at most to kill him. Of course, Lin Ling was happy that the other party had escaped. After all, he did not want to waste those treasures on the Gu King. Those treasures were meant for Wen Tian martial god. Although the godly weapons in God's shop are powerful, they can't cause fatal damage to the martial gods at the top of the pyramid. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He also knew that as long as the 3-year battle came, these treasures would most likely be used up by then. Then, Lin Ling walked towards Master Zhou. I'm just passing by. Master Zhou rubbed his broken arm and his face was extremely pale. His father did not say a word but his eyes were flickering. He was obviously scared. Although he was a half-step to martial god, he knew that it would not be difficult for the blue-robed young man to kill a martial god, let alone a mere half-step to martial god. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued to walk forward. However, his footsteps seemed to be stepping on their hearts, causing them to tremble even more. We're really just passing by. This time, even the middle-aged man spoke. Lin Ling's footsteps finally came to a stop as he looked down at them. That gaze caused their hearts to thump violently. Lin Ling shook his head and turned around to leave. He's not going to kill us? Young Master Zhou's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. Bang, however, at that moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared. It was the golden white evil spirit. He slowly took off his cloak and revealed a creepy smile. Father, what's that? Wow, I was scared to death. Looking at the smiling face, Master Zhou's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground. His pants were wet. However, the sinister middle-aged man beside him was not any better. His legs continued to tremble. I can pretend that you're just passing by if it's anything else, but not here. At that moment, Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. This was Qingzhou. Lin Ling had many relatives and friends. Lin Ling could not afford to make any mistakes here, not even a little bit. Because of a small mistake, his grandfather and the rest would not be able to stop it. By then, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Therefore, Lin Ling would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Without a doubt, Master Zhou and his father had been devoured by the golden white evil spirit. Lin Ling. Master. However, no one paid attention to them. At that moment, the third princess and the rest ran over excitedly. Moreover, when they thought of the previous battle, they were shocked. Although the previous battle was not considered earth-shattering, the strength displayed by Lin Ling and the flesh worm had given them a sense of pressure. This made them realize that the strength of that force was definitely beyond their imagination. I never thought that the kid from the martial gods barracks would grow to such a level today. Qi Yuhu exclaimed. In the past, Lin Ling was just a new recruit in the martial gods barracks. Because of Huangfu Yidao's recommendation, he finally groomed Lin Ling as the next marshal. However, who would have imagined that a mere martial gods battalion couldn't tolerate Lin Ling at all? In the end, Lin Ling became the Grand Marshal of the 6 armies. Moreover, the Grand Marshal couldn't tolerate Lin Ling, and Lin Ling even became the Azure Emperor and soared through the 9 continents in the end. Thinking back, everything felt like a dream. That kid is terrifying. Lord Eighth also sighed. In the Yangtze River, each new generation surpassed the previous one. Now, when he met Lin Ling, he was like a junior. He was very curious. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did Lin Ling's cultivation bottlenecks seem to be non-existent to others? Lin Ling. In the distance, the people from the 3 academies also arrived. Leading them was the dean of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling, you're back. The brothers and companions who had fought side by side in the past also rushed over. There was Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, Tang Yue, and the others. They were all companions who had accompanied Lin Ling as he grew up. However, Lin Ling's pace seemed to have no end. In the end, he surpassed them and walked further and further. Is everyone okay? Looking at the familiar faces, Lin Ling's eyes became moist. These people were his friends, brothers, and companions, but they were also the memories of his life, especially when he saw everyone's heartfelt excitement. Lin Ling felt very proud. In his life, he had been to too many places. Everywhere he went, he would have a group of like-minded friends. There were also friends in the rainforest sacred land, like Lady Shui Wu and the others. There were also friends in the Green Province. There were even more in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Ancestor Extreme Flame had arrived. Waha, you're amazing. Oh right, Sakura, where are Meng Lu and the rest? After Tang Yue and the rest arrived, each and every one of them surrounded Lin Ling and laughed loudly. Currently, only 3 people from Qing province had walked out. They were Lin Ling, Sakura, and Meng Lu. They're all fine. Lin Ling also laughed out loud. Lord Lin Ling, I'm really envious of you. You went out to adventure, and when you came back, your strength was simply impressive. But we stayed in this small place. Although we grew quickly, it can't compare to the outside world. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword said with a look of admiration. I was just lucky. Lin Ling chuckled. At this moment, the 3rd princess walked over and called out sweetly, Master. 3rd princess, well done. Lin Ling was full of praise for the 3rd princess. For example, young Master Zhou and the others. The 3rd princess knew that these people were not weak, so she focused on stabilizing them and not making them hostile. This way, there would not be more deaths in Qingzhou. This was clearly done for the sake of the big picture. It was something that a leader had to consider. Thank you for your praise, Master. the third princess smiled. She had always been dignified, but in front of Lin Ling, she was like a student. Behind the crowd, Miss Yunyan's body was trembling. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling was the same as those young masters, lecherous and shameless. But now, she knew that she had embarrassed herself to the core, because that was his grandmaster. She actually suspected that grandmaster was coveting her beauty. Right now, she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Yunyan, quickly come and meet your grandmaster. However, at this time, the third princess' voice rang out as well. Miss Yunyan's face changed color and she almost walked out in tears. However, what surprised her was that Lin Ling was looking at her with a faint smile. He didn't mind her previous rudeness. Since you're my grand disciple, then this jade pendant is a gift from me. After Lin Ling smiled, a blue jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he handed it over. Yunyan froze on the spot. She was a little embarrassed to accept it. However, the third princess beside her urged her to accept it. Even though it's not a treasure, it's able to resist 3 attacks from experts below the martial god realm. Lin Ling explained. In reality, he had treasures that were even more valuable than this. However, it wasn't that he didn't want to give them away, it was because Yunyan and the others were too weak to activate them. Plus, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If Yunyan had a treasure that was too valuable, it would only bring her more trouble. Tang Yue, this is for you. Next, Lin Ling gave a treasure to each of his acquaintances. Those treasures were extremely precious in Qingzhou, no, in Jiuzhou. After all, it was from the shop of gods. Wow, Master Lin Ling, thank you for your treasures. I love you to death. Tang Yue was a princess, but at this moment, she was as excited as a little girl. She ran in front of Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling a hard kiss on the cheek. Haha. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. They knew that only people like Tang Yue, who grew up with Lin Ling, would dare to be so impudent. Lin Ling touched his cheek helplessly. After so many years, this girl still didn't look like she had grown up. However, when the third princess and the others saw Tang Yue's actions, their eyes were suddenly filled with jealousy. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around, the third princess and the others would definitely sneak an attack on Lin Ling. Who told you to take advantage of me? After kissing Lin Ling, Tang Yue said with a smile. This made many people roll their eyes. Even though Tang Yue was a princess and a girl, they still felt that Tang Yue had taken advantage of Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was the Emperor Qing behind the scenes. Come, Yue. After chatting with the crowd for a while, Lin Ling also called an Yue over. And Yue was unfamiliar to many people. Even though an Yue also came from Qingzhou, she went missing when she just entered the academy. And Yue smiled. She didn't want to be too rude, so she removed the veil on her face and bowed slightly to the crowd. So beautiful. Once the veil was removed, countless people gasped. And Yue was originally a fairy-like figure. Her temperament was otherworldly, and coupled with her beautiful face, it was naturally enviable. This guy's wives are all so beautiful. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said enviously. Tang Yue, the third princess, and the others felt inferior. They finally knew why Lin Ling didn't like them. It turned out that the women around Lin Ling were all extremely beautiful, such as Yu, Xianyuan and the others. Greetings, Master's wife. I've always heard about you from Master. I didn't expect Master's wife to be so beautiful. You're a perfect match for Master. Then, the third princess hurriedly bowed. And Yue smiled gently when she heard that, but she was secretly happy. Lin Ling whispered in her ear, did you hear that? You and I are a perfect match. You're so annoying. And Yue immediately replied in a low voice. The sweet look on their faces undoubtedly made many people smile. In their eyes, this man and woman were indeed a match made in heaven. Ling. While they were happily chatting, a large number of people arrived from afar. This time, it was Ancestor Taiyan and the others. Master, Grandpa Taiyan and the others have been living in the fragment of the flame world. I've already informed them, so they immediately rushed over after receiving the news. The third princess smiled and looked into the distance. Then, she shouted, Grandma Wendao. You're here. Seeing Ancestor Taiyan and the others, Lin Ling's body shook. He hadn't returned for many years since he went to the final world. Now that he saw his family again, he was naturally extremely excited. No matter how domineering he was in the outside world, in front of his family, he was still the young man from the Fire Ancient clan. Ling Er. In the distance, an old man rushed over. As he walked, tears flowed down his face. He was none other than Ancestor Extreme Flame. Behind Ancestor Tai Yan was Lin Ling's mother, Mo Nianchen, followed by Lin Ling's grandfather, Grandma Wen Dao, and the others. Father. Linny and his wife were among them, and there was a 5 or 6-year-old girl between them. Quick, call me Grandpa. Linny said excitedly to the little girl. The little girl was extremely cute, like a porcelain doll. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was a grandfather, however, the little girl might have the same bloodline as Lin Ling, so she wasn't afraid of strangers. She looked at Lin Ling with her big eyes and immediately shouted, Grandpa. Good, good, good. Lin Ling took a step forward and hugged the little girl. Then, he planted a kiss on her tender face. Ling Er. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The battle that started 3 years ago. You child. Patriarch Extreme Yan's eyes were already wet. He then helped Lin Ling up. His old eyes suddenly turned, and he saw Yuer beside Lin Ling. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Yuer. They were naturally very familiar with Yuer. Ever since the great change in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Yuer had been staying with the Fire Ancient clan. In their hearts, Yuer was already their daughter-in-law. Grandfather, mother. Yuer was also very obedient. She bowed to Patriarch Extreme Yan, Mo Nianchen, and the others, which made the older generation laugh heartily. Lin Ling. At this moment, Qin Xiaolan walked over with a smile. Behind her were Lu Susu and the others. Each of them was a first-class beauty. Seeing them, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a little guilty. These women had been waiting for him, Lin Ling. However, they weren't as lucky as Yu and the others. Due to their weaker talents, they could only stay in Qingzhou. Lin Ling walked forward and held Qin Xiaolan and the others' hands. He looked at them affectionately. Finally, all the words he wanted to say were reduced to one sentence. Thank you for your hard work. This sentence seemed calm, but it was like thunder. It made Qin Xiaolan and the others' hearts tremble. They had been waiting for Lin Ling all the time. Sometimes, they even complained that Lin Ling ignored them. However, after Lin Ling returned, one sentence from him made them feel that it was all worth it. This was because they also knew that Lin Ling didn't deliberately neglect them. Lin Ling had his own goals. Hence, they could only wait. I, Lin Ling, swear that on the day I rule Huanyu, I will bring you all around Huanyu. I will accompany you day and night. Lin Ling then said word by word, if I go back on my oath, I shall be struck by lightning and have my soul destroyed. However, before Lin Ling could finish, Lu Susu and the others stopped him. They hugged Lin Ling and cried, we believe in you. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others smiled as they watched this scene. They didn't interrupt Lin Ling and the others. After a long while, Lin Ling led Lu Susu and the others towards Ancestor Extreme Flame. Grandpa, my name is Lin Xiaoji. The innocent Tong Yan also let Lin Ling carry the little girl. Then, he led his family and friends towards the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Today, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very happy, because he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. That night, Qing Province was undoubtedly lively. The entire vast Qing Province was like a festival. Every house was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The next day, Lin Ling's master, Xing Shiyun, also rushed over from Spirit Province. Of course, when the old man saw Lin Ling now, not only was he terrified, but he also treated him like a junior. Lin Ling also enjoyed these peaceful days. During this period, he didn't cultivate much. He just threw large amounts of treasures into his dantian every day. He was waiting for the moment when the seal on the elixir was lifted and he could enter the martial god realm in one fell swoop. Because he didn't cultivate much, Lin Ling's sharpness was hidden. It made him look more like a very ordinary cultivator. Of course, Lin Ling naturally took advantage of the days he spent with Qin Xiaolan and the others. Senior sister Yu, isn't your divine embryo body able to nurture my divine embryo body? Why don't I feel it? Did you go in? I did, but I do feel a strange power in your body. Ah, I forgot. When I cultivate now, all my power will be sucked into the whirlpool of the demigod divine pill. You idiot. At night, Lin Ling and the others' laughter came from the room. When they looked at the side room, the fragrance of food filled the air. On the bed, a young man was lying on a big bed. Beside him were a few beautiful women. You all have your own specialties. Some have long legs, some have big boobs, some have good skin. TSK, different tastes. Ah, Lu Susu, why are you pinching my ear? You bad guy. Time passed quietly just like that. Lin Ling seemed to be living a leisurely life, but he was also silently counting the time. He knew that the 3-year promise was coming soon. In addition to spending time with his family, Lin Ling also occasionally learned about Lin Yi's cultivation. He also focused on nurturing his granddaughter, Lin Xiaoji. However, this little brat's talent was also very good. Her strength was not weak at such a young age. If Yu knew about this, she would probably be even happier. Of course, this was still not enough for Lin Ling. He currently had many treasures, so he planted the ultimate divine embryo body in his granddaughter. In time, this little brat would definitely become a majestic goddess of war. As for Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, Lin Ling threw many treasures on them to forcefully raise their cultivation. Although this kind of forceful increase was not good, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others had already reached their limit. There was no other way. Before they knew it, only 10 days were left until the 3-year promise. On this day, Lin Ling took an Yuer and left. Everyone knew Lin Ling's goal, so they did not stop Lin Ling. This was because they knew that Lin Ling must have his own reasons for doing so. In this regard, they could only wish Lin Ling well. Ling when you have time, bring Yu and the others back. I haven't seen them in so many years, I miss them. Patriarch Extreme Flame watched Lin Ling and the others gradually disappear, and his eyes became moist. Although this grandson of his didn't stay for long each time he returned, he could still understand Lin Ling. This was because without Lin Ling running around outside, there would be no peace in Qingzhou. Okay. In the distance, Lin Ling's voice came and gradually disappeared into the universe. One day later, they finally arrived at the world. Looking at the ancient land, Lin Ling's eyes became slightly excited. He had lived 2 lives, and his biggest goal in this life was revenge. This was also his sore point. Moreover, he also knew that if Tian Liuli knew that he, Lin Ling, was still alive, she would definitely come to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, everything had to end. Then, he couldn't help but think of his previous life. At that time, Tian Liuli and the other 2 were just 3 very ordinary people who lived in a small valley. If Li Xiaoyao hadn't forced his way into their world, perhaps they would have turned into a pile of bones by now. However, human ambition was endless. Li Xiaoyao had brought them into a new world. Like other warriors, they also wanted to reach the peak of the universe. However, the path they took was an unorthodox path. They made themselves stronger by sacrificing others, whether it was Lin Ling or Li Xiaoyao. What they hated the most in life was betrayal. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao had come for revenge. If he couldn't succeed in this life, he would definitely succeed in the next. Currently, Tian Yanlin was dead, and only Tianwen Valley and Tian Liuli were left. Just like that, step by step, they walked towards the final world. Lin Ling was silent, but the aura on his body suddenly calmed down. He was as still as a mountain, steady and heavy. Beside him, and Yuer also didn't speak, which was rare. Obviously, she also knew that this battle was very important to Lin Ling. Goodbye, Longyang. Lin Ling. Yes. And Yuer could not help but call out softly. I'm fine. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. The aura on his body was even more restrained. He did not look like an expert at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary warrior. However, Yuer knew that this was the result of his accumulation. This was also a dormant state. Everything was for that battle. After the battle began, the man beside her could instantly erupt with astonishing energy. Longyang, Wendian martial god? Yes. And Yuer's beautiful eyes also looked into the distance. There was a trace of murderous intent in the depths of her eyes. The 2 of them walked along the ancient earth towards the snow-blowing city. The wind of this final world suddenly became very tranquil on this day. Their clothes were gently fluttering in the wind, which was extremely comfortable. However, just as they were about to reach snow-blowing city, under a huge cherry blossom tree, a figure was quietly leaning against the tree trunk. Her slender dress was fluttering in the wind, and her fine black hair was also gently dancing, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. "You're back." "Yes." A soft voice, as if talking to a friend, floated over with the wind. On the grassland in the distance, Lin Ling and an Yuer slowly walked forward. After seeing the woman under the cherry tree, both of them frowned. The woman's small white hand was wrapped in a strand of black hair. Her eyes were looking into the distance. However, from the corner of her eyes, she was looking at Lin Ling and Yi Qingtang. There was also a trace of a smile in her eyes, and she was actually Longyang. Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. However, he also smiled faintly and said, "Yes, you're back." Although Longyang did not reveal any powerful aura, Lin Ling could faintly sense a sharp aura from her body. However, when Lin Ling carefully examined it, this aura disappeared again. Even Lin Ling could not see through Longyang. This showed that Longyang's strength was at the top of the martial god realm. Secondly, she had a treasure that could conceal her aura. Between the two, Lin Ling naturally believed the second point. After all, he and Longyang had been in the final world for about the same amount of time. If Longyang had reached the top of the martial god realm in such a short period of time, then it would be too terrifying. Of course, even on the second point, Lin Ling felt that Longyang was very powerful. Because, until now, Lin Ling had seen a genius who was not much weaker than himself. Longyang's figure could be seen everywhere in the spirit state, the flame state, and the final world. These were also the proof that Longyang was constantly growing stronger and walking towards greater heights. "Are you here to laugh at me?" Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently. At this moment, Longyang slowly turned around and stared at Lin Ling with narrowed eyes. Her fine black hair fluttered in the breeze. She was undoubtedly very beautiful at this moment. However, she also looked at the young man with slight curiosity. The young man not far away was still the same as before. His handsome face was like an ancient well without ripples. It was as if even if the sky collapsed, the young man's expression would not change. In fact, Longyang was very curious as well. She could not understand how Lin Ling, who was merely from the Qing state, could be so powerful. His speed of growth had reached a terrifying level. Every time Longyang took a huge leap and thought that she had surpassed Lin Ling, the young man had walked even further away when they met again. The gap between them had not shortened at all. Longyang had traveled extensively. She had been to forbidden grounds and divine treasures. She had seen countless outstanding people. However, this was the first time she had seen an outstanding talent like Lin Ling. Sometimes, she even wondered if this young man would not get tired if he kept moving forward. Did he not feel pressured with so many people chasing after him? Later on, she realized that she had been overthinking. This young man was very strong and had never felt tired. "Of course I'm not here to laugh at you. I, Longyang, can laugh at anyone but you." Longyang smiled. Those who did not know her would think that she had a good relationship with Lin Ling. Her smile would undoubtedly make the sun and moon lose their light. That was because she was also a peerless beauty. However, compared to an Yuer, she was more ambitious, murderous, and domineering. "I'm just here to remind you that the 3-year promise is coming soon." Then, Dragon Lady said word by word. "I know." Lin Ling nodded calmly. "I won't lose this battle." Although his words were calm, they were the most terrifying in Longyang's heart. "I won't lose either," Longyang said seriously. "For when Tian martial god?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. Hearing this, Dragon Mother suddenly became silent. Her beautiful eyes quietly looked at Lin Ling, but she also seemed to be checking the surroundings. After seeing that there were no major problems, she faintly smiled and said, "Why him? What does his business have to do with me? I'm doing this for myself." "Yes." It was also a calm sentence. However, Lin Ling sensed a strong ambition. Lin Ling had a feeling that when Tian martial god, to Longyang, was just a stepping stone, it was as if Longyang's path of growth was filled with stepping stones that she stepped on and then surpassed. "This is also a battle for my dignity." "Yes." Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, Longyang spoke again. At this moment, she seemed to be venting something. Because, she remembered the scene in the spirit province. At that time, Lin Ling used violent methods to take her first time. To someone as proud as her, this was the greatest humiliation of her life. She couldn't take it, because this was the only stain in her life. No one knew how many nights she had nightmares. In her nightmares, it was that man who treated her rudely, therefore, she had to kill this dream with her own hands. Lin Ling sensed a terrifying aura from Longyang. This aura was not only sharp, but it also carried a sense of determination and persistence. However, determination and persistence were the most difficult to deal with. Of course, there was also that pride. It was because her pride had been violated that Longyang was so crazy. Lin Ling didn't speak. He looked at Longyang silently. He also felt that it was very strange. In this 3-year battle, he, Longyang, and Wendian martial god all had different goals. Wendian martial god wanted the chaos divine technique. Obviously, the latter also knew that this set of mysterious techniques could even move a god. Longyang, on the other hand, did it for her dignity. She was a stubborn and proud woman. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did it for his dignity and for his pride. He would take back everything he had lost with his own hands. The three of them all had their own goals. Haha, Longyang, what are you doing here? However, at this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded. Then, Lin Ling saw that the void had been torn apart, and a few figures slowly walked out from it. As for these people, Lin Ling was unfamiliar with them, but they all looked extremely powerful. Longyang, this must be Lin Ling. When I was at One World Mountain, I heard some people talking about him. The leader was a young man in gray clothes. He looked extremely ordinary, but his cheeks were fleshy, his nose was high, and his eyes were sharp. He gave off an extremely harsh feeling. One World Mountain? He can only be scolded by me. This was one of the 7 great forbidden grounds of the 9 prefectures. At that time, Lin Ling was bitterly cultivating at the Kaiyuan River. He heard that Longyang's group had gone to One World Mountain, and there were quite a few people there as well. Could it be that these people had gone to One World Mountain with Longyang and the others? Yes. Longyang nodded when she saw who it was. Following this, they immediately shifted their attention to Lin Ling. Lin Ling discovered that they were all first-layer martial gods. Their realm essence was extremely strong, and their progenitor force had reached its peak. As for the peak of ancestral power, especially if it was cultivated by oneself, there would be this pressure spreading out, as if it was the power of a half-god. It was even to the extent that Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to step into the martial god realm, then he had to possess peak ancestral energy. On the other hand, Lin Ling hadn't comprehended much ancestral energy himself. However, his 2 swords, the Tyrant Song sword and Nether sword, both possessed peak ancestral energy, so they fulfilled the requirements for a breakthrough. Moreover, there were exceptions to everything in the world. It was said that if one wanted to step into the martial god realm, one could borrow the power of a peak martial ancestor to achieve the effect of a breakthrough. This was also the reason why some martial god realm experts seemed to have dense world essence, but in reality, their ancestral force was not strong at all. Of course, this result also caused those martial god realm experts to be weak, and even Lin Ling had killed quite a few. You are Lin Ling. The young man in the lead looked at Lin Ling with contempt. I am this moment. Remember my name. His attitude was overbearing. The other young men also laughed disdainfully, as if they were curious about how this kid in front of them was qualified to fight Longyang. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Furthermore, he had to admit that Longyang's charm wasn't weak at all. Every time, there would be a flower protector moving out for her. Lin Ling, don't underestimate him. He's ranked 2nd in the newcomer king rankings. His current strength has already placed him in the top 2 of the heavenly stairway. He surpassed many of the older generation experts. At this time, Longyang seemed to want to show off, so she said lightly, I got it. However, Lin Ling still nodded calmly. Right now, he had placed all his attention on the battle of 3 years. Therefore, he did not care about the provocation of these people at all. This was because, in the eyes of ordinary people, the 3-year agreement was the most important. However, in Lin Ling's heart, that battle was only the horn that signaled his battle for revenge. The real battle was the battle after that battle. That was his battle for revenge. Battle, ask the heavens martial god. In the face of such an expert, Lin Ling didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Therefore, he didn't have the time to pay attention to ordinary trivial matters. Then you still dare to fight with Longyang? Do you know that you're courting death? Seeing Lin Ling's silence and absent-mindedness, the youth called Shermu was a little displeased. He was a martial god expert, ranked second in the newcomer king rankings. He heard that Lin Ling was also one of the newcomer kings. However, Lin Ling was qualified to fight with Longyang. He, on the other hand, wasn't. As for Longyang, she was ranked first in the newcomer king rankings. She was also martial god Wentian's disciple. With her status and strength, who could compete with her? Therefore, he felt that Lin Ling seemed to have surpassed him and humiliated him. This also made him want to see what kind of person Lin Ling was. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Lin Ling was just SOSO. Looking at his aura, not to mention tyrannical, it wasn't even sharp. He could only be considered a very ordinary cultivator. However, Lin Ling still didn't speak. Do you know how weak you are? I can only feel a sense of helplessness from you. Do you know who you're provoking? Even we can easily defeat a newcomer like you. What right do you have to challenge Longyang? If I were you, I'd admit defeat now so that I don't embarrass myself. Trash, did you hear what I said? Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, the youth called Shermu became angrier and angrier. The word trash rumbled out like thunder. The grass on the prairie swayed with the wind, mixed with a violent aura. From afar, the heavenly elite stood in the sky as if they were looking down at a toad. However, the blue-robed youth standing on the ground was expressionless. His aura was as calm as an unmoving ocean. He only looked at the youth in the sky without speaking. Even his eyes didn't flicker. This kind of calmness was undoubtedly very shocking, and it also made those few young men even more furious. Perhaps in their eyes, Lin Ling's calmness was a kind of disregard and disdain. You coward! The youth called Shermu shouted angrily again. His voice carried a supreme might as if he was calling a slave. You shut up! However, at this moment, a clear voice suddenly interrupted. This voice was like a silver bell, but it carried a sharp aura. At this moment, the prairie fell silent. The powerful youths all opened their mouths wide and looked to the side. This was because the person who angrily rebuked them was Longyang. This. The youth called Shermu was clearly dumbfounded. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk about him? Longyang raised her eyebrows and scolded the youths like a mother hen protecting her young. You people were born in the final world since you were young. Do you know him? He came from the Qing province of the Nine province, the weakest divine province. Do you know how weak he was 10 years ago? And after 10 years, what level has he reached? You rely on your families, your masters, and the help of your elders. What about him? He relies on himself. Compared to him, you are nothing. You are the trash. With her last sentence, Longyang scolded those youths to no end. The youths felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were extremely unhappy from being scolded and were even jealous. They seemed to be good friends with Longyang, but in fact, they knew that although this woman seemed easy to talk to, it was completely impossible to get closer to her. But now, she was scolding them for that trash. They instantly realized that the relationship between Longyang and the blue-robed youth was not as simple as it seemed. Longyang, he is your enemy, your opponent. We are helping you. The youth called Shermu said unwillingly. What a joke. He had taken the initiative to provoke the blue-robed youth in order to gain the favor of the number one beauty of the newcomer king. However, this action of his was in exchange for Longyang's scolding. He felt wronged and his heart almost exploded. Only I can scold him. No one else is qualified. Longyang looked at Lin Ling and said word by word. This. All the youths were speechless. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Trash, it's you. Let's go. At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward as if he did not see the farce, and Yuer nodded behind Lin Ling, but she also looked at the young man called Qi. Suddenly, a crystal ice sword appeared in her hand. I'm going to attack you. Be careful. And Yuer said coldly. You? The young man called Qi was stunned and dumbfounded again. It was because he had seen this beauty a long time ago. Moreover, he was shocked like a celestial being. Now, this beauty was personally telling him that she was going to attack him. Was this a warning? Or was she looking down on him? This beauty, I'm called Qi. Qi. Qi immediately smiled. Obviously, he did not take this beauty seriously, however, after Anuer's warning, she did not bother to say anything more. Because she had already warned him, it was up to the young man to decide how to deal with it. Whoosh, she slashed with her sword and then kept it. She stepped forward and caught up with the young man in blue. Furthermore, this sword was incomparably fast, and there were no fluctuations that could be detected. But at this moment, an ice flower suddenly bloomed on his shoulder. This ice flower was incomparably beautiful, but at the same time it bloomed, ice energy spread along his shoulder like a tide, even domineeringly destroying the resistance in his body. Then, another ice flower bloomed on his other shoulder, followed by his thigh and chest. Countless ice flowers bloomed all over his body, as if he was frozen. At this moment, he could only feel the icy air spreading to his face and nose. It was as if it wanted to freeze his eyes and even his entire body. You're not even as good as me. How can you defeat my man? Trash, it's you. Trash. At this moment, a cold voice drifted over and landed clearly in Qi's ears. Trash, it's you. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Qi was furious and exploded. Although he still thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO, he did not expect two beauties to support Lin Ling. One scolded him. The other attacked him. How could Lin Ling? The other young men were also stunned. They did not expect the ice beauty to be so strong. With her strength, she could probably enter the top 200 on the stairway to heaven. Even Longyang was shocked. However, she quickly looked at Lin Ling's back and said indifferently, I will kill you in this battle. It's time to end the grudge. In the distance, a calm voice drifted over. Although it seemed calm, it seemed to have blown the grassland, causing the grass on the grassland to become like the sea, with monstrous waves rising. After Lin Ling left the prairie, an ancient city soon appeared in front of him. It was Snow Wind City. After seeing Snow City, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly. That calm smile finally changed, with a touch of excitement. Beside him, Anuer also smiled, but she also looked at Lin Ling carefully. She realized that Lin Ling was very calm, as if he was indifferent to fame and fortune. Even in the face of the previous provocation, his emotions did not fluctuate. However, this kind of man was even more terrifying and attractive. This was because this was a kind of focus. After entering the ancient city, Lin Ling immediately brought Anuer to the courtyard. Lin Ling, you're back. Before they reached the courtyard, many people gathered outside the courtyard. When they saw the two people walking over from afar, they were all happy. Sister Yu Yu and Xianyuan Ge ran over happily, with tears in their eyes. Yu Ge And Yuer's delicate body also trembled, and she quickly ran over. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and followed behind Anuer slowly. Looking at the others, they were the old woman, Song Qiri, Song Jian, Xiaoyu, etc. Moreover, young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi were also here. I heard that Lin Ling is back. In the distance, many people came. They were the people from Snow Wind Academy, led by the Dean and Vice Dean, and behind them were Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, and the rest. Especially the few of them, when they saw Lin Ling, not only were they excited, but their eyes were also filled with admiration, because in the ancient dragon wasteland, they witnessed Lin Ling's magic with their own eyes. Although they did not see Lin Ling's strength in the ancient dragon wasteland, it was undeniable that Lin Ling was their leader. So many people. Seeing the crowd, Lin Ling was also very surprised. Haha, this guy comes here every day to ask Yu and the rest if you're back. Half a month ago, they found out that you're back, but you're still in Qingzhou. At that time, they were already very happy. At this time, young Master Yao pointed at Tian Ao and the rest and said helplessly. He naturally knew about Lin Ling's situation in the ancient dragon wasteland through Tian Ao. Regarding this, he was very envious, not of Lin Ling, but of Tian Ao and the rest. Lin Ling, you're finally back. Then, when they saw Lin Ling arrive, everyone smiled. Why are all of you here? Lin Ling's heart warmed. He first greeted the dean and the rest, then looked at young Master Yao and the rest. Since you're back, how can we not come? Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. Young Master Yao threw a punch at Lin Ling's chest and laughed out loud. All right. When Lin Ling saw so many people gathered outside the courtyard, he invited them in. Without a doubt, the courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. As night fell, everyone sat in the courtyard, drinking and eating as if they were a family. Lin Ling, in a few days, the battle of 3 years will be here. After a lively conversation, the dean looked at Lin Ling and said. She had only found out about this later and wanted to ask Lin Ling about it. In the end, Lin Ling had gone missing for 3 years. I heard that Longyang is very powerful. She has already stepped into the martial god realm. At the mention of this, the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became solemn. Young Master Yao suddenly said, while you were bitterly cultivating at the Kaiyuan River, Longyang and the experts of the 36 academies were at the One World Mountain. That place is also one of the forbidden areas of the 9 provinces. It's said that Longyang obtained a great opportunity. Not only did she step into the martial god realm, but her strength has also greatly increased. There were countless experts in the 36 colleges. Those who went to Kaiyuan River were only a portion of them. The number of experts who went to One World Mountain was no less than the number who went to Kaiyuan River. When he heard this, Lin Ling frowned. It is said that Longyang is invincible in the initial stage of the martial god realm. No one in the first to third stage is a match for her. Ma Jin Tianzi said. The two of them did not go to the ancient dragon wasteland. When they were free, they asked around for Lin Ling. I know. She is indeed very powerful. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Have you broken through to the martial god realm? Suddenly, young Master Yao looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Challenging Feng Dichuan. I don't know either. Lin Ling shook his head with a wry smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. The battle was in a few days, and Lin Ling was still unaware of his strength. They thought Lin Ling was joking, but it did not seem like Lin Ling was joking. This meant that Lin Ling had not reached the martial god realm. This caused everyone's faces to be filled with worry for Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was outstanding, it was only against ordinary martial gods. Longyang was not an ordinary martial god. She could do whatever Lin Ling could do, especially in the past 3 years, as Wendian martial god had been nurturing Longyang. Longyang's reputation had skyrocketed. Currently, there was no one in the 36 academies who had not heard of Longyang's name. Time is too short. Lin Ling, you went to the Kaiyuan River, and Longyang went to the One Boundary Mountain. In terms of luck, it's a tie. Besides, she is Wendian martial god, so it's better to have a duel. At this moment, the old woman suggested. The meaning behind her words was that she refused to fight. After all, she did not care about the duel. She only cared about the divine trials. Compared to the divine trials, the duel was nothing. No. Lin Ling shook his head. His eyes were filled with stubbornness. The old woman suddenly sighed. 3 years of time was simply too short. For a martial artist, it was only the time of a single closed-door seclusion. In this short period of time, how could Lin Ling compare to Longyang? By the way, how's Wendian martial god? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Young Beast Lord and the others shook their heads. It was impossible for them to understand the world of the 10 great martial gods. I heard that he defeated the 10 extremities martial god in a duel, thus his ranking among the 10 extremities martial gods increased by 1 rank. The old woman explained as she knew more about the duel. Lin Ling did not know the ranking, but if Wendian martial god's ranking had risen by 1, it meant that his strength had improved greatly. Why are you asking? The old woman looked at Lin Ling and asked curiously. It's nothing. I was just asking. Nothing. Lin Ling would not tell them that his goal was to defeat Wendian martial god. Even though he trusted the old woman, it was better for him to keep the information to himself. After all, he would have to use all his treasures to kill martial god Wendian, and he only had 1 chance. You're worried that Wendian martial god will interfere with the duel? Yes. The old woman misunderstood Lin Ling's intentions. She smiled and said, don't worry, you are Lei Gong's subordinate, martial god Wen Tian won't dare to interfere in this battle. Yes. That's right, is there a space that can seal off the exit of outsiders, a place that even martial gods cannot break? Lin Ling asked as a sudden thought crossed his mind. If Wendian martial god managed to escape, Lin Ling would be at a disadvantage, and all the treasures would be wasted. The old woman fell into deep thought before her eyes glittered. There is a place, the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Yes. The Phoenix Emperor Spring? Yes. Lin Ling was suspicious. The old woman nodded. The Phoenix Emperor Spring is a very famous space controlled by the gods. That place can only be entered, even a martial god would need 10 days to get out. Moreover, the area inside is not big, about the same as Snow Wind City. Yes. Alright, that's the place. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes glittered. The place was not big, and it was perfect for him, Lin Ling. However, the old woman shook her head. But this is the place of the gods, ordinary people can't enter. Yes. Senior, I've completed 2 missions. One was to deliver a letter, the other was to suppress the seal of the dragon tribe. I'd like to use one of the rewards to open the Phoenix Emperor Spring, is that okay? Yes. However, Lin Ling already had a plan. That's fine, but I'll have to ask Master Lei Gong. Yes. The reward for the second mission is to ask Master Lei Gong to help me protect my friends in Snowy City. Yes. Alright. Yes. Currently, the people of Qingzhou were protected, but not the people of Snowy City. If Lin Ling successfully killed Wendian martial god, Luli Empress would definitely come. Based on Lin Ling's understanding of her, she would attack Yu Yu and the others. This woman was similar to Longyang, who would do anything to achieve her goals. Moreover, Lin Ling actually didn't have much resentment towards Dragon Mother, but towards Tian Liuli, Lin Ling hated her to the bone. He knew that although Longyang looked emotionless, she had feelings. However, Tian Liuli was not only emotionless, she was also unrighteous. Take the death of martial god Qilin as an example. Tian Liuli did not care about it at all. She cared more about her own strength and continued to cultivate. If such a thing happened to Lin Ling, he would have raised his sword and cut down his enemy long ago. Even if he had to flee to the ends of the earth, he would still kill his enemy. Then I'll inform Master Lei Gong immediately. Yes. Then, the old woman knew that there was no time to lose and quickly left. Don't disturb Lin Ling, let him rest for a few days. Yes. Before she left, she said to young Master Yao and the others. Young Master Yao and the others understood and drank for a while more before leaving. They obviously knew that Longyang was a strong opponent. She was ranked 252nd on the divine ranking, and the first newcomer king, especially the newcomer king, she was the scariest. It meant that she could reach the highest ranking in the shortest amount of time. Longyang was the only one in the current era who could do that. At night, Lin Ling chatted with Yu Yu and the others. When night fell, Lin Ling left and entered another room, sitting down with his legs crossed. He was not cultivating at this moment. He knew that it would not be effective no matter how much he cultivated in the past few days. Therefore, his goal was still to calm his heart. Everything was to make himself more focused in the battle. Focus was also important. When facing an expert like martial god Wen Tian, if he was not focused enough, he might be killed in a moment of carelessness. I have many treasures, but most of them are only 5th grade innate realm. They can't kill martial god Wen Tian, they can only distract him. However, the great world-destroying banner and the curse of the gods are the most deadly, and they are my strongest attacks. There were 3 and 5 treasures respectively. If there was only one, Lin Ling was not confident that he could kill martial god Wen Tian. However, there were many of them, so anything was possible. Besides that, Lin Ling had also prepared many rare treasures, such as the undying fruit. Martial god Wen Tian was much stronger than martial god Qilin. If Lin Ling could not succeed, then Lin Ling would definitely die. Therefore, this was a fight with his back to the river. Phew. Lin Ling took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement and impulse. His heart was as calm as still water once more. This was the reason why he had to calm his heart. 3 days later, the battle began. As for the battle with Longyang, Lin Ling was not worried. His current strength had been suppressed, so he could not use many of his moves. However, once the seal was lifted, many of his moves would be boosted. For example, the Bodhi Testimony Divine Skill. Another example was the Calamity-Destroying Sunbow. Due to the increase in strength, the tyrannical singing sword might be able to activate a bit of divine power. The next day, the old woman brought news that Lin Ling's request had been accepted by Lei Gong. The Phoenix Emperor Spring had been opened for Lin Ling. Furthermore, Lin Ling had also sent someone to inform Longyang, and she had also agreed. Especially after learning about the special characteristics of the Phoenix Emperor Spring, the people of the new heavenly court mocked Lin Ling, calling him an idiot, because he could only enter and not exit. This meant that if Lin Ling lost, he would not be able to escape. The news snowballed and spread throughout the entire final world. The 36 academies were in an uproar. Naturally, many people had heard of Lin Ling. This fellow had displayed his brilliance during the exchange at Skysplit Tower and E-Garden. Therefore, many people knew that Lin Ling was the new king and was incomparably dazzling. However, in these 3 years, Longyang had become even more dazzling. She was not like Lin Ling, who had taken one step at a time. Instead, she had shaken the 36 academies the moment she appeared, sweeping through the top 300 experts on the divine stairway. Such a girl was also known as the 100th rare genius in the history of the 36 academies. This meant that among the countless geniuses of the 36 academies, in the endless history, there were only 99 people who were more monstrous than Longyang. Do not underestimate these 99 people, because this was based on the number of geniuses in the endless history. This era could be traced back to when the academies were first established. If not millions of years ago, then at least tens of millions of years ago. 3 days later, the Phoenix Emperor Mountain was packed with people. In the end, experts from all over the world gathered here. Their voices were like a boiling cauldron. They all wanted to see the most stunning battle of this era. On the other hand, it wasn't just the various city governors that made an appearance here. There were even the various deans and numerous martial gods. As for the experts of the Divine Three Halls, there was no need to mention them. All of them had come for the sake of broadening their horizons. If the Phoenix Emperor Mountain could collect the entrance fee, just the entrance fee alone would be enough to make a fortune. Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling fought against Wendian martial god's disciple, Longyang. And now, because of Wendian martial god, Longyang also entered the third-ranked Wu Wei Academy among the 36 academies. How can Lin Ling be a match for Longyang? He's simply overestimating himself. Don't underestimate Lin Ling. I heard from my brother that Lin Ling also stirred up a bloody storm in the Kaiyuan River. Although I don't think he can win against Longyang, Lin Ling is not simple. Bah, only Lin Ling is strong in the Kaiyuan River? Why don't you go and ask those who have been to One World Mountain? Who doesn't know how terrifying Longyang is in One World Mountain? In short, both of them are Tianhou experts who have returned from experience. Early in the morning, the passers-by chatted while walking. They were extremely excited. However, among the excited passers-by, there was a man wearing a large cloak. He was accompanied by a bodyguard and a fist-sized evil spirit. They were also walking along the main road. In the distance, there was a towering mountain that looked majestic and sacred from afar. According to legends, this mountain range was the mountain range where the phoenix became an emperor. In the ancient times, a phoenix became a god here and soared to the divine world in one step. However, when the phoenix soared to the divine world, a phoenix cried and formed a spring. This was because in the ancient times, the phoenix was the male and the phoenix was the female. Now that the male and female were separated, they would be alone for thousands of years. Therefore, in the sky above the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, there was also the Phoenix Emperor Spring. According to legends, the ancient spring water was left behind by the tears of the phoenix. A cold breeze blew over, causing the cloaked man to pause his steps. However, his gaze was still fixed on the ancient mountain in the distance. There, he saw a winding staircase that led to the top of the mountain. At this moment, there were many people on the staircase who were excitedly walking to the top of the mountain. Shaking his head, the cloaked man continued walking. He was Lin Ling. Last night, he had bid farewell to everyone and then walked over in the middle of the night. Walking alone seemed lonely, but it also made him more focused. Yu and the others did not stop him. They had already arrived at the Phoenix Emperor Mountain with the dean and waited for Lin Ling's arrival. However, at this moment, the sound of wild horses galloping came from behind. When they looked carefully, they saw a huge crocodile carrying a large number of people, majestically heading towards the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. Along the way, those who were not strong enough were all flipped over. Boom, the crocodile was also very fast. It twisted its body and ran amok. However, in the next moment, when it collided with the back of a tall bodyguard, the huge crocodile was flipped over. When it landed on the ground, it immediately flipped over and its four limbs swayed continuously. It looked very comical. This also caused everyone to be astonished. That tall fellow was too powerful, swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, the people on the crocodile were not weak. When the crocodile flipped over, they had already jumped up and glared angrily at the two people in front of them. Those two people were still moving forward as if they did not know what was happening behind them. This undoubtedly infuriated those people. Who the f***ck is your mother? Are you blind? Someone immediately scolded them. However, those two people continued to move forward. This guy. At this moment, the surrounding people were even more shocked. This was because they had never seen such strange people. They were almost hit by the crocodile, but they still continued to move forward. They did not even scold the other party. Could it be that they were idiots? Mother f***ker, stop and say something to me. Another person spoke. However, it was still useless. You're forcing me to attack. Why do you have to force me to attack? Don't you know that when I attack, the world will collapse and the sun and moon will dim? Someone could not hold it in anymore. He used the speed of 800 worlds and charged towards the two people in front of him. Boom. However, when his punch landed on the tall bodyguard, not only was the bodyguard fine, but he also continued to move forward. On the other hand, that person gasped and held his arm as he shouted, my arm, it's broken. You're too despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Seeing this, everyone was speechless. Speaking of which, wasn't that guy the one who attacked first? The other party did not even resist and took the punch head on. In the end, he was fine, but the guy who attacked him had his arm broken. That was too embarrassing. Stop him. The others knew that those two people were not simple. However, they could not take it lying down. They immediately chased after the two people in front of them and blocked their path. Who are you? They also spoke up one after another because they also wanted to know to what extent this person who had ignored them could ignore them. Bang. However, their disregard had reached a terrifying limit. That was because those two people did not seem to see the group of people and continued to move forward. They did not seem to be moving fast, but when they collided with one of them, they sent him flying 1,000 miles away. Translator, Transin editor, Transin at the peak of the mountain. This freak. Seeing this, the people blocking the way were scared out of their wits. What kind of freak was this? However, one person with sharp eyes suddenly saw a large number of people flying across the sky towards the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. Those who could fly in the sky were extremely powerful, because only the weak could walk. This was also the unwritten rule of the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. Senior Canon God, it's me. That person hurriedly yelled. Eh? In the sky, those people frowned. Then, a man led a large number of experts and jumped towards the ground. You're finished. Do you know who he is? He's Canon God, ranked 300th on the God ranking. He's my senior. His cannons can even hit the God ranking. Seeing the arrival of those experts, the group of people from before was extremely excited. The passers-by's face changed. Canon God, they had obviously heard of this expert. It was said that his talent was giant cannon. His punch was like a cannon that could destroy the heavens. It was extremely powerful. What's going on? When Canon God arrived, he immediately shouted coldly. Although he was young, he had the dignity of a leader. It's like this. Those people hurriedly started to flatter him. Then, they recounted what had happened earlier. They knew that Canon God had gone to the ancient dragon wasteland and led a large group of experts to do whatever they wanted. They were extremely powerful, and it was said that Canon God was one of the leaders. Hence, he more or less had the aura of a leader. Regarding this, other than respect, they were also envious. This was because they had all heard that after the great battle of the ancient dragon wasteland, there were not many alliances left. There were only 5, and these 5 alliances were collectively referred to as the Overlords. The Overlords were left behind after being eliminated. Especially the leader of the Overlords. He controlled countless experts and could command hundreds of people. Just thinking about it made them excited. If they could join those alliances, that would be great. Oh. At this moment, Canon God frowned and walked forward, blocking the two people. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze landed on the tall bodyguard. Although the bodyguard was wearing a large cloak, his expression was all too familiar. Not good. Canon God's heart instantly exploded. He remembered the handsome young man in the salt pan and the swamp. That young man seemed to have a bodyguard following behind him. Bang! He knelt on one knee and bowed with both hands. "Greetings, leader." A cold shout could be heard. The experts who came with Canon God's overlords were all shocked. Bang 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 bang. On the road, all the experts knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. "Greetings, leader." This made the road was silent, although he did not know why the great leader did not fly through the sky and instead chose the most ordinary path to climb Phoenix Spring Mountain on foot. He did not want to offend the great leader. Therefore, he had to chase away all these pieces of trash, even if the leader wanted to go to the netherworld. Woo woo woo. A jade token appeared in Canon God's hand. He inserted his spiritual chi and a strange sound could be heard. However, all the people who had this jade token were shocked. In the sky above, a large number of experts had arrived. There were even experts leaping down from the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. This was also a meeting between thousands of soldiers and thousands of horses. These people were also from the God Slayer Alliance. Although the God Slayer Alliance in the ancient dragon wasteland had been disbanded, in these people's hearts, they were still part of the alliance. Scram! On the road to the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, everyone had been driven away in a domineering manner. On that boundless road, only two people were moving forward. They looked lonely, but they were like the overlords of the world, leaving a deep impression on everyone. God Slayer Alliance, leader. On both sides of the road, the passers-by were pale as they looked at the legendary figure in disbelief, because they knew that the seemingly thin figure was actually able to summon martial god realm experts. This made people very suspicious. Where did that not-so-sturdy figure get such enormous strength from? However, Lin Ling did not know anything about the God Slayer Alliance. He did not even know that the road had been opened. His gaze was fixed on the mountain peak, his mind was focused on the treasures. Because of this focus and calmness, he felt a rumbling sound coming from his dantian. The whirlpool formed by the demigod divine core was bigger than before. He even felt that the divine dragon battle armor on his body had unknowingly reached 20,000 boundary force, 20,000 boundary force. To carry such heavy armor while moving forward, how much strength would one need to possess? It was possible that it exceeded 20,000 boundary force by 2 times. The stairs finally appeared in front of him. Lin Ling paused and adjusted his cloak and a sword on his back. He then said to the giant ghost, "Let's begin." The beginning he spoke of was naturally the God Slayer Alliance. The giant ghost revealed a ferocious smile as it followed Lin Ling and jumped down the stairs. The stairs were long but there was not a single person. As Lin Ling walked down the stairs, it was as if he had walked through a lifetime. From Li Xiaoyao's life to Lin Ling's life, he finally found the familiar faces from his previous life. As for the end of the stairs, it was a smooth ground as if it had been cut open by a sword. However, there were 2 huge phoenix footprints on the ground. Countless experts gathered in the surroundings, motionless and silent, as if they were stone statues. On the entire mountain peak, only a few trees were swaying and making rustling sounds. Looking at the experts at the scene, there were experts from the New Heavenly Court, Duan family, Miaoshen's true disciple, and the principal of the 36th College. There were also experts from E-City, Skysword City, Wind Snow Academy, and so on. Of course, if this force was not terrifying, then looking back, it was the Miao Prefecture's God Emperor, one of the 10 great God Emperors of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, there was more than one such God Emperor. There was also the unrestrained sword martial god and the Duan lineage martial god. Of course, there was also today's main character, martial god Wen Tian. Some martial gods closed their eyes and went into a rare silence. Moreover, they restrained their aura, not wanting to be too shocking. After all, today's main character was not them, but even then, the experts present at the scene sensed strands of faint pressure, and this allowed them to realize exactly how great the commotion caused by the arrival of so many experts in this battle was. They could not help but look forward. There was an ancient pine tree. Under the pine tree, a woman wearing a pink robe waved her hand and was playing with a squirrel jumping back and forth in the pine tree. Phoenix Emperor Spring, the silent and oppressive atmosphere quietly spread. Everyone was waiting for another legendary figure. At this moment, sunlight finally passed through the pine tree and sprinkled on the girl's face, making her radiant. The pine tree can no longer cover me. The girl used her hand to block the sunlight from the sky and suddenly smiled. She gave up on teasing the squirrel and turned her gaze to the stairs. Almost at the same time, soft footsteps finally sounded. Under countless curious gazes, the young man who was rumored to be in the limelight had finally arrived. "I'm here." "Yes." After stepping on the mountain peak, the young man finally took off his cloak, revealing a clean and delicate face. He then smiled slightly. With just one sentence, everyone's heart subconsciously trembled. Because they never thought that the young man could be so calm in this shocking battle. It was as if he was here to play, sword god of freedom, and the others smiled. They knew that Lin Ling did not fly over but walked over. That was because he wanted to adjust his condition to the best stage. And from the looks of it, that kid seemed to be completely prepared. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, everyone looked at Lin Ling, the #1 expert of Snowwind Academy. His strength and talent were extremely powerful. It was said that he had several great talents and his reputation in the 36 academies wasn't weak. Originally, he should have a bright future. But for some reason, he agreed to fight with Longyang. As for Longyang, she was obviously more dazzling than Lin Ling. Not only was she the #1 newcomer, she was also the disciple of martial god Wen Tian. As the disciple of one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 regions, this was a huge golden signboard. Now, Lin Ling had come to accept the challenge. As one of the newcomers, would he be able to fight with Longyang? Of course, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling. The main reason was that in these 3 years, Longyang had shone too brightly. Everyone knew where her limit was. Looking at Lin Ling, his glory was still at the E-Garden Exchange. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling was the overlord of Kaiyuan River, no one had seen his strength in Kaiyuan River. It was doubtful how strong he was. The title of overlord was only strong in the entire alliance. "You're finally here." After a moment of silence, a voice finally floated out. Under an ancient pine tree, martial god Wen Tian sat there and calmly looked at Lin Ling. Of course, although he looked calm, he was actually a little surprised. This was because he did not expect Lin Ling to really come. He did not know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. This was because he could see that Lin Ling had not broken through to the martial god realm. Using the strength of a martial ancestor to fight with Longyang, the difference was not small. There was only one outcome: defeat. "If you lose, agree to my conditions. You will fulfill your promise." Martial god Wen Tian said again. "I'm not like you. I'm a man of my words." Lin Ling smiled and slowly took off his cloak. A clean blue robe appeared, just as it had been in the past. "This guy is really bold." Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people who saw Lin Ling for the first time were shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to mock martial god Wen Tian. At the same time, in the sky around Phoenix Emperor Mountain, a large number of cultivators had gathered. They were also looking forward to the battle. "As long as you agree." Martial god Wen Tian was not angry. He smiled and looked at Longyang. However, he was not afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his words. As long as Lin Ling lost, he would have an excuse to attack Lin Ling and steal Lin Ling's secrets. Lin Ling sneered when he saw martial god Wen Tian's calm expression. He knew what martial god Wen Tian was planning. As a matter of fact, martial god Wen Tian had nothing to lose in this battle. If Lin Ling lost, martial god Wen Tian would get everything he wanted. If Longyang lost, martial god Wen Tian would not have to pay any price. Therefore, martial god Wen Tian had spent a lot of effort to promote this battle so that his name would be known throughout the world. As long as Lin Ling lost, he could not go back on his words. However, while he had his own wishful thinking, how could Lin Ling not have it? His goal was not just Longyang. Moreover, how could Longyang not have her own goal? If an opportunity presented itself, Longyang would only have one choice, and that was to kill Lin Ling. She would not even care about martial god Wen Tian's words. "I knew you would come." Longyang stepped forward and waved her hand. A long sword made of clouds appeared in her hand. She held it at a slanted angle, giving her a sharp aura at this moment. Her pitch-black eyes stared at Lin Ling with a murderous aura. "Lin Ling, have you reached the martial god realm?" The tone that seemed to be used between friends also quietly floated out of her mouth. I want to say yes, but the truth is, I haven't. Lin Ling's hand landed on the tyrannical song sword on his back and gently pulled it out. After the sword was revealed, compared to Long Yang's sharp longsword, it was even thicker and as immovable as a mountain. Just like Lin Ling's current aura, it was calm and unwavering like an ancient well. No martial god realm. When the surrounding people heard Lin Ling's words, their eyes quietly flickered. Without a martial god realm, their chances of winning against Lin Ling had dropped to 10%. I believe that you won't lie at this moment. However, even if you haven't reached the martial god realm, I won't underestimate you. Long Yang nodded. The sword in her hand finally pointed at the sky. A thread-like sword light shot out and landed on the blue dome of heaven. This sword seemed to have sounded the horn of war. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling also pointed his long sword at the dome of heaven. After the two of them pointed their swords at the sky above the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, the void immediately tore open. Then, a huge whirlpool appeared and the sound of flowing water could be heard. It was extremely magical. The Phoenix Emperor Spring had been opened. Swoosh. Without further ado, Long Yang took a step forward and shot into the void. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling did the same. That's the Phoenix Emperor Spring? Around the ancient mountain, many people began to discuss spiritedly. Then, they saw the powerful cultivators enter one after another. They had heard that the Phoenix Emperor Spring could only be entered but not exited. Even the top 10 martial gods of the 9 states would need 10 days to leave. Perhaps these powerful cultivators wanted to see more clearly, so they did not hesitate to waste 10 days to enter the Phoenix Emperor Mountain to observe the battle from a close distance. After the powerful cultivators entered, the black hole in the sky began to close up. However, the Sea Market's Chin Tower also appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was the scene inside the Phoenix Emperor Mountain and it was being displayed clearly. This made many people happy because they could also witness the glory of that battle. The only regret was that they couldn't sense how ferocious the battle would be. Pure Heart Jade Maiden Divine Sword. What was even more shocking was that no one could see where the spring water came from, nor could they see where it disappeared. The people in the Phoenix the Arch Spring could only sense the sound of the spring water. It was extremely pleasing to the ears. Looking at the two people surrounded by the spring water, they were both floating there quietly. Their clothes fluttered in the wind as they stared at each other with sharp gazes. This was the battle for the #1 best newcomer king. Both of them were on the celestial stairway of the gods list, but who would go higher? How big was the gap between Lin Ling and Long Yang? Let's start. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the calm of the storm. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, two figures approached from afar and collided violently. It's finally begun. Seeing that the storm had finally arrived, the people who had entered the Phoenix the Arch Spring narrowed their eyes. The unfettered sword martial god, Miao Di, and the others squinted their eyes. Although they didn't think highly of Lin Ling, they hoped that the gap between Lin Ling and Long Yang wouldn't be so huge. On the other hand, the Duan family and the people of the New Heavenly Court were sneering. You overestimate yourself. Duan Wuhan was also in the crowd. He had a disdainful smile on his face. This Lin Ling has some ability, but he thinks too highly of himself. He thinks that if he is a genius, then others are not geniuses. Long Yang is stronger than him. Lin Ling kicked an iron plate. Not far away, the true disciples of Miaoshan also had experts present. Naturally, Princess Tian was also present. She sneered again and again. I estimate that the outcome of this battle will be decided in less than 300 moves. At the same time, there were also experts who evaluated. Lin Ling has always been cunning. He must be hiding some trump card. However, for him to use his trump card within 300 moves, that should be enough. Is Lin Ling the only one who has hidden his trump card? Long Yang is also hiding. More people began to assess the situation. These people were all martial gods. Although they couldn't see through Lin Ling's and Jiang Chen's strength, it wasn't difficult to guess that these two newcomer kings were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Boom! While people were talking, the two swords finally clashed at the center of the battlefield, causing a loud explosion. Surging realm essence gushed out from all directions with the two of them at the center. When it hit the spring water, countless echoes rang out, pop. Pop! Looking at the center again, the two swords stirred up endless sparks as they clashed madly. The masters of the swords looked at each other, their cold eyes filled with a sharp light. Lin Ling, are you still not going to use your full strength? Long Yang's long hair fluttered in the wind. This was the first time they clashed, and she was also a little surprised in her heart. Because, although she did not erupt with her full strength, her boundary essence was very dense, and everyone who fought with her before knew that. However, after clashing with Lin Ling, she was actually blocked by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the martial ancestor realm now. Most importantly, she guessed that Lin Ling was definitely not using his full strength. You didn't even use your full strength, so why are you talking about me? Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword buzzed as he looked at the woman in front of him and said. Longyang's sword was actually not much less surprised than Longyang because he had already activated the tyrannical song sword's ancestral power to the limit. However, under this sword, Longyang didn't move at all. Lin Ling was confident that with the gravity of the dragon god armor, he, Lin Ling, was confident that he could force an ordinary martial god realm expert to retreat. Her boundary essence is denser than I imagined. Moreover, she clearly didn't use her full strength. These thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling, today, you will definitely lose. Let's fight. At this moment, Longyang shouted sternly. The sword in her hand was withdrawn at lightning speed. Then, she stabbed at Lin Ling's face. Her speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of 2,000 boundaries. Lin Ling's eyes flashed instantly. His body didn't move, but he tilted his head slightly. As soon as he moved, the cold sword stabbed at Lin Ling's face. The sharp sword ray also left a sword mark on Lin Ling's face. Blood flowed out silently. One could imagine that if this sword had pierced through, Lin Ling's head would definitely have been pierced through. Of course, Longyang's strength wasn't limited to this. Seeing that her sword had failed, her expression didn't change. The sword that was originally stabbing suddenly slashed horizontally. This slash was also intended to cut off Lin Ling's neck, clang. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling withdrew his sword and blocked Longyang's domineering slash with the Tyrant Song sword by his shoulder. Moreover, using Longyang's slash, Lin Ling's figure flew to the left. However, just as he moved, Longyang arrived again. Her speed had reached 2,800 boundaries. The sky was filled with sword shadows, flashing non-stop. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Longyang's speed is so fast. Lin Ling is at a disadvantage in an instant. Those swords have all reached the peak of ancestral power. I didn't expect the gap between Lin Ling and Longyang to be so big. They both cultivated bitterly for 3 years, but Lin Ling is obviously weaker. Many people exclaimed as they watched the magnificent battle. Lin Ling's speed seems to be slower than usual. The dean of the Snow Wind Academy and the others frowned. Back in the Yi Garden, Lin Ling had defeated Lin Ling. At that time, the speed he displayed was obvious to all. However, now, Lin Ling's speed did not seem to have increased. This meant that in the past 3 years, Lin Ling's strength had not increased by much. Longyang's sword is very fast and her speed is also very fast. Even if Lin Ling's defense is strong, he can't withstand the consumption of time. Song Qiri also said. His words made Yu and the others worried. Brother, will he be okay? Xiaoyu held the little hand of the sky-devouring sword and asked nervously. The sky-devouring sword was transformed from the sky-devouring sword. At this moment, it did not have the appearance of a proud little girl. Instead, it frowned and shook its head. Wandering the world. Under the moon. Drinking a little wine. Flying geese attack. The cold voice was like a divine chant. It drifted into the Phoenix Emperor Spring and combined with the sound of the spring water. It was like a beautiful melody. The voice naturally came from Longyang. Every sword of hers was fatal, causing Lin Ling to look extremely miserable. Moreover, she did not show any mercy. The more she fought, the fiercer she became. Her speed was indeed very fast. Obviously, it was beyond what Lin Ling could withstand at the moment. Could it be the pure heart of Jade Maiden Divine Sword? Looking at the dazzling sword technique, someone suddenly exclaimed. The person who spoke was Miao Di. Pure heart of Jade Maiden Divine Sword? Could it be the divine sword left behind by the Empress? Someone reacted and his expression changed drastically. This was because this sword was Luli Empress's famous sword. Back then, when the Empress was still very weak, she had used this sword to kill a martial god realm expert. Because of this, her name had shaken the final world. More importantly, this sword hand would form a strand of God's force in the end. Oh no, Lin Ling is in danger. Then, the carefree sword martial god frowned and shouted. A strand of the power of a god, this was truly extraordinary. White rainbow across the sky. Zither and flute. Snow sweeping and tea brewing. Pine playing chess. Chess. Gap, in the end, the sword in her hand seemed to burn, and a strand of divine energy was finally released. Divine energy, this was a power that surpassed the ancestral energy. Up until now, many martial gods didn't have this power. Pure heart of heaven. Clang, Longyang's eyes were icy cold. She wanted to wash away all the humiliation and make that man disappear from this world. Clang, however, at this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. What was terrifying was that he actually turned the tables. He gave up on defense and took the initiative to attack. The thick tyrannical song sword carried endless killing intent and demonic energy. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea as it spun continuously, and it actually stabbed towards Longyang's neck. This action undoubtedly shocked Longyang because Lin Ling had been defending before, but he suddenly counterattacked. Moreover, the timing of his counterattack had reached an instant, because this moment was the time for the pure heart of Jade Maiden sword to condense divine energy. Dream on. Clang, Longyang shouted in a low voice. The sword in her hand had just moved, but Lin Ling's sword arrived in the next moment. Moreover, what was shocking was that the seemingly thick sword wasn't clumsy at all. The sword was like a dragon, and it suddenly gave up on stabbing towards Longyang's neck and stabbed towards Longyang's sword instead. Even Dragon Mother couldn't react to this sudden change in situation. Clang, Longyang's sword was stabbed, and the divine energy that had just been condensed instantly dissipated a little. Good eyesight. Clang, Longyang shouted in a low voice. She was shocked. Why did she feel that Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the pure heart of Jade Maiden sword? He was actually able to break her sword. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's eyesight was powerful, he was still too weak in the end. He couldn't cause any waves. Whoosh. Therefore, Longyang borrowed Lin Ling's sword and floated back. You won't let me attack, but I'll attack. Longyang also knew that Lin Ling had interrupted her attack, which meant that he was very afraid of her. And the more he was like this, the more Longyang had to attack. Taking a step in the air, Longyang was as graceful as an immortal. Her sword was like a flying immortal as she charged towards Lin Ling. All right. Seeing this sudden scene, countless people outside the Phoenix Emperor Spring cheered. This was because they had clearly seen Longyang flying backwards, but no one had expected her to immediately attack again after flying back a dozen meters. This kind of unexpected move was often difficult to guard against, and this sword cut through the void, severing the surrounding spring water. It actually contained a wisp of the power of divinity. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes, wanting to see how Lin Ling would deal with this. However, some people had already begun to think that Lin Ling was about to lose, but there were also people who thought that it was time for Lin Ling to use his trump card. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, at this moment, countless true dark swords flew out from behind Lin Ling. They swept through the sky like immortal swords, sweeping through everything. True dark swords. Wendian martial god's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Ling skillfully controlling these flying swords. He was naturally very familiar with these swords, but his lips curled into a disdainful smile. He knew that these swords couldn't block Longyang's attack. Clang 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 clang, the truth was as such. Longyang's sword swept away all the true dark swords. However, these swords were like carps crossing a river. They continued to shoot towards Longyang. In the end, they were heated up by the impact of Longyang's sword. People guessed that they would be destroyed. On the other hand, the true dark swords couldn't stop Longyang at all. This caused Longyang's sword to get closer and closer to Lin Ling. It seemed like if Lin Ling didn't do something, he would be defeated immediately. However, at the critical moment, it was still the true inheritance dark sword that danced in the air. But this time, the true inheritance dark sword that had been burned seemed to have been activated. It completely disappeared from Lin Ling's hand, leaving a long sword in Lin Ling's left hand. It was a 2-meter-long sword. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile as he crossed his two swords. He didn't retreat and counterattacked. He charged forward, at this moment, he finally revealed a bit of his strength. If one had to give an example, then his calm heart was like a calm ocean. However, at this moment, the ocean was quietly surging with waves. After all, no matter how calm the ocean was, it would still have a moment of turbulence. Clang, Longyang's sword finally stabbed at the place where Lin Ling's two swords crossed. After that, it couldn't move an inch further. This collision caused terrifying sparks to fly everywhere like meteors, causing the spectators to open their mouths wide. He blocked it. Lin Ling actually blocked Longyang's strand of divine energy. One must know that strand of divine energy was very powerful. It could easily kill a first-level martial god. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Seeing that Lin Ling had resolved the crisis, the principal of Snow Wind Academy couldn't help but shout. Previously, she was worried to death. However, she didn't expect Lin Ling to have such ability. Moreover, Lin Ling was able to block Longyang's sword. This meant that Lin Ling's sword probably contained a strand of divine energy. How is this possible? Compared to everyone's shock, martial god Wen Tian's body trembled. The true dark sword's divine energy was activated. How was this possible? One must know that his father, martial god Qilin, had once wanted to activate the divine energy within the sword. However, after thousands of years, he had failed in the end. Both father and son even believed that the true dark sword didn't have divine energy. However, a miracle had appeared before his eyes. The true dark sword did indeed possess divine energy. Most importantly, it was activated by a junior. He knew very well that even though the true inheritance nether sword was in Lin Ling's hand, and even though Lin Ling was able to utilize 10% of its divine energy, because Lin Ling's cultivation was too low, that divine energy couldn't be considered to be huge. However, if the person holding the sword was him, or even his father, then that divine energy was no small matter. Lin Ling is indeed related to him. Then, martial god Wen Tian became even more excited. He was sure of something. Longyang found that her sword couldn't move forward anymore. Her eyes sharpened. Although she knew that Lin Ling wasn't as simple as she thought, she didn't expect Lin Ling to possess divine energy. This must be your trump card. Unfortunately, you've used your trump card, but I haven't. Longyang looked coldly at the handsome young man in front of her and said. Pure Heart Jade Maiden Divine Sword, if the momentum is interrupted, then the divine power will continue to dissipate. I think that the sword in your hand is no longer sharp. Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. Longyang's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was indeed familiar with the Pure Heart Divine Sword of Jade Maiden. This guy was too strange. She didn't know that the sword was given to Luli Empress by Li Xiaoyao. How could Lin Ling not be familiar with it? Now, break it. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with anger when he thought of the owner of the Pure Heart Divine Sword of Jade Maiden. He crossed his hands and slashed with the divine sword like a pair of sharp scissors. Gotcha! Cracks immediately appeared on the sword and dragon. Lady's hand, causing her expression to change. She frantically retreated, and after retreating a few hundred meters, her sword shattered like glass. Mighty divine axe. It's a very sharp sword, but do you think that's all I have? Don't forget how I've spent all these years. For the sake of today's battle, I've spent my entire life's effort. Floating in the air, Longyang quickly turned cold again. She was the #1 newcomer king. How could she be so simple on the surface? Axe. She pointed her hand at the sky and let out a low shout. Mysterious runes appeared and hovered in the sky. Finally, they were engraved in the sky. It was as if a void had been opened. Then, a huge black axe fell from the void. It kept spinning and finally landed in Longyang's hand. This giant axe was over 2 meters tall and completely black. Not only was the head of the axe huge, even the handle was 2 meters long. On the handle, there were a large number of ferocious divine runes. The appearance of this axe alone was enough to intimidate others. The most frightening thing was that such a huge axe was being held by a delicate beauty. This added a different kind of beauty to it. I obtained the ancestral breaking sand axe from One World Mountain. This axe weighs the power of 1,000 worlds and is 2.5 meters long. The handle of the axe is forged from golden spirit satin sand and ancient heavenly water. The axe head is engraved with countless barriers and contains the soul of 10,000 tigers. When it is swung, the roar of tigers will shake the heavens. Longyang's dress fluttered in the wind. She held the giant axe in her hand and waved it slightly. Roar! A tiger's roar immediately rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point of pain. I forgot to mention, this is a grade 5 innate divine weapon. It can increase the wielder's power by 10,000 worlds. If it's infused with world essence, its power will be even more terrifying. Longyang stared coldly at Lin Ling after brandishing her sword. She was like a goddess of war. Your defense is very strong. Let's see if your defense is stronger or if my strength is stronger. Bang, she stepped on the void, holding the axe with one hand as she charged toward Lin Ling. In the air, she waved the divine axe, cutting through the void with unparalleled power. What was even more frightening was that the gigantic divine axe in her hands actually looked extremely light. So beautiful. Longyang's unique style undoubtedly made many young men lick their lips. You're really amazing. You're worthy of being called a genius who can match me. I, Lin Ling, rarely admire anyone in my life. You, Longyang, are the first. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he looked at the war godlike woman. He gripped his sword with both hands and clashed with her. Rumble, however, the godly axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart as it fiercely chopped down. It actually carried a destructive force that directly sent Lin Ling flying backwards. If it wasn't for the toughness of his two swords, it was likely that he would have been killed by the axe. This axe was truly worthy of being a weapon capable of splitting mountains and seas. Humph, this axe was forged according to One World Mountain's One World Axe. How can you block it? After sending Lin Ling flying, Longyang snorted coldly and chased after Lin Ling again. She waved the giant axe again. Her speed was clearly not something Lin Ling could contend with at the moment. Therefore, Lin Ling was quickly caught up and drowned in the wind created by the giant axe. The power of God. Moreover, every time he blocked Longyang's attack, Lin Ling was shocked because the axe in Longyang's hand actually also possessed the power of God. Moreover, it was even more powerful than the sword from before. After all, the sword required a sword technique to activate the power of God. However, this axe didn't need that. Of course, the power of God was only one of the reasons. Lin Ling saw that every time Longyang waved the axe, black sand would sprinkle out. Not only could it dazzle the opponent's eyes, the black sand also possessed a fatal power that could completely break the opponent's power of ancestor. This meant that Lin Ling's power of ancestor was completely useless at this moment. It's too late to realize it now. Humph. Longyang looked at the somewhat embarrassed man in front of her. She seemed to know Lin Ling's thoughts and the corners of her mouth immediately curled into a sinister sneer. She waved the giant axe violently and continuously suppressed Lin Ling. So powerful. Humph. Everyone stared fixedly at this scene and even stopped breathing. The number one newcomer king was truly terrifying. The momentum of the axe is too strong. If this continues, Lin Ling's defense will definitely be broken. Humph. I didn't expect Longyang's attack to be so terrifying that it could break Lin Ling's defense. Yes. This was because they saw with their own eyes that fragments of the divine armor were constantly sprinkling out from Lin Ling's body. Obviously, it was cut by Longyang's divine axe. They could imagine that if it wasn't for that set of divine armor, Lin Ling would have been killed. Of course, this kind of overbearing attack was undoubtedly extremely pleasing to the eye, and it happened to be from the body of a beautiful woman. This also caused the outside world to cheer again and again. Beautiful, too beautiful. Longyang, I love you to death. Yes. At this moment, I've turned from a fan to a fan. I'll be fascinated by Longyang for the rest of my life. Damn Lin Ling, why don't you admit defeat? Yes. Yeah, when Longyang domineeringly waved the axe just now, I saw her panties. I was fascinated to death. Yes. Many young men licked their lips and kept shouting. Even some of the good-looking women were shocked by Longyang's majestic figure. Of course, their hearts were also filled with jealousy. Humph, a woman using an axe. How rude. I have high hopes for Lin Ling. Cheers. Lin Ling, you can do it. But I see that Lin Ling's clothes have been cut to pieces. If this continues, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Who said that? Who said that? Don't you know Lin Ling's prestige in Tongtian Tower and his pride in Yi Garden? He's definitely not that simple. Cheers. The women chattered as they stared at the blue-robed young man in the sky. Although the young man was in a sorry state, in their eyes, he was extremely handsome. The various voices of the outside world were not affected by the Phoenix Emperor Spring at all. At this moment, the battle here was like a storm. Strong wind swept everywhere, clang. Clang, clang. The azure armor on Lin Ling's body kept shattering. The armor could withstand 50% of a half-step to martial god's attack and 3 fatal attacks from an initial stage martial god. However, at this moment, it could not withstand Longyang's mighty axe. This meant that each of Longyang's attacks was an initial stage martial god's fatal attack. Boom! Finally, a loud explosion sounded from Lin Ling's body. Everyone saw that the armor had exploded. At this moment, many people sighed. Lin Ling's armor had been destroyed. How could he continue to fight? Longyang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. She also temporarily stopped attacking. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was panting like a cow. His eyes were solemn as he looked at Dragon Mother. He didn't expect this woman to be so ferocious that she could actually break his divine armor. Of course, Lin Ling had many sets of armor on him. However, they were all hidden. Furthermore, Lin Ling did not intend to use any treasures to fight against Longyang. He only relied on his own strength because he wanted to test his own strength. Who said that battle armor was used for defense? Hee, in the past, you have always been above me. Now, I have surpassed you. Moreover, the gap between us is not small. Longyang's pretty face was filled with endless pride and glory. The reason why she did not continue to attack was that she also wanted to savor this proud achievement. Only she knew how difficult it was to surpass Lin Ling. For the time being, Lin Ling did not comment and slowly took off the battle armor on his body. This made everyone stunned again. This Lin Ling was actually wearing 2 sets of battle armor. He was too shameless. After all, not long ago, they had witnessed Lin Ling's battle armor being destroyed. Longyang did not wear a single set of battle armor. This Lin Ling, as a man, actually wore 2 sets of battle armor. Trash. On the Duan family's side, Duan Wuhan immediately said sarcastically. 2 sets of battle armor? Longyang's mouth also outlined a disdainful smile. She did not expect that Lin Ling was afraid of her to this extent. It seemed that in these 3 years, Lin Ling's strength had improved very little. Then, Longyang said lightly, "Do you think that 2 sets of battle armor can block my attack?" Lin Ling, I have to say that my evaluation of you has suddenly dropped a point. You must know that you used to be my idol. For a long time, Lin Ling's weight in Longyang's heart was very high. However, in this battle, Longyang was very disappointed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling gave her a feeling of powerlessness, as if he was very weak, which made it difficult for her to enjoy. After all, she did not want this battle to be one-sided from the beginning. Of course, this could not be blamed on Lin Ling. Perhaps Longyang's strength had improved too much, so she had this illusion. Hearing Longyang's words, many people in the outside world also cursed. This was because a mere Lin Ling was actually Longyang's idol. Lin Ling was nothing. Humph, he's just a declining genius. Just him? I saw his previous appearance, he was as weak as a dog. I really don't understand why he wants to fight with Longyang. Doesn't he have any self-awareness? Both of them have worked hard for 3 years, but Lin Ling, alas, he is disappointing. Many people spoke disdainfully. However, Lin Ling, who was in the Phoenix Emperor Spring, did not hear what the outside world was saying. In fact, he did not even seem to have heard Dragon Mother's words. He continued to slowly remove the armor on his body. This armor was the divine dragon armor. Have you given up? Without the battle armor, you will lose even faster. If I were you, I would rather let this battle armor be destroyed. After all, there is at least some hope. Longyang looked over and spoke indifferently. The silent Lin Ling gave her the feeling that he was down and out. Who says I've given up? However, at this moment, Lin Ling looked up slightly and said casually. Since you haven't given up, why don't you even want the battle armor? I think you are just stubborn. Longyang immediately laughed disdainfully. However, just as she finished speaking, her smile froze. This was because she saw Lin Ling take off the shoulder pads of the battle armor and casually throw them away. Then, he muttered to himself, alas, if I want to wear it again after taking it off, I will have to start all over again. Of course, this sentence was not a big deal. The main thing was that Longyang saw that after the shoulder pads smashed into the sky exploded with an explosive sound, rumble. The sound was like a meteor crashing down, echoing countless times. This also caused the pupils of the people outside to freeze. From their point of view, the impact of the shoulder pads was not much weaker than that of Longyang's axe. Next, Lin Ling threw out the left shoulder pads, rumble, ripples appeared in the void. Next, the breastplate and knee pads. Everyone held their breaths as they watched Lin Ling continuously throw out the battle armor. It was as if bombs had been thrown into their hearts. You? Longyang's beautiful eyes narrowed. Because she was the closest to Lin Ling, she could naturally feel the weight of the armor. Who said that the battle armor is used for defense? At this moment, Lin Ling finally took off all the Dragon God battle armor. He found that a terrifying force was diffusing from his body. He also found that the talents of the double Dragon God had improved. One had reached the 4th grade, and the other had reached the 6th grade. The improvement of the double Dragon God's talents brought about a continuous chain of reactions. His physical strength had also improved. The power of the Great Solar Calamity Bow had also increased. In addition, the Dragon God battle armor had cultivated his physical strength during this period. Currently, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached the power of 40,000 worlds. Who said that the battle armor is used for defense? Longyang recalled Lin Ling's words. Her eyes were constantly flickering. However, suddenly, her beautiful eyes trembled violently. She vaguely guessed something. However, when she raised her eyes, the sky in front of her suddenly burst open like water. When she reacted, a figure had appeared in front of her. He was smiling at her with his hands behind his back, fast, incomparably fast. This speed was definitely above the 3,000 worlds. Involuntarily, Longyang hurriedly looked at the battle armor in the distance that Lin Ling had thrown out. Her heart roared. Could it be that Lin Ling had been carrying that heavy battle armor while fighting with her? Was this the reason why Lin Ling's speed was so slow? It was also the reason why Lin Ling gave her the feeling that he was so weak. It turned out that the battle armor didn't provide defense. Instead, it was a burden. The funny thing was that she thought that Lin Ling without the battle armor would be even weaker. However, the ironic thing was that without the battle armor, Lin Ling without the battle armor was more like a monster who had broken the taboo. Impossible! Longyang roared angrily. The divine axe in her right hand fiercely slashed down. She seemed to want to prove something. Boom. However, Lin Ling stretched out his hands and suddenly clamped them. The giant divine axe was clamped, and it couldn't be cut down anymore. Using his hands to clamp the divine axe, this strength was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's hand slightly exerted force. The ferocious divine axe emitted a squeaking sound. Under countless dumbfounded gazes, it quietly bent. Seeing this, Longyang's heart exploded. The eyes of the surrounding experts widened. In the outside world, the people who had previously looked down on Lin Ling all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because many of them knew how terrifying Longyang's godly axe was, especially the experts who had returned from One World Mountain. It could be said that even a first-level martial god couldn't withstand a single blow from the axe. However, Lin Ling had blocked it with his hands. It seemed like this guy wanted to hold the god-bursting axe with his bare hands. It's him. Someone mumbled to himself. His eyes were fixed on the sky. It was as if he could see the originally weak young man suddenly soar into the sky. His brilliance would illuminate the world. The newcomer King Lin Ling. To be called the newcomer king, his strength wasn't just an undeserved reputation. Your strength is quite weak. At this moment, Lin Ling had no idea what the crowd was thinking. Instead, he was feeling the power that was constantly being produced in his body. His heart was becoming more and more excited. Longyang, defeated, at the moment of release, he felt a sharp feeling in his heart. Fight to his heart's content. Let's test the limits. Lin Ling shouted. His hands were still holding the divine axe, but his power was constantly released, as if two dragons were coiling around the divine axe. Rumble, along with the shock of his power, the void began to tremble, the surrounding spring water began to ripple, as if it was trembling. Everyone seemed to have seen a giant, reversing the universe at this moment. As for Longyang, she had already abandoned the divine axe and retreated. Her face was filled with shock, and her heart felt humiliated, because she actually looked down on Lin Ling. Sure enough, Lin Ling was never as simple as she thought. Daring to look down on this person, the price, was very heavy. Boom, under countless gazes, the divine axe exploded, forcibly held by Lin Ling, and the sparkling fragments in the void were like stars twinkling. Everyone was shocked. Even a fifth-grade innate divine weapon was destroyed. This Lin Ling is simply a monster. The eyes of the Snow Wind Academy's principal were wide open, and for a moment, they were so shocked that they were speechless, and their evaluation of Lin Ling also increased by a point. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, the gap between Lin Ling and Longyang was not as far as they had imagined. Among everyone, only Yuer was not surprised by this matter, but she also revealed an excited smile. Whoosh, Lin Ling gently blew away the sparkling fragments in his hand, and looked at Longyang, and said indifferently, "If you want to play other things, you still have some ability, but when it comes to axes and physical strength, to be honest, you know nothing about strength." This voice was filled with pride and arrogance, and also a trace of indifference and cynicism. It was as if the Lin Ling of the past had returned. He was still as dazzling, as all-powerful as ever. In the distance, Longyang's face also became serious. She finally felt a sense of seriousness. This was the beginning of the battle, and what happened before was just a warm-up. It was as if Lin Ling was a sleeping dragon in the abyss, and when he was sleeping, she, Longyang, was complacent, but now, the dragon has finally awakened. Damn it. She had actually made a big mistake, and was fooled by Lin Ling, and dared to look down on Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, I underestimated you." Longyang enunciated each word clearly. Her eyes became even more serious. Although she still didn't think that Lin Ling was her opponent, at least she believed that Lin Ling wasn't as simple as he seemed. Since it has been solved, then there is no need to hide any more strength. Hearing this, Lin Ling also shook his head and said. His words were obviously not an answer to the question, but more to himself. That was because, ever since he returned, he had been constantly calming his heart, but he had a feeling that with the dragon god armor removed, the curtains of this battle had been raised. It was also because after removing the armor, it meant that Lin Ling could no longer turn back. It meant that there was no turning back on his path of becoming a deity. Therefore, he just had to bravely move forward. Waves could be stirred up in the calm sea, but there would be a day when monstrous waves would be stirred up. Calamity-destroying sunbow. With a wave of his right hand, the aura of the dragon god spread out, and the Sanskrit was even more deafening. On Lin Ling's body, endless Buddhist light bloomed and quietly turned into a huge dragon bow. The bow was 10 meters long and terrifying. When Lin Ling held it, endless power of the heavenly dragon Buddha god flowed on the bowstring, forming a dazzling light. Everyone looked at the godlike man in shock, shocked by the divine bow. Longyang, you can look down on anyone, but underestimating me, Lin Ling, is the biggest mistake in your life. Although you have worked hard all your life, you are below me once. No matter how hard you work, you will always be below me. Now, let's fight. A hot-blooded voice finally floated out, just like the moment Lin Ling removed the armor. There was no turning back. The sixth arrow, what is 5? 1. Suffering day and night, leading to calamity. 2. One is full, many are full. 3. The sin weapon, the trident, the eagle, snake, wolf, and dog. 4. Dragon, god, sky, and ghost. 5. If you fall into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Connected by this, is called seamless. Seamless. Without waiting for Longyang to speak, a dazzling black and white arrow was shot out, sprinkling endless Buddhist light, shooting towards Longyang at a terrifying speed. Longyang's pupils constricted, and then she was drowned in the endless Buddhist light. That black and white arrow was like the key to opening the Buddhist kingdom and the underworld, causing the entire Phoenix Emperor spring to tremble. Even some martial gods were frightened, afraid of the power of this junior. Looking at the dazzling scene on the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, the outside world stopped breathing, and there was only one sentence in their hearts: was Longyang going to lose? They obviously didn't expect that in these 3 years, although Longyang's strength had greatly increased, and she had won the title of newcomer king, Lin Ling had not wasted his time. Without martial god Wen Tian as his backer, Lin Ling could still make a name for himself by relying on himself. Rumble, the black and white arrow was like the end of the world, constantly stirring the Phoenix Emperor spring, causing the void to seem like it was about to collapse. in the Phoenix Emperor Spring, all the experts looked at the shocking scene in front of them, and their faces were incomparably solemn, especially the experts from the Duan clan and the New Heavenly Court. They suddenly felt an incomparably huge pressure. Obviously, Lin Ling's sudden display of strength had caught them off guard, greatly exceeding their expectations. This kid's growth speed is really crazy. Back then, outside of E-City, he hadn't even stepped into the 300th place on the Divine Stairway. However, in just 3 short years, I'm afraid he has already entered the 200th place on the Divine Stairway. Martial God Wen Tian's eyes stared straight ahead, and said solemnly, to a martial artist, 3 years was nothing more than the blink of an eye. However, there were some heaven-defying martial artists that were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, they could reverse the universe and create a miracle. And Lin Ling was one of them. Longyang has martial God Wen Tian's focus on nurturing, but Lin Ling seems to have nothing. Not only Wen Tian martial God, even the deans of the 36 academies and other experts were staring fixedly at the young man who was showing off his ability. Then, they all looked at the Snow Wind Academy's dean at the same time, their eyes filled with jealousy. The Snow Wind Academy is really lucky. Obviously, these deans were incomparably envious of the Snow Wind Academy for giving birth to such a freak. Did he win? As the sound waves gradually weakened, someone finally let out a solemn voice. How terrifying was the arrow from before? Probably not many people in the early stage of the martial god realm could block it, so no one was sure if Longyang was still alive. Even Lin Ling was not sure, but he had a feeling in his heart that Longyang should not be so simple. How could the number 1 genius Longyang, who was below him and had been chasing after him, be defeated so easily? Longyang's 4 dantians, ka. Almost at the same time, circles of powerful ripples bloomed, cutting off the distant spring water, forming a terrifying wave of air. The wave of air rushed over, even Lin Ling's figure was a little unstable. One must know, he now had the power of 40,000 worlds. This also meant that if those airwaves hit the myriad worlds would instantly collapse. Its realm essence. What a rich realm essence. Lin Ling's pupils suddenly became serious. He sensed that the wave of air was formed by Jia Yuan, and this meant that the wave of air was extremely terrifying. Then, Lin Ling immediately looked into the distance. He saw a huge light shield in the distance. It was slowly descending, and within the light shield, he could vaguely see the figure of a woman. The woman's head was slightly lowered, and her body was trembling. However, she gave people the feeling that she was an awakening god. This scene undoubtedly caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. There was only one voice in his heart. For dantians, martial god Wen Tian actually taught the first few stages of the primal chaos formula to Longyang. One must know that in his previous life, Li Xiaoyao treated the 3 members of the Tian family as family, so he taught them the first 5 stages of the primal chaos formula. As for Tian Liuli, she probably obtained the 6th stage of the formula and was able to form 6 dantians. When Tian martial god had obviously hidden his strength and did not send over a 5th layer cultivation technique. However, even if it was the 4 dantians, the density of the world essence was not something that the current Lin Ling could withstand. For example, it would be the force of the 4th layer martial god realm, and it was stronger than an ordinary 4th layer martial god realm cultivator. That's good. If I fail too quickly, I won't be able to enjoy myself to the fullest. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's eyes also flashed with a strong fighting spirit. What a powerful world essence energy! At almost the same time, the experts from the Phoenix Emperor Spring sensed the change in Longyang. How is this still Jia Yuan of the early stage of the martial god realm? It's comparable to the middle stage of the martial god realm. How can this Longyang be so strong? Could it be him? Many famous experts subconsciously looked at martial god Wen Tian, especially unrestrained sword martial god and the others. Because only they knew where martial god Wen Tian's strength came from, it was precisely his endless and dense world essence. And now, Longyang's world essence was also boundlessly dense. This meant that martial god Wen Tian had passed his mantle to Longyang. Wendian martial god is really going all out for this battle. Miao Di said solemnly. Wang, as soon as she finished speaking, the huge light barrier finally exploded. Then, a delicate figure slowly walked out. Although she looked delicate, her aura was so terrifying that it made people tremble in fear. How was this a delicate woman? She was simply an empress. In particular, some of the old monsters could vaguely see Luli Empress's figure on that woman. As expected, Dragon Mother didn't lose. Although we can't sense any ripples of boundary essence here, I reckon that she has used a trump card now. Her strength is probably twice as strong as before. It's not just doubled, it's quadrupled. That's because Long Yang had also used her trump card in the One World Mountain. At that time, she had already defeated all the top 200 experts on the divine list. In the end, there are less than 100 people who can surpass her in the world of 36 academies. The experts in the outside world gasped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with respect and envy as they looked at the sky. This was the #1 newcomer king. Everyone could clearly sense her strength. Even the genius experts who had lost to Longyang 3 years ago knew that the gap between them and Longyang had widened after 3 years. Whoosh, Longyang's long hair fluttered in the wind as she quietly looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, she looked a little miserable. It was obvious that she had suffered a great loss from the previous arrow. "I'm sorry." Finally, Longyang spoke softly. "Why?" Lin Ling looked calmly at Longyang. His expression gradually recovered from the initial shock. "Because I have underestimated you. However, you have awakened me once again and reminded me of who my opponent is. Therefore, I apologize for underestimating you previously." Longyang's fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Her exquisite face carried an indescribable dignity. At this moment, she was like the king of the 3 halls in the 36 academies. "No need. It's okay to be serious now." Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders as the energy in his body surged. He knew that there would be a tough battle ahead. "Thank you. Then, I'll be serious." Longyang nodded. Although her voice sounded soft, it was filled with endless confidence. Bang, the sky where she was suddenly exploded. Longyang disappeared from the sky and reappeared in front of Lin Ling. Her jade-like hand turned into a claw and was as sharp as a sword. She suddenly turned towards Lin Ling. Although this claw seemed calm, it actually carried an unparalleled power of boundary essence. When he saw this, a pair of swords appeared in Lin Ling's hands. He raised them high and suddenly slashed down. Clang, however, when the pair of swords that carried a wisp of divine energy and 40,000 boundary essence slashed down on Longyang's arm, it was actually blocked by a powerful force. If one looked carefully, one would see that there was a faint layer of boundary essence around Longyang's arm that protected her arm. However, this seemingly thin layer of boundary essence had an extremely terrifying defensive power. Lin Ling's eyes flashed instantly. Longyang, who had fused her 4 dantians, was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling was certain that even if he had fused his 6 dantians, in terms of the density of boundary essence, he was definitely not a match for her, unless Lin Ling had also stepped into the martial god realm. Bang! Lin Ling stomped his foot in the sky and instantly retreated. Obviously, it was extremely unwise to confront Longyang head-on at this time. However, Longyang, who had fused her 4 dantians, had reached the speed of 4,000 boundary essence. She followed closely behind Lin Ling. Her claw was aimed at Lin Ling's neck. If it hit, Lin Ling's neck would be crushed in an instant. As Lin Ling retreated, he crossed his swords in front of him. However, the 2 swords shook very quickly. Then, Lin Ling saw Longyang's claw grabbing the tyrannical song sword and ruthlessly pulling it away. Since she could even grab the tyrannical song sword, this method could be said to be unparalleled. Lin Ling had no choice but to abandon his sword. Currently, the only advantage he had that was not inferior to Longyang was his speed. Clang! 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 Longyang's attacks were like a storm, closing in on Lin Ling. Every move was fatal. As she waved her claws, the surrounding spring water was all cut off. What a fast speed! Lin Ling is suddenly at a disadvantage. Divine embryo body. For dantians, what a terrifying thing. Combining the power of 4 martial gods into one body, this kind of power is too unfair to ordinary cultivators. How can there be fairness in this world? Have you thought about the cultivators of the 9 prefectures when you say these words? In their eyes, you are so strong, how can there be fairness? No matter what, with the 4 dantians, Longyang is already the strongest among us. All kinds of voices floated out from the outside world and the Phoenix Emperor Spring. The deans of the 36th College also looked at Wendian martial god. Obviously, they knew that Longyang was so powerful because of Wendian martial god. Wendian martial god smiled and did not speak. Instead, he quietly watched the intense battle in front of him. Lin Ling, who was in the center, was undoubtedly being suppressed by Longyang. However, Lin Ling's physical defense was strong and he was not defeated in a short period of time. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Lin Ling was defeated. Lin Ling, I don't know if you have used all your strength, but if this is all you have, then there is no need to continue this battle. Longyang's voice was extremely cold as she continued to attack. Following that, all of his realm essence surged, transforming into a giant claw that grabbed towards Lin Ling from all directions. Seeing this, Lin Ling naturally knew that he could not avoid this moment. Because if he continued to dodge, he would be defeated even faster. Therefore, he suddenly gritted his teeth and his gaze became crazier. No one knew that while he was fighting Longyang, he was also frantically refining the treasures. This was because, with a strong opponent like Longyang, she was in fact constantly pressuring him, causing his refining speed to double. Of course, the advantage was that the speed was faster, but the disadvantage was also obvious. If Lin Ling was careless, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured by Longyang. Lin Ling had dared to do so as he was extremely confident in himself. He also wanted to maximize the power of the half-martial god pill, so that his strength would reach the martial god realm when he unsealed the pill. At present, Lin Ling's intuition told him that he was still lacking a little, so let the storm come even fiercer. True. Transmission of Hades. After refining a large number of treasures, Lin Ling gripped the true inheritance dark sword with both hands. That strand of divine power was stimulated to the peak, and the entire sword began to hum. Lin Ling's sword is so dazzling. This scene was clearly noticed by countless people. Their blood suddenly boiled because in their guesses, perhaps this battle had finally reached its peak. Leader, you must win. On the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, countless experts from the God Slayer Alliance were shouting. They only had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. They knew that Lin Ling had defeated the newcomer king of Fengyun Tower. However, how could the newcomer king compare to Longyang? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's sword began to hum. His entire body turned into a sword, and with terrifying power, he slashed at the huge claw. Rumble, pop. Pop, the collision of the two forces was enough to drown any initial stage martial god. Clang, however, after the huge celestial sword clashed with the terrifying claw, it could not withstand the pressure and broke apart. It turned into 18 true inheritance dark swords, and they lay in the void dimly. Looking at Lin Ling, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure was also sent flying, crashing into the void in the distance, causing ripples to appear in the void. Silence. The outside world and the Phoenix Emperor Spring were dead silent. Everyone stared at the true inheritance dark swords in the void, and they frowned even more. This was because they saw that Lin Ling seemed to have been defeated. Until now, the two swords that Lin Ling possessed had been destroyed by Longyang. Finally, he has lost. Someone murmured to himself. Even so, Lin Ling is terrifying enough to make Longyang explode with such strength. Hence, I am sure that Lin Ling's strength is in the top 200 of the divine list. Most importantly, this guy is also a newcomer. He is the only one below Longyang who can reach such a height. Someone said in admiration. In the Phoenix Emperor Spring, Lin Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were solemnly looking at Longyang. Longyang possessed 4 dantians, and her boundary origin was indeed powerful. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that Longyang's 4 dantians were not ordinary dantians. This also meant that Longyang had a powerful innate talent. This attack has made the vortex in my dantian absorb more energy at a faster rate. Hurry up. I don't want you to be a half-step to martial god when the pill is removed. So, don't disappoint me. Lin Ling stood still in silence. However, there was a hint of madness in his eyes, and he kept shouting in his heart. Is that all? 3 years. Do you know that I have waited for 3 years? However, is that all you have? At that moment, Longyang suddenly spoke in a cold voice. There was a hint of madness in her eyes as she said, for the past 3 years, I have worked hard to cultivate so that I can fight with you until the sky falls and the earth rends. All of this is not to prove how great I am, nor is it to prove that I have surpassed you. Instead, I want to tell you that I will take back the dignity that you have taken from me with my own hands." The heavens and the earth were silent. Only Longyang's voice could be heard. Everyone could feel Longyang's determination. Everything was for the sake of dignity. "That is not all I have." Longyang tucked her fine black hair behind her ear as she spoke slowly. "Come out, Black Phoenix Purple Jade Body." As she spoke, a pitch-black cloud suddenly appeared behind her. The cloud was like a pair of wings, and it curled around Longyang's shoulders. Then, it slowly flew up and turned into a huge black phoenix in the air. A black phoenix. It was said that this was a phoenix from the underworld. It guarded the path of death and specialized in devouring dead souls. It was one of the symbols of the underworld's gate. When the black phoenix appeared, it suddenly let out a sharp cry. The sound was so loud that it caused endless ripples in the Phoenix Emperor Spring. When the sound spread out of the Phoenix Emperor Spring, it caused countless people's eardrums to hurt. This is. Even the city lords of the final world and some of the weaker ones had a drastic change in expression. This was because the sound wave was so terrifying that it caused their dantian to become unstable. Divine Fetus. Finally, the 3016 said in a low voice, "Divine Fetus?" Without a doubt, these two words were earth-shattering, and it caused endless ripples in the outside world. Longyang actually had a divine fetus. One should know that she had not shown her talent before, but she had already suppressed Lin Ling. Now, she had even shown her talent. Martial God Wendian, you. Lin Ling's eruption. Haha, you've misunderstood me. Martial God Wen Tian smiled when he saw Martial God Duan Mai's astonished look. He also stared at Longyang. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his. He still remembered the first time he met Longyang. At that time, Longyang wanted to defeat him and become his disciple. Of course, Martial God Wen Tian didn't care about that. In this world, there were so many people who wanted to be his disciple. However, Longyang's next sentence moved Wendian Martial God. "I want to kill Lin Ling, no matter the cost." Wendian Martial God was moved because he saw Longyang's eyes. It was Longyang's life's mission. Longyang was willing to sacrifice everything, including her soul. Wendian Martial God accepted Longyang as his disciple. However, in the following days, he realized that Longyang was more powerful than he had imagined. She had grown rapidly in a short period of time. This also let him know that Longyang was a piece of unpolished jade. It was just that no one had ever carved this piece of jade. "Missed you? Didn't you give her the dark phoenix violet jade body that represents the entrance to the underworld?" Wendian Martial God smiled and shook his head. Duan Mai Martial God asked again. "No, she got it herself." However, Martial God Wen Tian still shook his head, but his tone changed. "The other talent was given to her by me." "What?" The Martial God's pupils trembled fiercely, and he quickly looked at Dragon Lady. Almost at the same time, Dragon Lady's body emitted billowing black fog again. This black fog coiled around Dragon Lady's delicate body and spiraled up. It became clearer and clearer, and it actually turned into a huge black dragon. This dragon coiled around Dragon Lady, making her look even more ferocious and ferocious. Dark dragon violet golden body. Duan Mai Martial God mumbled to himself. Another divine fetus? Double talents. The rest of the experts shuddered. One divine fetus was already terrifying enough. Who would have thought that Longyang had two divine fetus physiques? She would surely become a deity with such talent. Even in the Phoenix Emperor Spring, there were less than 5 people who were more talented than Longyang. Therefore, many people looked at Longyang as if she was a senior, a deity. Divine fetus physique, this woman is already so powerful when she's only a first-level martial god. What if she reaches the late-stage martial god realm? You don't need to say anything, she's the real Luli Empress. In the outside world, many people were even more envious because Longyang's advantages were too tempting. 4 dantians and 2 divine embryos. Any one of these was enough for a genius to laugh proudly in the 9 provinces. However, all the advantages were gathered on one woman, the Empress. Perhaps this was how people viewed Longyang. At this moment, Dragon Lady was floating quietly in the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Around her delicate body, black neon energy swirled. A black phoenix appeared on her left shoulder, and a black dragon appeared on her right shoulder. The dragon and phoenix undoubtedly gave her an aura that could control one's soul. Hee, how are we going to fight? Seeing the majestic Longyang, a dean suddenly laughed. He was the dean of the E-Garden. He had never liked Lin Ling. That kid can't even resist the power of 4 dantians. Now that he has 2 divine fetus physiques, it looks like Sister Longyang wants to win beautifully. Then, a crafty and harsh voice sounded at the same time. She was naturally the Heaven Princess. Ha ha ha. The masters who didn't like Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wendian martial god, you've hidden your strength well. Your disciple's strength is no weaker than most of the people here. Duan, my martial god, was in a good mood. He turned to Wendian martial god and said. At this point, no one doubted that Lin Ling could win. Lin Ling had lost the 3-year promise. This showed how terrifying Longyang was under Wendian martial god's guidance. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was unlucky. He lacked a good backer. I don't want her to be stronger than anyone else. I just want her to be stronger than a kid who doesn't know his place. I think that kid will admit defeat in 3 moves. Wendian martial god smiled faintly as he looked at Lin Ling. He knew that the kid must be shocked speechless. Perhaps he would kneel down and beg for mercy. However, as soon as his gaze landed on Lin Ling, a blinding vortex appeared on Lin Ling's chest. It spun rapidly and grew bigger. The vortex was nothing special. However, Wendian martial god could sense a terrifying force exploding from the vortex like a bomb. You're using your full strength? Very well, I won't hold back. Lin Ling's calm voice finally came out from his mouth. There was no sign of panic or astonishment. It was as if he would not be surprised even if the sky collapsed. Bang, everyone's eyes instantly turned towards Lin Ling. Their hearts felt as if they had been struck by a meteor and continued to explode. Bang bang bang. However, compared to the explosion in their hearts, the force unleashed by Lin Ling's body was even more terrifying. It caused the water of the Phoenix Emperor Spring to flow backward, causing the water to dry up. This is the force of the boundary. It's the half-martial god realm. This guy is about to have a breakthrough. He's about to undergo the tribulation of the ancestor. Following it, the crowd burst into a roar. Although the people outside could not sense the force of the Phoenix Emperor Spring, they could vaguely sense that something was not right. Bang! Almost at the same time, the vortex on Lin Ling's body finally exploded. It formed a terrifying gust of wind with Lin Ling as the center and swept in all directions. That power was so frightening that even Dragon Lady's long hair was blown up. Her pupils, without any suspense, narrowed. Half-martial god realm? And he didn't undergo the tribulation of the ancestor. She mumbled to herself. Her voice was filled with great astonishment. A half-martial god realm cultivator who did not undergo the tribulation. This was probably the first case in Huanyu's history. It's not over yet. However, before the crowd could recover from their shock, someone suddenly yelled in a panic. That voice seemed to rise again and again before the first wave had subsided. The reason was that Lin Ling's aura was approaching the martial god realm. Holy crap, what kind of freak is this? He jumped from the martial ancestor realm to the half-martial god realm and then became a martial god? I must be dreaming. How could such a thing happen in this world? A large number of terrified voices rose one after another. The reason was that the cultivation of the martial ancestor realm was calculated in hundreds of years. If it only took a dozen years to reach the half-martial god realm, that person would be considered a rare genius in the final world. On the other hand, if it only took 100 years to reach the martial god realm from the half-martial god realm, that person would also be considered a rare genius. However, Lin Ling had only taken 3 years to break through 2 levels in a row. Damn, this is so unfair. How are we supposed to cultivate like this? His cultivation kept rising. Calm down, the martial god realm has the tribulation of the gods. Lin Ling has broken through 2 levels in a row, so he will surely face the tribulation of the gods. Besides, his foundation is unstable, so he will surely fail. You're right, 2 levels in a row, that Lin Ling is being too impatient. Let's wait and see if he fails to overcome the tribulation. Perhaps it was because they were too jealous, thus many people were complaining that the grapes were sour. As a matter of fact, the old monsters in the Phoenix Emperor Spring were clenching their fists and murmuring to themselves. Most of them were cursing Lin Ling for failing the tribulation of the gods. They did not think it was fair either. How could these old monsters who had lived for 10,000 years accept the fact that Qin Nan had broken through 2 levels in a row? bang bang bang, the terrifying energy continued to ripple out, but gradually, the energy was restrained. Meanwhile, in the middle of the storm, the young man in a blue robe placed his hands behind his back and his hair drifted wildly. He wore a satisfied smile. Very well, I've finally achieved the martial god realm, the young man in a blue robe said in an excited tone. He seemed to be very calm, however, it was like a shocking bomb to the crowd. Give me a slap, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me, why didn't I see him overcoming the tribulation? Pa! The sound of a slap was indeed heard. Following it, another person snapped, you're not playing tricks on me, because I didn't see the tribulation of the gods either. What the hell? Without a doubt, a series of exclamations took place. Even experts like Wendy and Martial God rose to their feet, their faces trembling in fear. It was fine that the half-martial god realm did not have to overcome the tribulation, but damn it, the tribulation of the martial god realm did not even happen. It was so ***king unfair. Could it be that the kid was the son of God? Was he blessed by the son of God? As for Longyang, her eyes glittered as she stared at the young man in a blue robe. She discovered that the young man in a blue robe was extremely attractive and energetic. He no longer looked as down and out as before. No, the young man in a blue robe did not look down and out either. He had only been silent. Martial God stage. Longyang bit her lips and said unwillingly. However, a cold smile soon appeared on her face. So what if you're a martial god? You can compete with me. That's right. Longyang is also a martial god. Therefore, Lin Ling's breakthrough is just a flash in the pan. Duan my martial god spoke on behalf of Wen Tian martial god, as if he had suffered too much depression before. At this moment, Lin Ling acted as if he hadn't heard what everyone was saying. He stretched out a single hand and carefully comprehended the terrifying energy of the world essence within his body, for some unknown reason. After he advanced into the martial god realm, he seemed to have become even more familiar with everything in the heavens and the earth. It was the feeling of a god that possessed the power to control and be familiar with everything. No wonder martial god Wen Tian could sense everything about Lin Ling. So it was because of this mysterious feeling. Demigod elixirs are indeed terrifying. Lin Ling also muttered in his heart. After spending so much of his golden fleece flower to buy the medicinal pill, it did not disappoint him, the reason being that he did not need to overcome the tribulation. Besides, similar to the dragon god battle armor, the longer the pill was sealed, the stronger its power would be. Such a pity, if it weren't for the duel against Longyang, Lin Ling would not have unsealed the pill so soon. The reason being that Lin Ling had only achieved the first layer martial god realm after unsealing the pill. However, it was enough for him, the reason being that he had achieved the first layer martial god realm with his 6 stanchions. Lin Ling reached out his right hand and clenched his fist. A terrifying power burst out from it, causing the Phoenix Emperor Spring to crack open. The cracks continued to spread as if the Phoenix Emperor Spring was going to collapse. This inadvertent experiment had undoubtedly left all the experts who had doubted Lin Ling dumbfounded. They initially thought even though Lin Ling had achieved the martial god realm, there was a limit to his strength. However, Lin Ling had only clenched his fist. The force was so terrifying that it felt more like a 6th-layer martial god realm than a 1st-layer martial god realm cultivator, especially experts like the Duan lineage martial god. As experts at the martial god realm, they naturally had the clearest evaluation of that force. Looking at Dragon Mother again, she seemed to have been struck by lightning, and her beautiful face was flushed red. Why? Why was this happening? Previously, Lin Ling was wearing the armor. They thought it was for defense, but to their surprise, it was to seal away Lin Ling's power, and now, Lin Ling had unsealed some kind of seal, allowing his strength to improve tremendously. As a result, the power that Longyang had unleashed was nothing compared to Lin Ling's. Even though Lin Ling did not specifically target her, it served as a great slap to Longyang's face, allowing her to see her true colors. No, I still have the godly embryo. Of course, Longyang kept comforting herself. That's right, you have the twin godly embryos. Wendy and martial god blurted out excitedly. He could not help but admit that Lin Ling was indeed related to Li Xiaoyao. He could sense that Lin Ling's boundary force was stronger than Longyang's, implying that Lin Ling's dantian was stronger than Longyang's. Therefore, he could not let Lin Ling go. He wanted to know all of Lin Ling's secrets. Now, Lin Ling only needed to be defeated. Besides, it did not matter how strong Lin Ling's boundary force was when he was facing Longyang, who had the twin godly embryos. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Longyang, I'll show you the difference between us. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze turned towards Longyang. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a god, an indomitable giant. An aura that looked down upon the world surged out from his body. Fuse! Lin Ling bellowed. Even though he had broken through, the energy in his dantian had just been disintegrated, so it was still a little messy. He had to separate all these energies properly. Boom! The first to appear was the realm-swallowing beast, which turned Lin Ling's body black. 6th grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling's aura rose crazily. Boom! The second to appear was the supreme netherwind dragon. Endless green astral winds tumbled as Lin Ling's legs turned into dragon claws. 4th grade ultimate desolate body. The third to appear was the heavenly dragon's bone, which turned Lin Ling's hands into dragon claws. His aura rose crazily. Everyone's faces turned pale from shock. Lin Ling could still increase his strength. Heavens, this monster. The fourth to appear was the demon's great hell body, which made endless wings appear behind Lin Ling's back. 5th grade ultimate desolate body. What kind of cultivation technique is this? He actually managed to fuse his talents. Right, we all forgot that he has a cultivation technique that can fuse talents. Now, his talent has probably reached the divine embryos. Even though it's at the postnatal level, it still belongs to the divine embryos. Does this guy not have a limit? How could they fight? Wendian martial god's pupils contracted. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling's innate talent fusion technique, but he had always thought that it was an unorthodox technique. But now, he felt that the combination of this technique and the primal chaos godly tactic was simply a flawless technique. I have a divine fetus. Lin Ling, no matter how much you stack your innate gifts, you're not a divine fetus. Longyang suddenly roared hysterically, because she had clearly sensed how fierce Lin Ling's aura was. She never would have thought that Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, would be so crazy the moment the seal was lifted. She didn't want to lose to Lin Ling in the 3-year agreement. Boom. However, just as she finished speaking, endless golden flames erupted from Lin Ling's body. They scattered across the entire space, carrying with them a power that could crush one's soul. When he looked at Lin Ling again, his entire body was burning. Golden flames appeared on the surface of his body, constantly swallowing and spitting out. It was incomparably tyrannical. Most importantly, once this golden flame appeared, it was like the wrath of a human king, and everything had to submit to it. Some of the martial god realm old monsters in the distance suddenly felt like prostrating themselves in worship. This is the flame of the human sovereign. This brat. Right when everyone was shocked to the point they were unable to close their mouths, the unfettered sword martial god finally spoke. The flame of the human sovereign. Back then, the unrestrained sword martial god had tried to get close to the terrifying taboo of the demon primordial forest. However, he had no choice but to give up in the end due to his lack of strength. However, this terrifying flame was actually collected by Lin Ling. Flame of the human monarch, what kind of talent is this? Many people beside the unfettered sword martial god said anxiously. Divine embryo. The unfettered sword martial god said word by word. Silence, the whole place fell silent again. It was as if they saw a comet rushing into the sky, breaking the taboo of the universe and becoming the most ancient god. Without a doubt, the young man in front of him was a future deity, and he might even be a human king. Very strong power, but what surprised me was that there was actually a surprise. Senior sister you were, thank you. At this moment, Lin Ling's words shocked everyone as he muttered to himself. Crackle, under his release, the terrifying power of lightning suddenly erupted, and white lightning descended. Countless electric snakes coiled around the golden flames, as if they were roaring angrily, resisting the golden flames as equals. Looking at its power, it was actually not to be outdone by the golden flames. Everyone began to tremble at this sight. Although they didn't know what kind of power this white lightning was, if it could stand up to the divine embryo, then it meant that, another divine embryo. What kind of divine embryos are these? Why do you have so many? Wendian martial god could no longer remain calm. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a freak. At the side, the corner of the Duan lineage martial god's mouth was also trembling. The fusion of all kinds of innate talents was already frightening enough, but this guy also had 2 kinds of divine embryos, and he was even trying to combine them. What kind of monster was this? As a matter of fact, I don't know either. However, Wendian martial god was infuriated when he saw Lin Ling spreading his hands helplessly. However, he really didn't know. He could only be sure that the divine embryo had come from the combination of him and Anuer. After all, Anuer's divine embryo had a chance of giving birth to divine embryos. The reason why it had given birth to a lightning divine embryo was related to Lin Ling's sixth dantian. His weakest dantian was the lightning element, and he had never encountered any good innate talents. Lin Ling had given up on that dantian, but it had given birth to a divine embryo. This made Lin Ling feel that his luck had suddenly taken a turn for the better. Crackle, the white lightning seemed to be ferocious. After clashing with the flames of the human emperor, it grew even stronger, causing the area within 1,000 li around Lin Ling to turn into a pool of lightning. Any early-stage martial god would be killed by the lightning, unless they also had a divine embryo. The crowd took a step back. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the most ancient taboo of lightning. Now that Lin Ling had become a martial god, no one dared to oppose him. Almost at the same time, far away in the 9 heavens of the divine world, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The lightning lock physique. Someone has given birth to the lightning lock physique. Go and find out who it is. Father, lightning lock? Could it be the great god Luai's innate talent? Someone exclaimed as he ran over and saluted. Following this, more and more people appeared and yelled, "Father, congratulations, there's a successor." Haha, Lei Gong, have finally met a person with a lightning divine embryo. The old man was clearly overjoyed. At the same time, in another void, another old man was traveling in the void. However, this time, he was riding a huge scorpion. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize it. If it wasn't the terrifying world scorpion, what else could it be? It's been a long time since I've seen Xiaoyu. Lin Ling should be protecting her well. However, although Lin Ling is unruly, he's a man of principles and values relationships. Back then, he promised me that if anyone dares to touch Xiaoyu, they'll have to step over his dead body first. Therefore, I believe that under his protection, Xiaoyu will be safe and sound. The old man looked into the distance and suddenly said with a smile. He missed those 2 people very much. This was because they were the only 2 people that he still missed after becoming a martial god. However, at this moment, a strange fluctuation arrived. His eyes narrowed and his body trembled. Following this, tears flowed out of his old eyes. Old friend Lei Locke, your inheritance has appeared. Ha ha ha, you've been dead for so many years. Finally, your descendant has appeared. In his excitement, he even knelt down toward the distant void. A jug of wine appeared in his hand and he poured it out of thin air. Brother, drink. In the battle of the gods, you died protecting me. I, Nan Wufingyu, will never forget this kindness. Now, your glory has been arranged by the heavens and earth, and a successor has appeared. Even if I have to risk my old life, I'll raise your descendant. Bang bang bang, after the hot wine was poured, the old man cowed out again. He cowed out until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The void exploded. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to his youth and participated in the battle of the gods. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He only looked indifferently at the white lightning around him. He found that although the lightning was under his control, it was incompatible with the flame of the human monarch. It seemed that the white lightning was very mischievous. Of course, this was also because his soul power was insufficient. After all, his talent fusion was based on soul power. Then, did you admit defeat in this battle? Or did I beat you until you admitted defeat? Looking up, Lin Ling looked indifferently at Longyang. Longyang's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were red and filled with madness. She had lost all reason and endless unwillingness. In the end, they turned into helpless tears. Against martial god Wen Tian, Lin Ling's Jiayuan was denser than hers, Lin Ling's talent was greater than hers, and Lin Ling even had 2 divine embryos. No matter how one looked at it, she, Longyang, had lost to Lin Ling. Ironically, she, Longyang, had thought that after 3 years, she had already surpassed the man who had brought her darkness. However, this was all an illusion. Demon, he was still a demon. That night of humiliation was still haunting her like it was never going to go away. You are an evil spirit. Longyang pointed at Lin Ling and shouted. She cried even louder. no one knew how much effort she had put in for this day, and even more so, no one knew how she had spent these past few years. You are heartless, and I am unjust. When you resent me, have you ever thought that if you did not want to kill me back then, you would not have ended up like this? I can only say that there are some taboos that you should not touch. Lin Ling shouted. His words made Longyang cry even louder, as if she had lost the motivation to live. You can admit defeat. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a terrifying aura came crashing down. Longyang bit her lips so hard that her small mouth was bleeding. She did not see it at all, and her hands were clenched into fists. At this moment, her palms were pierced, but she did not feel it at all. She was not wrong. She was only fighting for the most precious dignity of a woman. However, why did the heavens torture her like this? They gave her hope and let her see the dawn of victory, but in the end, they made everything dark again. I admit defeat. Longyang stared at the cold man, and finally shouted in despair. This sentence seemed to have taken away all the hope in her life, making her feel as if she had fallen into an endless abyss, and there was no possibility of her ever rising again. At the same time, this also made her lose the motivation to live, because she felt that in this life, there was no hope of revenge. When they heard Longyang admit defeat, the world fell silent. On the Phoenix Emperor Mountain, there was complete silence. Everyone's faces were dim, and they could only look at the godlike man. The first place of the newcomer king belonged to Lin Ling from the Snowwind Academy. I did not expect the 3-year agreement to end up like this. Longyang lost without a fight. Someone said solemnly. Thinking back, it all felt like a dream. Because, in these 3 years, Lin Ling relied on his own efforts to surpass Longyang. This sounded simple, but they all knew that the process was not easy. It could only be said that the youth in blue had put in 100 times more effort than them. Trash. Martial God Wen Tian was furious when he saw Dragon Mother admit defeat without even fighting. Because he'd spent so much effort to foster Dragon Mother, yet she'd suffered such an outcome in the end. His eyes as a murderous intent. Because he did not want trash, he wanted to take back everything he had given Longyang, including the 2 divine embryos. Then, he moved. A terrifying fist mixed with ferocious energy blasted towards Longyang. Obviously, no one could react to this unforeseen event, because no one thought that martial god Wendian would kill Longyang. After all, although Longyang lost, her efforts and her glory could not be erased. If Lin Ling did not exist, Longyang would still be an existence that shone brightly in all 36 academies. So ruthless, is it useless and useless? The unrestrained sword martial god frowned. Of course, he knew that martial god Wendian had sacrificed a lot for Longyang, but Longyang lost. Therefore, martial god Wendian wanted to take back everything that he had sacrificed. Needless to say, from the beginning until now, martial god Wendian had not treated Longyang as a disciple, but only as a tool. However, the unrestrained sword martial god did not care about this. After all, this was the new heavenly court's matter. The crowd was the same. Instead, they narrowed their eyes coldly, watching the girl who had shaken the final world not long ago fall before their eyes. She's mine, I'll be the one to kill her. However, at this moment, a domineering voice suddenly appeared. Next, a fist mixed with lightning and flames descended, leaping past Longyang and colliding with martial god Wendian's terrifying fist. Boom! The collision was so fierce that it almost tore apart the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Countless experts were knocked down, and a large number of experts were pushed back, their expressions changing greatly. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the person who had suddenly attacked. Everyone wanted to see who dared to stop martial god Wendian. However, when they saw who it was, countless gasps could be heard. At the center, a terrifying force surged in all directions. The figures of 2 martial gods were clashing. Their long hair and robes fluttered in the wind, and their fists collided like meteors. One of them was martial god Wendian. However, the other person was the newly promoted Lin Ling. This was a clash between a new martial god and an old martial god. This. The crowd opened their mouths wide. Firstly, they did not expect Lin Ling to save Longyang. Secondly, they did not expect Lin Ling to clash with martial god Wendian's fist. It felt like the waves of the Yangtze River were pushing the waves behind. Of course, Longyang was the most shocked because she had been defeated by Lin Ling. She was disheartened and thought that she would never be able to surpass Lin Ling, so she had decided to commit suicide. however, the person who had saved her was Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, are you crazy? Who asked you to save me?" Long Yang yelled hysterically. "Piss off." Lin Ling's face was filled with a twisted expression. It was not easy to fight martial god Wendian with his current strength. "If you're going to die, I'll be the one to kill you. Do you still remember that night? Haha, I, Lin Ling, had a great time, but you, Long Yang, had no choice but to die. It's fine for a trashy woman like you to die, but you'll be killed by me. Of course, I, Lin Ling, don't want to dirty my hands, because I don't kill trashy people. Therefore, if you're going to die, die somewhere far away, don't die in front of me." Lin Ling's voice was like a thunderstorm. "You." Long Yang was enraged. "Trashy, you're disheartened by a mere setback. I, Lin Ling, am very disappointed in you." Lin Ling's eyes reddened. As he was fighting against martial god Wendian, his bones began to emit cracking sounds. He had exceeded his limit. "Lin Ling, how long are you going to humiliate me? You won't let me go even if I'm going to die?" Long Yang's expression became twisted. Lin Ling's words were like endless mockery that penetrated deeply into her heart. "I'm telling you, I'll kill you in my lifetime." Long Yang let out a furious roar. She had gone mad. Her aura was as imperious as an empress. Rumble. What was even more frightening was that under her madness, the entire Phoenix Emperor Spring began to tremble. Dragon Mother's cultivation level had increased by another level. It was terrifying. As expected of an empress, seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold grin. Finally, she's not courting death. Soon after, his eyes were cast to the front. A trace of blood quietly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was injured. The powerful Wendian martial god. "You dare to save my men? Are you trying to provoke me? I've been giving in to you, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. It's because you're not qualified to anger me." Wendian martial god looked at Lin Ling with a smirk in his eyes. It was a domineering aura. "Provoke you? Don't you see it now?" Lin Ling chuckled. He knew that the god-slaying martial god was about to begin. Everyone was shocked to see Lin Ling and Wendian martial god going head-to-head. After all, Lin Ling was not strong enough to fight against Wendian martial god. Furthermore, there was no need for Lin Ling to go against Wendian martial god. However, those who were familiar with Lin Ling knew that Wendian martial god was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Lin Ling had been working hard to surpass this great enemy, and now, Lin Ling was finally making his move. Is this kid crazy? The unrestrained sword martial god squinted. He was aware of Wendian martial god's strength, and he was certain that even 10 Lin Lings would not be a match for Wendian martial god. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was strong and outstanding. After reaching the martial god realm, he had immediately surpassed many martial gods. However, Wendian martial god was one of the strongest martial gods, the emperor of martial gods. The unrestrained sword martial god was half a step away from becoming a martial god. He has his own plans. At this moment, a voice came from the side. It was Miao Di. The unrestrained sword martial god let out a sigh and did not stop him. However, to his surprise, Miao Di knew Lin Ling too. "You're crazy. I didn't do anything to you, but you're provoking me. You killed my father in the past, and I've been thinking of ways to avenge him." In the sky, martial god Wen Tian suddenly withdrew his fist and floated back. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. At this moment, he fully displayed the bearing of a martial god, and he was like an emperor. Lin Ling waved his numb fist and retrieved the tyrannical Song sword and the true inheritance dark sword. Then, he looked at martial god Wen Tian and said, "Maybe you can think of me as crazy, but I do want to test your strength against you. So, how about we fight?" His voice caused ripples in people's hearts. They were finally certain that Lin Ling really wanted to fight Wendian martial god. As expected of a lunatic. "Oh?" Martial god Wendian grinned, "We can fight, but if you lose, I'll take you away, what do you think?" Previously, Long Yang had been defeated, which made it difficult for him to make a move against Lin Ling. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would take the initiative to deliver himself to him. At this moment, he was obviously going to capture Lin Ling and extract all the secrets from Lin Ling. After all, he knew that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's subordinate. If Lin Ling did not agree, he would not be able to make a move against Lin Ling. Sure. Lin Ling nodded and said with a smile, but if you lose, you'll die, what do you think? Boom, the crowd was shocked once again because Lin Ling actually thought that he could win. Deal. Wendian martial god was startled. Then, the cold smile on his face deepened. Their words were tit for tat, and sparks were flying everywhere. Duan my martial god and the experts of the new heavenly court smirked when they saw that Lin Ling had agreed. This Lin Ling had overestimated himself. They could foresee that Lin Ling would not be able to withstand more than 3 moves. No, they even guessed that Lin Ling would not be able to withstand even 1 move. This was because they had all witnessed the strength of martial god Wen Tian. Let's begin. Wendian martial god was the first to speak amidst the silence. Strands of flowing light drifted out from his body and coiled around him like endless ribbons, causing him to suddenly become dazzling. Moreover, an irresistible aura of dignity silently swept out from him, godly energy. Moreover, it was clearly an extremely strong strand of divine energy. Looking at his boundary essence, it could only be described as a brilliant heavenly might. The reason for that was because his world essence was so thick that it was even more terrifying than any martial god. 5 dantians? Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he licked his lips. He knew that this battle would be difficult, however, since he dared to come, he had already planned to fight with his life on the line. Boom, almost at the same time, a terrifying boundary essence storm erupted from Wendian martial god's body. It was like an endless ocean, causing the entire Phoenix Emperor spring to tremble. The weaker martial gods were sent flying. Their faces were filled with solemn expressions as they were sent flying backward. Long Yang gritted her teeth. She had mixed feelings. She never thought that Lin Ling would dare to fight Wendian martial god. She could not think of any reason. Could it be to save her? That was impossible. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Lin Ling didn't have the time to care about them. His expression became focused, and deep in his eyes, it seemed like he could even see the boundary essence of Wen Tian martial god clearly. At this moment, the meditation he had done before coming to the Phoenix Emperor Mountain was effective. It made him even more focused. He was not affected by Wendian martial god's powerful aura at all. Almost at the same time, the boundary essence ocean in front of him finally exploded. Then, countless figures appeared, filling the sky with experts. These experts were practicing martial arts. They were either punching or kicking. However, those seemingly simple movements carried the rhythm of the great Tao. Everyone's pupils trembled. What kind of technique was this? Obviously, they could not see through Wendian martial god's technique. Wendian martial god is as cautious as ever. Facing Lin Ling, not only did he not use a huge boundary essence to suppress him, he even used a divine ability. Far away, the city lord of Blizzard City, Xianxia, said solemnly. He obviously knew that Wendian martial god treated Lin Ling differently from ordinary martial artists. He is very cautious. Not far away, the dean of Blizzard Academy nodded. When martial artists fought, they were most afraid of such people. A lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Whoosh, a terrifying boundary essence aura flooded towards Lin Ling, causing explosions to sound around Lin Ling. Because Wendian martial god's boundary essence was too huge, it was difficult for Lin Ling to resist the attack before it even reached him. At present, even his physical strength and 6 dantians could not withstand the storm. However, a large number of divine armors appeared around Lin Ling's body. With the help of the countless divine armors, he blocked Wendian martial god's boundary essence attack. Just as he blocked the attack, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and he forcefully slashed behind him, because he knew that it was just a boundary essence attack. The real attack had just arrived. Moreover, Lin Ling was very familiar with Wen Tian martial god's previous moves because Li Xiaoyao had taught him that martial art. That kind of martial art made it difficult for the opponent to distinguish the real from the fake. Next, the real attack would be like an arrow in the dark, instantly arriving. Fatal killing intent. Wen Tian martial god dashed forward, his leg turned into a whip and kicked at the void. His kick carried a terrifying force and a storm as it aimed at Lin Ling's head. The strength of this kick was probably able to sweep through 90% of the martial gods. Furthermore, not many people were able to see through the mysteries behind this sudden attack. However, Lin Ling was already prepared for it. Not only did the dominating song sword not stop, it slashed forward like a meteor and resisted the kick. Boom! At the moment of collision, a terrifying force surged out, causing Lin Ling's expression to change slightly. Although he had expected it, he did not expect Wen Tian martial god's strength to be so strong, because that kick actually caused the tyrannical song sword to hum non-stop. Ka ka ka. Wen Tian martial god's fatal blow was blocked by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's surroundings continued to rumble. The godly armor that he had previously released had all exploded. Eh? Wen Tian martial god's eyes flashed with shock. Firstly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to guess his intention of attack and take precautions in advance. Secondly, he had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually be able to block his attack. One had to know that his boundary essence surpassed Lin Ling's by so many times. Even if Lin Ling was able to guard against his attacks, it was absolutely impossible for him to block it. How extravagant. He actually used a large number of divine armors to dissipate that power. Wen Tian martial god stared at Lin Ling's surroundings and discovered Lin Ling's trump card. Let's see how many divine artifacts you have. Martial god Wen Tian suddenly turned around in the air and withdrew his leg. He reached out his hand and clenched it into a fist as if he was controlling the universe. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He waved his left hand again, and a large number of godly armors appeared. With the defense of the godly armors, he raised the tyrant song high up and then smashed it down in front of him without any regard for his life. Rumble! The sword slashed at Wen Tian martial god's fist, creating a storm that soared to the sky. However, Wen Tian martial god's fist was unscathed. His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he opened his fist and turned it into a claw. He grabbed at Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the sword. Go! The tyrannical song sword could not be taken away, so Lin Ling quickly waved his left hand, and a large number of divine weapons flew toward martial god Wen Tian's claw like moths. Crackle! Countless divine artifacts exploded, erupting with firecracker-like sounds. The two of them clashed crazily in the void for more than 10 rounds. As they watched the intense battle between the two of them, the onlookers were undoubtedly shocked speechless. Because they never expected that Lin Ling would actually be able to hold on for so long. This could be called a miracle. That brat is really rich. He actually used countless divine artifacts as cannon fodder. Witnessing the battle between the two of them, the experts of the new heavenly court had gloomy expressions. They clearly knew that Lin Ling would not be able to block a single attack from Wen Tian martial god. However, Lin Ling relied on his divine artifacts to block the attack. Each divine artifact displayed 50% of its power. As long as there were enough of them, they could form a powerful defense. Haha, it's just a last-ditch struggle. I want to see how many treasures he has to use as cannon fodder. However, Duan my martial god chuckled because Lin Ling's battle style was a battle between rich people. Let's see how rich Lin Ling could be. As for Wen Tian martial god, he was naturally cautious. After a dozen rounds with Lin Ling, his eyes turned cold. For some reason, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was stalling for time. What's wrong? Are you panicking? However, just as he thought of something, Lin Ling seemed to have guessed it and suddenly smiled. For some reason, Wen Tian martial god did not like this smile because it was too mysterious. It was as if he knew everything about Wen Tian martial god. Wen Tian martial god did not want to be controlled by others, including his own thoughts. The one who should be panicking is you. Martial god Wen Tian chuckled coldly. He no longer hid his trump cards. He floated in the air and spread his arms. A gentle, jade-like glow suddenly appeared. The glow rotated and turned into jade-like stones that scattered across the sky. From afar, Wen Tian martial god looked like he was in a sea of jade. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly because he knew what Wen Tian martial god was doing. Lin Ling immediately waved his left hand and threw out a large number of treasures. They were controlled by his soul and world essence. Next, Lin Ling used a few consumable treasures to increase his speed. His speed gradually reached 5,000 world speed, then 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, and finally 10,000 world speed. These treasures were all bought by Lin Ling from the store of God. They were finally showing their effects. Furthermore, Lin Ling was still not at ease and had scattered all of his divine weapons. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Look. Looking at the two of them preparing their ultimate moves, everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. They had a premonition that the next clash would determine who was the real winner. You are truly formidable. You were able to detect the technique that I used earlier. Why do I feel that you seem to be very familiar with everything about me? If not for the fact that your cultivation level is too low, you would truly be a formidable opponent. When Tian Martial God squinted his eyes when he saw how quickly Lin Ling had set up the battle, he could imagine that if Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as his in the future, he would not be a match for Lin Ling. Luckily, Lin Ling was too impatient and dared to challenge him now. There was no future for him. 8 Stones Heart-Piercing Sutra. When Tian Martial God made his move too, a terrifying invisible wind blew. When Tian Martial God was still floating in the distance, the jadeite stones around him were still like meteors. However, Lin Ling suddenly exploded. Rumble. The explosion of this power was extremely terrifying. It could easily destroy 10,000 worlds. What's going on? The crowd was shocked. They did not see When Tian Martial God's attack at all. Could it be a soul power trick? Even if it's the power of a god, there will still be ripples. Some seniors exclaimed. It's the heartbeat. However, an expert who was slightly familiar with When Tian Martial God said in a serious tone. That attack is invisible and moves according to the heartbeat. As long as there's a heartbeat, it will cause the jadeite stones to explode. As for the power of the explosion, I'm sure you've seen it. It's When Tian Martial God's signature move. Heartbeat? A martial artist should be able to control the heartbeat easily. What if there's no heartbeat? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Lin Ling's counterattack. It's useless. As long as there's a trace, the jadeite will be able to sense it. In fact, rather than sensing the heartbeat, it's more like sensing a melody in the void. Regardless of whether it's a human or a ghost, as long as they appear in the void, there will be a melody to prove that they're in the void. What a terrifying move. It's powerful and fast. Who can stop it? Lin Ling's reaction was quite fast. Otherwise, he would have died in battle. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Lin Ling was constantly retreating, and with every step he took, his body exploded. Countless divine artifact fragments spilled out in a beautiful display. It was conceivable that if Lin Ling had not mentioned setting up those artifacts, he would have been killed long ago. Boom boom boom. Even so, Lin Ling was still in a bad situation. He had already activated the speed of 10,000 worlds, but he was still affected by the ferocious power. If not for his strong physical body, he would have been killed. Then, he looked into the distance and saw that there were still many jadeites. This made him know that he had to endure this fierce battle. Boom boom boom. Time passed quietly. The Phoenix Emperor Spring was like a forbidden area in the mortal world. People saw that the treasures that Lin Ling scattered were exploding. This made many people lick their lips and their eyes turn red. Because Lin Ling had too many treasures on him. Could it be that this is his trump card to fight When Tian Martial God? Some people even began to speculate. Yu Yu and the rest covered their mouths. Their eyes were filled with worry. Although Lin Ling looked miserable, they knew that it was already impressive that Lin Ling could last until now against a giant like When Tian Martial God. However, they hoped that Lin Ling could last longer and turn this situation around in the end. In fact, in the entire 36 academies, the only person who could withstand so many moves from Martial God When Tian was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling also relied on the power of the treasure, it was still a pride that could not be erased. Boom, with a few final loud explosions, the Arch Spring completely collapsed. The fragments of the void fell down like glass. The Phoenix Emperor Spring, a place that even the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures could not break, had collapsed at this moment. From this, one could see how terrifying the power was. Lin Ling is dead. Martial God Duan Mai said all of a sudden. He was trying to sense Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's aura had already disappeared. Lin Ling is dead? Even the unrestrained sword martial god and the others narrowed their eyes before their expressions changed drastically. Because they couldn't sense Lin Ling's aura anymore, this meant that Lin Ling had been defeated. In the end, he still couldn't block it? When the crowd heard the voices of the experts, they also sighed in their hearts. This was the first time in history that a student had fought against a martial god. In the end, it still ended in failure. Haha, is he dead? Isn't that the son of the undying demon, Lin Ling? Oh, he's dead. I'm so disappointed. However, after a moment of silence, a loud laughter suddenly rang out. In the void far away from the phoenix the arch spring, a young man was laughing. If one looked carefully, who else could it be but Duan Wuhan? At this moment, he seemed to be happier than Wendian martial god. It was as if he was the one who had killed Lin Ling. Looking at Princess Tian, who was not far away, the corners of her mouth cracked open, revealing a satisfied smile. Following this, many people laughed out loud. The son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, was still going to die in the end. It's too early to be happy. That guy is not dead yet. However, at this time, a cold voice was like a splash of cold water, directly sprinkling on their heads. Most importantly, it was Wendian martial god who had spoken. At this moment, Wendian martial god's face was cold. Moreover, as he looked forward, his expression became increasingly ugly. This was because he did not expect that Lin Ling, who had just stepped into the martial god realm, would still be alive after his terrifying attack. At this moment, a huge vortex began to appear in the void in front of them. Then, a figure slowly walked out of it. As he walked, he said, "The top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures are really powerful." The person who had walked out was none other than Lin Ling. Looking at the lively Lin Ling, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. The son of the undying demon, this legend was really immortal. However, Wendian martial god also laughed. Although Lin Ling was not dead, he obviously knew what kind of trump card Lin Ling relied on. He said indifferently, 3 undying fruits. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Of course, knowing was one thing. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to have prepared so much for this battle. However, the undying fruits are still external objects. He's still alive this time. Next time, it might not be so. Wendian martial god's eyes flickered coldly as he said coldly. Lin Ling stood in the void and stretched his neck slightly. He finally looked at Wendian martial god and said with a smile, "I don't think there will be a next time." As soon as he finished speaking, his originally dispirited aura finally burst out. Although it was not as terrifying as Wendian martial god's, he had taken the initiative to attack. His aura was not as strong as Wendian martial god's, but his determination was stronger. Wendian martial god's eyes turned even colder as he carried Lin Ling forward at the speed of 10,000 worlds. He was one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, yet this puny Lin Ling did not treat him seriously. "No matter what, I will destroy your confidence and capture you." Wendian martial god clenched his fists. An unprecedented energy burst out from his body. It was even stronger and sharper than before. The Phoenix Emperor spring shattered once again. The void turned into glass. The experts of the new heavenly court wore cold expressions when they saw Lin Ling taking the initiative to attack. This Lin Ling must die. Lin Ling represented the God Extermination Alliance. He had repeatedly provoked the new heavenly court and Wendian martial god. Their patience had reached its limit. On top of that, they had watched Lin Ling grow up step by step. From the Qingzhou continent to the God Extermination formation, to today's confrontation with Wendian martial god. Therefore, they knew that if Lin Ling did not die, the new heavenly court would not have a place to stand. This guy has relied on all kinds of treasures to survive until now. He should focus on defense. Isn't he courting death by attacking? Doesn't he know how terrifying Wendian martial god's talents are? 10,000 worlds will be destroyed if he touches him. Duan my martial god wore a disdainful smile when he saw Lin Ling taking the initiative to attack. He clearly knew that Wendian martial god's talents were a terrifying taboo. It was like a drum. Not only did it have a terrifying defense, it could even produce a heartbeat when attacked. It could even send back 2 or 3 times the power of the attacker. Translator, Transin editor, Transin god slaying. Just as he finished speaking, when Tian martial god's boundary energy finally reached its peak. Boundless divine energy poured out. Behind him, a giant heart appeared. It was like the heart of an ancient giant, beating slowly. However, with every beat, the heavens and earth would explode. The destruction of this power not only affected the Phoenix Emperor Spring, but also the outside world. This was when Tian martial god's talent, the primordial sovereign's heart. According to legends, this talent was left behind by Wen Tian martial god's teacher. It was extremely powerful and could transform into a primordial god. Rumble, the terrifying force attacked. However, Lin Ling did not retreat. Instead, he sped up. Especially when he saw the primordial sovereign's heart, his eyes shone with hysteria, because the primordial sovereign's heart was one of Li Xiaoyao's talents. Unfortunately, before Li Xiaoyao could use this talent, he was killed by the three from the Tian family. Now that he saw this terrifying talent, the flames of revenge in Lin Ling's heart burned even more intensely. It was time to settle the grudge of 2 lifetimes. Mirage Incense Burner. With a wave of his right hand, 3 incense burners flew out and burned the divine incense. This incense burner was a consumable treasure. It could reduce the opponent's speed by 30%. Absolute Soft Leaf Cauldron. Glazed light floated out. Another 2 ancient cauldrons appeared. The glazed light shone out and covered the entire void. Once this cauldron appeared, it could reduce the opponent's boundary energy by 40%. Thousand Leaves Divine Bamboo Formation. Large amounts of bamboo fluttered out like butterflies. They grew with the wind until they were the size of an ancient mountain. They shrouded the surroundings and reduced the opponent's defense by 30%. Not enough. Lin Ling's eyes grew crazier. This time, he spat out all his treasures and used all his trump cards. As they saw Lin Ling's crazy counterattack, all the powerhouses paled. The treasure that appeared in the sky made them feel a terrifying pressure. Destruction, annihilation, sharpness, and eternity. They never imagined that Lin Ling's counterattack would be so sharp. However, the top experts narrowed their eyes, especially the Duanmai martial god, who had a disdainful smile on his face. This Lin Ling has a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but doesn't he know that when Tian martial god's counterattack will be even more ferocious? 10% of the attack will be doubled. Perhaps after this clash, Lin Ling will be completely annihilated. Another expert beside him nodded and said. At this moment, when Tian martial god also sensed Lin Ling's madness. However, his cold smile deepened. Behind him, the giant heart began to beat, forming mysterious ripples. However, at this moment, 3 mysterious runes appeared in Lin Ling's hand. As soon as they appeared, an even more ancient aura burst out. What? He has more tricks up his sleeve? At this moment, the Duanmai martial god and the others were shocked. This was because they also sensed that the 3 runes Lin Ling took out in the end gave them a huge pressure, since they were already in such a state. When Tian martial god naturally felt it even more. His pupils contracted, dong dong dong. He controlled the heart behind him and it began to rumble violently, trying to return all the power. However, at this moment, the 3 runes suddenly unleashed a ferocious forbidden aura that surrounded Wen Tian martial god. He felt like he had lost connection with the world. Oh no, my power! Wen Tian martial god shouted with a hint of panic in his voice. Then, he thought of the mysterious power from before and his heart trembled. What was it? How could it be so powerful? He did not know that the 3 runes were the curse of the gods. They came from the store of God and there were 5 of them, but Lin Ling had taken all of them. Moreover, the curse of the gods was not only sealing Wen Tian martial god's boundary essence, but also his talent. While Wen Tian martial god was still in shock, Lin Ling had already appeared before him. His face was cold as he stared at Wen Tian martial god. Wen Tian martial god felt a sense of familiarity. He immediately suppressed his shock and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, behind Lin Ling, 3 majestic banners appeared at the same time and stabbed into his back, making him look like a divine general. Wen Tian martial god, it's time for you to die. With a wave of his right hand, one of the banners appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He held it with both hands and swung it forward like a sword. This was the Great World Destruction Banner, which had the power to kill a martial god. It was the Universal Judgment Banner. It was clearly a treasure left behind by a god. In your dreams. Wendian martial god immediately yelled. Even though he was terrified, there was no way he would back off now. Boom. He gathered all his strength and slammed his palms forward with mountain-toppling force. However, after clashing with the ferocious Great World Destruction Banner, his expression changed greatly. This was because he sensed an unparalleled force from the banner. After his palms collided, they immediately broke apart under countless shocked gazes. Blood poured out from his skin. What? Looking at this terrifying scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had injured Wen Tian martial god? It's that banner. Duanmai martial god was no longer as confident as before. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to have the strength to injure Wen Tian martial god. Furthermore, when Tian martial god seemed to be weaker than before. His talent, speed, defense, and even his boundary essence were much weaker. Of course, the most important thing was his talent. That terrifying talent seemed to have been sealed. You. When Tian martial god spat out a mouthful of blood and roared furiously. Die. However, in the sky, Lin Ling took out another banner and swung it down like a battle axe. When Tian martial god's face turned even paler as a terrifying force surged toward him. He had never thought that this day would come, nor did he expect Lin Ling to be able to injure him. However, he quickly came to his senses. Recalling everything that had happened, he suddenly felt that Lin Ling had come prepared. I've waited 2 lifetimes for this day. I prepared for 3 years for this moment. These 3 years of hard work were not to defeat Longyang, but to kill you. Lin Ling held the banner and kept roaring. Rumble, the giant heart behind Wen Tian martial god instantly disappeared. Clearly, without the support of his boundary essence, his powerful talent could no longer be utilized. The giant banner was like a sword. As it swung down, Wen Tian martial god spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in a sorry state. It was his first time showing such a sorry state in front of the world. The power of the second banner made his dantian feel like it was about to collapse. His bones were broken, but they were recovering rapidly. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, he was severely injured. Seeing his appearance, the crowd was scared out of their wits. Translator, Transin editor, Transin past and present, Longyang trembled. She did not expect Lin Ling to target Wendian martial god instead of her. As for the unrestrained sword martial god and the others, they were in a panic. They looked at Lin Ling as though he was the god of death. This was because someone who could threaten the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents was too terrifying. Retreat. Wendian martial god could not care less. A key appeared in his hand and he raised it into the sky. Rumble, the space was torn open, revealing a black hole the size of a human. Wendian martial god immediately charged toward the black hole upon seeing it. This shocked the crowd. Wendian martial god was running away. Moreover, he had the key to leave. This was the Phoenix Emperor Spring. Unless a martial god gave permission, ordinary people had no right to leave. Lin Ling was shocked when he saw Wendian martial god running away. However, how could he let go of such an opportunity? He had used up all his treasures to kill Wendian martial god. If he let Wendian martial god escape, all his efforts would be in vain. Bang! The void exploded as Lin Ling chased after Wendian martial god. Fortunately, the seal was still there, so Wendian martial god was not too fast. You're courting death. Seeing this, the Duan lineage martial god suddenly shouted. However, just as he moved, a sword appeared in front of him. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out. This is their business. Duan my martial god, it's best if you don't interfere. Moreover, both of them have agreed to this battle. The person who stopped Duan my martial god was the unrestrained sword martial god. Although he did not know if Lin Ling could defeat Wendian martial god, he saw that Lin Ling had sacrificed everything for this battle. Therefore, he would do his best to help Lin Ling. You. Duan my martial god was infuriated when he saw unrestrained sword martial god attacking. However, he knew that unrestrained sword martial god was not weak. Although unrestrained sword martial god might not be able to defeat him, he could not help Wendian martial god anymore. After Lin Ling disappeared into the black hole, the Phoenix Emperor Spring fell silent. The crowd felt like they were still in a dream. They did not expect the battle to end with the heaven-seeking martial god running away and Lin Ling chasing after him. He has prepared a lot of treasures to seal Wendian martial god, but they have a time limit. So as long as Wendian martial god is, Lin Ling will be the one. Suddenly, someone said indifferently. Many people nodded Wendian martial god. At this moment, 2 martial god Wendian martial god's martial god, the one in front was obviously martial god Wendian. At this moment, he looked like his soul was about to shatter. He never thought that he, one of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 continents, would run away one day. However, he knew that there was still a chance. As long as he could get through this period, he would be able to return to his peak. Lin Ling was moving at full speed behind him. He knew that Wendian martial god could come back from the ashes. Furthermore, Lin Ling's treasures were weakening. He did not have much time left. Little Kunlun. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted. Wung, black ripples spread out from Lin Ling's arm. Then, they turned into a huge primeval forest and sealed off the entire area. The terror of this primeval forest also caused the expressions of the martial artists who were passing by in the distance to change drastically. Then, they were confused and quietly retreated. In the primeval forest, Lin Ling finally slowed down. Wendian martial god was already trapped. At this moment, Lin Ling realized that his heart had calmed down. There was no excitement or emotion. It was so quiet that he could hear the wind in the universe. He looked at the panicking man in the distance and sighed softly. The 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures sounded majestic. However, when death approached, they were just like ordinary people. They were even worse than ordinary people. Because they were in a high position, they were used to controlling everything. How could they give up on everything when they were about to die? Who are you? Wendian martial god kept attacking the black vines. When he realized that he could not break through them, he finally looked at Lin Ling. The young man in front of him had returned to his normal self. His face was calm and his eyes were calm. However, this time, Wendian martial god saw a familiar light in the young man's eyes. He thought about how amazing this young man was and shook his head. He was extremely depressed. Tianwen Valley, long time no see. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Do you still remember how the 3 of us drank and chatted in the valley? Wendian martial god's body trembled violently. His face turned pale as he stared at Lin Ling. He had already guessed it before. However, after hearing Lin Ling's familiar voice, he was certain. Impossible, this is fake, it must be fake. However, martial god Wendian kept shaking his head. We've investigated your reincarnation and even your past life, but the result is that your soul has been destroyed. It's impossible for you to be reincarnated, so how could you be resurrected? My sister and I have read the underworld life and death record. There's no news about you in there. It's as if you've never appeared. Unless you're a god, it's impossible. Moreover, we used the 3 lives Pluto smoke to track your next life. However, we couldn't find you in this vast universe. So, why are you back now? The underworld life and death record was an important treasure of the underworld. It recorded the origin and past life of every person and every god. Only those who had surpassed this void would not enter the record. However, they couldn't find Li Xiaoya's past life. As for the 3 lives Pluto smoke, they could track his next life. However, they couldn't find him either. It was as if he had never been revived. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't expect the 3 from the Tian family to do so much to guard against him. Lin Ling was also puzzled because Longyang had also checked Lin Ling's past life. However, she could only find Li Xiaoyao. She couldn't find anything after that. As for Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, Lin Ling, he didn't come from this void. He came from Xianxia. Could it be that Xianxia blocked the 3 lives Pluto smoke? Lin Ling couldn't help but recall what happened in Xianxia. There were endless myths and legends there. Pangu created heaven and earth, Baiwa created man, and so on. You'll have to pay for it sooner or later. No matter what. I'm back. Shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at Wendian martial god and said, Wendian, how have you been these years? Yes. Brother Xiaoyao, we've been well, very well. Yes. Looking at Lin Ling, Wendian martial god didn't have the domineering aura he had in the past, only respect, and this brother came from the bottom of his heart. He knew very well that without Li Xiaoyao, he wouldn't be Wendian martial god. He even knew that he relied on Li Xiaoyao's legacy to reach his current height. If Li Xiaoyao didn't die because of them, then the 4 gods today would have become 5 gods. Li Xiaoyao's potential was the most terrifying one he had ever seen since he started learning martial arts. Especially the primal chaos formula, it was a supreme technique that even gods didn't have. He had also investigated it. It was said that in the ancient era, those who had 9 dantians were supreme ancient gods. That's good, I'm relieved to see you all grow. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Brother Xiaoyao, can you let me go? Yes. Wendian martial god suddenly looked up at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with anticipation. Back then, we were blinded by greed, that's why we made such a mistake. But these years, we've realized our mistakes, and we've been thinking about you, especially my sister, she's always talking about you. In this life, you're her first and last man. Yes. I know, you've missed me, but you're afraid that I'll come back. Lin Ling said. People will always make a mistake, but we've realized our mistakes. Yes. Wendian martial god suddenly kowtowed. He was truly regretting it now. He finally knew that although he seemed to have killed Li Xiaoyao wasn't actually dead, he was just temporarily gone. Wendian, you know my personality. I hate betrayals the most. You should also know that I'm a magnanimous person, free and unfettered for my entire life. Once I've decided on something, I'll definitely carry it out. Yes. Lin Ling said as he looked at martial god Wen Tian. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. After all, the Tianwen Valley was one of Lin Ling's family members after all. I know. Yes. Wendian martial god's face turned gloomy when he heard this. He was familiar with Li Xiaoyao, so he was even more familiar with Li Xiaoyao's personality. Li Xiaoyao's temperament seemed to be free and unfettered, but he also abhorred evil. What he had to do, he would not be lenient. Your sister should be here. Leave your last words. Yes. Lin Ling said Wendian martial god die, the grudges of the heavens. I don't know what last words I should leave behind. I can only say that the days I spent in the little valley were the happiest days of my life. Yes, Wendian martial god sighed as he recalled everything he knew about Lin Ling. He couldn't help but shake his head. Li Xiaoyao was indeed Li Xiaoyao. Even though he had to start from the beginning, he was still extraordinary. He had returned from the lowest existence to the peak of his glory. Lin Ling didn't say anything. The last flag appeared in his hand, and he threw it at Wendian martial god. He knew that if he didn't take revenge now, Wendian martial god would regain his strength. At that time, even though Wendian martial god still cared about their old friendship, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't eliminate his greatest enemy for Lin Ling's sake. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. There must be a reason for this saying to be passed down. Wendian martial god's face was ashen as he looked at Lin Ling's flag. In reality, he didn't have any thoughts of resistance. Perhaps Li Xiaoyao had left too much of a shadow in his heart. If Tian Liuli hadn't taken the initiative to make a move, then with his cautious nature, he would absolutely not have dared to make a move against Li Xiaoyao. Whoosh, martial god Wen Tian was still kneeling on the ground, but his body was starting to darken. He stared at Lin Ling indifferently. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but more than that, he felt guilty. In the end, this guilt vanished into thin air. Therefore, he smiled. Perhaps he had carried this burden for too many years. Now that Li Xiaoyao had killed him, he could finally let go of the burden. The grudge between him and Li Xiaoyao was finally over. You'll have to pay for what you came for. Lin Ling turned and left, softly leaving behind a few words. These words were also a farewell to his family and friends. Moreover, he poured a pot of hot wine into the air, as if he were telling the story of his time in the small mountain valley. A martial god had fallen. The power of the great heaven world-destroying banner was indeed terrifying. With 3 banners in hand, even an expert at the top of the pyramid of the 9 prefectures couldn't withstand it. Not only was his world origin destroyed, his divine energy and even his life force was destroyed. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of these banners. If there were more, with these treasures, no one in the final world would be able to match Lin Ling. Walking along the void, Lin Ling suddenly felt his heart relax. It was as if half of the heavy stone that had been weighing down on his heart had been lifted. As a person of 2 lifetimes, the ups and downs of the past, the burdens that he had to bear, had lessened by quite a bit. In fact, Lin Ling was soft-hearted and almost wanted to spare Tianwen Valley. After all, Lin Ling was a sentimental person. When Wendian martial god called him brother Xiaoyao, Lin Ling was reminded of everything that had happened in the past. But in the end, he still took action, because this was his greatest mission since he started practicing martial arts. At the same time, it was also to free Tianwen Valley. Although Tianwen Valley had betrayed Li Xiaoyao, it was obvious that he wasn't the mastermind. He was cautious to the point of being timid. If no one took the lead to bewitch him, he wouldn't have betrayed Li Xiaoyao. Those who weren't ruthless enough would have scruples when doing things. After the incident, they would feel guilty. This guilt was like an inner demon that had been suppressing Wendian martial god's heart for a long time. As for the leader, it was Tian Liuli. Tian Liuli used to be the purest and most innocent girl in the Tian family. However, she was also the one who had changed the most. Humans will always be complicated creatures. They will grow and change. Tian Liuli was a woman who changed for power. Rumble. At this moment, a roar came from the distance. Upon closer inspection, a large number of dazzling streamers were shooting towards them. They were so fast that it seemed like they would arrive in the blink of an eye. Is Tian Liuli here? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and his eyes became serious. He knew very well that when Tianwen Valley was escaping, they must have asked for help from his sister, Tian Liuli. However, Lin Ling didn't expect Tian Liuli to come so quickly. 18 types of weapons. The void passage opened by Tianwen Valley is still there. Let's use that passage to leave. Lin Ling turned around and flew back the way he came. However, even though his speed was fast, those people were even faster. Whoosh, a dart suddenly shot over, containing a terrifying Jiayuan energy. From the looks of it, it was most likely a Jiayuan of the middle stage martial god realm. However, this dart was extraordinary. When it shot over, it passed through the void as if it was traveling through another world. Then, it appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant and stabbed into the void passage. Rumble. The void passage opened by Tianwen Valley let out a roaring sound as if it was about to collapse. Divine power. Lin Ling's eyes became serious as he stared at the fatal dart in front of him. This was because the force of divinity in the dart felt extremely thick to him. It was even more terrifying than the force of divinity in his legacy, the nether sword, and now, the void passage was about to collapse. Lin Ling had to immediately rush into the void passage. Otherwise, if the void passage collapsed, Lin Ling could only leave through the universal void. With his speed, there was no way he could escape Tian Liuli's pursuit. Moreover, the only powerful methods he had left were the 2 curses of the gods. These 2 great methods were simply unable to kill Tian Liuli. Who are you? At the same time, an angry shout came from behind him. Looking back, Lin Ling discovered that there were more than a dozen men in armor behind him. These men were majestic, and they were all riding golden horses. They were like divine generals, and what surprised Lin Ling was that he didn't see Tian Liuli for the time being. Who are you? Lin Ling didn't rush into the void tunnel. Instead, he looked coldly at these people and said. Those people were like stone sculptures. They were motionless and only looked at Lin Ling with calm eyes. However, there was also a ruthless color in that calmness. Divine Paladin. Finally, someone calmly opened his mouth. His voice was still filled with an unfeeling and indifference. Holy Knights of God? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It wasn't difficult for him to guess that this group of people had come for him. Moreover, they were the Divine Paladins. This meant that these Divine Paladins had come on the orders of the Empress. Are you guys from Luli Empress? Lin Ling asked indifferently. However, those people acted as if they didn't hear Lin Ling's question. They continued to stare coldly at Lin Ling. Who are you? The cold voice floated out again. Looking at their disdainful expressions, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He sneered but didn't say anything. I asked you a question, but you refused to answer. You're courting death. Finally, someone let out a cold shout and clamped his legs on the golden armor mystical horse. A long halberd appeared in his hand and shot towards Lin Ling. A golden light flashed out, as if a bolt of lightning had suddenly appeared in the void. The domineering aura was extremely surging. Middle stage of the martial god realm. As soon as the other party released his realm core strength, Lin Ling immediately sensed his cultivation level. However, before he could react, the golden light appeared in front of him. The sharp long halberd was aimed at Lin Ling's chest. What a fast speed! Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. This speed had probably reached the speed of 4,000 realm core strength and 500 realm core strength. Clang, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand and he slammed it hard against the long halberd. Then, a powerful force came from the halberd and shocked Lin Ling so much that he almost lost his grip on the tyrannical song sword. However, Lin Ling made use of the rebounding force to turn his body and shoot to the other side. Humph! A cold snort was heard. The man clamped his legs and the mystical horse neighed as he chased after Lin Ling. 4000 realm core strength? As he shot forward, a disdainful voice was heard from the expert's mouth. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also fused his innate talent. His strength, defense, and speed increased dramatically. His speed had also reached 4,800 realm core strength. Since he had a breakthrough, the power of his innate talent fusion was obviously not the same as before. Xiao, the golden long halberd shot over and pierced through Linling's waist. Linling dodged it. However, the sharp power of the golden halberd made Linling feel a cold sensation on his waist. Eh? Being dodged by Linling, the expert was surprised. 500 realm core strength? Linling mocked. Previously, this expert had mocked Linling for only having 4,000 realm core strength. Now, Linling was mocking him as well. Then, Linling stretched out his right hand and the tyrannical song sword spun in his hand. Then, he grabbed it tightly and slashed at the long halberd in front of him. Crackle! This slash carried with it a fatal danger, and there were golden flames roaring within it. Clang! A crisp sound was heard when the tyrannical song sword collided with the halberd. A golden flame spread out in a destructive manner, making the halberd even more dazzling. It was also golden in color, but it was more brilliant than before. Huh? The eyes of the expert flickered. He immediately sensed that he had lost control of his halberd as if it had been assimilated. He was infuriated. He did not expect the ant in front of him to be so powerful. He clearly sensed that his opponent's cultivation was only at the first layer martial god realm. On the other hand, he was at the 7th layer martial god realm with the 10th grade ultimate desolated body. Even with his strength, he still ended up in such a miserable state, which made him feel humiliated. Whoosh! While he was immersed in his astonishment, a giant hook suddenly slashed at Linling's waist. From afar, it looked like a giant crescent moon. A hook? Linling's heart skipped a beat. He stomped his feet in the air and flew up like a spinning top. As soon as he shot into the sky, the deadly moonlight passed under his feet. If he was slightly slower, Linling would definitely be slashed in half. This caused Linling's pupils to constrict. These people were very powerful. If there was only one of them, Linling would not be afraid. However, there were 18 of them. Besides, he believed that Tian Liuli was about to arrive. If this dragged on, Linling would be at a disadvantage. You're able to assimilate my golden halberd. The expert who used the halberd said coldly when he saw Linling dodging the attack. Another golden halberd appeared in his hand, which surprised Linling. He had already assimilated the halberd. Why would another halberd appear in the guy's hand? It's his talent. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice was heard. The giant ghost had always been beside Linling. As it was in the form of a fist-sized ghost, most people did not notice it. Talent in weapons? Linling frowned when he heard this. That's right. Furthermore, these 18 people all have different talents in weapons, which correspond to 18 different types of weapons. The giant ghost continued, most importantly, their talents are the 10th grade ultimate desolated body. The female empress had arrived. These people were all talented in weapons. Furthermore, they had 18 types of weapons. What was even rarer was that they were all 10th grade ultimate desolate bodies. To gather such experts, one would probably need to search the entire universal void. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the master behind the scenes was, and while Linling was still in shock, a golden whip suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It wrapped around Linling's waist and was constantly contracting. Linling instantly sensed that a portion of his strength had been sealed. Caught him. And in the distance, one of the 18 people said coldly. His expression and aura remained calm, as though catching Linling was as easy as flipping his hand. All right. The others immediately nodded. They naturally knew how powerful that whip was. It was likely that the youth no longer had the strength to fight back. Crackle, but at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Linling's body. Endless white lightning spewed out in all directions. It was overbearing and majestic. It actually followed the whip and swam towards the 18 people. From the looks of it, it was as ferocious as a dragon. Not good. The expert who used the whip finally had a change in expression. As for the others, their pupils constricted as they leaped towards that person. Powerful realm essence erupted from their bodies to resist the sudden power of the lightning. However, the tyrannical lightning wreaked havoc, causing everyone to taste a sweetness in their throats. They nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Divine embryo, their pupils constricted. That youth had 2 divine embryos? For such a divine embryo to land in the hands of such trash, it's truly a waste. Someone said angrily. Since we can't have it, let's destroy it. Another person said coldly. Up to this point, their attitude towards Lin Ling was still arrogant. It was as though no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was still a mortal ant. As for them, they were the holy knights of God and had a supreme status. Nonsense, have you said enough? In the distance, Lin Ling could not help but shout angrily when he saw that he could not break free from the chains around his waist. You're angry just like that? Mortals are indeed mortals. They will never know the majesty of God. Someone said with a sneer. Come out. At that moment, Lin Ling waved his right hand and a large amount of dragon chi appeared. Then, it turned into many huge demonic dragons. These demonic dragons were all at the early stage of the martial god realm. However, there were many of them. The moment they appeared, they immediately charged toward the 18 people with surging baleful chi. What? At this moment, the 18 of them seemed to have lost their arrogance, and their eyes were filled with rage. This mere mortal actually had so many tricks up his sleeves? Form the formation. Someone suddenly shouted in a low voice. The rest of the people narrowed their eyes and made complicated seals with their hands. Then, golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire void. After a moment, 18 different weapons appeared in the void. They were overflowing with killing intent, but they were also majestic, and when these golden weapons were connected head to tail, they were able to unleash a power that was twice as strong as before. For a time, the dragon demons found it difficult to break through. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. These 18 people could still form a formation, and the power of this formation was extremely strong. However, after the demonic dragons appeared, the whip that was tied to his body also disappeared. This caused a strong killing intent to appear on his body. You talk so much and act so arrogantly. Now, you can only hide like a tortoise. After saying this sarcastically, Lin Ling went all out. He unleashed all his power and joined the attack. Upon hearing his words, the 18 golden weapons trembled visibly as if they were enraged. However, just as their anger rose, a terrifying sword slashed across the void. It was mixed with surging realm essence and physical strength as it slashed toward the 18 weapons. Lin Ling was obviously using the suppression of the demonic dragons to unleash his power without restraint. Rumble. This slash immediately caused one of the 18 people's talent to become unstable. His dantian also became turbulent. As for the 18 weapons, when one of them was affected, the others were immediately affected as well. Bastard! A furious roar came from the 18 weapons. They had received Luli Empress' order to capture a person alive. They initially thought it would be a trivial matter, but to their surprise, the person who had just arrived was only a first-layer martial god, yet he had so many trump cards that he was able to injure them. That being said, they were most infuriated by the demonic dragons. If it weren't for the demonic dragons, they would not be suppressed like tortoises. And that was indeed the case. Lin Ling went all out, swinging his greatsword and smashing it down continuously. However, after a dozen or so strikes, he suddenly frowned. Vaguely, he also sensed a familiar feeling. Bang! As soon as Lin Ling sensed it, a terrifying shockwave exploded from one of the 18 people. The shockwave was so terrifying that it directly destroyed the rift. The realm essence was as strong as a god's. Among the 18 people, the powerhouse with the whip walked forward step by step. Her body exuded a boundless might. She slowly took off the mask on her face, revealing a rather attractive face. Her eyes were staring at Lin Ling calmly. Empress! The rest of the people dropped to their knees when they saw the woman. Their eyes were filled with respect. They knew the Empress was still far away, but she had forcibly occupied someone's body and descended upon this world. Luli Empress! Lin Ling's eyes shuddered when he saw the woman with an imperious aura. Everything that had happened in the valley suddenly echoed in his ears. The words Brother Xiaoyao felt like it had just happened yesterday. He could not deny that he used to be fond of that naive girl too. Following it, he smiled. The glamorous woman smiled too when she saw Lin Ling's smile. She looked at Lin Ling as if he was an old friend. What was surprising was that even after thousands of years, the two of them were still very calm. They were not even agitated. Perhaps this scene had been rehearsed countless times in their hearts. They both had the same intuition that one day, they would see each other again. Brother Xiaoyao, you're finally back. After a moment of silence, Tian Liuli slowly opened her mouth. Her greeting of Brother Xiaoyao was as intimate as the girl next door. On Tian Liuli's beautiful face, her eyes revealed a touch of gentleness. It was hard to imagine that such a domineering empress could reveal a gentle side. Yes, I'm back. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that he had killed 2 people from the Tian family. With Tian Liuli's intelligence, she must have guessed it. Tian Liuli seemed innocent in the past, but she was also the most shrewd of the 3 in the Tian family. Even Li Xiaoyao was fooled by her. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tian Liuli also nodded and smiled. This smile also made the 100 flowers dim. Her smile was filled with boundless vigor. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. She had shed all pretense of cordiality, however, she wasn't sure, so she didn't tell Martial God Wen Tian about it. Instead, she finally confirmed it with Martial God Wen Tian's death, the reason being that it was impossible for a first-layer Martial God Realm Jr. to destroy the Martial God Realm twice in a row. Besides, he also had a few dantians and various magical moves. Apart from Li Xiaoyao, no one else in the world could possibly do it. It's good that you're back. After so many years, I can let go of anyone, but I can't let go of you. I've been going back to the little valley every year to find the time that had passed. Come back to me, how about it? Tian Liuli smiled. Her calm words caused the hearts of the experts behind her to tremble. They never expected the domineering Luli Empress to have a man she liked. Who was that man? Why did Tian Liuli value him so much? Tian Liuli was the best among the trial takers. In this world, there were at least 10 billion men who wanted to catch her eye. However, who was able to successfully catch the Empress's eye? Not for now. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled, but shook his head. He knew very well that the current Empress-colored glaze was no longer the Tian Liuli of the past. She only had one goal now, and that was to become stronger. Therefore, she wanted to obtain the Primal Chaos Divine Formula, and she wanted to control him, Lin Ling. Why? Tian Liuli's brows furrowed slightly. That look actually had a hint of cuteness and playfulness. Of course, this was only from Lin Ling's perspective. In the eyes of others, the Empress was still the Empress. The reason why Lin Ling had such a misconception was because her furrowed brows reminded him of the past. You know that I don't like to be tied down. I'm not used to being your servant. Lin Ling shrugged. Those who didn't know better would think that he and Tian Liuli were lovers and not enemies. I see, I can be your woman behind the scenes. Tian Liuli threw out a huge bait. Currently, she was Luli Empress, an extremely famous figure in the world. She would retreat behind the scenes and give up her position to Lin Ling. This was probably the dream of any man. Moreover, Tian Liuli was such a beauty. How many men could reject her? You should know that I don't like this either. I like to rely on myself for everything. However, Lin Ling smiled and rejected her again, although this was indeed a great temptation that would save Lin Ling a lot of hard work and allow him to reach the top in a single bound. He knew that this was also a trap. You're still blaming me. Seeing Lin Ling's repeated rejections, Tian Liuli's brows furrowed once again. Her eyes were filled with a lovely and moving light. Looking at her, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Tian Liuli's current appearance was the same as before, pure and clean. However, the mirror was broken. No matter how well it was repaired, the crack would still exist. There would never be a moment when it could be repaired. Tian Liuli, for some things, once is enough for you to make a mistake. Lin Ling smiled and said in a carefree manner. However, his words made Tian Liuli's heart tremble. She kept thinking about those words. For some things, one mistake was enough. What he meant was that since Li Xiaoyao made a mistake back then, he wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. For some reason, this sentence made Tian Liuli's heart ache. It was as if she had lost something. Alright, I have something to do. Goodbye. Ignoring Tian Liuli's constantly changing expression, Lin Ling cupped his fists and bowed as if he was facing a stranger. Then, he turned and left. That heartless look undoubtedly stabbed Tian Liuli's heart. At some point, she even felt regret. She shouldn't have done that back then, because by doing so, she had obtained everything, but lost this man. However, was she really going to let that man go? Her eyes suddenly flickered and a trace of viciousness filled the air. Because that was obviously impossible. Based on her familiarity with Li Xiaoyao, she knew that Li Xiaoyao returned with only one goal. It was to end the grudge from all those years ago. Now that her brother and father were dead, she was next. Therefore, if she let Lin Ling go, she would be releasing a tiger back to the mountain. More than that, she finally made her move. Thousands of years of ties, to her, were nothing more than fleeting clouds. You can't leave. Tian Liuli transformed into a ray of light and shot out. Her speed was several times faster than Lin Ling's. With her capabilities, catching Lin Ling wasn't difficult at all. Tian Liuli's shout made Lin Ling stop in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes. He knew that based on Tian Liuli's personality, she wouldn't let him go. Because she was someone who didn't look out for herself. Young master. At this moment, when the surrounding dragon demons saw Tian Liuli attacking Lin Ling, they all roared and rushed towards Tian Liuli like a tide, intending to block Tian Liuli for Lin Ling. Moonlight divine light. However, just as these dragon demons moved, a terrifying glazed light shot out from Tian Liuli's body. Ka ka ka. A large number of dragon demons turned into glazed jade and then exploded, turning into dust and disappearing. Facing the strength of the Empress, they were as weak as dust. Tian Liuli. Lin Ling roared and his eyes were bloodshot. The dragon demons were dead. These dragon demons were brought out by him from the rainbow world. They had always been protecting Lin Ling, helping Lin Ling escape from life and death situations time and time again, but now, that heartless woman was killing them as if they were chickens. Pain. Lin Ling's heart was an incomparable pain. Brother Xiaoyao, it's better for you to stay by my side. At this moment, Tian Liuli was still rushing towards Lin Ling, her eyes emotionless and her expression incomparably domineering. Everyone, retreat immediately. Lin Ling ignored Tian Liuli and suddenly roared. Enter the void passage and destroy it. At the same time, he instructed the remaining dragon demons to destroy the void passage. This way, they could cut off the retreat. Young master, we're not leaving. However, all the dragon demons refused because they sensed that the young master seemed to want to use them as bait to stop that expert. Go, this is an order. Lin Ling was already very close to the void passage, but at this moment, he also gave up on surviving and flew towards Tian Liuli. Since you're here, why leave? Tian Liuli was indeed very shrewd. Although she didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, she knew that Li Xiaoyao was very loyal. As long as she threatened these dragon demons, Li Xiaoyao's heart would definitely soften, rumble. Therefore, she attacked again. Endless divine light spewed out, turning a large number of dragon demons into dust, including 2 black gold demons. Seeing his comrades die one after another, Lin Ling's eyes seemed to drip blood. His voice was as cold as the 9 hells. Bitch! He pounced towards Tian Liuli even faster, causing Tian Liuli to finally give up on the other dragon demons. The look in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ling quietly became complicated. Brother Xiaoyao, come with me. Release. Bang. Lin Ling finally arrived in front of her. His eyes were also staring coldly at her. That murderous aura seemed to have materialized, causing the void to hum. Tian Liuli, one day, I will kill you. This vow, unless the heavens fall and the earth shatters, will never change. Lin Ling slowly walked forward, pausing between each word as he spoke. With Lin Ling blocking them, a large number of dragon demons also rushed in from the other side of the void tunnel. Their faces were filled with worry, but they also secretly followed Lin Ling's instructions and frantically destroyed the void tunnel. Although they didn't know what Lin Ling's goal was, in the face of an expert like Luli Empress, the only thing they could do was to listen to Lin Ling. Tian Liuli's gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling, but her small white hand gently pointed, intending to kill all the dragon demons. Whoosh. However, Lin Ling had already expected this. Just as Tian Liuli raised her finger, he used his body to block the direction of the void tunnel. This caused Tian Liuli's expression to change, and she forcefully retracted her power. However, she was still a little too slow. The terrifying power turned into a sharp ray of light, piercing through Lin Ling's chest. With a swoosh, fresh blood immediately spurted out. Brother Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Tian Liuli was clearly very surprised. She immediately pounced towards Lin Ling. It seemed that she was really worried about Lin Ling. However, when she arrived in front of Lin Ling, her palm also fiercely slapped towards Lin Ling. A terrifying power easily entered Lin Ling's body, imprisoning everything. Lin Ling felt as if his entire body was about to explode. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This woman was really ruthless. On the surface, she seemed to be worried about him, but she didn't show any mercy. "Brother Xiaoyao, how are you?" Beside Lin Ling, Tian Liuli was still looking worriedly at Lin Ling, as if what had happened before had nothing to do with her. She supported Lin Ling and bit her lips. Paired with her peerless beauty, she was extremely attractive. However, her eyes quietly sparkled. Although she was supporting this godlike man, she was very happy in her heart, because she had finally caught this mysterious man. She was even more aware of how terrifying this man would be in the future. If she could capture him, then everything would be under her control. "I'm fine. You, on the other hand, I don't think you're fine." However, how could Lin Ling not know what she was thinking? He turned to look at the woman beside him and suddenly grinned. For some reason, this smile made Tian Liuli suppress her excitement. She frowned because she was too familiar with Li Xiaoyao. When this smile appeared, it meant that something was about to happen. However, with Lin Ling's current strength, what big waves could he stir up? No matter what kind of empress you are in Jiuzhou, no matter how many people you've surpassed, in my eyes, you're Tian Liuli and I'm Li Xiaoyao. You're looking down on me too much because I, Li Xiaoyao, will never be controlled by others. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Then, his eyes emitted a sharp light. "Giant ghost." The giant ghost, who had always been by Lin Ling's side, finally exploded with a terrifying evil aura. This evil aura seemed to have come from the era of the gods. It was mixed with anger, sorrow, fear, evil, and desire. It was like the most ancient 7 emotions and 6 desires in the history of the world. When it turned into a whirlpool and enveloped Tian Liuli's body, it instantly made it difficult for her to move. At the same time, a mysterious rune appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then, he looked at Tian Liuli's chest and fiercely slapped it. The curse of the gods. Bang bang, the last 2 curse of the gods landed heavily on Tian Liuli's chest, causing the 2 soft lumps in front of her to jump violently. However, Tian Liuli sensed that her strength was still being sealed. She couldn't help but raise her head in disbelief and stare at the handsome man in front of her. Li Xiaoyao was indeed Li Xiaoyao. Thousands of years ago, no one could control him. Today, no one could control him. Even if she, Luli Empress, had the strength to dominate the entire void, she was still weaker than Li Xiaoyao. "Brother Xiaoyao, you." She stubbornly looked at Lin Ling and gritted her teeth. Slap. However, Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He fiercely slapped her face. Since this woman wanted to force him, then Lin Ling would accompany her. "This slap is for the dragon demons." Slap. The slapping sounds rang out again. "This slap is for your father. If not for your ambition, they wouldn't have died." Slap. The slapping sounds continued. "This slap is for your brother. Having a sister like you is his life's humiliation." After the 3 slaps, Lin Ling coldly looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Luli Empress bit her lip and didn't say a word. She only stared at Lin Ling. In this lifetime, Lin Ling was the first person to slap her in the face, not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. However, in the face of the stubborn Tian Liuli, Lin Ling raised his hand again and gave her the heaviest slap. Slap. This slap caused Tian Liuli to vomit blood. Her long hair was also a little messy. "This slap is for Li Xiaoyao." The last sentence came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Previously, because of their old relationship, they were still very polite on the surface. However, Tian Liuli was the first to shed all pretense of cordiality. Therefore, Lin Ling gave her a fatal humiliation. Moreover, Lin Ling had been waiting for this slap for 2 lifetimes. At this moment, he released all his grievances and depression. Tian Liuli's delicate body trembled. Her power was sealed. In addition, it wasn't her real body that came here. It was just a doppelganger that she had created using a mystique. Therefore, when she was slapped by Lin Ling, she could clearly feel the force on her face. However, she still looked at Lin Ling with a stubborn gaze. It was as if she was telling Lin Ling that she wasn't wrong. Lin Ling also looked back coldly and sneered. "Remember, I am Li Xiaoyao. In the future, I will definitely kill you. With that, he immediately ran towards the void portal. Although he could seal Tian Liuli, he obviously didn't have the power to kill her. Watching the man leave, Tian Liuli's eyes turned even colder. There was even a trace of hatred in them. Since I can't have it, I will destroy it. She lowered her head and mumbled to herself like a child who had her candy stolen. She knew that if she missed this opportunity, Lin Ling would be even harder to control in the future. She might not even be able to control him. So, between the Chaos Divine Formula and Li Xiaoyao, she chose to kill Li Xiaoyao and give up on the Chaos Divine Formula. This way, in the entire universe, only she had the Chaos Divine Formula. Although it was only at the 6th level. Don't blame me. You forced me to do this. Because we could have gotten along peacefully and even had children. But you just had to force me. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. See you next time. At this moment, she regained her Luli Empress's domineering aura. The whip that was wrapped around her alluring body suddenly swam out and disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, there was a fluctuation in the void, causing Lin Ling's expression to change drastically. Then, the terrifying whip viciously lashed out at Lin Ling. The power of this whip was like the god-beating whip. It was so terrifying that it tore the void in half. Even though Tian Liuli's power was sealed, she was still much stronger than when Tian martial god. It was impossible to seal all of her power in a short period of time. What little power she had left was enough to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh, the whip of death swept over, tearing through the void. Its speed was like a bolt of black lightning. Lin Ling, who was in front of it, narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that he could not resist at all. Then, he was split into two and completely turned into dust. All of this was like ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Li Xiaoyao, the genius of a generation, the son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, had fallen. Seeing the heroic man die, Tian Liuli was suddenly stunned. At this moment, she suddenly felt her heart ache. She had waited for thousands of years and finally saw him again. Then, she was forced to kill him with her own hands. However, at the same time that her heart ached, she felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. It was as if no one in this world could restrain her any longer. From this angle, it could be seen that even though she really liked Li Xiaoyao, she still liked herself more. Therefore, if she couldn't control something, she would destroy it. Even if it was the man she loved the most, she wouldn't feel any reluctance. However, just as she thought that the terrifying existence who would become a god in the future had fallen, a void vortex appeared in front of her. Billowing underworld energy poured out as if it was a passage to the underworld. Among them, a man walked out slowly. He looked at Tian Liuli indifferently and smiled. Then, he stuck out his thumb and pointed it down fiercely. Then, the man walked towards the passage. See you next time. Goodbye. After the man disappeared, the only thing left behind was his icy cold voice. Seeing this, Tian Liuli felt like she was struck by lightning, because that was Lin Ling. He didn't die? No, it should be said that he was resurrected again. An unparalleled fear suddenly spread, causing Tian Liuli's body to tremble. She stared at the man walking away. She knew that today, she had released a tiger back to the mountain. In the future, when they met again, that man would become a terrifying existence and make a comeback. Li Xiaoyao! Li Xiaoyao! Tian Liuli couldn't help but roar. She clenched her fists, trembling. Even though she could easily control over Huanyu's life and death, she still couldn't control over that man. You must find Lin. Tian Liuli clenched her teeth and spat out a few words with great difficulty. Then, the woman she possessed coughed out a mouthful of blood and gradually recovered. However, her face was extremely pale. Liuli the others immediately knew that Luli Empress had left, so they all flew over. They also knew that with Luli Empress's strength, ordinary people couldn't stop her. I'm a little injured, but it's not a big problem. Now, we have to catch Lin Ling. Before the Empress left, she told me that Lin Ling is seriously injured. The woman opened her eyes and said coldly. They all looked at the void tunnel. However, the void tunnel had been continuously attacked by the dragon demons and had completely collapsed. This meant that it was impossible to find Lin Ling through the void tunnel. The passage has collapsed. At present, Lin Ling doesn't even know where he is. So, we must stop him from returning to Snow City. someone said coldly. In the final world, although killing is not allowed, if we kill him secretly, even the gods won't know. Lin Ling is Lei Gong's man. Don't let Lei Gong's people know. Go. The 18 people immediately scattered and searched aimlessly for Lin Ling in the final world. At the same time, they secretly spread the news and asked the experts of the new heavenly court to search for Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of people were still waiting at the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. However, when they saw the passage collapse, their faces changed drastically. Why did the rift passage opened by Wendian martial god suddenly collapse? Oh no, the passage collapsed. That means the two of them can't return by the way they came. I wonder what happened to the two of them. Voices were also quietly transmitted out. Everyone was curious about the final outcome. Do you still need to think about it? Lin Ling must be dead. At this moment, a cold laugh suddenly sounded. Then, the people of the new heavenly court said cunningly, although killing is not allowed in the final world, that is the void world. I think some people have nothing to say. The some people they were talking about were naturally the people of Snow City. That's not necessarily true. The one who ran away was martial god Wen Tian. If he had the strength to kill Lin Ling, why would he run away? However, very quickly, someone retorted with a cold laugh. This made the people of the new heavenly court frown. They looked at the person who spoke and shouted angrily, "Shut up, young Yao. Don't think that we don't dare to touch you in the final world. Why are you angry with them? How could martial god Wen Tian be killed by those ants? How could they understand the methods of martial god Wen Tian? Maybe martial god Wen Tian purposely lost so that he could kill Lin Ling. That's right, I think so too." A few old monsters from the new heavenly court sneered. Their words made the group narrow their eyes. Even though martial god Wen Tian seemed to be heavily injured, he was still one of the top 10 martial gods in 9 continents. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Thus, they began to worry about Lin Ling. However, at this time, a message suddenly entered the ears of the experts of the new heavenly court, causing them to tremble. Their eyes widened like bells. How is this possible? Someone even yelled out subconsciously. What happened? Everyone frowned after seeing their shocked expressions. However, when they were waiting for the people of the new heavenly court to speak, their expressions became heavy and they didn't say a word. Could it be that martial god Wen Tian has fallen? Some people couldn't help but speculate. This was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Countless people's hearts exploded. Their faces trembled as if they couldn't believe this at all. What nonsense are you talking about? However, the people of the new heavenly court were also angry. However, their voices were a bit soft, clearly lacking confidence. In fact, they did receive news that martial god Wen Tian had fallen. Rushing out of the void passage, therefore, everyone began to make guesses. Wendian martial god is dead? It must be Lin Ling who killed him, but why would Lin Ling destroy the void passage? He should be in danger, but we don't know where he went. Now that Wendian martial god is dead, the new heavenly court will definitely search for Lin Ling. We must find Lin Ling before they do. Over at Snow Wind Academy, everyone began to discuss secretly. They knew that the hatred between the new heavenly court and Lin Ling would never be resolved. Compared to their worries, the outside of Phoenix Emperor Mountain was in an uproar. Lin Ling actually killed Wendian martial god. This is unbelievable. Who is this Lin Ling? Are you crazy? Are you stupid? This is not the first time Lin Ling has killed a martial god. When he was in the 9 continents, he killed martial god Qilin, the son of the devil, Lin Ling. Seriously, martial god Qilin was also one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 continents, and he was also killed by him. This guy actually killed 2 martial gods. Someone mentioned Lin Ling's past, and without a doubt, another huge wave was stirred up. This Lin Ling actually killed Wendian martial god. Previously, the people of the new heavenly court secretly told us that the current Lin Ling was sealed by the Empress and was heavily injured. This is the price to pay for killing Wendian martial god, and the new heavenly court asked our Duan clan to help capture Lin Ling. If we can't capture him, a corpse is fine too, and after that, we will be heavily rewarded. Yes. This Lin Ling really caused a huge wave in the final world, but right now, he is at his weakest. Yes. On the Duan clan's side, many people were also secretly transmitting messages, and their eyes were filled with dense killing intent. They knew that they must find Lin Ling faster than the people of Snowwind City. Without a doubt, following the death of martial god Wendian, the 72 secondary cities and 36 main cities of the final world were in an uproar. After all, martial god Wendian was not only one of the top 10 martial gods, but his sister, Glaze Empress, was also a terrifying existence. Not only was she one of the top 10 martial gods, but she was also a trial taker with a god backing her. Now that Wendian martial god was dead, Luli Empress would definitely use the power in her hands to crazily plunder Lin Ling. At this moment, the outside world was in full swing. However, in a spatial tunnel, a large number of dragon demons were rushing forward rapidly. One of the dragon demons was carrying a man on its back. It was Lin Ling. "I'm sorry, I killed them." On the back of the dragon demon, Lin Ling's expression was cold as he gritted his teeth. Previously, in order to prevent him from escaping, Tian Liuli had killed many dragon demons. This made Lin Ling feel extremely guilty. "Young master, you can't be blamed for this. It's that woman." The dragon demons shook their heads. They had followed Lin Ling ever since they came out of the rainbow world. In addition, Lin Ling had the purest dragon bloodline. Therefore, in their hearts, Lin Ling was their true young master. Moreover, they and Lin Ling were considered another branch of the dragon race, a branch of the dragon god. "I promise everyone that one day, I will definitely kill that woman and avenge everyone." Lin Ling's hatred for Tian Liuli had reached the point of hating the heavens. This hatred was not only from his previous life, but also from this life. After that, he checked his body and immediately discovered that his injuries were extremely serious this time. His bones, meridians, and dantian were all heavily damaged. Most importantly, the power of the celestial glass was very strange, causing his recovery speed to be 10 times slower than usual. Of course, the most important thing was that sealing power. It actually sealed all of Lin Ling's boundary essence. Currently, Lin Ling could only use his physical strength. Evil ghost jellyfish. Lin Ling also hurriedly controlled the evil ghost jellyfish and madly devoured the sealing power. However, the sealing power was very tyrannical, and the evil ghost jellyfish could only devour a small area. If it wanted to break the seal, it would take a long time. The price to pay for killing martial god Wendian is indeed great. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Ling could not help but grit his teeth. In order to kill martial god Wendian, he had used up all of his treasures and was heavily injured. However, to Lin Ling, it was all worth it. "Lin Ling, the sealing power in your body can allow Tian Liuli to roughly find your whereabouts. Next, before you recover your strength, do your best to avoid those who are chasing after you." At this time, the giant ghost said from the side. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Originally, he wanted to inform the old woman and the others, but then he discovered that all of his voice transmission talismans were sealed. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to flash. He did not need to think to know that the tyrannical song sword and other treasures were also sealed. Giant tumor ruler technique. Lin Ling also instantly knew the sealing technique. This technique was extremely powerful. It could seal all of a martial artist's boundary essence, including things related to boundary essence. However, when using this sealing technique, the martial artist would also suffer a backlash and be heavily injured. "Looks like I can only rely on myself." Lin Ling looked into the distance. He originally planned to return to Snowblowing City, but at this moment, he suppressed that thought because he guessed that there would be many enemies blocking the way to Snowblowing City. "Young master, the speed of the collapse behind us is getting faster and faster. Sit tight, we have to speed up." At this time, the dragon demon in front of him spoke, causing Lin Ling to nod his head. Swoosh! Swoosh! The dragon demons turned into streams of light and crazily rushed forward in the broken void. Just as they rushed past, the void behind them shattered like glass. The turbulence was like an avalanche. This void was not comparable to the lesser void. It was extremely powerful. If it collapsed, the people inside would definitely die. Over there, the exit. As they rushed forward, the dragon demons also saw the exit. The exit was a gap that appeared because of the collapse of the void. However, at this moment, it was also collapsing. Speed up. Seeing that the exit was collapsing, the dragon demons also ignited their speed and stimulated it to the limit. Smash it open. When they were getting closer and closer to the exit was also getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, the dragon demons crazily used their bodies to smash the exit, rumble. With this collision, the dragon demons were also drenched in blood. However, they were still unafraid of death. Ignoring the intense pain, they once again crashed into the exit. Looking behind them, the speed of the collapse was getting faster and faster. It was also extremely close to them. Boom, finally, the exit was opened. Next, all the dragon demons rushed out and then stood on the grassland, panting. When they looked back, the rumbling continued and the exit was completely covered. If they were just a little slower, they would never be able to get out. Young master, where are we going now? Next, the dragon demons looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling frowned and glanced at the grassland around him. He felt that it was somewhat familiar. If he guessed correctly, this should be the final world. Escape to the myriad worlds. However, Lin Ling immediately made a decision. He obviously knew that at this moment, there must be a large number of enemies searching for him, especially in the direction leading to Snow-Blowing City. There must be the most enemies there, therefore, returning to Snow-Blowing City was extremely unwise. It was a pity that Lin Ling's voice transmission talisman was sealed. Otherwise, he could inform the old woman and the others to come and help. However, Lin Ling also estimated that unless Lei Gong came forward, they might not be able to fight against Luli Empress with just the old woman. Next, Lin Ling put away all the dragon demons. After all, there were too many of them, which would attract more attention. It was better to be alone. Whoosh, Lin Ling took a step forward, borrowing the strength of his fleshly body to gallop across the plains. His goal was to leave the final world. Only by going to the myriad realms would he be able to fly freely. Moreover, Tian Liuli would definitely be able to sense the seal on his body. At that time, if Tian Liuli were to be lured over, even the old woman and the others would not be able to stop the Empress. Furthermore, the glazed Empress would probably shed all pretense of cordiality and not give the Thunder God any face. She would forcefully capture Lin Ling. After leaving the final world, the outside world was also very big. Although Luli Empress knew his general direction, it was more troublesome for Luli Empress to catch Lin Ling. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack, especially if Lin Ling went to some forbidden areas. Luli Empress would not be able to find him. One day later, Lin Ling appeared at the edge of the final world. Looking around, he could see a massive ancient city. The only thing separating it from the ancient city was the endless void. Aside from the ancient city's exit, the other places were blocked by a colorful light screen. Outside the light screen was also the void. However, it was obviously impossible to break through the light screen and rush into the void. This was because Lin Ling knew that the light screen was set up by a god. Ordinary people couldn't break it at all, therefore, if he wanted to leave this place, the ancient city was the only way out. After a day of hurrying, Lin Ling's injuries had recovered a lot. However, the seal was still impregnable. Descending from the sky, Lin Ling took out a cloak and swiftly put it on. Then, he headed toward the ancient city. On the road leading to the ancient city, no matter what kind of expert they were, they all landed on the ground and lined up in an orderly manner. This was the rule of entering the city. Unless one was strong enough to resist the gods, even a martial god would have to obediently obey the orders of the city's guards. At the end of the road, Lin Ling, who was wearing a large cloak, also appeared. His gaze swept across the surroundings. After seeing that there was nothing unusual, he disguised himself as an ordinary person and walked towards the queue. Heaven's Gate. Heaven Gate City. Translation. 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 Obviously, this was one of the 36 main cities. It probably had its own academy. The line slowly moved forward, disappearing through the ancient city's gate and entering Heaven Pass City. Obviously, there were only two purposes for warriors who came here. First, they were warriors who were originally from this city. Second, they were warriors who left the final world. Someone from Snow City. At this moment, a few guards stared at a person wearing a large cloak, and the other party took out an identity jade card. Can you take off your cloak and have a look? Although the man had an identity jade card, the guard still looked coldly at the cloaked man and asked. Hearing this, the cloaked man remained motionless. The aura he emitted was extremely cold. This made the guards quietly tighten their grip on their weapons, as if they were facing a great enemy. Sir, don't misunderstand. I just want to see your appearance. That's all. However, at this moment, a laugh suddenly melted the oppressive scene. A man in armor walked over with a smile. He looked indifferently at the cloaked man and said, because we have some opponents in Heaven Pass City. So, to prevent them from causing trouble here, we have to do this. Hearing this, the cloaked man finally loosened up. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. Although this face restrained his aura, the young man still noticed a bone-chilling coldness in those half-narrowed eyes. What a cold man, the young man was shocked. Then, he subconsciously checked the man's cultivation. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not find anything. At this moment, the cloaked man put on his cloak again and entered the ancient city. This time, no one stopped him. However, the guards were a little unhappy because the young man was too cold and arrogant. Most people with character are like this. Forget it. On the contrary, the man smiled and explained. Yes, Deputy City Lord. However, the guards were very respectful to the young man, so they all smiled and nodded. They knew the young man's identity, Xianxia, an expert from Heaven Pass Academy Xianxia Hall. He was an expert ranked in the top 200 on the divine list. Because of his outstanding talent and strength, he became the Deputy City Lord of Heaven Pass City. Next, the warriors at the gate continued to enter one after another. However, at this moment, a beautiful Pegasus flew over from afar. On the Pegasus sat a man in dazzling armor. Then, the man jumped down and said indifferently, under the orders of the gods, I've come to arrest a wanted criminal. Heaven Pass City, accept the order. The orders of the gods? The man called Xianxia's eyes flashed and he hurried forward. The other party also handed him a piece of parchment. When he opened it, his pupils shrank, because the wanted criminal recorded in it was Lin Ling from Snow Wind Academy, and there was a portrait. As for the crime Lin Ling committed, it was killing people in the final world. However, the arrest warrant did not record who Lin Ling had killed. Your Excellency, is such a wanted order issued in the entire final world? Xianxia looked up and smiled at the man in front of him. If I ask you to arrest him, then do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The man said indifferently. Then, his gaze swept across the crowd. It has already recorded Lin Ling's appearance. If you see him, inform us immediately. There will be a great reward. The arrest warrant also recorded how to contact us. After leaving these words, the man rode the Pegasus and flew to the next city. Sir, look. The guards pointed at the arrest warrant and exclaimed as they watched the man disappear from their sight. Their faces were filled with shock, because the person depicted on the arrest warrant was the handsome young man from before. Haha, the wanted criminal Lin Ling, whoever sees him can get the treasures of the gods. I hope I have such luck. However, what surprised the guards was that Xianxia did not seem to hear them. He was rubbing his chin and looking at the arrest warrant in his hand. This also made the guards' eyes flash. They instantly knew that the Deputy City Lord was pretending to be stupid. However, since the Deputy City Lord did not expose Lin Ling, they naturally pretended not to see him. Exposed, he naturally knew that the young man from before was Lin Ling. He also knew that not long ago, Lin Ling had killed martial god Wen Tian, causing a huge commotion in the final world. He had completely angered Luli Empress. Luli Empress was indeed powerful. She had actually obtained the order of a god and placed a bounty on Lin Ling in the final world. However, he also knew that this kind of bounty could only be placed in certain cities. Some cities might not give face to Luli Empress. After all, the final world did not have one god, but 4 gods. Moreover, this kind of bounty wouldn't last for long. As long as a god opposed it, the bounty would become a blank piece of paper. I didn't expect that a small border city like ours would attract such a big figure. Wind Snow Academy's Lin Ling, I've long heard of him. Walking into the city, the Yuan heir smiled faintly. Currently, within the 36 academies, there was probably no one who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. At this moment in the city, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak as he walked along the streets. He seemed to be walking calmly, but he was also very cautious. However, he soon saw that a large number of guards had put up bounty notices. Furthermore, the sky was blooming with colorful fireworks, displaying the bounty notices, letting the entire city know. As for the wanted criminal, it was him, Lin Ling. This Luli Empress's power is really terrifying. It's as if she has control over the entire final world. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Luli Empress would have such power, however, he also understood after thinking about it. Luli Empress definitely didn't have such power. She was only using the available resources in her hands to crazily plunder Lin Ling. However, this kind of plundering would not be long before Lei Gong stopped it. Unfortunately, although Lin Ling knew that Lei Gong would stop it, he didn't know how long it would take. If Luli Empress caught him first, it would be too late for Lei Gong to stop it. Moreover, Lei Gong wouldn't know that Luli Empress had already caught him, Lin Ling. Sigh, with my power sealed, everything is troublesome. If my power was restored, I wouldn't be afraid of Luli Empress. I'll just go to the 9 heavens and meet Lei Gong. Lin Ling was depressed. It was as if he wanted to see the emperor but was stopped by a eunuch. Moreover, he couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how he was running around like a stray dog. Be content. With your strength, you killed martial god Wen Tian. How proud is that? Now that you're wanted by the entire final world, I don't think there are many people in the final world who have the qualifications to do so. On the side, the giant ghost suddenly said, making Lin Ling smile. In fact, he was just expressing his feelings. He wasn't dispirited. After all, killing martial god Wen Tian was worth it. The wanted order has been issued. I have to leave this place immediately. After that, Lin Ling searched the streets. He wanted to find another gate. That was the main road out of the ancient city. That man from before, he obviously helped you. The giant ghost floated beside Lin Ling and suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He thought of the polite man from before and came to a realization. He just saw me, so he should know that I'm Lin Ling. However, looking at the city, there doesn't seem to be any panic. This means that he didn't expose me at all. Instead, he spread the wanted order everywhere. Obviously, he didn't want to let the people know. He wanted to tell me to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling smiled. He was very grateful to that man. By the way, you've reached the martial god realm. The divine inheritance treasure has been opened. At this moment, the giant ghost spoke again. Lin Ling finally remembered the divine inheritance treasure and couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, the treasures he bought from the shop of God were all extremely ferocious existences. The most precious treasures of God's inheritance, how could they be weak? Everything depends on the seal being broken. Lin Ling licked his lips. He put on the cloak and walked toward the other city gate. However, when he arrived at the other city gate, Lin Ling's face instantly turned ugly. This was because there was a large army there. All of them were demigod realm martial artists and many of them were martial gods. As the border of the final world, Heaven Pass City naturally had many experts. There were even more experts than Snow City. This is a little troublesome. Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. It was obviously unwise to force his way in. I can only try my luck, Lin Ling said to himself. He also knew that the way to escape was right in front of him. If he went back, unless Lei Gong's order came, Lin Ling would be doomed eternally. I'll teach you a method to conceal your aura. Next to him, the giant ghost also spoke and then whispered to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes gradually brightened. His face and aura under the cloak also quietly changed. Without further ado, Lin Ling hurriedly lined up in an attempt to leave this place as soon as possible. Keep your eyes open. This time, the god has sent an order to capture the wanted criminal Lin Ling. This Lin Ling has done all kinds of evil. He used tricks to kill a big shot and even destroyed a large city of martial artists. This is really ruthless. Therefore, if any of you see Lin Ling, for the sake of the final world's peace, you must report him. In front of the city gate, a man about 20 years old spoke in a dignified voice. This man looked very ordinary and was extremely thin. However, his strength was not weak. He was an expert in the martial god realm. He sat on a chair, a satisfied expression on his face. Two beautiful women sat on the tiger skin chair. At this moment, one was feeding him wine and the other was feeding him grapes. "Young Master Xiao, if we capture Lin Ling, can you become a trial challenger?" One of the guards chuckled and said flatteringly. "Aren't you just spouting nonsense? With young Master Xiao's talent, he should have become a trial challenger. It's just that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. The heavens have always been harsh on those with outstanding talent. Right now, they are testing young Master Xiao." Another guard said, unwilling to be outdone. They knew that this thin youth was the son of the city lord. He was also an expert of Heaven's Gate Academy's third hall. With such an identity, how could they not flatter him? "You all really know how to talk." The thin youth smiled faintly. Although he knew that these fellows were flattering him, this flattery still made him very happy. "This wanted order, we are only putting on an act. After all, this is the order of the god. In addition, there is the relationship between the new heavenly court and my father. Alright, let's not talk about this." The thin youth smiled. But as he spoke, he suddenly stopped and lightly said, "The final world has 4 city gates. The wanted criminal won't use our city gate. Moreover, the wanted criminal isn't so stupid. He shouldn't leave the final world at this time. Instead, he should be hiding in the final world." Translator, Transin editor, Transin stop Lin Ling, looking at the reflection in the mirror. That person looks young with delicate features and a cold temperament. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? This is exactly the same as the one on the wanted poster. It's Lin Ling. This time, the entire city was in an uproar. Countless people stared at the mirror above the city gate and then shifted their gaze to a person in the queue. Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling. He actually came here. That's Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling? That big shot who killed 2 gods in a row. Heavens, I'm actually lucky enough to see such a big shot. I heard that he's the #1 newcomer king among the 36 academies. Good, he really appeared. The crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, everyone knew the whole story. The so-called wanted criminal was actually just someone who offended a god. There was no such thing as committing all kinds of evil and killing people like flies. This was just an excuse. Therefore, when they saw the legendary hero, everyone was very excited. Not good. Being the focus of everyone's attention, Lin Ling secretly cursed. "It's the 8-stone curved flame mirror, no wonder it could see through my concealment technique. Damn it, I actually forgot that as the final world city gate, this kind of treasure definitely exists." Giant Ghost also secretly cursed. "Forget it, since it's already discovered, it's useless to hide anymore." Lin Ling shook his head and finally took off his cloak. When his appearance was revealed, the entire city was in an uproar. "Lin Ling." All the guards raised the weapons in their hands as if they were facing a great enemy. Towards this legendary character, they were obviously incomparably afraid. Next, they quietly surrounded Lin Ling in a circle. "Waha, you're Lin Ling." At this time an excited shout floated out. Young Master Xiao excitedly stood up and walked step by step towards Lin Ling. "I heard that you're seriously injured, and the wanted poster even recorded that your strength was sealed. I didn't expect the legendary character to be like this. But he doesn't look like much." He stopped in his tracks and rubbed his chin, sizing up Lin Ling. "No matter how bad it is, it's still better than you. Now, what do you want?" Lin Ling glanced at the man calmly. He could roughly tell the man's strength. He was a 4th-layer martial god with an 8th-grade talent. With such strength, he was naturally not a match for the current Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling's boundary essence was also sealed. His combat strength was reduced by more than half. However, Lin Ling was still confident that he could easily crush his opponent. On the contrary, the guards in the surroundings were a huge problem. Because there were too many of them. If he was entangled, then when the experts of Heavenly Liuli arrived, Lin Ling, would definitely be unable to charge out. "I've always been an easygoing person. I'll give you a chance. If you kneel down and let me step on your shoulder, I'll let you leave this place," young Master Xiao said with a smile. He was slightly intimidated by a legendary character like Lin Ling. However, after knowing that Lin Ling's strength was sealed, he no longer treated him as a threat. On the contrary, if he could step on a hero like Lin Ling, it would be a great honor in his life. I'm sorry, I've always been the one to step on others. No one has ever stepped on me. Lin Ling smiled. Hee, you have a backbone. I like it. Second chance, fight with me. If you win, you can leave. Of course, if you lose, I'll still step on you. Young Master Xiao said proudly as if he was not afraid of Lin Ling at all. However, the crowd wore a disdainful look. What if Lin Ling was at his peak? This young Master Xiao would not dare to speak, although young Master Zhao's strength was not weak. Compared to the number one newcomer king, Lin Ling, he was just a pile of shit. This. Lin Ling turned to look at the horizon and frowned. He knew that the longer he delayed, the more trouble he would be in. Are you afraid? What newcomer king? What expert who defeated Longyang? You're still afraid when you meet me. Young Master Xiao laughed heartily when he saw Lin Ling's hesitation. The glow on his body seemed to shoot straight into the sky. To be able to crush a newcomer king, what kind of glory was that? After all, he was only ranked in the 300th place on the God ranking. Moreover, he saw that there were many Heaven's Gate Academy students on the street looking at him in shock. This made his nostrils flare up. Pride, what kind of pride was that? Tomorrow, his legend would probably spread throughout Heaven's Gate Academy. Well, it's not that I can't. I'm just afraid that you're too weak and not enough for me to step on. However, just as young Master Xiao was feeling complacent, Lin Ling finally finished his unfinished words. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground and a terrifying speed erupted. Rumble, Heaven's Gate City seemed to shake 3 times. Those who were not strong were so shocked that they fell to the ground. Young Master Zhao's feet were unsteady and he almost fell to the ground. He did not expect Lin Ling to attack immediately. Then, he laughed loudly. Come on, let me have a taste of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck a flirtatious pose, intending to defeat Lin Ling in one move. Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling's strength, which had been sealed, was not his match at all. Bang! However, Lin Ling's ferocious palm arrived like a dragon's claw. The power within was extremely terrifying. After sweeping down like a storm, it immediately wreaked havoc on young Master Xiao. Rumble, the ground cracked open. At the center of the crack, young Master Xiao was slapped down. He spat out blood and was trying to climb up with difficulty. He was defeated in one move. The students from Heaven's Gate Academy were all stunned. Then, they could not help but laugh. This young Master Xiao was so embarrassing. Of course, their hearts were also very heavy. Because they were all students of the academy, they more or less wanted to compete with Lin Ling. However, they did not expect that although Lin Ling did not have boundary essence, his strength was not much weaker than boundary essence. It seemed that the number one newcomer king was indeed very mysterious. Bang! Young Master Xiao had just climbed halfway when Lin Ling's foot arrived and stepped on him again. Young Master! The guards immediately shouted and unleashed their boundary essence, surrounding Lin Ling. They did not expect that Lin Ling's strength would still be so fierce even after being sealed. Could it be that the arrest warrant was wrong? All of you, get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind exterminating your young master. Lin Ling smiled and grabbed young Master Xiao under his foot. He fiercely punched him more than 10 times in the stomach, beating him until he was like a dead dog. Then, Lin Ling held young Master Zhao's neck as if he was holding a cat and walked towards the city gate step by step. Lin Ling, you dare! The guards were enraged. Lin Ling was actually using young Master Xiao to threaten them. Moreover, they were also cursing in their hearts. If it was not for that stupid young master who insisted on a heroic one-on-one battle, they would have caught Lin Ling by now. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations stop him. However, although they were afraid, they obviously did not give way. After all, they did not want Lin Ling to escape. Lin Ling, I'll let you go, but you have to let young Master Xiao go first. Yes. However, just as the guards were still eyeing them covetously, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. The Yuan heir had also arrived with a large number of experts. Deputy City Lord. Yes. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Yuan Er nodded to the guards and looked at Lin Ling again. He then smiled and said, "How is it?" "Good. Good." "Yes." Lin Ling also looked at Yuan Er, but this time, he did not hesitate and directly threw him over. He knew that if he delayed any longer, there would definitely be more problems. As for Yuan Er, Lin Ling also trusted him. Although they had only met by chance, if Yuan Er really wanted to harm him, he could have done it when he entered the city. Why wait until now? Straightforward. Yes. Yuan Er did not expect Lin Ling to be so straightforward. Then, he said to the guards, "Open the city gate and let him leave." "Yes. Sir, this." "Yes." One of the guard captains shouted awkwardly. "Open the city gate." "Yes." Yuan Er shouted majestically, "Our Heaven Pass city is a big city. How can we go back on our words?" Young Master Xiao had already said that if Lin Ling won, Lin Ling would leave. And I also said that if Lin Ling handed over young Master Xiao, I would let him leave. Now, I naturally have to do what I said. Yes. 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 Yuan Er was the deputy city lord. The guards did not dare to disobey, so they opened the city gate. Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed to the Yuan Er. Then, he strode toward the city gate. He, Lin Ling, would remember the Yuan Er's kindness in his heart and would definitely repay him in the future. My son agreed, and so did the deputy city lord. However, I, the city lord, did not agree. Yes. However, at this moment, a black light suddenly flashed in the sky. A buzzing sound spread through the sky, and then a black light heavily smashed into the ground. Rumble. At the city gate, a 5-meter-tall giant stood there, blocking the exit once again. Taking a closer look, this giant was wearing a majestic black armor, as if he could hold back 10,000 men all by himself. This person was the city lord of Heaven Pass City. F***CK. This also caused Lin Ling's expression to become extremely unsightly. This was because he realized that this city lord was very strong. If he was at his peak, he would still be able to fight against him. But now? You're Lin Ling? The tall giant looked down at Lin Ling, his pitch-black armor covering his face. The mask on his face was suffused with a ruthless light as he carefully sized up Lin Ling. It went without saying that he had heard of Lin Ling before. He did not expect the young man who had once killed the heaven-seeking martial god to be like this. "I heard you're a first-level martial god," he said in a deep voice with a hint of curiosity. It was obvious that he did not expect a first-level martial god to be able to kill a martial god. The difference between his strength and the heaven-seeking martial god was too great. However, the heaven-seeking martial god was already dead. This was an unchangeable fact, therefore, he had to capture Lin Ling. "You dare to touch my son?" Xiaofang glanced at the Yuan Er and said coldly. "It was your son who wanted to fight me. He's not strong enough, so he can't blame anyone else." Lin Ling looked at him coldly. He could sense the powerful force emitting from his opponent's body. "City Lord, our Heaven Pass City has already agreed to let Lin Ling go. You're going back on your word by doing this." At this moment, the Yuan Er in the distance spoke up. Anger rose in his heart. The city lord was purposely trying to undermine his prestige. "Shut up." Xiaofang suddenly looked at the Yuan Er and shouted coldly, "This person is a wanted criminal. As the deputy city lord, you actually let him go. Moreover, this person did whatever he wanted in our city and injured my son. It's fine if you don't capture him, but you dare to let him go? Because your son has already lost. According to the agreement, we should let him go. Otherwise, what integrity does our Heaven Pass City have? Besides, it's not that I want to let him go, but your son was threatened. I used your son's life in exchange for his release. If you want to blame someone, blame your son." Although the Yuan Er was not as old as Xiaofang, he was not afraid of him. It could be seen that although they were both city lords, there was still some friction between them, and Yuan Er's words pushed all the blame onto young Master Xiao, as if young Master Xiao was worthless, which made Xiao Sifeng's expression extremely ugly. This newly promoted deputy city lord seemed to be a strong opponent, and he must find a way to remove him in the future. After all, he was not a member of the Xiao clan, and his intentions must be disloyal. I admit that Yuan Heir, have agreed to let my son go. However, as the city lord, I still have the right to speak. I haven't agreed to let him go. Xiao Feng said indifferently, using his words to block the Yuan Heir's words, making the latter's face turn cold. Then, Xiao Feng looked at Lin Ling and said, "You fight with me. If you win, I'll let you go." What a shameless person. Hearing this, Lin Ling also sneered. Previously, when young Master Xiao was defeated, Lin Ling could have left. Moreover, the deputy city lord had agreed. Now the city lord came out to stop him. Later, the whole city would take turns to stop him. At that time, the experts of Heaven Pass City would have already arrived. No matter what you say, you can't leave until you defeat me. Xiao Feng snorted and said domineeringly. And now, Lin Ling obviously had no choice, therefore, Lin Ling's physical strength was also activated, causing the ground under his feet to continue to tremble. Seeing that Lin Ling's strength was still fierce, Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes. It was rumored that Lin Ling of Snow Wind Academy was the new king. Today, he saw that his strength was indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling, you want to fight our city lord Xiao? You are overestimating yourself. However, just as Lin Ling was about to attack, Yuan Heir suddenly laughed. Our city lord Xiao is a member of the new heavenly court. He has received the inheritance of the new heavenly court. Do you think you are qualified to fight him? Moreover, he has entered the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. In the entire final world, there are not many people who have been to the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. This is an honor. Moreover, our city lord's talent is the 10th grade ultimate desolate body. His advantage is that his defense is like a city wall. Coupled with the strength of a late-stage martial god, I'm afraid you can't block 3 of his moves. Yuan Heir's words seemed to be mocking Lin Ling, but in fact, it was also a reminder to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils quietly flickered. He finally knew why City Lord Xiao was stopping him. It turned out that he was a member of the new heavenly court. Yuan Heir, shut up. Xiao Feng's face turned ugly. Naturally, he knew what Yuan Heir was doing. That guy was telling Lin Ling his strength. Translator, trans and editor, trans and help, bang, with a stomp on the ground immediately exploded, revealing a 5-meter wide footprint. Lin Ling quickly flew towards Xiao Sifeng under the recoil. In the air, a fist that contained the power of 40,000 worlds ferociously blasted towards Xiao Feng with an explosive sound in the air. Currently, Lin Ling's boundary essence was sealed, so he couldn't use innate talent fusion. His strongest punch was still the punch of his physical strength. Seeing the continuous rumbling of the fist, Xiao Sifeng's expression turned serious. Then, he shouted, "City wall!" His voice was as deep as thunder, and a dazzling light appeared from his feet. The light flowed along his armor like a flood, passing through his thighs, chest, neck, and finally reached Xiao Sifeng's eyes. At this moment, his eyes flickered. When the light flooded his eyes, a huge and pitch-black ancient wall appeared around Xiao Sifeng's body. Rumble! Lin Ling's fist was like a meteor, smashing into the ancient wall. The ancient wall shook slightly, but it didn't move at all. Bang! Bang, bang! A powerful force counterattacked, sending Lin Ling flying. Bang! As he flew backward, Lin Ling's palm clawed fiercely at the green bricks on the ground. A bottomless trench was dug out on the ground. Finally, that terrifying speed was stopped. As expected of the city lord. Even if my boundary essence wasn't sealed, it would still be difficult to win against him. Standing up straight, Lin Ling said solemnly. Because he knew that the city lord hadn't used his full strength. His goal was to stop him from leaving the city. So powerful. The surrounding people were shocked. To be able to become the city lord of the 36 main cities, his strength naturally wasn't undeserved. Now, Lin Ling was stopped. If he wasted any more time, the experts of the new heavenly court would definitely arrive. At that time, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to leave. Many people were secretly worried for Lin Ling, especially the students of Heaven's Gate Academy. Although they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, they were all students. Naturally, most of them were on Lin Ling's side. No matter how hard a wall is, I think there will be a loophole. I'm very curious where this loophole is. At this moment, Lin Ling moved his limbs slightly, and then shot out like a meteor again. Seeing this, Xiao Sifeng didn't say anything. He just stood there coldly. He believed that with his protection, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to leave the city. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling suddenly stretched out his left hand. Then, a black torrent submerged him. Upon closer inspection, those black torrents were actually endless black vines. These vines grew rapidly, and they immediately wrapped around Xiao Sifang. The tough black thorns constantly cut Xiao Sifang's body. These vines were none other than Little Kunlun. Obviously, Little Kunlun wasn't sealed, however, Xiao Sifang was worthy of being a veteran martial god. Although he was submerged by the vines, he still didn't retreat. Surging murderous aura erupted from his body as he tried to break free from the vines. However, the vines were difficult to deal with, and he was powerless to break free. At this time, Lin Ling's fist finally arrived. Moreover, this time, it was among the endless vines, and it blasted toward a face. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. The black vines were like a city wall, submerging the heaven and earth in front of it. However, a face was revealed among the black vines, and that face was naturally City Governor Zhao's face. It gave people the feeling that City Governor Zhao's hands and legs were tied up at this moment, and he was being beaten violently. Rumble. Lin Ling's fist arrived and landed on City Governor Zhao's face, and his face was knocked askew. Wow! The crowd was also in an uproar. The Yuan heir and the others narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling, who was sealed, to have such a skill. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Ling was at his peak. The fist was still close to City Governor Zhao's face. However, Lin Ling frowned because he sensed that his fist seemed to have hit an iron wall. Although he was sealed, his fist could still break through the myriad realms. Ka ka ka. The sound of gears turning came from City Governor Zhao's neck. His crooked neck twisted, and he slowly turned his head to look at Lin Ling. "You're only SOSO." Boom! As soon as these words fell, countless people were shocked. City Governor Xiao was actually safe and sound. This was too terrifying. In this way, it would be even more difficult for Lin Ling to rush out. Lin Ling's gaze also stared at City Governor Xiao, and he grinned. "When I was at my peak, why didn't you dare to say this to me?" If it was Lin Ling at his peak, with City Governor Zhao's state of only defending and not attacking, Lin Ling was confident that he could cut off his head with a sword. Of course, although he said those words, Lin Ling also knew that things were troublesome because he had spent too much time here. "Get out of the way." But at this moment, a delicate voice suddenly came from the sky. Then, the sky rumbled, and a huge black dragon flew over, roaring at the sky. Beside the black dragon was a majestic black phoenix. When the dragon and phoenix appeared, endless pressure shrouded the entire Heaven Pass city. What talent is this? My talent is actually trembling in the face of that dragon and phoenix? Black dragon and black phoenix? Could it be the underworld beast guarding the entrance to the underworld? Countless exclamations sounded in Heaven Pass city. In their eyes, the black dragon and black phoenix intertwined with each other and turned into an ancient black door. The door was quietly closed, but the moment it opened, a figure seemed to have returned from the underworld. She was dressed in a long white dress and held a shocking divine axe in her hand. Then, she looked at the face in the vines and slashed down crazily. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately retreated, and then looked at the person in disbelief, because he did not expect that he would be saved by his enemy. Clang. The power of the divine axe was naturally not something City Lord Xiao could easily block. When it landed on his face, an axe mark immediately appeared on his face, and cracks appeared on his mask. The divine embryo body is really extraordinary. City Lord Xiao coldly spat out a sentence. Then, his body shook, and a terrifying storm gushed out, sweeping away the surrounding black vines and revealing his true body. He also looked at the sky. "I didn't expect that such a strange woman would come to save you. Lin Ling, your luck is really good. However, she might not be able to defeat me." City Lord Xiao roared angrily. The woman in the sky's dress fluttered in the wind. Her delicate little face was filled with indifference, and she held the huge divine axe in her hand, looking majestic. This made the eyes of the Heaven Pass Academy's experts brighten. What a beautiful goddess. In their hearts, the woman was too unique because a weapon like the axe would usually only appear on men. This was the first time they saw a woman holding such a domineering weapon. However, from a distance, it was extremely harmonious, giving the woman a different kind of beauty, like a goddess of war. She's here to help Lin Ling. Could she be his confidant? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Rushing out of Heaven Pass City, Lin Ling smiled bitterly when he heard those voices. He knew that she was not his confidant. She was a crazy woman who could take his life at any time. That woman was Longyang. You can't die in the hands of these ants. If you want to die, you should die in my hands. Longyang looked at Lin Ling from the sky and said coldly. Lin Ling had said the same thing to her when he saved her from Wendian martial god. Now, she was returning the same words to Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. When he saved Longyang, it was because he felt that Longyang's talent was too terrifying. He couldn't bear to see her fall. After all, he also wanted a powerful genius to constantly motivate himself and make himself stronger, who knew that he would be saved by his enemy today. How did you find me? Lin Ling asked immediately. Longyang did not speak. She raised her eyebrows and a figure shot out from the black door in the sky. This person was tall and burly and wore a long cloak. Who else could it be but the Platinum Evil Spirit? When Lin Ling was fighting in the Phoenix Emperor Spring, the Platinum Evil Spirit had stayed on the Phoenix Emperor Mountain. He did not expect this guy to find him and even brought Longyang with him. Obviously, Dragon Lady knew that the Platinum Evil Ghost was his bodyguard. When she couldn't find him, she would follow the Platinum Evil Ghost and she would definitely be able to find some clues. That was the truth. Thinking of this, the bitter smile on Lin Ling's face became even more intense. He never thought that even though the Glazed Empress was searching for him everywhere in the final world, Dragon Mother would be even more attentive than them and find him one step faster. There's not much time left. There are experts coming. Get lost. Longyang shouted angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This loser was asking him to get lost? Longyang shouted angrily. She held a giant axe and descended from the sky. She looked at the city lord and viciously chopped down. Rumble, a giant trench was carved out on the ground. Heaven Pass City trembled as a terrifying storm swept out, carrying with it an unstoppable force. However, after everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, they all stared straight ahead. City Lord Xiao stretched out his hands and caught Longyang's giant axe. He said coldly, although the divine fetus is powerful, your cultivation level is too low. I said that you can't defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, two ferocious divine powers rushed out from behind him. They were like wings that swept forward. As the wings swept forward, a black force erupted and turned into two huge walls. One on the left and one on the right, submerging Longyang. Lin Ling, find a chance and rush out. You don't have to thank me. I only helped you so that I can kill you in the future. Dragon Mother didn't choose to retreat when she saw the city walls closing in. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling and said. Then she shouted and the black dragon and black phoenix in the sky swam over. As soon as the dragon and phoenix arrived, the wall submerged Longyang. From afar, a tall black wall sat on the ground, towering into the clouds. Inside the wall, the outline of a woman could be faintly seen. However, at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a mural. Moreover, on the left and right of the woman, there were dragon and phoenix carvings. It was extremely mysterious. You overestimate yourself. City Lord Xiao coldly snorted in disdain as he stared at the mural. However, just as his voice faded, cracks appeared on the city wall. Next, a black axe light, carried by the dragon and phoenix, rushed out of the city wall and ruthlessly slashed at City Lord Xiao. Clang, the sudden attack was too fast. City Lord Xiao had not expected the woman, who was only at the initial stage of the martial god realm, to be able to break through his divine powers. Therefore, when the divine axe slashed at him, his mask shook and the lower half of his mask finally slid down, revealing half of his face. Boom, at the same time, the huge wall exploded. Amidst the flying debris, the black dragon and black phoenix circled around the woman. The woman held the giant axe in her hand and slashed at City Lord Xiao in an awe-inspiring manner. Lin Ling, let's go. Almost at the same time, the woman shouted. Thanks. Lin Ling did not waste any time and immediately rushed toward the city gate. City Lord Zhao's face changed drastically. At the moment, he could stop Lin Ling. However, if he did, he would have to bear the blow from the woman's axe. The woman's axe was not to be underestimated as it had cut off his mask. "Bastard, Lin Ling, can you only rely on women?" He roared angrily and gave up on Lin Ling. He used all his strength to block Longyang's attack and said sarcastically, "When he was at his peak, he was stronger than me. However, I was able to break through your defense." "What about him?" To everyone's surprise, before Lin Ling could speak, Longyang spoke coldly. Then, the giant axe slashed at him indiscriminately. Ancient Bell. City Lord Xiao knew that the giant axe was not as powerful as it was at the beginning. If he did not defend himself, he would be seriously injured. Therefore, a black light flowed around his body and continued to emit. In the end, it turned into a huge black ancient bell outside his body, 9 scriptures of the Door Gods. This was a powerful ability he had obtained from the 7th level of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. It corresponded with his talent and complemented each other. According to legend, this ability came from the ancient era of the gods. Dong, Longyang's giant axe kept slashing on the ancient bell, causing a loud sound. The sound was so terrifying that it caused a large number of houses in Heaven Pass City to collapse. The weaker people were so intimidated that they vomited blood. At this moment, Lin Ling had already leaped past City Lord Xiao and the city gate was within his sight. Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, City Lord Xiao was about to explode with anger. He knew that with Lin Ling's departure, with his identity as the newcomer king, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. After all, Lin Ling had killed martial god Wen Tian, so his power was sealed. However, in the future, Lin Ling would not be as powerless as he was today. It would be as simple as a finger for him to crush Xiao Sifang. "He's leaving." Longyang also looked at Lin Ling with an imperceptible smile. She obviously did not want Lin Ling to die here. Then, she stared at City Lord Xiao and said indifferently, "Although I can't defeat you, my goal is not to defeat you." Her words were like adding oil to the fire, making City Lord Xiao even angrier. At the same time, Lin Ling finally rushed out of the city gate. In front of him was an endless void. It was mysterious and vast, like an endless sea, allowing Lin Ling to swim freely. "I'm finally out." A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. Then, he ran away without looking back. Seeing Lin Ling leave freely, Longyang did not say anything. She also knew that Lin Ling, who left this time, would definitely stir up a storm of blood when he returned. This is good. With this opponent, I, Longyang, can become stronger. Longyang mumbled to herself. Whoosh. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The pursuers had arrived. While they were surprised, a large number of experts arrived from the sky after the time for an entire 3 incense sticks to burn. All of these experts were at the martial god realm, and the 10+ people in the lead were even extremely young. All of them wore divine and awe-inspiring armor. The divine sacred knights have arrived. After those people landed, a young man said coldly, "Where is Lin Ling?" They looked around and of course, stared at Longyang in the sky and frowned slightly. Obviously, they all knew Longyang. Longyang was also looking at them. Her eyes were slightly surprised, but she also turned and left coldly. "He's already gone." At this time, City Master Xiao finally spoke. "What?" "We received the news and rushed over as soon as possible." "He escaped so quickly?" "Damn it." Hearing City Master Zhao's words, those people were obviously very angry. "How long has he been gone?" However, one person was extremely calm and asked City Master Xiao. "About 3 incense sticks worth of time." City Master Xiao immediately said. "His power has been sealed. He shouldn't have escaped far. Chase after him." Hearing this, the eyes of the divine sacred cavalry lit up. Then, they charged towards the city gate in a grandiose manner. "It's them." Seeing that group of people rushing out of the city gate, the Yuan heir's eyes narrowed because he knew that group of people. They were all experts from the 36 academies. They were ranked in the top 220 on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. They were extremely powerful, especially the young man in the lead. His name was Wen Nidian. His strength was monstrous and comparable to many city masters. He was a 10th grade divine sacred knight. If they catch up with Lin Ling, with Lin Ling's current strength, he is definitely not a match for this group of people. The Yuan heir was a little worried. In the sky, Longyang stood quietly in front of the dark gate. Her eyes looked into the distance. She naturally knew the consequences of Lin Ling encountering this group of experts, however, she had already done what she could. The rest was up to Lin Ling himself. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward, causing the void to explode. He was also charging forward crazily because he knew that this pursuit was not over. At least, before his seal was lifted, there would definitely be a lot of annoying flies. Sure enough, not long after Lin Ling started running, he immediately sensed the fluctuations behind him. Lin Ling, there are many martial god realm experts chasing after us. Their strength is not much weaker than the previous city lord. The giant ghost reminded Lin Ling. Moreover, they have locked onto you. Lin Ling immediately looked up, and the Eye of Chaos appeared. He could vaguely sense a pitch-black butterfly floating around him. It was faintly discernible and extremely mysterious. It was because of the butterfly's tracking that Lin Ling was exposed and locked onto the direction. If it was in the past, Lin Ling could have easily devoured the butterfly by releasing the evil ghost jellyfish. However, now that his Jia Yuan was sealed, the evil ghost jellyfish could not leave his body at all. At this moment, a large number of experts were shooting forward like shooting stars. Haha, found him. He is not far away. With our speed, we will be able to catch him in about an incense stick's time. Someone laughed excitedly, causing the others to laugh as well. They looked at the person who was shouting excitedly and said, Lu Fei, you have made a great contribution. They all knew that Lu Fei's methods were very strange. He could control the nether butterfly to monitor from a long distance. Ordinary people could not see through the black butterfly at all. Hee, the Empress has ordered us to capture Lin Ling. Everything else is up to us, including Lin Ling's divine embryo body. She only wants Lin Ling. During the Battle of Phoenix Emperor Mountain, Lin Ling displayed 2 divine embryo bodies. It was extremely powerful. If we can get the divine embryo body, we can rush into the top 100 on the divine stairway. We can follow the trial takers and create our own era. Currently, Lin Ling's strength is sealed. This is the best time to kill him. Everyone, let's speed up. The experts licked their lips excitedly. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, I am coming to kill you. The young man called Lu Fei looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He took the lead and rushed forward, boom. However, at this moment, there was a loud explosion. Then, Lu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became extremely pale. Everyone was stunned. That Lin Ling found my nether butterfly and destroyed it with a punch. Lu Fei said as he spat out blood. He gritted his teeth. What an agile guy. Let's speed up. Wen Nitian's eyes turned cold as he sped up. He was there during the battle at the Phoenix Emperor Mountain and he was shocked by Lin Ling's strength. He was jealous because Lin Ling was just a newcomer. How could he become so strong so quickly? They had been cultivating for hundreds and thousands of years but they were only at the same level. Now, he finally had the chance to kill Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength sealed and Luli Empress's appearance, even the Snow Academy and Snow City did not dare to help Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to be like a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat up. Although he did not know why the Snow Academy was silent about this matter, it was obviously not what they should be thinking. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling was still running. He looked at the golden white evil spirit behind him with doubt in his eyes. According to the norm, the old woman and the others should know the existence of the golden white evil spirit. They should have followed the golden white evil spirit to find him. Then, he searched the golden white evil spirit's body and finally found a letter. After opening it, Lin Ling could not help but be stunned. The letter recorded the 4-star mission of the Trial of God. It said that Lin Ling could return to the final world and find Lei Gong. Only then would he be able to completely become the heavenly voice of the gods. Damn it. Seeing the letter, Lin Ling could not help but curse. Unknowingly, Lei Gong had already arranged a mission for him. He wanted Lin Ling to escape without relying on Lei Gong's strength and return to the final world to find Lei Gong. This was also the first time a trial taker would meet Lei Gong. After all, not every trial taker could meet a god. At that time, Lin Ling would be considered a 4-star trial taker and completely become the heavenly voice of the gods. He never thought that his great escape would also become a trial mission. Was Lei Gong abnormal? And for the trial mission, the experts on Lei Gong's side could not help him. He had to rely on himself. No wonder the old woman and the others did not dare to show up. Wasn't this trying to kill him, Lin Ling? While he was speechless, a large number of experts behind him were getting closer and closer. Lin Ling, run. If you have the ability, run far away. Damn it, you crippled my hell butterfly. Later, I will extract your body. Those people chased while cursing. They were very excited. Although the leader, Wen Nidian, did not say anything, the corners of his mouth curved into a sneer. In his eyes, the blue-robed young man in the distance was a treasure. He was a divine fetus body, and an innate divine fetus body. Even if they went to the major forbidden areas, they might not be able to obtain a divine fetus body. An army of thousands had come to meet him. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Ling approaching them, the experts could not help but burst out laughing. Even though some of them could not obtain the godly fetus body, they had heard that Lin Ling had a lot of treasures on him. He could be considered a treasure trove. As long as they participated in the hunt, they would be rewarded handsomely. Whoosh. However, as they were laughing, Lin Ling suddenly came to a stop and charged toward them. Before the crowd could react, he had grabbed a first-layer martial god and punched the guy a dozen times. In the end, the expert was beaten to death. This time, everyone stopped in their tracks. Their faces were unusually cold. Lin Ling was about to die, but he still grabbed someone to be his scapegoat. He was obviously trying to intimidate them. Lin Ling tossed the corpse to the side and looked at the group of people coldly. Aren't you tired of chasing after me like a dead dog? Die. You're courting death. Hearing this, the experts were enraged. However, when Nidian, who was their leader, waved his hand to stop them from talking nonsense. He said calmly, "We're here on the orders of the gods to capture you. Lin Ling, you'd better surrender yourself. After all, I don't want to hurt our friendship." Friendship? Lin Ling did not even know them. They were here on orders to capture Lin Ling. Friendship? Friendship my ass. Lin Ling laughed and said word by word. He knew that this group of people were very strong, and he couldn't go against them at all right now. Moreover, even if he could, it wouldn't be long before even more experts would arrive. Therefore, it was going to be a tough battle. However, Lin Ling had decided that he would not give up until the last drop of blood was spilled. Very well. Since you don't care about our friendship, don't blame me. Remember, my name is Wen Nidian. Hearing this, Wen Nidian laughed sarcastically. Lin Ling did not appreciate his kindness. He shouted coldly, "Lu Fei, he injured you. Go and capture him. With your current strength, Lin Ling is no match for you." Haha, it's my honor. The young man named Lu Fei smiled and walked out slowly. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. Newcomers, King Lin Ling? Sorry, we're all experienced experts. You should call us seniors when you see us. Now, let us teach you a thing or two. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge amount of boundary energy was released from his body, causing him to be in high spirits. Why didn't I see you so arrogant during the Battle of Phoenix Emperor Mountain? Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. His words stunned Lu Fei. During the Battle of Phoenix Emperor Mountain, Lin Ling's strength was terrifying. He was probably ranked first on the heavenly stairway. At that time, they did not dare to challenge him. If Lin Ling had not used his full strength to kill Wentian martial god, they would not have had the chance today. You don't dare to speak? If that's the case, why don't you come and fight me in a month's time? I'll give you 3 moves. Seeing Lu Fei's ugly expression, Lin Ling laughed again. This time, Lu Fei still did not dare to speak. A month later, Lin Ling would be unsealed. At that time, he would not be a match for him. You don't dare to do this, you don't dare to do that. Is this what a senior is like? Lin Ling finally shouted. His voice was like thunder, shocking Wen Nidian and the others. Their faces twisted as if they were humiliated by Lin Ling. Although they were powerful now, it was obvious that they only dared to be arrogant when Lin Ling was weak. How dare he call himself a senior with such a temperament? Clearly, he was just a joke. You talk too much. Lu Fei was so humiliated that he could not speak, so he decided to attack. Seeing this, Lin Ling was also on guard. However, just as he was about to attack, a stream of light suddenly came from afar at a terrifying speed and appeared on Lu Fei's left side. Then, a huge cannon exploded violently and smashed into Lu Fei's left rib. Cannon fist. Rumble, the void exploded and shattered like glass. Then, a tall and sturdy man appeared in the void like a god. His legs were in a horse stance and he was in a punching posture. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was directly beaten up by others to the point that he vomited blood and was sent flying. This time, when Nidian and the others frowned and stared at the mysterious man. However, someone recognized him. "It's you, Cannon God. What's the meaning of this? This has nothing to do with you. Leave immediately. In the future, I'll pay you a visit and reward you handsomely." The person who recognized Cannon God knew that he was no weakling. Therefore, he did not want him to help Lin Ling and cause trouble. However, Cannon God snorted in disdain. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and knelt down on one knee. "Leader, I came too late." Bang, the sound of him kneeling was like thunder, causing Wen Nidian and the others to widen their eyes. "Leader, what the hell?" In fact, even Lin Ling was shocked. Although he knew who Cannon God was, he had said it himself in the ancient dragon wasteland. After leaving the ancient dragon wasteland, all alliances would be dissolved. "Cannon God, are you blind? You actually called him leader? Mother Vasterisk Kerr, do you really want to go against us?" In the distance, Lu Fei finally stopped flying. He pointed at Cannon God and cursed. He had been shot for no reason, so naturally, he was not in a good mood. "You're the one who's blind." However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Then, a divine eye appeared, causing space to distort. Next, a hand reached out from the distorted space and immediately grabbed Lu Fei, who had been taken seriously. The person who had grabbed his neck was a black-robed old man. The ninth god's eye. Seeing this, Lin Ling was shocked once again. His gaze swept across the entire space. Bang bang bang, silhouettes began to appear one after another. More and more of them appeared, occupying the void like locusts. These people were powerful. Most importantly, there was a flag among them, with the words God Slayer Alliance written on it. Lin Ling's heart exploded, and his lips curled into a smile. Weren't these guys disbanded? "Leader." Following which, all the experts shouted in unison. Looking into the distance, there were still many experts flying over. This was like an order, and thousands of soldiers and horses came to meet them. Countless experts appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands, surrounding Wen Nidian and the others. At this moment, Wen Nidian and the others' faces were as white as a sheet of paper. "Hee, Lin Ling, long time no see." However, the God Slayer Alliance wasn't the only one. On the other side, another large group of people had arrived. Upon closer inspection, every single one of them was a domineering existence. Moreover, there was also a flag fluttering in the wind. Heaven and Earth Alliance. Another overlord of the ancient dragon wasteland had arrived. The leader was a young man in white armor, carrying a long spear on his shoulder. Leading the experts of the Tiandi League, he walked over with a smile. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios, stop them. Lin Ling, you sure run fast. If it wasn't for your demon-like bodyguard, we wouldn't have been able to find you. Today, we are here to help you under the orders of the martial god. Young man. The young man in the lead smiled faintly. However, when he glanced at the experts beside Lin Ling, he smiled helplessly and said, "However, it's obvious that the martial god is worrying too much. Because some people came earlier than us." "Yes." Looking at the sky full of experts, Wen Nidian and the rest finally trembled. They knew that they wouldn't be able to catch Lin Ling today. In fact, how were they going to escape? That was a huge problem. Damn it, where did this Lin Ling get so many people from? They couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. The divine fetus was right in front of them. However, they couldn't touch it. "You said that I was running away. Now, it seems like you're preparing to run away." At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked coldly at Wen Nidian and the rest. When Wen Nidian and the rest heard this, they quickly suppressed the anger in their hearts. Instead, they took in a deep breath. Some of the more cowardly ones were so scared that they almost knelt down. This was because there were close to 100,000 experts surrounding them. There were even a large number of martial god realm experts. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? When Nidian finally couldn't hold it in any longer. However, as soon as he finished speaking, not to mention the people from the God Slayer Alliance, even the people beside him didn't believe him, seeing that no one spoke, when Nidian cursed under his breath. Then, he smiled. However, it was just a smile. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Actually, we can talk." However, no one spoke. Instead, the 100,000 experts looked at Wen Nidian coldly. An invisible and oppressive atmosphere surged. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The experts beside Wen Nidian trembled. At this moment, they couldn't wait for Wen Nidian to stop talking nonsense. The more he spoke, the angrier the experts around them became. "Look at my hand." At this moment, Lin Ling finally raised his arm. This action caused Wen Nidian and the rest to shiver inexplicably. They were even more afraid now. "Wait!" Someone shouted in surprise. "The moment I wave my hand, your life and death will depend on luck." Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and spoke indifferently. It was just a simple action, but it was enough to decide the fate of Wen Nidian and the others. This made them feel like they were dreaming, because they chased after Lin Ling all the way here and almost controlled his life. However, in the end, before they could enjoy the pleasure of controlling life and death, their lives had fallen into the hands of another. "Lin Ling, if you have the ability, then let's fight one-on-one. If I win, then let me leave." "What kind of hero are you if you rely on numbers?" When Nidian swallowed his saliva and said coldly. What kind of hero was he? Everyone laughed sarcastically. That being said, if when Nidian didn't borrow Lin Ling's power to be sealed, would he dare to capture Lin Ling? At that time, he didn't call himself a hero. Kill. Finally, Lin Ling waved his arm down as if he was waving the flag of an army. Fight. When Nidian and the others gritted their teeth. They knew that the situation was no longer up to them. Just as they were about to move, a giant cannon shot towards them. Rumble. Seeing this, a blue ruler appeared in Wen Nitian's hand. He looked at the giant cannon and swung it down. The two sides collided, and the terrifying power sent Wen Nidian flying. His dantian shook, but he still laughed. "Good, I will fight you for 300 rounds." As soon as he finished speaking, he aggressively held the blue ruler and wanted to fight with the person who had just arrived. However, that person smiled and didn't fight. On the other hand, the ninth god eye beside him stretched his neck and pounced. This was a tag team battle. When Nitian's eyes narrowed, and he was furious. "You are bullying me with numbers, and you want to take turns? I don't accept this." "We don't care if you accept it or not. However, since you don't like tag team battles, we can give you a chance." Hearing this, the ninth god eye smiled faintly. "Okay, as long as it's not tag team battles, I will accept any other tactics," Wen Nidian quickly said. He was obviously trying to provoke these experts so that they wouldn't dare to surround and kill him. However, he didn't expect them to agree so quickly. "We don't need tag team battles, we use numbers to fight." However, the ninth god eye's next sentence made Wen Nidian vomit blood, and so did everyone around him. That was because a tag team battle was still fine, as the opponents would take turns to attack. However, if it was a sea of people, it would be a nightmare. It would be like 100,000 people attacking together. "Run." When Nidian spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't care about anything else. He pulled the people behind him out to be his scapegoat, and then ran like crazy. Rumble. The people of the God Slayer Alliance attacked at the same time. Each spit was enough to drown Wen Nidian and the others. However, Wen Nidian was extremely cunning. He kept pulling the people around him to be his scapegoat. Finally, he used the chaos to escape. Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to that because if he, Lin Ling, was at his peak, then he could annihilate that ant with a single finger. "Thank you, everyone." Lin Ling looked at the people of the God Slayer Alliance with gratitude. Hee hee. All the leaders rubbed the back of their heads and chuckled. Lin Ling had always been the one to help them become stronger and become the overlords. Now, they finally had the chance to help their great leader. They felt that this was a great honor. "Great leader, you should leave quickly. There will be more people coming soon." We will stay here and help you block those pursuers. Among the leaders, Jinting said with a smile. Okay. Lin Ling also knew that although his God-Slayer alliance was strong, if the Heaven Glaze was attracted, the God-Slayer alliance would be no match for it. Therefore, Lin Ling had to leave immediately. I will repay today's kindness in the future. Lin Ling bade farewell and flew into the distance. Great leader, when you come back, you must call us. Seeing Lin Ling leave, many leaders shouted. They had guessed that their great leader needed time to remove the seal. Once the seal was removed, their great leader would be able to return to the final world. Not long after Lin Ling left, a large number of experts came from behind. They were the people of the new heavenly court. What are you doing here? Get out of the way. When the people of the new heavenly court saw the countless experts of the God-Slayer alliance, their faces turned ugly. This was because these people were blocking the path ahead. We are looking at the stars. On the side of the God-Slayer alliance, laughter rang out in unison. It was so orderly that it shook the entire universe. Looking at the stars? A mysterious interface. The most disgusting thing was that these members of the God-Slayer alliance only blocked their path and didn't attack. This was also to anger them to death. Make way. Some experts of the new heavenly court couldn't hold it in any longer. Look at the stars? Look at my ass. You won't even let us look at the stars. That's too overbearing. However, if you want us to make way for you, there's no way. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. The ninth God Eye's voice drifted out, brimming with tyranny. The members of the new heavenly court immediately fell silent. Fight, they couldn't win. Moreover, if the God-Slayer alliance managed to stall for time, by that time, Lin Ling would have already escaped to God knows where. However, if they didn't fight, they obviously couldn't chase after Lin Ling. You bunch of trash. Cowards. Come, brothers, let's drink and watch this group of cowards. Seeing that the new heavenly court's people didn't dare to attack and were only trembling in anger, the God Extermination Alliance's people sat down on the ground and started drinking. Their goal was to cover their leader's escape. They would delay for as long as they could. If the other party didn't dare to fight, they would be happy not to fight. As for the final world, Luli Empress stood on top of a mountain peak and looked at the sky as if she could see through the sun, moon, and stars. A jade talisman appeared in her hand, and a voice kept drifting out of it. It was talking about everything about Lin Ling. She never imagined that Lin Ling didn't plan on staying in the final world. His opposition was to leave the final world, and this clearly disrupted her plans, because she estimated that as long as Lin Ling still appeared in the final world, then his first purpose must be to return to Snowblowing City. Therefore, she heavily guarded the area around Snowblowing City. As long as Lin Ling dared to appear, she could capture Lin Ling before the experts of Snowblowing City found him, but who would have thought that Lin Ling did not go to Snow City at all? Instead, he went to Heaven Pass City and rushed out of the void under the obstruction of a large number of experts. A bunch of trash. Tian Liuli's complexion was incomparably gloomy. This was because she knew that once Lin Ling left the final world, he would be like a bird flying through the skies. Even if she knew where Lin Ling was, once she sent someone to capture him, Lin Ling would likely have escaped without a trace. It was like playing hide-and-seek. Their new heavenly court could only be led by the nose by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaping through the void. When he saw that there were no more pursuers behind him, Lin Ling finally relaxed. However, his eyes were cold. Right now, his strength was sealed. However, the moment the seal was undone, he would inevitably return to the final world, vowing to trigger a great disturbance. Although Luli Empress was very powerful and could borrow the life of a god, if Lin Ling met Lei Gong, why would he be afraid of Luli Empress? The strength of my physical body has also recovered by about 70 to 80%. Only the realm essence in my dantian is left. One day later, Lin Ling finally sensed that the powerful strength in his body had recovered, and he also appeared in the region of the Western world. He was running around randomly because he knew that the seal in his body could be sensed by Luli Empress. Therefore, he couldn't stay in one place for too long. However, Lin Ling also took it as a vacation in passing. After running along the Western world for an entire month, Lin Ling appeared in an extremely ancient void. His eyes also flickered. because according to his speed, he was already very far away from the 9 provinces in this 1 month's journey. However, he didn't expect that this western world seemed to have no end. Until now, Lin Ling still hadn't reached the end. Very clearly, this myriad worlds was much larger than he, Lin Ling, had imagined. What a familiar power. Then, Lin Ling's gaze suddenly landed on a world. Because from that world, he sensed a familiar power. This power was grand and powerful like the brilliant might of heaven. Moreover, standing in the void, he could faintly hear Sanskrit continuously floating out. The power of Buddha God. Lin Ling's heart trembled. It seemed that this myriad worlds wasn't as weak as he had imagined. That world was probably somewhat extraordinary. Thinking like this, Lin Ling leaped down towards that world. And just as he arrived at this world, Lin Ling sensed a rich power of Buddha God. However, after sensing it carefully, that power of Buddha God wasn't pure. It even carried an indescribable grand power. Lin Ling had an illusion that this power was very similar to his step of great wisdom. Bang! Lin Ling finally landed and smashed into a mountain, causing the mountain to shatter. Because he had once again put on the dragon god armor, he was also constantly stimulating the potential of the armor. Therefore, after he smashed down, the mountain couldn't bear his weight. Rumble, amidst the rubble, Lin Ling slowly walked out with a smile. Then, he walked along the tall and dense forest. After walking for 2 hours, Lin Ling appeared at the top of a huge ancient tree. He stood there quietly, his blue robe fluttering in the wind. Below the ancient tree, the golden-white evil spirit was like a loyal bodyguard, standing there quietly and motionlessly. Lin Ling looked into the distance. There was an endless sea of trees in front of him. When the wind blew, layers of trees rolled like waves. It was extremely spectacular. In the end, these waves formed by the wind passed over Lin Ling and disappeared into the distance, and in that wind, Lin Ling also sensed that the power of Buddha God was even stronger. Then, Lin Ling's gaze suddenly fell on the endless sea of trees. Finally, there were traces of people there. He saw a woodcutter carrying firewood, singing a mountain song, and walking along the mountain path in a carefree manner. Interesting. Interesting. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he felt a little strange in his heart. This was because he clearly sensed that the woodcutter was very weak, but there was a mysterious power of Buddha God on the woodcutter. The power of Buddha God seemed to be protecting him. At that moment, Lin Ling disappeared from the ancient tree and reappeared not far from the woodcutter. Then, he smiled and walked forward. Big brother, where is this place? The woodcutter was stunned by the voice. After seeing Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. This is the Dao Forest. Dao Forest? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and then he bowed to the woodcutter. Although the woodcutter looked very ordinary, Lin Ling felt that he was somewhat unfathomable. This is also the Tilted Moon 3-star realm. May I know what business you have here? The woodcutter smiled at Lin Ling, and his attitude towards Lin Ling was very polite. Lin Ling didn't expect the people of this realm to be so hospitable. He immediately smiled and said, I'm here to learn from a master. May I know if there are any experts in this realm? Haha, there are many people who come here to learn from masters. However, if you want to learn from a master, you can go east. There is the ancestor of Buddha Dao there, and he is very powerful. If you can become his disciple, then you will definitely achieve the great Dao. The woodcutter smiled and said, however, the ancestor of Buddha Dao rarely accepts disciples, so you don't have to be too hopeful. As the saying goes, if it's fated, then it will be. If it's not fated, then don't force it. Thank you, big brother. Buddha Dao City. What an interesting person. Lin Ling's heart sank as he watched the woodcutter leave. However, he soon discovered that the woodcutter had disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into the vast sea of trees. During the entire process, Lin Ling did not notice it at all. I didn't expect that just by randomly wandering around, I would end up in an ancient world. Lin Ling curiously followed the woodcutter's directions and headed east. Naturally, he did not come here to find a master. He was just curious about the Buddha God's power in this world. According to what he knew, the worlds in the 10,000 worlds could not be compared to the 9 continents. However, this world was clearly different. Therefore, it was very likely that this was a place where experts lived in seclusion. As he headed east, the number of people on the road increased. 2 hours later, with Lin Ling's speed, he finally arrived at a huge city. This city blocked the road ahead because behind the ancient city were towering mountains. White clouds fluttered in the air, making it impossible for people to know where to go. Lin Ling was also lost. Therefore, he decided to gather information in the ancient city. What surprised him was that this ancient city was called Buddha Dao City. Buddha Dao, Buddha Dao. It seemed to be Dao before Buddha. Martial Dao was also Dao. Buddhist Dao was also Dao. Dao and Buddha seemed to have the same root. After entering the city, Lin Ling felt a mysterious power enveloping the entire ancient city. The people in the city believed in Buddha Dao. Looking at the statue, the so-called Buddha god was dressed like an ancient Taoist. It had a kind face and two extremely long eyebrows. Moreover, after so many years, because of the belief, there was a mysterious power in the sky of Buddha Dao City. This power seemed to be floating like auspicious clouds. However, if it encountered a martial artist who could control this power, then this power could become a powerful attack. Unfortunately, the people of Buddha Dao City didn't notice this. Although there were people who practiced martial arts, their strength was very ordinary. As for the shops on the streets, there were also quite a number of martial arts and Taoist manuals for sale. Therefore, the martial arts atmosphere in the ancient city was rather ferocious. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about those ordinary Taoist books, so he didn't pay attention to them. After searching for a while, he didn't find any experts in the ancient city, so he found a restaurant to rest temporarily. The restaurant was called the Taoist Restaurant, and the business inside was very good. There's more to this world than meets the eye. The air is making me uncomfortable. After sitting down, the giant ghost said to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also noticed that the golden white evil ghost also looked uncomfortable. It seemed that the Buddhist chi had affected them greatly. Bear with it. After all, I'm just passing by. Lin Ling immediately laughed. Because of Tian Liuli, he would not stay in any place for too long. At present, Lin Ling's physical strength had been completely restored, and with the help of the dragon god armor, it was also slowly increasing. However, the seal of Jia Yuan was still very strong. Relying on the devouring of the evil ghost jellyfish, this speed was still too slow. Sir, what would you like to order? Soon, the waiter walked over with a smile and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. He could naturally see that Lin Ling's attire didn't seem to be a local. Good wine and good dishes, bring them all up. Lin Ling immediately laughed and asked, do you accept gold here? His treasures were all sealed, so he could only find some gold. Of course, for the people in this city, gold seemed to be the most suitable for trading. Yes, yes, yes. The waiter's pupils constricted. How could they not accept gold? Because most people who came to eat usually gave silver. However, he was also a little suspicious of Lin Ling, so he smiled and said, I wonder how much gold do you have? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a large amount of gold immediately scattered on the table. These gold were all found by him along the way in the mines in the mountains. After sprinkling it, the waiter's body trembled and he almost wet himself. Then, his mouth smiled like a crescent moon, almost reaching his ears. He said respectfully, Sir, what wine and dishes do you want? I'll bring them all. The best wine, the best meat. Lin Ling also smiled and casually tipped the waiter with a few pieces of gold. To martial artists like them, gold was actually nothing more than dung. However, to the waiter and the others, this was a huge sum of money. He almost knelt down and called him ancestor. Then, he immediately ran out and took the lead to heat up the wine for Lin Ling. Then, he came up with the wine pot. Lin Ling took the wine pot and poured himself a cup. He drank it gently. The taste was not bad. Although it was not very strong, it had a fragrance. This is Dao fragrance wine, brewed from Dao fruits. When the waiter saw Lin Ling's appearance, he suddenly laughed. Lin Ling tipped another piece of gold, making the surrounding guests green with envy. Then, Lin Ling asked, Are there any Taoist temples nearby? He saw that the people in the city believed in Tao, Buddha, and God, so he guessed that there should be some Taoist temples. Yes, yes, yes. However, sir, you must have come from afar and want to pay your respects to Tao, Buddha, and God. I heard that Tao, Buddha, and God are in the clouds of Mount Zhongnan. Only those who are fated with Tao and Buddha can see them. The waiter said with a face full of admiration. However, over the years, many people have wanted to see the Tao, Buddha, and God and learn the great skills. However, because of fate, most of them ended up with no results. Instead, many people died in the deep mountains and forests. Oh. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, I wonder where Mount Zhongnan is. Due south. Yes. The waiter pointed at the window and Lin Ling noted it down. Then, Lin Ling drove the waiter away and drank alone. Although the myriad worlds are weak, there are many ancient legends about gods. If that Tao God really exists, then he must have existed since the era of gods. Yes. The giant ghost whispered from the side. Because it was hidden in Lin Ling's clothes, no one noticed it. Yes, although the current era is the era of the 4 great gods, how can there only be 4 in the vast universe? Yes. Lin Ling nodded. As far as he knew, there were 2 gods. One was treasure god Nanwufengyu, and the other was god Emperor Zhonggang. Moreover, there was another person in his heart, the blue-robed youth who recommended him to Qing province. Lin Ling guessed that this youth was also a god. Moreover, Venerable Si Kaming was following this youth, and he didn't know how he was doing right now. The universe was vast and boundless, and it was broad and profound. Many things were not as simple as they appeared to be. Other things aside, the birthplace of God, Xianxia, that Lin Ling guessed, was probably hiding endless secrets. Buying a guard, seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. The young master and his 4 guards sat down casually. His gaze swept across the room and suddenly fell on Lin Ling's side. Then, he actually walked over to them. Lin Ling was confused, he didn't understand why the young master was walking over. Hey, is this your guard? The young master stopped and narrowed his eyes. Eh? Lin Ling was even more confused. At the same time, he looked at the golden white evil spirit behind him and nodded, yes, do you have any objections? No, your guard has caught my eye. I want to buy it, name a price. Who would have thought that the young master was here to buy a guard? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he encountered such a strange situation. He asked, why are you interested in my guard? One must know that the golden white evil spirit was wearing a cloak that concealed its aura. Although it was tall, it was impossible to determine its strength. Unless the young master's eyes were very sharp, he could see the golden white evil spirit's strength. Because it's tall. In the end, the young master nodded directly, so, it was really because of its height. Lin Ling was speechless and said, I'm sorry, I can't afford this guard no matter how much money I have. The golden white evil spirit was a martial god realm evil spirit. Naturally, it wasn't something these mortals could buy. However, the young master misunderstood Lin Ling's meaning and suddenly said proudly, 100,000 gold taels. The moment these words fell, the entire restaurant was shocked. 100,000 gold taels to buy a guard, you could buy a small town with that amount of money. Hearing this, Lin Ling still shook his head. 100,000 gold taels? If he had the heart to go mining, he could get 1 million gold taels in an incense stick's time. Seeing this, the young master raised the price again, 300,000 gold taels. This was a sky-high price. The entire restaurant was in an uproar. If they had that guard, they would have offered it up with both hands long ago. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. This time, the young master was dumbfounded. Not even selling for 300,000 gold taels? He glared at Lin Ling and saw that Lin Ling was smiling without saying anything. In the end, he also knew that the guard couldn't afford it. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a crafty and harsh voice suddenly sounded. Young Master Lin, I have to say that you are really rich. If you want guards, I can sell them to you. Why would you want to sell some embroidered pillows that look tall and mighty but are actually useless? In the restaurant, a young man who seemed to have an extraordinary identity laughed. An embroidered pillow? Everyone immediately knew that the person he was talking about was naturally the tall bodyguard behind Lin Ling. Your guards don't look very tall. The radish-headed young master immediately looked over and his gaze landed on the 2 guards behind the young man. However, compared to Lin Ling's guards, the 2 guards were indeed not tall and fierce. Haha, guards are used to protect themselves. Being tall and big is useless. You have to know how to fight and resist. It's not that I look down on the tall bodyguard, but that kind of trash can be dealt with by my guard with one punch. The young man said contemptuously. His words also made Lin Ling look at him. However, Lin Ling sensed a strong Buddha's power from him, and that Buddha's power came from the jade pendant hanging around the young man's neck. Sir, where did you buy that jade pendant? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he asked immediately. Your dog eyes are not bad. My jade pendant has been blessed by the Buddha. Naturally, it is not an ordinary item. However, do I have to answer your question? I usually don't talk to characters like cats and dogs. The young man drank and immediately said disdainfully. Lin Ling shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with such a small character. He was only curious about the origin of the jade pendant. However, I will give you a chance. However, at this moment, the young man took the initiative to talk to Lin Ling again. What chance? Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. When the young man heard that, he immediately revealed an unfathomable smile. I will give you a chance to act tough. If your guard can withstand one punch from my guard, I will tell you where the jade pendant came from. It was obvious that he wanted to sell his guard to the radish-head young master. He wanted to use Lin Ling's guard to prove himself. However, this was normal. Of course, he wanted to sell his guard for 300,000 taels of gold. Hearing that, Lin Ling said with a smile, Are you sure you want to fight with my guard? Haha. The young man also laughed and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Then, he looked at the radish-head young master and said, I will show you what a real guard is. Longhu, show them. As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards behind him immediately walked out. They were 1.8 meters tall and had solid muscles. Then, their bodies shook, crash, their clothes were torn apart, revealing their rock-like muscles. The crowd gasped in fear. How ferocious! The young man was obviously enjoying the crowd's surprise. He said calmly, My dragon guard and tiger guard are all capable of fighting against 100 enemies. They once killed Nanshan Hu alone. Wow! Without a doubt, another uproar broke out. Before the crowd could finish speaking, a saber appeared in the young man's hand and slashed at one of the guards. Clang, the saber was broken, but the guard was fine. That's too impressive. He is impenetrable. The astonished voices in the restaurant grew louder. The young man nodded proudly. Do you see that? This is a real guard. Look at that embroidered pillow. Haha, it's not that I'm looking down on him, but he really knows nothing about the word guard. Kid, do you know how powerful I am now? After saying that, he glanced at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He finally signaled the platinum demon behind him with his eyes. The platinum demon slowly stepped forward and walked toward the two bulky guards. So what if you are bulky? I think after my punch, these guards will be so scared that they will kneel and beg for mercy. Seeing the platinum demon walking toward them, the two guards had a look of disdain. At that moment, the platinum demon moved. It did not seem to do much, but it gently lifted its cloak. Instantly, the face of an evil spirit appeared. Moreover, it was only visible to the two guards. The moment they saw it, the arrogant guard turned pale with fright. Oh my God! Spare me, it looks like it wants to eat me. They roared in unison and fell to the ground in fright. One of them even wet his pants, while the other scrambled to hide behind the young man. His body was trembling. The crowd was dumbfounded. Aren't guards supposed to protect their masters? Why are they hiding behind their masters? Furthermore, why are the guards who can kill a tiger so scared that they wet themselves? As for the young man, he was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to roar, the platinum demon walked toward him and lifted its cloak again. Ah? The young man was furious, but when he saw the platinum demon's appearance, his mouth opened wide and his pupils bulged. Following that, urine kept dripping from between his legs. That scared me. An ancient great god, silence. The restaurant instantly fell into a deathly silence. Although they didn't know what had happened, everyone could tell that the tall guard was very powerful. He didn't need to use force. Just by looking at him, he seemed to have scared the three people to the point of peeing their pants. Now, can you tell me where your jade pendant came from? At this moment, Lin Ling also smiled as he looked at the young man. Brother, ancestor, brother, hero, no, father. The young man hid under the table and said in a sobbing voice, "Can you take this monster away first?" Seeing this, Lin Ling gave the golden white evil spirit a look, and the golden white evil spirit slowly walked back. I'll tell you. I bought it from the Bodhi cave. My father knew a Tao child there, so he bought it from him." Only then did the young man shout anxiously, as if he was afraid that he would be eaten by the golden white evil spirit if he was too slow. "Where is the Bodhi cave?" Lin Ling asked again. "Mount Zhongnan." The young man replied. It was Zhongnan Mountain again. It seemed that he had to make a trip to this place. Without any intention of staying, Lin Ling left with the golden white demon. But the moment he walked out of the restaurant, he suddenly stopped and asked with a smile, "I wonder whose guard is an embroidered pillow?" His words caused the restaurant to fall silent. The young man opened his mouth. In truth, there was no need for him to answer. Everyone knew whose guard was the real embroidered pillow. "Wait for me." As for the radish-headed young master, he came to his senses and rushed out of the restaurant to find Lin Ling. However, when he rushed out, he didn't see anyone. Lin Ling had already disappeared. This made him feel extremely regretful. He knew that he had missed out on an expert with remarkable abilities. At this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in the sky. He looked in a certain direction and then flew over. He was getting more and more curious about Mount Zhongnan. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to reach the sky above the endless mountains outside the city. However, just as he was flying in the direction of Zhongnan Mountain, a powerful force suddenly surged and submerged Lin Ling's body. It made his body feel as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and he could no longer fly. Bang! Lin Ling finally smashed into the ground, and his expression changed greatly. His current physical strength had reached the power of 40,000 worlds. Destroying this world was a simple matter. However, that power was able to suppress him. Furthermore, he could clearly see that the power was the clouds in the sky. There are indeed experts in this world. Bodhi cave, Tao, Buddha, and God. Lin Ling said in shock. After that, he stopped flying and walked towards the direction of Mount Zhongnan. However, even though he was walking, that kind of power was still not weak. It made Lin Ling feel like he could not move an inch. Moreover, Lin Ling could clearly smell the scent of sandalwood around his body. He could also hear the chanting of Buddhist scriptures. In the direction of his gaze, the mountain in front of him shone with a treasure light. The treasure light soared into the sky, forming waves of strange Tao seals. Testing me? Lin Ling instantly understood the enemy's intention. He clenched his teeth and continued to advance along the ancient mountain. The mountain was vast, as if there was no end. As Lin Ling continued to advance, the mysterious pressure became stronger and stronger. If it was anyone else, they would have long given up. However, Lin Ling had practiced martial arts since he was young. His perseverance and tenacity were extraordinary. Once he decided on something, he would not turn back until he hit the mountain. Right now, he wanted to see what secrets this Mount Zhongnan was hiding. Unknowingly, spring passed and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. The ancient mountain was first green and lush. Then, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Following that, the flowers and plants withered and turned yellow. Finally, snow sealed the mountain. However, in the mountain, two lonely figures, one in front and one behind, continued to advance towards Mount Zhongnan. After an unknown period of time, a huge statue finally appeared in front of them. This statue was hidden in the endless mountain. Only the upper part could be seen. However, it was magnificent and huge. It was even more majestic than the ancient mountain. Lin Ling also raised his eyes. His eyes lit up. He had finally arrived. That ancient stone statue was the image of a Buddha. It was exactly the same as the one enshrined in the city. The statue sat there quietly, as if it was looking at the entire universe. Its body was simple and modeled. However, Lin Ling felt an extremely familiar power from it. Those who enter my door, kowtow for 3,000 years. A voice that was as majestic as the heavens suddenly sounded in Lin Ling's heart. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. It was obvious that he had gained the recognition of the Taoist, Buddha, and God by walking all the way to Mount Zhongnan. Moreover, the other party had taken him, Lin Ling, as a disciple, because, those who enter my door, kowtow for 3,000 years. Master, I wonder which door this is and why you want to take me as a disciple. Lin Ling frowned and suddenly asked. Because from the beginning, he had only come out of curiosity. However, he did not expect that the more he dug, the more he felt that this place was mysterious. Now, the other party suddenly wanted to take him as a disciple. He clearly could not react in time. This is the Bodhi door, 3 stars realm. The huge Taoist Buddha god finally opened his eyes, and an ancient majestic aura emanated from him. I am Patriarch Bodhi. Patriarch Bodhi, Lin Ling's pupils trembled fiercely. It was actually an ancient deity. Naturally, he had heard of this name before. Patriarch Bodhi was an ancient mythical figure in Xianxia. Not only was he the master of the great sage, heaven's equal, but he was also an extremely mysterious existence in the entire world of gods. According to legends, Patriarch Bodhi was a great deity who had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Moreover, he did not have many disciples. However, each of them was an extremely powerful existence in the mythical era. Lin Ling could not help but feel confused. Firstly, he did not expect that there would really be an ancient deity in the universe. Secondly, he did not expect to meet an ancient deity by randomly wandering around and be accepted as a disciple by the other party. All of this was too sudden. It felt unreal. You cultivate the Bodhi Dao proving divine technique. This is the fate between you and me. In fact, you did not accidentally barge in here. It was the Bodhi Dao proving divine technique that brought you here. In today's world, there are 49 people who cultivate this divine technique. Only 18 people have found this place. The great Tao of the universe has karma. For you to be here, that is karma. Perhaps all of this is related to the will of the world. The old voice floated over again. It was as if an ancient deity was looking at a child. That child was Lin Ling. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He digested the information he had learned. Finally, he faced the distant mountain and kowtowed. Disciple greets master. Bodhi Dao proving divine technique was purchased from the shop of gods. Very few people knew about this. However, Patriarch Bodhi was very clear about it. Based on this point alone, Lin Ling believed him. Furthermore, Patriarch Bodhi was a Buddha deity. This meant that he was proficient in both Tao and Buddhism. You are quite astute. After so many years, among the disciples I have taken in, only that monkey is comparable to you. However, you are not my disciple yet. Kowtowing in front of Buddha for 3,000 years, looking back on the mortal world and not becoming an immortal. Junior understands. Lin Ling lifted his head and stared at the ancient great god. From the stone sculpture, he could feel a sacred aura. This aura was even stronger than the aura of Emperor God Zhonggang and the others in the past. Patriarch Bodhi, his mind was filled with thoughts. At present, he was sure that he did not accidentally break into this place, but was brought here by the Bodhi Dao confirming divine art. It could even be said that Patriarch Bodhi had personally brought him here. Then, Lin Ling smiled bitterly in his heart. This was the master of the great sage, heaven's equal. He did not expect to meet such a character in this life. It had to be known that in ancient myths, this ancient great god was comparable to the legendary Buddha. Moreover, Patriarch Bodhi and Buddha were fellow disciples of the same sect. In ancient times, he was also known as Taoist Xianxia, but no matter what, it was rare to meet such an ancient great god. Lin Ling naturally would not miss this opportunity. Lin Ling also had a feeling that this ancient great god suddenly meeting him was related to the will of the world. Kowtow in front of Buddha for 3,000 years. As Lin Ling was pondering, Patriarch Bodhi's voice floated over again. Then, the huge statue in the distance finally dimmed and returned to being an ordinary statue. Lin Ling was surprised at first, but he instantly understood. If he wanted to become Patriarch Bodhi's disciple, he needed to kowtow in front of Buddha for 3,000 years. In this life, Lin Ling did not bow to the heavens or the earth. But to this ancient great god, Patriarch Bodhi, he felt that it was worth bowing to. After all, this ancient great god came from China. In his heart, he was also someone from Lin Ling's hometown. Immediately, Lin Ling knelt down. To a martial artist, 3,000 years was not a long time, but to Lin Ling, it was all the time he had to practice martial arts. So when he knelt down, all kinds of memories suddenly rose around Lin Ling ancient face sect, Heaven Mystics Kingdom, 7 Profound Martial House, 6. Great Holy Lands, the 3 Mysteries of the Human World, gradually to Qing Province, Spirit Province, Yen Province, and the final world. Life was like a mayfly dream. Looking back at everything, it was as if everything was just floating clouds. Only by severing one's mortal roots could one achieve the great Tao. Lin Ling's heart suddenly trembled. Only now did he know that the so-called 3,000 years of kowtowing before Buddha was not to test Lin Ling's sincerity, but to make Lin Ling forget everything that had happened in the past 3,000 years. By severing all of his memories, he would be able to step onto the Great Tao and take Patriarch Subhuti as his master. The so-called Great Tao was nothing. Possessing a person's memories was not considered nothingness. How could it be called the Great Tao? The so-called Great Tao was absolute emptiness. Severing everything from mortals and clearing everything from mortals was the true Great Tao. The true Great Tao could also be seen as a gust of wind, a leaf, a mountain, or even a speck of dust. Lin Ling's heart was constantly shaken, and his pupils were also constantly changing. If he could become a disciple of an ancient great god, his future would be limitless. He, Lin Ling, would be able to surpass the era of gods and become a god from the ancient era. However, to make him forget the past 3,000 years, Yu, Xianyuan Ge Lin Yi, Grandpa, Qin Xiaolan, Lu Susu, and the others who were waiting for Lin Ling's return in Qingzhou, as well as the years of battle in the past. He had to forget Tian Liuli. Bang! Lin Ling suddenly stood up. His back was straight, and his gaze was like lightning. He raised his head to look at the ancient stone statue, and there was a look of rejection in his eyes. He obviously couldn't do it. "Senior, I'm sorry," Lin Ling said in a low voice. Then, he bowed slightly, looked at the endless mountain, and turned to continue forward. After kowtowing before Buddha for 3,000 years, he would not be a deity when he looked back on the mortal world. If he, Lin Ling, had to give up everything for the past 3,000 years for the sake of the ancient great Tao, Lin Ling would rather stay in the mortal world. This was also Lin Ling's own Tao. Sigh. In the sky, a long sigh came and gradually disappeared. However, in the lonely mountain, Lin Ling went back the way he came. Wearing a large cloak, he was like a lonely and determined martial artist in the vast world, searching for the limits of the martial Tao. Every disciple of mine is different. Wukong entered Buddhism through Tao. This is his great Tao. He entered Tao through martial arts. This is also his great Tao. The ancient voice drifted through the sky like the wind. Unfortunately, the man in the distance didn't hear it. He was leaving the ancient myth step by step. Spring went and autumn came, flowers bloomed and wilted. At the foot of the ancient mountain, the man gradually seemed to disappear from the world. In the ancient mountain, countless ancient trees towered into the clouds, green and lush. The sound of Sanskrit drifted across the sky like a gust of wind, causing the dense leaves to ripple like waves in the sea. The endless Sanskrit quietly entered Lin Ling's body, cleansing everything. The seal in his body bloomed with a red light, sacred and supreme. Then, the light turned yellow. Looking carefully, 2 Bodhi lights, one red and one yellow, appeared in the man's dantian, constantly expelling the seal. At this moment, in the void above the Western world, a large number of figures appeared there. The person in the lead was valiant and formidable, wearing a white dress. Her every movement carried an irresistible might of heaven and earth. Her eyes carefully looked at the nearby interfaces, but her brows furrowed, and she was Luli Empress. Disappeared. However, what made her unhappy was that Lin Ling's aura had disappeared. He had disappeared in the nearby interfaces. She was shocked. Could it be that Lin Ling had broken the seal? However, even if he had broken the seal, she should still be able to sense Lin Ling's aura. Unless someone was helping Lin Ling. Destroy all of these realms. Then, Luli Empress coldly shouted. Behind him, a terrifying aura spread out, bringing with it destruction. It was as if it was going to destroy all the nearby realms. However, at this moment, an invisible big hand appeared in front of Luli Empress's eyes and kept expanding, slowly grabbing towards her. Luli Empress's pupils constricted. Her gaze turned, but she discovered that she did not sense that big hand grabbing towards her and was still rushing towards the various interfaces. However, she saw it, and discovered that she was imprisoned and could not move at all. Her mind instantly shook, remembering what her master had said to her before. Because of the appearance of the world's will, many ancient great gods had already awakened. Forget it, go back. Go. She suddenly let out a low shout. Empress! Go! The people who were originally rushing forward all frowned at this moment. Because, they wanted to destroy the nearby interfaces and search for Lin Ling, but the Empress suddenly said to go back. Yes. Go. Then, they did not dare to disobey that order and immediately flew back towards the Empress. At the same time, Luli Empress discovered that the mysterious big hand suddenly disappeared. That big hand appeared as if it was invisible, but it also disappeared without a trace. With her strength, she actually did not sense it at all. Cold sweat quietly flowed out of her forehead. The power had returned. Go back. Then, Luli Empress said indifferently. She took a deep look at the ancient void and left with her people. In the ancient mountains, Lin Ling led the golden white evil spirit and the others forward. After an unknown period of time, an ancient city finally appeared in front of him. It was the Buddha Dao city. Looking at the bustling city, Lin Ling immediately felt as if he had returned to the human world. He couldn't help but look back at the endless mountains and shake his head helplessly. I'm back. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Although he had missed out on the ancient grand god, Lin Ling felt even better for some reason. It was as though a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Gods are also divided into ranks. That one could be said to be an ancient great god. The giant ghost suddenly said with a solemn expression. He had always been vicious, but at this moment, he revealed a rare solemn expression. I know, and I know even more about his background. Hearing this, Lin Ling chuckled, causing the giant ghost's expression to change. It looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, because even it didn't know the specific origin of that ancient great god, but Lin Ling knew his origin. It had been by Lin Ling's side for quite some time and had witnessed Lin Ling's various miracles with its own eyes. This made it very curious. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the reincarnation of some god? Otherwise, how could he know the origin of that ancient god? Seeing the giant ghost's shocked expression, Lin Ling shrugged, not bothering to explain. The reason why he knew about it was naturally not because he was the reincarnation of some ancient god, but because he had read too many mythological novels and television dramas when he was young. However, this also made him certain that Huaxia was the birthplace of God. Let's go back. After that, Lin Ling's mood became very good. However, after taking a few steps, Lin Ling was shocked to discover that the seal in his body had been undone. Terrifying world essence surged within his 6 stanchions, allowing him to go from a mortal to a deity in a single step. The seal is broken. Lin Ling could not help but become excited. The powerful force in his body made Lin Ling feel like he was in control of the entire world. The 2 divine embryos, the various ultimate desolate physiques, and the surging realm essence made him feel that he could easily defeat a middle-stage martial god. He even estimated that he had already charged into the top 100 of the divine ranking. I didn't expect that I would encounter such an opportunity by accident. If I didn't come here, I'm afraid that it would take a few more years for my seal to be lifted. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the sky. It was as though he was looking at the endless void. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Tian Liuli wanted to catch him, but she clearly failed, and after Jia Yuan recovered, unless Tian Liuli personally came, it would not be difficult for Lin Ling to escape unscathed even if he could not defeat the other experts. Tian Liuli should be a trial taker and her level is not low. She is highly valued by the deities. Lin Ling said in a low voice. Tian Liuli had been cultivating for too long, and she was the most powerful of the 3 from the Tian family. The difficulty of killing her had doubled, however, Lin Ling did not mind. That was because others needed 10,000 years to reach the martial god realm from an ordinary warrior. However, Lin Ling only needed 3,000 years. If Lin Ling was given 10,000 years, Lin Ling would have long surpassed Tian Liuli. Lin Ling had the chaos divine skill, so his potential was definitely several times stronger than Tian Liuli. Qingzhou and Snow City have Lei Gong's protection. I'm not in a hurry to return. Why don't I increase my strength here? Then, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and slowly began to comprehend. Beside him, the giant ghost also revealed a rare smile. It was happy for Lin Ling because it knew that Lin Ling had experienced many hardships during this period of time to recover his full strength. If it was anyone else, they would have given up long ago and been captured alive by Tian Liuli, and this was the price of destroying a deity. destroying one of the 9 province's 10 great martial gods would definitely require some sort of price. After all, with Lin Ling's current strength, it was not enough to fight against the 9 province's 10 great martial gods. However, Lin Ling had done it, he had even escaped unscathed. This kid might be able to bring me back to the last level of the 8 gods' celestial palace. The giant ghost was looking forward to Lin Ling even more. It faintly felt that the current era was slowly recovering. Looking at the trend, it was actually half as glorious as the era of the deities. And in the recovering era, experts would be born in the ancient void like carps crossing the river. Some people ventured into forbidden lands and obtained great opportunities. Their strength was on a completely different level. Some people rushed into God's legacy grounds and obtained the inheritance of a deity, reaching the heavens in a single step. The era was quietly rising, and the era of its peak was slowly appearing. However, the more prosperous the era, the more likely it was that a star would appear. The giant ghost could not help but look at Lin Ling, who was cultivating. Its eyes were twinkling because this was definitely a new deity that had appeared. This made it feel like it had returned to a long, long time ago. Its remnant memories seemed to be telling it that it had experienced such exciting times back then. 6 stanchions. 2 divine embryos, for ultimate desolate bodies. Tyrannical singing sword, true heritage dark sword. Great solar calamity vanquishing bow, divine steps. My Bodhi testimony divine technique has improved? At this moment, Lin Ling was constantly sensing the changes in his body. Following that, he could not help but be stunned. The Bodhi testimony divine technique had reached the 2nd level. This was the yellow Bodhi's 1,000-armed Guanyin, Guanyin's 1,000 hands shaking the universe, in addition to the 1st level's red Bodhi text, Heavenly Sovereign Shu, 6 paths of myriad movement controlling wind and cloud. This meant that Lin Ling could release 2 strands of the power of God. In addition to the true heritage dark sword's power of God, Lin Ling possessed 3 strands of the power of God. This was a pleasant surprise. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that this sudden change was due to Patriarch Bodhi. Although I can't become his disciple, that senior is still my benefactor. Lin Ling was moved. This was because he knew how difficult it was to produce a strand of the power of God. Otherwise, martial god Qilin would not have held on to the true heritage dark sword. His goal was to obtain that strand of the power of God. Currently, my realm has stabilized. However, the boundary essence of a martial god is truly terrifying. It's more than 10 times stronger than a martial progenitor. Back when I was a martial progenitor, I was able to defeat a martial god because of my endless dantian. Now, to produce a 7th dantian, I'll need even more resources. Lin Ling checked the treasures and found that there weren't many treasures left. In the battle of deity vanquishing, Lin Ling had used all his trump cards to kill martial god Wen Tian. Of course, the price was that he had used all his treasures. Activate the god's legacy treasure. Although I've used up all my treasures, I still have the Bodhi testimony divine art. This divine art is constantly increasing my soul force. Now that my soul force has reached 25,000 steps, the Dragon God battle armor is also increasing my Dragon God talent and physical strength. The next time I unlock the Dragon God battle armor, I'll be able to feel the effects. The only thing I lack the most right now is the cultivation resources required for Jiayuan. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Next, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the divine inheritance treasure. He had reached the martial god realm. This time, he should be able to open the treasure. Immediately, he condensed all the realm essence in his body and drew runes out of thin air. There were a total of 10 types of talismans, and what Lin Ling was currently using was merely the 1st type. Are you going to open it? Next to him, the giant ghost was also filled with anticipation. This was because he knew that this treasure was prepared to become a god. It could be said that with this inheritance, one would definitely become a god in the future. Bang bang bang, a dull sound came from the void, and then it was opened by Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to stare blankly for a moment before he suddenly understood. This divine inheritance was accompanied by the advancement of one's cultivation level. From there, it would unlock a treasure trove until one completely became a deity. When the first treasure trove was opened, 3 items appeared. One was an exquisite box with a crystal shard and a palm-sized butterfly. Only 3 treasures. Beside him, the giant ghost was immediately disappointed. Don't be disappointed, because there are 10 treasures in total. The treasures in the beginning are naturally the weakest. After all, when the deities in the past had just become martial god, they didn't have many treasures. However, Lin Ling did not care and took out the 3 treasures from the void. First, he opened the exquisite box and immediately found 10 thumb-sized sparkling stones lying inside. They looked extremely mysterious. This is? Lin Ling was immediately puzzled. Lin Ling, you've picked up a treasure because this is a godstone. The giant ghost beside him was very knowledgeable and immediately said excitedly. Divine stone. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He had naturally heard of this treasure before. It was said that it was left behind from the era of gods. During the Great War of the Gods in the past, it was left behind by the gods. Refining it could increase one's own divine power, and 10 pieces, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that a single godly stone was priceless, let alone 10, although the god stone could not be used for cultivation, it would not be difficult to exchange it for cultivation resources. In other words, Lin Ling had enough resources to achieve the second layer martial god realm. Unfortunately, the divine treasure's assessment was based on the amount of chi a martial god needed. However, Lin Ling had 6 stanchions. It was clearly not enough for him to break through to the next level. Perhaps the god who left behind the inheritance treasure didn't expect that the person who obtained his treasure would have 6 stanchions. This divine stone can be used to refine and increase my divine power, Lin Ling said with a smile. The attack, defense, and speed brought by divine power were not much weaker than innate talents. However, innate talents were innate, while divine power was cultivated. Those who possessed divine power could use it to fight against those with divine fetus. Divine embryos can also be divided into high, mid, and low, corresponding to high gods, mid gods, and low gods. The divine embryos of low gods can never compare to the divine embryos of mid gods. Thus, when many low gods upgrade their divine embryos, they also cultivate divine energy, using divine energy to make up for the difference between high gods and low gods. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling nodded and suddenly asked, "Can you tell what level my lightning element divine fetus is?" In the era of gods, there were too many gods with lightning element divine fetus. I can't tell what your lightning element divine fetus is at the moment. However, I estimate that its potential is not weak. It might be a 10th grade divine fetus among lower gods. Since you've just been born, it should only be a 1st grade divine fetus. As for the human sovereign's flame, this is a middle god's divine fetus. It's still at the lower god level, so it's still a 1st grade divine fetus. However, you can continue to refine it and increase its power, the giant ghost said slowly. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly blazed. It seemed that his 2 divine fetus talents were not weak. Next, Lin Ling picked up the second treasure. It was a crystal fragment the size of his palm. Haha, Lin Ling, this divine inheritance treasure is really thoughtful. First, it gives you the cultivation resources you need to break through, then it gives you the comprehension you need to cultivate. This fragment is called God's fragment. It contains the essence of a god's comprehension of martial arts. Those who refine it can greatly improve their martial arts foundation, the giant ghost said. Lin Ling couldn't help but be delighted. Although he had lived 2 lives and had a lot of experience in cultivation, he had obviously surpassed Li Xiaoyao in his previous life. The path of martial arts that awaited him was a path that even Li Xiaoyao had not walked before. He had to explore and create his own path, therefore, this god's fragment was very important to Lin Ling. I have the cultivation resources and the comprehension of martial arts. What's next? Looking at the last butterfly-like treasure, Lin Ling licked his lips and looked at it from head to toe. This butterfly was purple in color. Lying on Lin Ling's palm, it seemed to be breathing and emitted a mysterious melody. What a pity. Although this divine inheritance treasure has given you a lot, it's only for cultivating ordinary gods. These treasures are far from enough for you, Lin Ling. Because if you become a god, Lin Ling, you won't be an ordinary god. At this time, the giant ghost suddenly said. If the gods of the same realm were divided into 9 grades, then Lin Ling would definitely be a 9th grade existence. For example, when Lin Ling was still a martial ancestor, he was able to kill martial gods because he was a 9th grade existence. Since Lin Ling had stepped into the martial god realm, he was naturally the strongest among those at the same cultivation level. He had relied on his ninth-tier confidence. After all, Lin Ling had too many trump cards and resources, especially his 6 stanchions. This allowed Lin Ling to have enough boundary essence to execute some powerful techniques. However, everything had its pros and cons. The cultivation resources needed by a 9th-grade existence were 10 times or even 100 times more than others. As for the first treasure of the gods' heritage treasure, the treasures left for Lin Ling were only what ordinary gods needed for their cultivation. Hopefully, the second treasure would have more treasures. Be content with what you have. If other martial gods possessed these treasures, they would probably need 100 years or even 1,000 years to gather them. However, I've obtained them in a short period of time. I've already saved a lot of cultivation time. Lin Ling said with a smile as he looked at the purple butterfly in his hand. You're quite open-minded. Perhaps because of this open-mindedness, your cultivation path will be smoother than others. Self-created ability, Lord Flame, Rumble. Meanwhile, after Lin Ling lightly poured his boundary essence into the violet butterfly, the butterfly instantly grew larger, and a wisp of a taboo aura effused out and enveloped the entire world. At this moment, countless people felt their hearts being suppressed. An innate divine weapon, and a 7th-grade one at that. This is the Purple River 6 Butterfly Divine Chariot. Lin Ling looked up and couldn't help but gasp, a 7th-grade divine artifact. In the past, when he was in the Shop of Gods, the highest grade he bought was only 5th grade. Moreover, this purple butterfly was clearly left behind by the gods for Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to refine it at all and could use it directly. He was even clear about the power of this divine chariot. A godly chariot that is able to kill a martial god in the late martial god realm. Even though it's damaged and can only be used 3 times, the fact that it's able to kill everything is shocking enough. That's because the divine chariot can even kill an advanced stage martial god with the divine fetus body. A large number of voices appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He was even more shocked by the purple butterfly. Off to the side, the giant ghost's face was also filled with shock. Heavens! Even a divine fetus can be killed? How can a mere 7th-grade innate divine weapon possess such power? Because this divine chariot is damaged and can only be used a limited number of times, it is classified as a 7th-grade divine chariot. Most importantly, it has the light of destruction, which is specialized in destroying divine fetuses. Lin Ling said word by word. Following the voice in his mind, he became more familiar with the purple butterfly. The giant ghost's face twitched, and it began to carefully size him up. The gigantic butterfly floating in the sky flapped its wings slightly. It had a total of 6 wings, and every time it flapped, sparkling light sprinkled down like snow. It was extremely beautiful. How did this look like a powerful divine artifact? It was more like a work of art. If I can find the cloud silk flower, then the Purple River 6 Butterfly Divine War Chariot will be able to unleash a total of 5 attacks. That's because the cloud silk flower is precisely what it needs to repair itself. Lin Ling said after digesting all the sounds. I understand now. The first treasure of the God's Legacy treasure gives cultivation resources, cultivation insights, and life-saving trump cards. That purple butterfly must be the life-saving trump card. The giant ghost suddenly thought of something and couldn't help exclaiming, the God who left the Legacy God's Legacy Divine War Chariot. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's God had only bought 4 treasures. If he had bought all 4 treasures, Lin would have been unimpeded in the martial god realm. He would have become a god in a short time. Lin Ling smiled as though he had thought of the giant ghost's thoughts. This is enough for now. After all, there are many martial gods in the final world. However, not everyone can break through to the next realm easily. With these advantages, I'm obviously faster than them. However. Then, Lin Ling's eyes turned serious. I'm afraid I'm not the only one with such luck. I remember that there are 3 other gods' heirloom treasures. No one can guarantee that the Black Deity will give the remaining 3 gods' heirloom treasures to a rising star. Furthermore, no one can guarantee that the other gods don't have gods' heirloom treasures. That's true. The giant ghost nodded. But I can be sure that those who have the same luck as you, Lin Ling, are not much different from you in terms of talent. Longyang is one of them. I have a feeling that when we meet again, her strength has greatly increased. Lin Ling smiled in agreement. What a troublesome female enemy. If I become weak, she will definitely kill me at any time. Sometimes, I really want to kill that bomb. You won't kill her. The giant ghost shook his head when he heard Lin Ling's words. But it's better to have her. This way, Lin Ling can continue to be motivated and become stronger. After all, you don't want to be surpassed by your former opponent. That's right. I won't be surpassed by her. She is becoming stronger now, but I, Lin Ling, am also becoming stronger now. The god's fragment appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he looked at the sky. Of course, Tian Liuli is my main enemy to surpass. She probably doesn't know that I, Lin Ling, am not only not dead, but have also quietly become stronger. I will soon reach the mountain peak where she is. With that, Lin Ling immediately began to refine the god's fragment, and the god's legacy treasure he had obtained was of the fire element. Therefore, the god's fragment was more for improving Lin Ling's fire element talent. Rumble. After the god's fragment was refined, Lin Ling's body immediately burned. Figures formed by flames continuously practiced in Lin Ling's mind. And on the surface of Lin Ling's body, golden flames quietly appeared and enveloped his body. They constantly swallowed and spat, making him extremely dazzling. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's fire element god's enlightenment increased crazily. When the enlightenment completely merged with the human monarch's flame, Lin Ling's heart finally exploded. Although he had many talents, he had never carefully comprehended them and lacked refinement. He had always relied on his level to suppress his opponents, but now, his fire element talent had finally been refined. The mystique he comprehended this time was called by Lin Ling, human monarch's flame. This was the power of God's flame of the human monarch's flame, and also the current first level. This mystique was clearly created by Lin Ling himself, with Lin Ling's enlightenment of fire from a young age, the enlightenment of fire left behind by God, and the God stones, he finally created it. Because this mystique refined 7 God stones, it unexpectedly gave birth to 2 powers of God. Furthermore, they were also fire element powers of God, and this human monarch's flames method was like sprinkling down the world's first wisp of flame, shooting into the opponent's body in the form of a meteor. Then, it burned the opponent's dantian, controlling the opponent. Of course, Lin Ling was the master who created this mystique, so he was very clear that this method was only effective against martial artists whose talent was weaker than his. Moreover, although this flame could not be extinguished, if the person hit by the flame reacted quickly, they could also abandon a large portion of their dantian's power at the same time the flame burned their dantian, avoiding the fate of being controlled by the human monarch's flame. Of course, the consequence was that their cultivation realm regressed, and this mystique was undoubtedly very tyrannical, allowing Lin Ling to control martial god realm powerhouses. Like a human monarch, one had to know that although there were many martial god realm powerhouses in the final world, there were only a few who possessed divine fetuses. And those without divine fetuses would be unable to withstand a single blow from Lin Ling. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a wisp of God's majesty pervaded the air. Now, he called himself God. In the 9 provinces, who would not submit to him, his fingers lightly clenched into a fist, and he suddenly flicked his finger. Then, a wisp of terrifying golden flame shot out, shooting forward at the speed of 5,000 worlds, and enveloping an ancient tree, and the tree was immediately set ablaze, but it was extremely gorgeous, like a fiery tree with golden flowers. But soon, all the flames retracted into the tree's body. 10 years later. Go! Lin Ling growled at the same time. Both of his hands shot out countless golden flames, landing on the ancient trees in the mountains. Those ancient trees were immediately set ablaze. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. The entire endless mountains had turned into a golden ocean. This spectacle was naturally seen by the people in Buddha Dao City. They all knelt down, thinking that it was a miracle, but soon, the golden ocean disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The endless sea of trees was still tumbling in the wind, but no one knew that at the center of those trees, there was a wisp of golden flame burning. It had been assimilated by Lin Ling. What an interesting method! Lin Ling finally stood up and nodded in satisfaction after experimenting for a while. Even the trees have been assimilated. If it landed on a cultivator's body, I'm afraid no one would be able to resist. This method is much more powerful than those unorthodox methods of controlling people's hearts. Moreover, your human king's flame contains 2 strands of divine power. It's really extraordinary. The giant ghost beside him also clicked his tongue. The divine power I've comprehended is not limited to this. Because not only can I control my opponent, I can also make them stronger. For example, the platinum evil spirit. Lin Ling smiled and suddenly looked at the platinum evil spirit not far away. Then, a wisp of golden flame was shot out by him. When it landed on the platinum evil spirit, the evil spirit immediately swayed slightly. On the surface, it looked the same as before, but in reality, its strength had increased again, because its attack was now mixed with the human king's flame. Noticing the platinum evil spirit's improvement, the giant ghost was shocked again. This was allowing the divine fetus body to descend on another person's body. How could the other person's strength not increase when they had the divine fetus body? Of course, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling could make others stronger, but he could also withdraw this power at any time. This was because he was the true king of flames. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's strength had increased again after this cultivation. How long have I been cultivating this time? Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost and smiled. 10 years. The giant ghost's words caused Lin Ling to jump in shock. Without even realizing it, he had already been practicing cultivation for 10 years. This was the longest time he had ever spent in seclusion ever since he started practicing martial arts. Why do I feel like it's only been a few days? It seems like after reaching the martial god realm, time passes even faster. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He stood up and looked towards the distant sky. 10 years was neither too long nor too short for powerful cultivators. He wondered how the current 9 prefectures had changed. Let's go to the final world and meet Lei Gong. Then, Lin Ling stood up, looked at the endless mountains in the distance, and bowed slightly to them. He didn't know if that ancient god was still around, but he, Lin Ling, would remember this favor in his heart. Walking along the main road, Lin Ling was about to leave this world when his eyes suddenly lit up and landed in Buddha Dao City. He then shook his head and said, I didn't expect that guy to still be here after 10 years. The giant ghost stopped drifting and suddenly looked towards a certain direction outside the city. There were 2 groups of people fighting for water. It turned out that in the past 10 years, the area around Buddha Dao City had suffered from a severe drought. Other than the ancient mountains of Mount Zhongnan, there was a shortage of water everywhere. However, the ancient mountains of Mount Zhongnan were the land of Buddha Dao, so no one dared to dig for water there. Now that rain had finally come and irrigated the land, the water was still not enough, so the 2 forces were fighting for water. Damn it, Lai Ba, you're too overbearing. The water clearly belongs to us, but you're blocking it and letting it flow to your side. Do you want to die? The group that appeared on the ground looked extremely valiant. On the other hand, there were fewer people. The middle-aged man in the lead was very short and had a radish head. No matter how one looked at it, they were not as ferocious as the other side. Coupled with the fact that the middle-aged man in the lead was short, people looked down on them even more. Dad. Beside the middle-aged man, a child with a big head pulled the middle-aged man's clothes worriedly. It seemed that this was his son, just like a radish head. It's okay, Dad is here. The middle-aged man's eyes had a sense of vicissitudes. Clearly, he had experienced a lot over the years. He was no longer the young master who knew nothing. Ever since his father handed over Lijia village to him, he had shouldered a lot. Under the torment of reality, the spirit and fearlessness of the youth of the past had gradually been restrained. Let your guards fight, we'll decide the winner in one battle. The water will belong to whoever wins. At this time, a burly man on the opposite side sneered. The people of Lu Town are too despicable. This is clearly our territory, but they want to steal water from us. The people of Lijia village said angrily. They looked at the land in the distance, where there were large and small ditches. The water flowed through the ditches to irrigate the land, but if the water was intercepted, then their paddy fields would dry up. Master Lu, I'm counting on you. The middle-aged man also knew the crux of the matter, so he didn't talk nonsense and said to the old man behind him, this Master Lu was left to him by his father, and was also his guard. All these years, he had been by his side, watching the Lijia village gradually decline from prosperity to decline. Good. Master Lu walked out, his steps were steady. Clearly, his inner strength was not bad. On the other side, there was a mocking laugh. I've long heard that Master Lai's guard, Master Lu, has been loyal all his life and has done many things for Master Lai. But today, your Master Lu is also old, go. The opponent sent out a 2-meter-tall burly man, who sneered and walked out. Seeing this, the people of Lijia village narrowed their eyes. So tall, Master Lu was already so old, how could they fight? The middle-aged man also narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered something from 10 years ago. At that time, he was young and frivolous. At that time, he had met a tall guard in Buddha Dao City. He wanted to buy him, but in the end, nothing happened. But at that time, he knew that he had met an immortal, but later, he told this matter to his father. In the end, his father scolded him, and the entire Lijia village laughed at him. Immortals might exist, but they only appeared in legends. Until now, who had ever seen an immortal? Bang bang bang, sure enough, the fist was afraid of the young and strong. Master Lu was already old and couldn't block the opponent's attack. He was defeated in a few moves and was seriously injured. The opponent suddenly laughed sarcastically. The faces of the people of Lijia village darkened. This time, if there was no water in the paddy fields, their Lijia village wouldn't be able to survive. Master Lu. At this moment, the middle-aged man rushed over and helped the old man up. Old immortal. None of your business. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly as he looked at the group of arrogant people. Young Master Lai, these are your guards? Haha, what a disappointment. You, young Master Lai, can't practice martial arts for the rest of your life, relying on the protection of your bodyguards. In the end, your bodyguards are all trash. The so-called bodyguards are all fake. Only your own strength is fundamental. Lu Xun's leader laughed heartily. Nonsense. If you dared to say that to that young master 10 years ago in Buddha Dao City, his guards would definitely beat you up like a dog. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and said word by word. What do you mean by 10 years ago? Were you still dreaming of becoming an immortal? Let me tell you, my Lu townspeople are the strongest. No guards in this world can defeat them, not to mention your Lai village. Now, cut off the water for me and let the Lai village eat shit. Lu Xun's leader said in disdain. Really? Then I'll lend him a guard, and he'll definitely beat you up until you eat shit. However, at this moment, a handsome young man with a bodyguard slowly walked over from afar. The paddy field suddenly fell silent, everyone frowned. Who were these two? They actually dared to speak so arrogantly. On the other hand, the middle-aged man frowned when he saw them. He kept having the feeling that they were very familiar. Suddenly, his pupils trembled and his entire body started to tremble. It's him, the young man from 10 years ago, because what happened 10 years ago was like a miracle to him. He knew that the young man was an immortal, so he still couldn't forget the young man. It was just that no one believed him. Everyone treated him as an idiot, but now, the facts proved that he was not wrong. Everyone had wronged him, especially his father. 10 years. The middle-aged man stood up and looked excitedly at the blue-robed young man. Beside him, Master Lu's entire body trembled because he was also in Buddha Dao City at that time, so he'd seen the mysterious blue-robed young man as well. However, 10 years had passed, yet that youth did not change at all. He did not age at all. The two of them became excited. They ran over and knelt down in front of the blue-robed young man. Lai Ba greets old immortal. Lu San greets old immortal. Plop, they kept kowtowing, and tears of excitement flowed out of their eyes. Waha, old immortal? These two idiots. I've long heard that the head of the Lai village is abnormal. He often says that he has seen the old immortal. Now that I've seen him today, he really lives up to his reputation. In this world, where do immortals come from? There are all kinds of swindlers. No wonder Lijia village fell into Lai Ba's hands and declined day by day. I think Lijia village doesn't matter anymore. Come to Lu town. Lu townspeople were stunned for a moment before laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. That was because the blue-robed youth looked even younger than Lai Ba, yet Lai Ba actually called him old immortal? If he wasn't stupid, then what was? This. The people from Lai village were stunned as well. Then, they sighed and shook their heads, their faces filled with disappointment. Obviously, they had always been dissatisfied with Lai Ba. However, Lai Ba's father was the former manor lord, so they had to give him face. However, Lai Ba was indeed useless. He used 10 years to turn a flourishing manor into a declining one. If it wasn't for the old manor, they would have abandoned the manor long ago, and now, seeing Lai Ba kneeling and kowtowing to an old immortal made them feel incomparably humiliated. You're already so old. Do you still think you're the same as before? There should be a limit to lying. An old man from Xianxia village said in disappointment. I'm not lying. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly roared. His eyes were red and filled with stubbornness. Father! His son could not help but shout. However, from his son's expression, even he did not believe Lai Ba. This made Lai Ba bite his lips tightly and did not say a word. Get up. At this moment, the youth in front of them smiled and spoke. He helped Lai Ba and his son up, then looked at Lu townspeople. Kid, what are you looking at? You can lie to that idiot Lai Ba, but you can't lie to us. This has nothing to do with you. Scram or don't blame us for teaching you a lesson. The man leading Lu Town suddenly shouted coldly. However, the blue-robed youth ignored them. He looked at Lai Ba and said, we met 10 years ago, and now we meet again 10 years later. This means that you and I are fated. Let me help you this time. Thank you, old immortal. Hearing this, Lai Ba and his man became excited. However, this also caused more mocking laughter from all around. Even now, you still think of him as an old immortal? When will your immortal dream end? Why don't you call me father, how about that? Someone from Lu Town said contemptuously. I'll send a guard for Lai Ba. All of you, come at me together. If you win, this gold will belong to you. However, at this moment, the blue-robed youth said calmly. With a wave of his right hand, a large amount of gold sprinkled down. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Lu townspeople narrowed their eyes. The leader even sneered, are you serious? Yes, and if we lose, Xianxia village will belong to you. The blue-robed youth said again. Hey, who do you think you are to speak for Xianxia village? Village Master Lai, is this what you mean? Bull****. Naturally, Xianxia village's people would not agree. Old immortal's words are law. However, Lai Ba seemed to be blinded by lard and agreed immediately. This angered Xianxia village's people and made them even more disappointed. A gentleman keeps his word. Since village master Lai has agreed, then let's begin. As for Lu townspeople, they naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost 100 of them immediately rushed out and pounced on Lai Ba. The blue-robed youth nodded at the bodyguard behind him and the bodyguard slowly walked out. It's over. With so many people attacking one person, even a tiger would be beaten to death. Sigh, Lai Ba has been stupid his whole life. Even on his deathbed, he's still so stupid. I don't have eyes to see anymore. I'm afraid that bodyguard's bones have been torn apart. Xianxia village's people were ashen and sighed repeatedly, rumble. However, at this moment, there was a loud rumble. Almost 100 people rushed over, but the bodyguard's feet stomped heavily on the ground. The ground instantly cracked and everyone was sent flying. Silence. At the edge of the paddy field, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's mouth was wide open. One must know that Lu townspeople were all burly men. Each of them weighed at least 200 jin. They could even kill an elephant. However, the bodyguard sent them flying with a single kick. What the hell, what kind of bodyguard is this? He's so powerful. Did you see that? He's the bodyguard I met 10 years ago. Now, do you still dare to say that I'm lying? In the silence, the middle-aged man with a radish head looked at the crowd and said solemnly, his words silenced everyone, could it be that he's really old immortal? Senior. Lu Town's leader reacted and quickly knelt down. To be able to send their experts flying with a single kick, the other party is definitely not weak. You said that I'm an idiot. Now, who's the idiot? Lai Ba also looked at the leader as if he was venting all the grievances he had suffered all these years. Daluo Heaven Realm. It's been 10 years, and I've never lied to anyone. Although I don't have any ability, I've done my best for the Lai family village. I know you all look down on me and still treat me as the trash young master from back then. But let me tell you, I'm no longer the young master who doesn't know anything. Father gave the Lai family village to me, and I want it to prosper. Seeing that no one spoke, Lai Ba said word by word. His voice made the surroundings even quieter. The people of the Lai family village looked at Lai Ba with a different gaze. Indeed, young Master Lai doesn't have any ability, but he did put in a lot of effort for the Lai family village. Father, I didn't lie to you. Then, Lai Ba looked at the sky and said while gritting his teeth, before his father died, he still thought that he couldn't do anything big and still thought that he was dreaming. But now, he proved that all of this wasn't his dream, because the immortal he saw 10 years ago was real. He persevered for 10 years and was mocked for 10 years. But now, all of his perseverance had the corresponding result. I'll leave this guard for you. Just when he was excited, the blue-robed youth beside him suddenly smiled. With a wave of his right hand, a 2-meter-tall guard appeared. It looked like a puppet. You and I are connected by fate, so I'll help you a bit more. I'll leave this bottle of pills for you. It will allow you to be reborn. But remember, power is used to protect your home, not to bully others. If I find out in the future that you use your power to bully others, then I'll take back whatever I gave you. The blue-robed youth said again, then turned and left. Your area lacks rain, so I'll make it rain. The youth gradually disappeared into the distance, but everyone saw that he waved his hand lightly. Rumble. Suddenly, in the sky, thunder rumbled and dark clouds rolled. Then, a drop of rain began to fall, gradually increasing until it was a downpour. Your area lacks rain, so I'll make it rain. Everyone was bathed in the rain, and this sentence lingered in their minds. I'll make it rain, so it will rain. How domineering. Old immortal. Bang. Plop. At this moment, everyone believed Tyrant's words. There really were immortals in this world, but they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. They thought the well they saw was the entire sky. Old immortal. Lai Ba and Master Lu also knelt down and kowtowed. More tears flowed out of their eyes. Without a doubt, from today onwards, their Lai family manor would have another stone sculpture. That stone sculpture was impressively the appearance of the blue-robed youth, and it was also the totem and symbol of their Lai family manor. It was worshipped by countless descendants of the Lai family manor, and it had been passed down for thousands of years. Many years later, Lai Jia village became the largest country in this realm. Of course, this wasn't something that the blue-robed young man would know. He just happened to meet the young Master Radish from 10 years ago, and decided to help him along the way. At this moment, after the young man rushed out of the void, his gaze landed in the distance. Then, he turned into a beam of light and shot forward. It's been 10 years. I wonder what the final world is like. The blue-robed youth's speed was very fast. He flew past the western world, and after a day, he finally arrived at the intersection of the 10,000 worlds. However, the youth also saw that the 10,000 worlds today seemed to be a bit different. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. In the distant void, many figures flew across the void like meteors. It was extremely dazzling. If one looked carefully, they were not meteors, but powerful warriors. Rumble. In the distance, there were meteorites that were shot from the void. However, those warriors were not afraid at all. With a punch, the meteorites that were comparable to islands exploded. Their strength was undoubtedly extremely fierce. On the other side, a dragon-like black centipede was swimming in the void. Its speed was extremely fast. As it twisted its body and swam, it kept spitting out poisonous substances. The poisonous substances were constantly scattered and landed on some of the weaker realms. It was enough to put those realms in a terrible situation. Why are there so many martial gods all of a sudden? The blue-robed youth suddenly stopped and frowned as he looked ahead. This was because this was the 10,000 worlds. Generally speaking, there should not be so many experts. Sir, do you know where the Daluo Heaven Realm is? While the blue-robed youth was in a daze, 5 figures flew over from not far away. They looked at the youth and asked coldly. I don't know. The blue-robed youth frowned and replied coldly. Damn it, do you know or not? If you delay our time, I'll make you suffer. Among the 5 people, a man in black robes cursed angrily. They had hurried all the way here from the final world to find Daoist Duobao. However, it was said that Daoist Duobao had returned from the Road of Rulers and appeared in the Daluo Heaven Realm. Zong Ma, don't complicate matters. However, an old man beside the man immediately said coldly. Judging from his strength, he was a 4th-level martial god. His strength was not weak. Consider yourself lucky. Hearing that, the man did not want to be meddlesome. He wanted to leave with the others, however, as soon as they took a step forward, they suddenly felt a mysterious force enveloping their bodies. It had sealed all their strength. What happened? What? Why is my talent sealed? What? My realm origin has weakened a lot. What? The expressions of those people changed drastically. Then, their eyes flickered. They knew they had encountered an expert. Immediately, they said respectfully to the surroundings, "Senior, what can I do for you?" Yes. Their hearts rumbled. The strength of the person who had sealed their strength unknowingly must be more than 100 times greater than theirs. What happened in the Daluo Heaven realm? Why are there so many experts here? Yes. At this moment, a voice finally rang out behind them. When they turned around, their eyes trembled fiercely. The person who had walked over was the blue-robed young man from before. Was it this guy who had sealed their strength? They had thought this guy was very weak. How could they know that they had been sealed by Lin Ling's God steps? Currently, the power of God steps had increased along with the increase of Lin Ling's soul power. So, it was not difficult to seal these people. After all, these people's talents were only at the 8th grade. This? Yes. Don't say it. Yes. However, although the 5 people seemed to be in awe of the blue-robed young man, they were obviously more cautious when it came to the Daluo Heaven realm. Seeing this, the young man shook his head. With a flick of his finger, several strands of golden flame shot out and landed on the 5 people. The 5 people's strength had been sealed, so they could not resist at all. What kind of flame is this? It's actually drilling into my dantian. Quickly destroy it, but damn it, our realm origin has been sealed. How can we destroy it? We're done for. I'll blow, I'll blow, I'll blow, I'll blow, I must blow out this flame. Daoist duo bow. After the golden flames rushed into their dantian, they were originally the size of fireflies, but they instantly ignited and burned their dantian, turning it into a golden color. The bodies of the 5 people instantly trembled. When they raised their heads to look at the blue-robed youth again, a wisp of worship appeared in their eyes. Greetings, human king. They knelt down at the same time. That worship came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if the blue-robed youth was their king, their totem, and also their belief. Their entire lives belonged to the human king, including their birth and death. What's the matter with the Daluo Heaven realm? It must be something extraordinary to be able to attract so many martial god realm experts. The blue-robed youth smiled as he spoke indifferently. One of the 5 said respectfully, "Human king, Daoist duo bao has appeared." Daoist duo bao? The blue-robed youth frowned slightly. Daoist master of many treasures is an extraordinary person. No one knows where he came from and no one knows who he belongs to. However, he is a merchant who specializes in selling treasures, so he is also called Daoist master of many treasures. This time, I heard that he escaped from the Road of Rulers and found many treasures. Because he was forced by various experts, he sold all the treasures on him in the Daluo Heaven realm. We came for those treasures. It's said that Daoist duo Bao went to the battlefield of the gods era and plundered many treasures of the gods. Moreover, it's said that this fellow has also traded with the gods. The 5 people spoke one after another. The blue-robed youth's eyes lit up. There's actually such a miraculous person in the 9 prefectures? Then he asked, what's his strength? He's just an old man in the martial ancestor realm. I heard that he's very weak and was once beaten up like a dog. Hearing the human king's question, the youngest man immediately said with a beaming smile, his face filled with disdain. Hearing that, the blue-robed youth shook his head and declined to comment. Moreover, he planned to go to the Daluo Heaven realm to take a look. After all, he needed many treasures to break through and he planned to open his 7th dantian. I'll give you 3 incense sticks worth of time to find the Daluo Heaven realm. Then the blue-robed youth waved his hand and issued an order. Yes, human king. Those people didn't dare to disobey. In fact, they were incomparably happy. It was as if being able to help the human king was their glory. This was the might of a human king. Not only did it rely on domineering methods to control the other party, it also assimilated the other party's dantian, forming a belief. Lin Ling, this Taoist master of many treasures, isn't simple. Moreover, I seem to have some impression of this name. Meanwhile, one of the ghosts by the blue-robed young man's side spoke with bewilderment. They were none other than Lin Ling and the giant ghost. Have you heard of it? If you have an impression of him, then this Taoist master of many treasures isn't simple. I'm afraid he's a character from the era of gods. In these people's mouths, this guy called Taoist master of many treasures seems to be very weak, but in my opinion, that strange guy isn't that weak. Lin Ling said with a smile. The giant ghost nodded in agreement. That's right. Even though he possesses a great treasure, he was still able to survive for so many years. There's no way he could do that without some trump cards. Let's go take a look. Perhaps there are treasures that we need. Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry to return. After all, this Taoist master of many treasures was a humanoid store that could only be encountered by chance. Hide your aura to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Soon after, Lin Ling used the aura concealment technique taught by the giant ghost and changed his entire aura. At this moment, he was wearing a black robe. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his facial features were grave and stern. Most importantly, countless tentacles had appeared behind him, hanging down like wings. Dense underworld aura was also emanating from him from time to time, making him seem like a ghost king. Of course, the underworld aura aside, golden flames would appear on his shoulders from time to time. The combination of the flames and the Yin aura gave off an even more unique feeling. The chaotic aura, in addition to your other powers being hidden, means that unless you encounter a mirror like the one in Heaven Pass City, ordinary people won't be able to see your origin. The giant ghost nodded and quietly transformed into a fist-sized skeleton. Looking behind Lin Ling, the platinum evil spirit also transformed into a 2-meter-tall skeleton. However, this skeleton was golden and had a faint layer of flames on its surface. Those were the flames of the human king. Human king, we found him. At this time, the 5 people had finally returned and caught a tongue. The tongue looked quite young and seemed to be a disciple of the 36th college. However, his cultivation was very ordinary, only at the late stage of the martial ancestor realm. Greetings, seniors. I know where the Daluo Heaven realm is. I'll lead the way immediately. Please spare my life. After the young man arrived, his gaze swept around and fell on Lin Ling. He hurriedly knelt down in the air and said, apparently, he had been kidnapped by the 5 people. However, after arriving, he found that the person behind the scenes was even more terrifying. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had ghost wings behind his back. However, there was also a flame aura around him. He gave off the feeling that he was a ghost emperor from the underworld. I am the underworld human emperor. Who is in the Daluo Heaven realm right now? Seeing the other party's tactful appearance, Lin Ling smiled and said coldly. Many experts have gone there. Many experts from the 36th college have also gone there. However, I heard that many of the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven have also gone there. This is because spiritual master Duo Bao is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. The young man immediately said respectfully. Okay, lead the way immediately. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Then, under the guidance of the person, they flew toward the southern border. Originally, Lin Ling also wanted to assimilate the young man. However, because the other party's strength was too low, Lin Ling was too lazy to do it in the end. As he followed the group, Lin Ling also found that there were more experts heading toward the Daluo Heaven realm. There were many experts from various colleges and many unknown old monsters. Why are there suddenly so many experts? Lin Ling was a little surprised. Underworld Human Emperor, these experts have always been there. However, they rarely appear in the southern border. Most of them are wandering in forbidden areas or the land of divine treasures. That's why you rarely see them. Someone immediately said respectfully. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Then, he looked at the young man from the college and asked, what experts do you have in your college? Senior, our academy only has 3 people who are ranked in the top 200 on the celestial stairway. Among the 3 of them, only one of them is ranked in the top 100 on the celestial stairway. I heard that this time, the top 100 experts have also come, said the young man respectfully. Looking at his respectful appearance, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. If the young man knew that the underworld human emperor, whom he respected, was actually just a student of the college, what would he think at that time? Your college is so weak. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. They had arrived at the Daluo Heaven Realm. Our academy's ranking is not very high. It is said that experts from the top 4 academies have also come. They are the Sky Sword Academy, Miaoshan Academy, Wuwei Academy, and E-Garden. The young man said immediately. Interesting. I have heard that the 36 academies have countless experts and are outstanding. Today, I have the chance to see them. Lin Ling's interest was piqued. No matter how powerful the experts are, how can they be compared to senior? When the young man heard this, he immediately flattered him. In his heart, the man called Mingren Emperor was so cold that he did not dare to look him in the eye. Therefore, he guessed that this expert was probably a very old monster. While they were talking, an ancient world finally appeared in front of them. It was the Daluo Heaven Realm. Speaking of which, the Daluo Heaven Realm had an inexplicable relationship with Jiuzhou. It was said that it was a place where an emperor of the Yan state retired after he retired. Therefore, the Daluo Heaven Realm was very prosperous. The overall strength of the martial artists was not weak, second only to the Qing state. Of course, compared to the experts from the final world, these martial artists were very weak. Therefore, in the face of these experts from all over the world, the local martial artists chose to hide and did not dare to participate in this muddy water. Eh? Zhao Tianjiao? Why are you here? Aren't you with the experts from your academy? Who are they? When entering the Daluo Heaven Realm, many experts from the academies, dressed in neat robes, flew over from afar. Naturally, they saw the young man in front of Lin Ling, and some of them knew him. Of course, when they looked around, their eyes quietly fell on Lin Ling and the others. They immediately knew that these people were old monsters who had cultivated for many years and had returned from some forbidden area. Shut up. Don't you know who this lord is? Hearing the ridicule in the other party's tone, the young man called Zhao Tianjiao in front of Lin Ling also snorted coldly, then respectfully pointed to Lin Ling behind him and said, "This is Brother D, a true expert. Haven't you heard of him? My brother D in Void is a man of few words." Hearing this, the expressions of the experts from the various academies changed. They weren't weak, so they naturally sensed the mysterious aura on Lin Ling's body. He could be called a ghost emperor. Senior, I've offended you before. At that moment, everyone cupped their hands and bowed. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after bowing, they didn't dare to stay any longer and took the lead to leave with their tails between their legs. Humph. The young man named Zhao Tianjiao smiled proudly. Lead the way. If you speak any more nonsense, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Ling shook his head and said indifferently. He naturally knew that this guy named Zhao Tianjiao was using him to show off his prestige. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Tianjiao's face paled, and he hurriedly led the way. After a short moment, they finally arrived at the Daluo Heaven Realm. Looking around, the environment here was pretty good. There were green mountains and clear waters, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Moreover, there were numerous ancient cities built on the ground, and it seemed to be thriving. Of course, because of the arrival of foreign experts, many of these formerly prosperous cities were empty, and the people had fled. Lin Ling drove Zhao Tianjiao away and led a few people forward. Where is Daoist Duo Bao? Have you inquired about him? Lin Ling asked the few people. My lord, Daoist Duo Bao has always been sneaky. He only said that he would come to this world. When he really appears, someone will definitely inform him. This has always been his rule. My lord, we will go wherever there are experts. We should be able to see Daoist Duo Bao there. Now, I will go and inquire about some information. The few people spoke one after another. Then, a few of them took the lead and went ahead to inquire about information. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. However, on the way, he asked again, I heard that Daoist Duo Bao returned from the Road of Domination. What kind of place is the Road of Domination? From your tone, it seems that very few people have been there. My lord, that is one of the 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. I heard that it is the place where the gods of the past advance to become gods. It is an ancient road, but it is extremely terrifying. So far, no one has ever reached the end. Moreover, out of 10,000 people who entered, only 10 came out, and those who came out went crazy. Daoist Duo Bao is one of the few people who could enter the road of domination and return safely. The one who was still following behind Lin Ling was a relatively young man. At this moment, he spoke respectfully. The 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. At present, he knew that the 7 great forbidden lands were the 8 gods' heavenly palace, eternal forbidden forest, rainbow world, Kaiyuan river, starry sky forest, one world mountain, and the road of domination. This meant that the 7 great forbidden lands had all appeared. Moreover, Lin Ling had explored several great forbidden lands. Each of them had its own mysteries, but it was undeniable that each of them was related to the era of gods. Moreover, although Lin Ling had explored several great forbidden lands, he had only explored the tip of the iceberg. The one he was most familiar with was the Kaiyuan River. As for One World Mountain and the Road of Domination, Lin Ling had only heard of them. He had never seen them. My lord, I heard that the Road of Domination is littered with treasures. Unfortunately, not only is it dangerous, but not many people know where the Road of Domination is, the man said again. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that the Road of Domination should be the same as the Rainbow World. It was a secret realm that could only be discovered by chance. It seems that Daoist Duo Bao is more powerful than I imagined. Lin Ling said inwardly. My lord, this way. I see more experts here. If Daoist Duo Bao appears, he should be there. At this moment, an old man flew back from afar and said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded coldly. It had to be said that it was convenient to have a follower. After all the experts landed in the Daluo Heaven realm, their final destination was the Mountain River City. After that, another old man came back from scouting for information. In fact, there was no need for him to scout for information. Lin Ling's soul power had clearly sensed that in the ancient land and sky, countless experts were like locusts, gathering towards a huge city. Presumably, that was the place where Daoist Duo Bao was about to appear. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He was looking forward to the next journey even more. Previously, when he was roughly investigating, he had sensed a few familiar figures. He had not expected that those guys would also come. As he moved forward, more than 10 experts appeared on the road ahead. It seemed that they were all at the early and middle stage of the martial god realm. Moreover, they were not young. They were all old monsters who had cultivated for many years, and they were blocking the road in the middle of the road to collect tolls. Are you going to pay or not? The leader was a bare-chested old man with a head of red hair. At this moment, he said coldly, don't even think about using any divine ability to sneak in. Let me tell you, the sky and earth have been sealed by us. We are from the same alliance, and we have more people than you can imagine. If you break the rules, you will die. We won't give you any face. His voice was cold, but it also carried a strong domineering aura. What right do you have to collect tolls? However, among the crowd, there were also experts who spoke unwillingly. The weakest among the experts here was at least a peak martial progenitor, while the half-martial god realm experts were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Furthermore, there were martial god realm experts present, thus they could not accept the humiliation of paying the price. Humph, you talk too much nonsense. The red-haired old man snorted coldly. His long hair shot out like the tentacles of an octopus, aiming at the person who spoke. Good timing. However, since the other party dared to speak, he was naturally not someone to be trifled with. He also unleashed his strength. Unfortunately, the red-haired old man's talent was a 9th-grade ultimate desolate body. Although he did not have divine power, his ancestral power had reached the peak, therefore, he wrapped around the warrior and by the time all the red hair dispersed, the warrior had already turned into a pool of blood, chi. Seeing this, many people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What powerful strength! They were not shocked by the old man's cruel methods. After all, to be able to come here, everyone had seen great storms. They were only shocked by the other party's talent. However, although the old man was overbearing, He also knew that many of the people who had come to the Daluo Heaven realm were people their alliance could not afford to offend. Therefore, he said, the reason why we collect tolls is not because we are overbearing, but because we were the first to discover Xianxia city and we were the ones who spread the news. Therefore, it is normal to collect tolls. Just treat it as payment for our hard work. His words were very good. It could be considered as giving face to those experts they could not afford to offend. Mother ***. The weaker people cursed inwardly. However, for the sake of Taoist Master Duo Bao, they endured it and paid to pass. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling watched this scene indifferently. Then, he sneered and led the 5 people and bodyguards forward. Since he had practiced martial arts until now, he had naturally seen many cases of overbearing people collecting tolls. Although he had no interest in stopping the other party's wealth, it was obviously impossible for them to take his money. Sirs, are you? The dozen or so powerhouses blocking the road immediately looked at Lin Ling's group. The red-haired old man frowned, but he didn't dare to speak arrogantly. Scram! With Lin Ling leading the way, the ghost Taoist master to him. The evil spirit's aura instantly permeated the air, and it was mixed with an irresistible majesty of the fire element. The old man's expression changed as he carefully sized up Lin Ling. He immediately treated Lin Ling as a ghost emperor who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. This fellow had ghost chi all over his body. He was not to be trifled with. He obviously didn't dare to collect any tolls. And Lin Ling led the group forward, making the experts behind envious. This was the privilege of the strong. That cold man was obviously an overlord. I'm so envious. After Lin Ling's group, it was not long before another group of people took their turn. These people looked at Lin Ling's group enviously and shook their heads helplessly. Seniors, we have 6 people. Can you give us 50 million Emperor crystals? After all, that's all we have. We can't take out more. The young man in the lead said in a pleading tone. These people were obviously from the 36 academies. However, they were also the strongest people in the 3 divine halls. They had been in the void for a long time and knew that there were some people they could not afford to offend. Do you think we're idiots? You're going to see Taoist Master Duo Bao. You must want to buy some treasures, so how can you only have 50 million Emperor crystals? Sorry, 60 million Emperor crystals. You can't go there for less. The red-haired old man looked at the people in front of him and said contemptuously, of course, if you can't afford it, you can go back and try your luck in other places. After all, there might be more opportunities like the Kaiyuan River. You can participate in the God's shop opened by the gods. You. The young man in the lead was angry. However, the other party raised their chins and looked at him coldly. This made the young man compromise. Brother Woody, these guys are too evil. However, even if they compromised, they were still unwilling to accept it. Forget it. The young man in the lead shook his head. Brother Woody? At this moment, Lin Ling, who had already walked far away, suddenly stopped in his tracks. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, he said to the people beside him, go and bring those people here. Brother Woody, how could Lin Ling not know him? He was a few friends that Lin Ling met at the E-Garden Martial Arts Exchange. When Lin Ling went to the Kaiyuan River, they were the ones who told Lin Ling where the entrance to the Kaiyuan River was. He didn't expect to see them again today. Following our Lord's orders, we're taking these people away. Just as the red-haired old man and the others were about to collect the money, a voice suddenly came from behind. The old man looked back and his face instantly turned ugly. It was the cold man from before. Sir, are you playing with us? If the 6 of them were your people, you could have brought them in and we wouldn't have taken a single cent. Now that you've gone in and come back to say that you want to take them away, you've broken the rules and are looking down on us. The old man said word by word. Although he was very afraid of the cold man, the man's actions were also challenging their prestige. Because this would make it difficult for them to collect money later on, and their troubles would increase by a lot. Don't waste time with us. Just tell us, are you going to give or not? However, although the red-haired old man was fierce, the newcomers were even more fierce. They didn't even bother to listen to nonsense, only one sentence. How domineering. The eyes of the experts who were lining up in the distance lit up when they saw that they were ignoring them, and the envy in their eyes grew stronger. The red-haired old man suddenly gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with the experts beside him. In the end, his face turned fierce. No. The other party was pointing at their noses and acting arrogantly. If they backed down, the next people wouldn't take them seriously. Unfortunately, they met Lin Ling. They had to give it to him even if they didn't want to. Almost at the same time, the jellyfish that filled the sky flew over, mixed with the terrifying aura of evil spirits and wisps of the human monarch's flame. These are evil spirits? My brother Ghost is a man of few words. You're courting death. The red-haired old man's face turned cold. He could roughly sense that the talent of these evil spirit jellyfish was not higher than his. It seemed that he had been intimidated by the aura of the stern man, and the stern man was clearly not as strong as he had imagined. Swoosh, his talent also erupted. His red hair soared into the sky, drowning the sky like the sunset as he fought against the evil spirit jellyfish. Looking from the ground, the scene was incomparably spectacular. The collision between the red hair and the jellyfish, swoosh, however, after the endless red hair collided with the jellyfish, it immediately ignited. Surging golden flames shocked everyone's eyes. Ah! The red-haired old man let out a painful cry, and his expression changed greatly. After colliding with the evil spirit jellyfish, he felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him, making him feel as if he had seen the king of gods. The terrifying golden flames immediately followed his red hair and enveloped the old man's body, burning him to the point that he rolled around in pain. Using his talent to fight against the divine fetus, he was clearly overestimating himself. Give. Senior, spare me. At this moment, the red-haired old man let out an anxious voice. However, it was clearly too slow this time. The martial god realm expert was burned into nothingness by the golden flames. When the result was revealed, the surrounding experts swallowed their saliva with difficulty. The red-haired old man was a middle-stage martial god realm expert. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how weak he was, he should not have been killed in a single move. However, the result was that he could not block a single move. What a terrifying ghost emperor! Everyone was so shocked, not to mention the people beside the red-haired old man. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They directly knelt on the ground and kept shouting, "Senior, spare me, spare me." They had long known that many experts from the Daluo Heaven realm had come this time, but they had never imagined that they would encounter one. However, the stern man in the distance was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, he asked his subordinates to bring the 6 people over. Come over, they don't dare to take your money. Therefore, among the 6 people, an old man said proudly. Thank you. Brother Woody had been dumbfounded at first, but when he came back to his senses, he bowed profusely. On top of that, his heart was pounding non-stop. These old monsters who had returned from the Forbidden Lands were too keen terrifying. He had killed a middle-stage martial god by releasing a jellyfish. TSK. He had killed someone from 1,000 miles away. They were both envious and fearful. What he was envious of was the fact that the other party was so powerful that he had special privileges wherever he went. They were afraid because they didn't know the origins of the cold man. If the cold man wanted to kill them, then they would probably be no match for him even if they fought with their lives on the line. With apprehension, Brother Invincible and the others finally arrived in front of Lin Ling. Then, they glanced at Lin Ling and lowered their heads, not daring to look again. Lin Ling was also looking at them. A smile finally appeared on his cold face. Brother Woody, long time no see. How have you been? The voice stunned Brother Invincible. He blinked several times. This voice was so familiar. He couldn't help but raise his head in shock. Suddenly, he shouted, "Big Brother Lin Ling?" Looks like Brother Invincible's reaction is quite fast. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. What the *CK? I thought it was some old monster. So it's Big Brother Lin Ling. Anyway, my name is Zhang Wudi. You don't have to call me Big Brother. I don't deserve it. Brother Invincible was overjoyed. When he had parted ways with Lin Ling at the bank of the Kaiyuan River, he had heard about Lin Ling's endless legends. This abnormal guy had even killed a god. However, when he wanted to go to the Snow Wind Academy to congratulate Lin Ling, he heard that Lin Ling had disappeared. He even received news that countless experts in the final world wanted to kill Lin Ling and plunder Lin Ling. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. The final world is currently plundering you. No, you have to be quiet. Don't let others discover you. Brother Invincible was obviously very excited and kept talking. Looking at the excited Brother Invincible, Lin Ling's smile became wider. Don't worry, I actually dared to say the name Lin Ling. This means that I'm not afraid of those people plundering me. I'm just avoiding unnecessary trouble. Big brother Lin Ling, you're awesome. Big brother, no, little brother kneels to you. Before, I really thought you were a cold old monster. But you're just a student of the academy. Ha ha ha, this is too interesting. Next, you have to protect me. Big brother Lin Ling, you've become so strong now. You won't abandon me, right? Brother Invincible put his hand on Lin Ling's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, he finally understood one of the rules of the final world. Unless you have absolute strength, you can go anywhere with a strong backer. Obviously, Lin Ling was his strong backer, however, his friendly behavior undoubtedly made the 5 people's faces turn cold. They seemed to be angry at Brother Invincible's rudeness. However, they were also a little surprised because the impression the human king gave them was one of dignity and coldness. Therefore, this was the first time they saw the human king reveal such a friendly appearance. That idiotic Brother Invincible, one had to admit that his luck was too good. He actually knew the human king. Sure, let's go. If anyone bullies you, tell them my name. Lin Ling didn't care about Brother Invincible's rudeness at all because in his heart, Brother Invincible was his friend. Brother Invincible had helped him at the Kaiyuan River. Moreover, he, Lin Ling, wasn't some grave and stern ghost emperor. Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. The reason why he was grave and stern was because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Okay, my ghost brother in the void is ruthless and doesn't talk much. I want to see who dares to provoke us now. Brother Invincible and the others laughed excitedly and followed Lin Ling towards the mountain river city. After a while, the ancient mountain river city appeared. It had to be said that this huge ancient city was extremely unique. Looking from afar, the buildings were built like ancient mountains, layer upon layer. No wonder it was called Mountain River City. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered in the city, and there were even more experts rushing over. If these experts were placed in the 9 prefectures, each of them would be ambitious and ruthless, godlike existences. Now that they were all gathered here, it could be seen how attractive Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures was. At this moment, they were also waiting for the appearance of Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures, but Mountain River City was very large, so the powerhouses were scattered all over the city. Gradually, the city became overcrowded with people. But, subconsciously, they divided up the area according to their strength. The weaker ones could only wait on the streets, while the stronger ones could rest in restaurants and inns. Translator, Transin editor, Transin asked someone to get out. As a result, although Xianxia city was bustling with noise, a murderous and depressing atmosphere was spreading. It was like the Age of Heroes, where only the real heroes could do whatever they wanted. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered in a relatively quiet restaurant. Some were drinking wine, while others were resting with their eyes closed. Numerous voices of laughter and chatter were also quietly emitted. However, although there were a lot of people in the restaurant, it wasn't crowded because those who were weak were chased out. I'm sorry, but we're interested in this table. Piss off. At this time, a large number of experts entered the restaurant. Then, these experts swept their gazes and landed on one of the chairs. Following that, they began to chase people away domineeringly. I was wondering who it was, so it's Wen Nidian. Looks like he's become more arrogant after following the Empress. Someone on that table raised his head and said indifferently, I heard that you were chasing after Lin Ling, but in the end, not only did you not get anything from him, you were beaten to a pulp. That's why it's better to know your place. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're in the top 220 on the divine ladder. That's the newcomer king, Lin Ling, a newcomer. As soon as he finished speaking, many people looked at the person who spoke. Then, people began to discuss among themselves. That's Dong Wenla from Wuwei College, he's in the top 220 on the divine ladder. Wuwei College, the third college among the 36 colleges. Dong Wenla must be quite strong to be able to come from there. However, Wen Nidian isn't weak either. It's going to be a good show. Whispers quietly sounded out. Of course, there were also people who curiously asked, newcomer King Linling? Isn't that guy the newcomer king now? Why is he called Linling now? Idiot, have you forgotten what happened 10 years ago? The one who killed Wen Tian martial god is the newcomer King Linling. The newcomer king only dared to appear after Linling disappeared. Ah, I remember now. Isn't that guy dead? Who knows if he's dead or not. However, it's true that he disappeared for 10 years. Many people think that even if he's not dead, he'll be captured by the Empress. After all, anyone who dares to provoke the Empress won't have a good ending. Voices constantly drifted out, but as the people were discussing in secret, the two experts had already made their moves. The result was that the expert called Dong Wenla was defeated and sent flying out of the restaurant. This caused many people to be shocked. Looking at Wen Nidian again, he had already led his people to occupy the seats and was leisurely drinking wine. No matter what you say, that's all you are. Now, get out of here. If you're unwilling, I'll give you 3 moves. Of course, if you can't beat me in 3 moves, don't blame me, I'll kill you. After he sat Nidian, Wen Nidian shook his wine Nidian and said. How awe-inspiring and carefree was that look on his face. You Dong Wenla, you the expert called Dong Wenla snorted. Naturally, he knew why Wen Nidian didn't kill him. It was because there were experts nearby and Wen Nidian didn't dare to provoke them, otherwise, why would Wen Nidian be so easy to talk to? This was the myriad world, not the final world. If there was a chance, Wen Nidian wouldn't be lenient. Just you wait, I'll call my boss. You're dead. Dong Wenla brought his man and ran away with his tail between his legs. He's calling for help? Many people's eyes lit up. They also knew that the strongest expert that appeared in this restaurant was ranked in the top 200 on the stairway to heaven. However, the experts that appeared in the Daluo heaven realm this time were ranked in the top 100. Those people were like dazzling stars. They didn't even bother to appear in a small restaurant. They had already gone to fight for territory with those powerful old monsters. What a useless piece of trash. If you can't win, you can only call for help. However, Wen Nidian sneered, fearless. Looks like Wen Nidian is also confident. The experts from his school must be nearby. Everyone immediately guessed. In the final world, unless one's strength is heaven-defying, it depends on one's background and connections. This Wen Nidian dares to be so fearless. Obviously, his background isn't weak. He's the Empress's man. How weak can his background be? I really envy this guy. He's strong and has a strong background. Looking at Wen Nidian, who was drinking without restraint, many people's eyes flashed with a touch of envy. However, at this moment, a large number of people entered the restaurant, attracting a lot of attention. However, what surprised everyone was that the man in the lead was very unfamiliar. No one had seen him before. Moreover, the handsome man was very strange. He had a pair of tentacle wings behind his back and was dressed in a black robe. He was full of mystery. Of course, not only was the man's aura cold, even his attitude was incomparably arrogant. His gaze swept across the restaurant and suddenly fell on Wen Nidian. The corner of his mouth quietly revealed a smile. I didn't expect it to be this guy. This man was naturally Linling. Therefore, when he saw Wen Nidian, he was inexplicably happy. After all, he remembered that when his strength was sealed 10 years ago, that guy was extremely proud. Now that he met him again, he had to admit that that guy's luck was very bad. In the past, when he was escaping, many people helped him, Linling, and many people harmed him. Linling remembered all of this clearly. Today, he returned. What hatred, Linling would repay them one by one. Have you figured out where this place is? After that, Linling looked at Brother Invincible, who was walking over from afar, and asked. Brother Invincible and the others were all disciples of the academy. After they came in, they began to gather information. Therefore, they were clear about the rules of the restaurant. Next, they told Linling the rules that they knew. Interesting. In that case, get those guys out of here. Linling did not care about the rules at all. However, since there were rules, he would play with them. After all, it was boring waiting for Jinren of many treasures. Brother Ghost, which one? Hearing this, Brother Invincible's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he knew that the people present were very strong, he also knew that Brother Ghost beside him was the #1 newcomer king 10 years ago. Brother Ghost even dragged down Wendian martial god, one of the top 10 martial gods, therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. When they heard Lin Ling and the others talking without restraint, many people secretly sneered. They did not know the stern man, but they had more or less interacted with Brother Invincible. They knew that he was a person who was good at flattering. That was all. Moreover, the stern man looked very strong, but one had to know that those who could appear here were not weaklings, therefore, they wanted to see who these guys wanted to get out of here. That dog. Translator, Transin editor, Transin when defying the heavens. Seeing this, when Nidian and the others narrowed their eyes and slammed the table. However, when Nidian smiled faintly and stopped the angry people, calm down, these people are new here and don't know any better. Soon, they will realize that they chose the wrong person. That's true. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant later. That's right. The people around him laughed. With when Nidian here, they had nothing to worry about. Are you deaf? Brother Ghost asked you to get lost, didn't you hear him? Go. At this moment, Brother Woody walked over with a few people. This guy wasn't strong, but he had guts. He wasn't afraid of when Nidian and the rest. You're talking to me. Go. When Nidian toyed with the wine cup in his hand and said with a faint smile. Bang, however, Brother Woody came to their table and took the wine jug from the table. He then gave when Nidian a bath and poured wine on his head. Wow. Wow. The surrounding people were in an uproar. This Brother Woody was even more arrogant than Dong Wenla. At least Dong Wenla didn't dare to pour wine in front of everyone. When Nitian's body trembled. Do you know what you're doing? Your actions might bring death to you. As for the boss behind you, he might not even be able to protect himself. When Nitian's face turned cold. He wiped the wine off his face and said coldly. The boss behind me is Brother Ghost. My Brother Ghost is a man of few words. You'd better be careful if you offend him. However, Brother Woody didn't seem to understand when Nitian's threat. Or maybe he knew, but he didn't care. Rumble, when Nitian's body emitted a terrifying energy. I don't know who Brother Ghost is, but he's not qualified to be compared to me. Behind him, a brush suddenly floated out. It actually had the power to paint mountains and rivers. This terrifying power surged towards Brother Woody and the others. It seemed like it wanted to obliterate Brother Woody and the others on the spot. You? You're not even qualified to carry my shoes. Right at this moment, Lin Ling finally made his move. He placed his hands behind his back, tapped his foot, and shot out like an arrow. Behind him, those tentacles spread out, and ghostly chi surged. The restaurant immediately fell silent. Everyone narrowed their eyes as they stared at Lin Ling. They also didn't expect this ghost emperor to make a move just like that. When Nidian snorted coldly, you overestimate yourself. Purple mist horn, the brush floating in front of him suddenly emitted a purple brilliance as it carved out the word seal. The word seal floated in the air, emitting ripples like those of a sea urchin. Pinnacle ancestor power. A casual stroke from when Nidian is so powerful. Is his innate gift the brush? I heard that it's a purple divine brush. The shaft of the brush is like a sword, and the tip of the brush is like a saber. I'm afraid this ghost emperor will have to spend a lot of effort to decipher that character. The surrounding people began to discuss spiritedly. Looking at Lin Ling again, he still had his hands behind his back, and there were countless tentacles dancing behind him. He didn't make any moves, and only used his shoulder to hit. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the huge seal word was actually shattered and then exploded. Lin Ling didn't stop there. He passed by Brother Woody and slammed into Wen Nitian's body. Crash, the entire table immediately shattered, and wine spilled all over the floor. Then, a figure broke through the wall of the restaurant and flew out to the street. That person was naturally Wen Nitian. Now that he was hit by Lin Ling, he couldn't block it and flew out of the restaurant. One had to know that Lin Ling was currently wearing the Dragon God armor, and the Dragon God armor had raised his strength to 30,000 boundaries. Caught off guard, Wen Nitian naturally couldn't block it. I asked you to scram, but you didn't. Do I have to kick you before you scram? Just as everyone was shocked, Lin Ling's voice quietly floated out. This. Everyone was tongue-tied, although they guessed that this mysterious man's strength wasn't weak. They estimated that to break through Wen Nitian's attack, the man would have to use a certain method, but who knew that the man didn't use any method at all, just brute force, and when Nitian rolled out like a gourd, "My brother Ghost of the Void is a man of few words." Everyone recalled Brother Invincible's words. That collision was indeed ruthless. As for those who were beside Wen Nitian, they were now sitting on the ground with their eyes wide open. They obviously didn't expect the Ghost Emperor to be so strong. Boom. Just then, a roar came from outside the street, and many people knew that Wen Nitian was angry. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Many people squinted their eyes. The previous attack to Wen Nitian was just a humiliation, it wasn't enough to injure him. God Star. Almost at the same time, a cold roar came from the street again, and as soon as the voice fell, everyone's expression changed, because those who were familiar with Wen Nitian knew that when Wen Nitian used his mystique, that move had the power of God. Is this guy going to destroy the restaurant? Boom. Next, a large number of people rushed out of the restaurant, afraid of being implicated. On the street, a large number of people were looking at Wen Nitian, because Wen Nitian had pushed his talent to the limit, the 10th grade ultimate desolate body. And that wasn't all. A huge brush appeared in front of him, and this huge brush moved on its own, writing a huge Jing word in midair. That Jing word was like a purple aura coming from the east, constantly expanding, suppressing the restaurant. Come, let's see who's not qualified. Boom. When Nitian roared as he controlled the magical brush, ultimate desolate body, together with the power of God, such strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Rumble. But at this moment, from the broken wall of the restaurant, a figure shot out, and a Buddhist light bloomed in midair. This was a red Buddhist light, sacred and ancient, and at the center of the Buddhist light was a palm, Bodhi-proof divine technique, red Bodhi text heavenly sovereign Shu, 6 paths of myriad movement wind and cloud. The wind and clouds seemed to condense in that palm, and it slammed towards the huge Jing word in front. This is the power of God? Who is this person? He's so strong, and from the looks of it, he has a ghostly aura, but why does he have the aura of a Buddha god? Towards the person who suddenly appeared, the people on the street were curious. Just a lowly martial art, how can it be compared to me? Seeing the appearance of the Ghost Emperor, Wen Nitian was also shocked, but seeing that the other party dared to clash with his power of God, he immediately laughed disdainfully. Boom. Translator, Transin editor, Transin remember, my name is Lin Ling. Even Wen Nitian was secretly surprised. Who is this old monster? How come my talent doesn't affect him at all? Furthermore, he also has the power of a god. However, his power of a god can't break through my celestial star, and my cultivation level seems to be higher than his. If we fight for a long time, he will lose. After secretly analyzing, Wen Nitian quietly became confident. However, at this moment, the stern man suddenly stretched out his left hand. In his left hand, a yellow light bloomed, like the light of Bodhi. After his left hand appeared, the stern man looked at his right hand and slapped it hard. This way, it was like he was attacking with 2 palms. Hua la la. Under countless gazes, the huge Jing word was shattered by the palm. The terrifying power caused a large number of houses to collapse. Then, they tumbled in the sky like straw. What? Everyone was shocked. Wen Nitian's eyes widened. This was because he sensed that the Ghost Emperor had 2 powers of God. You dare to question my qualifications? Bang! Bang! At this moment, the stern man's aura was domineering. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Wen Nitian. His palms slapped out with earth-shattering force. That was the power of 2 gods. One had to know that even martial god realm experts might not have the power of God. However, not only did this stern man have it, he even had 2 powers. This was terrifying. When Wen Nitian saw the 2 palms approaching, he flipped his hands and a huge brush appeared in front of him. However, when the 2 palms collided, the brush body immediately cracked. The purple light from the brush shot out like a needle, but it had no effect on the stern man. Heavens, he is not afraid of a 10th grade ultimate desolate body. That guy probably also has a 10th grade ultimate desolate body. Bang! Everyone was shocked again. Ka. Almost at the same time, the brush was completely broken. A palm leaped out from it and pressed against Wen Nitian's chest. A strong light bloomed. Pooh! A ferocious force hit Wen Nitian's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His sternum was shattered. I asked you to scram, but you didn't. You forced me to attack. When I attack, you will not be able to block it. Bang! What was even more terrifying was that a large number of tentacles appeared behind the cold-looking man and wrapped around Wen Nitian's body, pulling him back again. Bang! Next, another palm strike hit Wen Nitian until he vomited blood. I say you're not even qualified to carry my shoes, but you don't believe me. Bang! The third palm had arrived. The crowd felt that it was unreal when they saw Wen Nitian, who was ranked 220 on the divine list, being beaten up so easily. Wen Nitian was ranked 2 million on the divine list. As expected, there were many experts in Xianxia city. As for the people in the restaurant before, they felt that it was extremely ironic. Previously, Wen Nitian was so powerful, but now, he was beaten like a dog. If this wasn't sarcasm, then what was? I admit defeat. I'll give you the table in the restaurant. Even though Wen Nitian felt extremely humiliated, he finally opened his mouth. Admit defeat. Previously, the rule of the restaurant was that anyone who was dissatisfied with the restaurant only needed to defeat them to take their position. At that time, when Wen Nitian was provoked, he refused to accept it. But now, he finally knew how strong the other party was. In front of me, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. Those who admit defeat shall die. But what surprised Wen Nitian was that the cold-looking man had no intention of letting him go. Bang bang bang, palm strike after palm strike. Wen Nitian's bones were broken. Why are you targeting me? Wen Nitian could not hold it in anymore. He had already admitted defeat, but this person wanted to kill him? Do you know the price of killing me? Friend, don't you think you're making a mountain out of a molehill by risking your life for a single breath? I'm an expert from the school, and I have the backing of Luli Empress. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of offending Luli Empress? Wen Nitian kept retreating as he shouted angrily. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally stopped his attacks and looked at him coldly. This made Wen Nitian think that Lin Ling was finally afraid of him. Everyone, let's take a step back. It's better for you and me. Sometimes, people have to bow under someone else's roof. Wen Nitian took a deep breath and said calmly. I've said it before, you don't even have the right to carry my shoes. However, just as he finished his sentence, Lin Ling finally attacked again. The reddish-yellow body light shone from both of his hands and he slapped out with overwhelming force. You're crazy. The ferocious power made Wen Nitian's pupils tremble. Was the Ghost Emperor really going to kill him? Was he willing to offend Luli Empress for this? Rumble. While he was still in shock, the palms finally landed on his chest. The terrifying divine energy destroyed everything in his body, and then, a large number of tentacles swam over and hung him up. However, Wen Nitian still had a breath left. As if he was on his deathbed, he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief, as if he could not understand what was going on. Before you die, I'll tell you, so that you won't die without knowing why when you go to the underworld. Remember, my name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling transmitted his voice, and his words made Wen Nitian tremble 3 more times. Newcomer King, Lin Ling, how could it be him? He was still alive. He could not help but think of what happened 10 years ago. At that time, he used Lin Ling's power to chase after him when he was sealed, but he was stopped by the elites of the God Slayer Alliance. At that time, he was extremely frustrated. However, he did not care about it after that. He thought that Lin Ling had offended Luli Empress, and his fate was to be destroyed, but today, Lin Ling appeared and killed him in front of countless people. No wonder this guy was not afraid of Wen Nitian's backer. You must have had fun chasing me in the past. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled at Wen Nitian. That smile sent chills down Wen Nitian's spine. After offending Luli Empress, Lin Ling was still alive. How could this be? At this moment, he finally regretted it. He knew that even if the tiger was tired, it was not something he could easily touch. His eyes were wide open, and he slowly died. However, the onlookers did not know about the conversation between Lin Ling and Wen Nitian. They could only watch as Wen Nitian died. Then, their faces changed drastically. Because Wen Nitian had a powerful background, even if someone defeated him, they did not dare to kill him. but now, when Nidian had died in the hands of the cold-looking man. Next, there would be a great battle in the mountain river city. You killed him? Indeed, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Wherever the voice went, for some reason, everyone felt the smell of death. They looked around and finally saw 5 figures on the roof of a broken restaurant. These 5 people were wearing loose robes and straw hats. They were extremely mysterious. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Death God. They were obviously here for Wen Nidian. Moreover, they seemed to have been here for a long time but did not make a move. Of course, they did not expect the Ghost Emperor to really kill Wen Nidian. Are you blind? At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. His words also caused everyone to be stunned, because they never thought that the Ghost Emperor would actually dare to use such a tone to speak to the 5 of them. Eh? Eh? Sure enough, all 5 of them were slightly surprised. After that, one of the men removed his straw hat to reveal a face that was pale like a sheet of paper, and his emotionless eyes stared coldly at Lin Ling. Death God. Eh? There were many experts around, so someone recognized the man. Who is Death God? Eh? The expert ranked 189th on the heavenly stairway, level 6 martial god, has an acquired godly embryo, cultivates the Death God evil technique, and has 3 strands of divine force. Eh? So powerful. Eh? Through the conversation, many people trembled inexplicably. 3 strands of divine force and an acquired godly embryo. Such strength could probably wipe out an expert in the later stage of the martial god realm. No wonder he was ranked 189th on the heavenly stairway. Acquired godly embryo. This is the talent to continuously cultivate the ultimate desolate body and rush into the world of gods. Ordinary people, who can cultivate godly embryos? Eh? Another person said solemnly. Although acquired godly embryos were not as powerful as innate godly embryos, they were not much weaker. After all, although innate godly embryos were more powerful, such talent was too rare and could not be found. Therefore, most people cultivated acquired godly embryos. It was said that to become a godly embryo was indispensable. Therefore, whether acquired or innate, as long as one had a godly embryo, they would have a chance to become a god. However, in this vast void, how many people had acquired godly embryos? Now, I want to ask if you killed Wen Nidian. Eh? On the roof, the man called Death God looked at Lin Ling and asked. The 2 of them, one seemed to represent death, the other seemed to represent ghosts, each with their own characteristics. As soon as the Grim Reaper finished speaking, many people also looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know if this Ghost Emperor would dare to speak in the face of an expert like the Grim Reaper. Are you really blind? Isn't the corpse right in front of you? However, Lin Ling was fearless. He even threw Nitian's corpse out and stepped on it. Domineering. That move also made many people's hearts tremble. In the end, all their shock turned into a single sentence. My brother Ghost in the Void is ruthless and doesn't talk much. The current brother Ghost was indeed ruthless. Huh? Seeing Lin Ling stepping on Wen Nitian's foot, the 5 of them looked over with murderous intent. In Xianxia City, experts were as common as clouds. It was like the age of heroes, but that didn't mean that the man with the surging ghost chi was a hero who dominated the world. Rumble. At this moment, there was an explosion in the distance. Mountain River City was shaking, as if another great battle had erupted in another part of the city. However, this was also very normal. In this place where there were all sorts of people, chaotic battles were unavoidable. Roar. People raised their heads and could vaguely see a colorful dragon god in the distance, hovering in the sky and sprinkling endless light. Then, various kinds of energy exploded, and the power of the energy was terrifying. The 5 people on the roof naturally also looked into the distance, including Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's lips curled into a gentle smile. Although he already knew that they were all here, Lin Ling was still very happy to see them unleash their full strength in a battle. However, they had always grown under Lin Ling's wings and lacked actual combat experience. Therefore, even though Lin Ling knew that they were here, he didn't look for them in the short term, and they were Yu and the others. Early martial god realm. Even though you have 2 streams of godly force, which makes you quite powerful, I'll give you a piece of advice. There's always someone stronger than you. Consider yourself lucky today, because we have important matters to attend to. Roar. The 5 people on the roof stared at the battle in the distance and seemed to want to leave this place. However, the man called Grim Reaper snorted coldly at Lin Ling, his words full of disdain. He seemed to be saying, if it wasn't for the great battle over there, with just you, we can destroy you with a single finger. Let's go. Roar, then, the 5 of them said in unison. That ghost emperor is quite lucky. Roar, when people saw the 5 experts retreating, they felt both regretful and lucky. Regretfully, they couldn't see a blood-boiling battle. Luckily, they thought that the fierce battle in the distance had saved the ghost emperor. Want to leave? At this moment, Lin Ling stared at Grim Reaper and sneered. He stomped his foot on the ground and leaped up. His strength had increased greatly, and he wanted to test his strength. Back then, he was the newcomer king, but now, he wasn't a newcomer, so he wanted to see what this so-called old man was like. The 5 people didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move. They looked forward, but at this moment, a cold voice floated from behind. I don't seem to have agreed to let you go. When this voice came out, those who were staring at the battle in the distance also turned their eyes to the sky. Then, a series of gasps sounded. In the sky, red and yellow light bloomed, and countless evil spirit jellyfish with a wisp of golden flame surrounded a man. Both of his palms struck out, like 2 dragons emerging from the sea. You're courting death. The man called Grim Reaper was obviously furious. Damn, who is this guy? He didn't even make a move, but this guy didn't want to let it go. The other 4 people's faces also changed, but they didn't care and leaped away. Grim Reaper, when Nidian is your man, you deal with him. They obviously didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for Grim Reaper. You guys go first, I'll be there in a while. Grim Reaper nodded immediately, and the 4 people's eyes flashed. One of them sneered and said, don't kill him, after all, he's so bold, I'm afraid he has some background. However, we hope to see you teach him a lesson. After 3 incense sticks of time, come find us over there. After saying that, the 4 of them disappeared in an instant. Grim Reaper immediately smiled coldly, and his eyes began to look at Lin Ling. In his hands, a fierce boundary essence burst out, and 3 divine powers appeared in his palms. His palms suddenly became slender, and his claws grew crazily, and a dense death aura spread out. This death aura also carried a fierce, ghostly, and evil aura, and it was the 3 divine powers. Swoosh. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and swept out fiercely. Lin Ling's palms also arrived, and he slammed towards the sky. A rumbling sound was heard, and red and yellow light bloomed, blocking the giant claw in the sky. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the power of a single kick. You want to fight me? The Grim Reaper laughed contemptuously. With a twitch of his brows, the power of divinity in his ferocious aura stabbed toward Lin Ling like a sword. However, the power of divinity formed by the ferocious aura rushed into Lin Ling's body without any effect. Instead, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. This stunned the Grim Reaper. A very good ferocious aura. It tastes very good. When he looked at Lin Ling, he saw that Lin Ling was still using his palms to block the claw of divinity, but he also raised his head and smiled. It tastes very good? The Grim Reaper was even more stunned. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor had eaten his ferocious aura? He did not know that Lin Ling's realm-devouring beast loved to devour ferocious aura the most. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Because he was about to be swept to the ground by the claw, a large number of evil spirit jellyfish suddenly swam out from behind him. They were mixed with wisps of the flame of the human monarch, and they madly bit the giant claw in the sky. Among the evil spirit jellyfish, the 18 true inheritance dark swords also appeared and slashed out continuously. After they were burned by the slashes, they completely turned into a huge immortal sword and slashed fiercely at the sky. This immortal sword also carried a power of divinity. In this way, Lin Ling had also released 6 powers of divinity at once. Therefore, the claw that was originally sweeping toward the ground was now constantly being blasted upward by Lin Ling. As for the Grim Reaper, his pupils trembled fiercely. 3 powers of divinity, this guy, rumble. While he was still in shock, his claw that was like the Grim Reaper's claw was actually forcefully smashed into the sky by Lin Ling, revealing a huge flaw. Immediately, a large number of tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling and swept him toward the Grim Reaper. When he appeared in front of the Grim Reaper, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked out fiercely. Looking carefully, on the surface of the sole of the foot, a turbulent golden flame spread out, constantly swallowing and spitting. with an unparalleled majesty, Lord Flame. Clearly, Lin Ling had unleashed his self-created divine ability on his right leg. His Lord's flame was extremely ferocious and carried 2 strands of divine power within it. This was why the power of the kick was so terrifying. Good timing. The Grim Reaper coldly snorted and crossed his hands. The Grim Reaper's claw released a dazzling light and formed a claw net in front of him. Boom, Lin Ling's kick landed right on the claw net, but what made the Reaper terrified was that his claw net actually started burning. It was a terrifying golden flame. What happened? The Grim Reaper's body trembled. After all, he was an acquired divine fetus. Could it be that this guy's talent was higher than his? Just as he was in shock, a foot suddenly appeared above his head, causing him to put away his shock and raise his head to look. He saw the mysterious Ghost Emperor with his hands behind his back, but his feet were raised high up in the air, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. Go down and eat shit. The voice drifted over, and then the foot was like a battle axe, majestically chopping down. Crackle, this foot cut off the Grim Reaper's endless death aura. Encountering the human monarch's flame, his death aura seemed to have met its natural enemy. Under countless gazes, the Grim Reaper crossed his hands above his head, but he couldn't block the power of the foot. In the end, his legs were blasted away by the powerful force, and the foot finally smashed onto his cheek. Everyone could clearly see that the Grim Reaper's face was smashed until it was distorted. Boom. Then, the Grim Reaper shot into the ground like a cannonball. The entire ground shook, and dust flew everywhere. Wow. Everyone opened their mouths wide. The scene just now was too flashy for them. Then, they looked at Brother Ghost who was floating in the void, and their faces twitched. What was the background of this Ghost Emperor? Why did he defeat 2 experts immediately after appearing? My Brother Ghost in the void is ruthless and doesn't talk much. I'm convinced. He's really ruthless. Did you see that? That guy stomped the Grim Reaper down with his foot, and he still has his hands behind his back. Looks like he's probably a senior who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Then, the streets and alleys were filled with discussions. As for the 4 experts who were running away, they all stopped flying at this moment. When they looked back, the corners of their eyes twitched crazily. The Grim Reaper was actually defeated. That guy called Brother Ghost was probably an ambitious and ruthless person. There was no doubt that the nearby area was shocked by Lin Ling's domineering attitude. Many people were secretly mocking him. That Grim Reaper wanted to spare Brother Ghost, but now it looked like that was a joke. He was just looking for an excuse to escape. Brother Ghost, Boyd is ruthless and doesn't talk much. While everyone was shocked, the voices of Brother Woody and the others were also roaring. In the sky, Lin Ling shook his head. This collision had allowed him to have a deeper understanding of his own strength. Of course, he was not surprised that he had defeated the Grim Reaper because he estimated that he could have defeated Brother Ghost 10 years ago with his full strength. Now, he obviously had not used his full strength because the Dragon God armor had not been unlocked, and his talent had not been fused. He was just experimenting with some new methods in the past 10 years. When they returned to the restaurant again, Lin Ling and the others waited quietly. In the restaurant, the others also came back one after another, but they were obviously much more low-key now. Some of the more timid ones even cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Junior greets Senior. They obviously regarded Lin Ling as an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. Get lost. However, Lin Ling obviously did not give them any face. Get lost immediately, get lost immediately. Unfortunately, in this vast void, strength represented everything. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was indifferent and domineering, those people did not dare to be dissatisfied. Instead, they admired him even more, because this was the dignity that a Ghost Emperor should have. On the street, the Grim Reaper finally woke up after being unconscious for 2 hours. He first shook his head in confusion, but when he thought of the scene that had happened before, his expression changed drastically. He did not dare to stay and left with his tail between his legs. In the distant sky, the 4 experts were still waiting for the Grim Reaper. When they saw the Grim Reaper arrive, they immediately stared at the Grim Reaper's face because his face was swollen like a pig's head. This made them shake their heads helplessly. That Ghost Emperor probably has a strong background. His strength is really terrifying. Next, they also began to discuss spiritedly. Did you find out his name? I heard that he's called the Dark Human Emperor. It's quite a strange name because he's full of ghost energy, so it's normal for his name to be dark. However, the word human is puzzling. Most people call him Brother Ghost. After the Grim Reaper arrived, he obviously joined the conversation of the few people. Although he was defeated and was very unhappy, he did not seem to dare to be dissatisfied because he reckoned that Brother Ghost's background was not small. Moreover, he should be an old monster who had cultivated for thousands of years. Therefore, although he lost, it was not unjust. End of chapter 4022. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.